And if you Hello. We're doing tech stuff. We're figuring out tech stuff. Last second as always, because I suck at this. Give me 1 second though. We're going to talk to RM Brown about he's already had his stream open and he's already shown the hits. So, like me getting kicked off a podcast. Okay, I'm going to ask to join. Let's see.
Are you there? Okay.
I am here.
I gotta rearrange this. I'm getting the hold on.
It's okay. I'm also fucking with things.
I should have figured this out before. Let me figure out how to rearrange this. Straighter aid.
Hello. Oh wait, could you hear me? Okay,
Got
there.
you.
Now you can hear me.
Got you. Straighter aid. Now I got to do all this. I got to do this and that.
Maybe you can't hear me.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the viewing audience, the great Straighter aid. Straighter aid, how are you? Thanks for coming on.
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for being patient. Things happen.
I was saying that I was going to confront you.
For my tardiness, you should.
We got a massive problem. We're starting off real bad here. The audience has turned on you. I have turned on you. No, thanks for coming on.
It doesn't help that you show my actions. Like me getting kicked off of podcasts where I belong.
See, we're in a pattern here. You're getting kicked off of podcasts. You know, you're like, this is you. This is what you were thinking. I don't care. I don't care if I'm late. Who cares? I don't care. I'll do whatever you think. I do whatever I want. This is the confrontation right here. This is what people want. They want conflict, drama, you know?
Yeah, they want to see women physically removed for refusing to answer how many people they've slept with. These sorts of things.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. That was like, because the way I think about those stupid podcasts is like, you know, they're kind of they're like junk food. They're supposed to be like, I don't know, for people to listen to in the background, or maybe it's like kids who watch that or something.
Well, okay, see, like junk food, you can have like a Snickers bar and you're not going to get diabetes. This is more like doing heroin and thinking you're not going to become like an addict, you know? Yeah, like I can just sit down and watch women be berated for 7 hours straight, and that's not going to do anything to my psyche, you know? Like the idea that you're going to consume that and you're going to come away with like a good impression of people, I think is quite low.
Yeah, and especially if you're young, and a lot of this kind of like fresh and fit like dating advice stuff is like, especially young people watching that, they are getting like some of the worst dating advice you could possibly get, you know? Because
you think dating advice is what's happening on there?
I mean, it's a lot of it is this like kind of really like, I would call it like ignorant, like Evo psych type stuff where they're like, we evolved to this and that. And first of all, these guys don't know anything about that stuff.
Yeah.
They're just like working backwards to like prove their own little points. But also like, if you're a young guy or girl or whatever watching this, I feel like you're going to be so in your head with all this weird stuff that you're just going to come off as weird on a date. If you're like, I overthink, oh, Fresh said this, and if it did that, it's like, you're going to just, no matter what, come off as a weirdo.
Well, I don't think men who go on dates, well, I don't think women watch these shows, full stop. And I don't think men that go on dates watch these types of shows.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it makes sense to me that that's who their audience, but why do you think it's young people? Because when I see like 10 people donate anywhere from $100 to $300 for a text-to-speech to berate a woman, I'm like, this is not like a college kid. This is a man that has a job and functions in society at some point to earn this money and throw it to this man so he can verbally berate this woman, you know, over the internet.
So it's that's crazy.
Yeah.
To be like a full-on adult watching that, but I never even thought of that. It could just be like, I guess just people who are really pissed off at women for whatever reason or something. Something like that. The psychological.
Well, they tell themselves it's just feminism that they're angry at, and that there are like nice, respectful women somewhere out there, but they've lost their way because of the ways of feminism.
Exactly.
You know.
Let's come back to this, but I wanted to ask you because you've bumped up with you've crossed paths with a guy who I'm kind of obsessed with. He's one of the guys that I'm pretty obsessed with right now. And I'm talking, of course, about the PBD crew.
Yes.
I'm a Tom guy. You know Tom?
Is he the one that turns red?
He's the older guy. I think he's one of their grandfathers or the accountant or something. He's older.
Does he wear glasses and like a blazer a lot?
He wears glasses and often he wears like a vest, what I would call like an office vest.
Okay, I think I know who this guy is. Yeah,
you might know Tom. You might know Tom. Check out the work of Tom. He's like the guy who they'll kick it over to, and it's like you immediately fall asleep because he's so boring. But
he's the facts guy.
He's the facts guy. I found a clip of you talking to two of the greats, Dave Rubin and Adam from PBD. And I wanted to ask about like the behind the scenes of that. What's that like going over to the PBD offices in general?
So they're in Fort Lauderdale. You're at Valuetainment headquarters, and so Valuetainment is a portmanteau of 3 words. It stands for Value Entertainment Movement. It's not. It should be Val Movetainment if that's going to be the word smash going on there, but. You don't question these things. You just accept them or you don't. And you go in and it's like
Val Movetainment is so much better. How did they miss that?
I know. And like it's a shame that people don't realize that like it's not value entertainment, it's movement. You know, you're part of a movement. When you buy their like a hoodie from their like merch shop for $90,
you're doing political action.
Yeah, you're doing praxis.
Absolutely.
Right. So the headquarters there, it's huge. These people are incredibly nice. They'll pay for your Uber if you go there. They'll send you a Lux Uber, which they like to remind you of because they're so nice. They tell you we sent you a Lux Uber.
We're sending you the Lux.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, no, not showing off, but we're paying that extra $8 for the Lux.
So they're very,
very nice.
And you go backstage in a green room, and I've had varying experiences because I've been on when you're on the panel, you just show up and there's like Miami Bimbo number 1, 2, and 3, and they're there already. I don't know how they get on the show. I don't know where they find these women, but they're there. Usually 1 or 2 of them is on drugs, has been my experience. And then like one will be like a businesswoman or like kind of a straight shooter. And then they'll have like a guest, and then they have Adam, who's the star of the show, obviously. And that's like that's normal. That's like a normal podcast. But then one time they said, "Hey, do you want to talk about these like crazy anti-Semites that like are protesting on college campuses talking about Palestinians?" And I said, "Yeah, I could do that." And I show up and they won't let me go in the green room. They're keeping me separate from everybody. And I recognized the guy because his name is Rudy Rochman. And I was like, "Oh, okay. No one told me that basically like a professional Israeli spokesperson, an activist would be here." And then I walk out onto the set and it says there's 3 chairs, 1 for me, 1 for Rudy, and then 1 for Adam, who was going to moderate. And then behind them it said debate. And there was a photo of a Palestinian flag on one side and the Israeli flag. And I walk out and I said, "Hey, what the hell?" Because no one told me I'm debating. You guys said we'd be having like a discussion about this, and I thought it was going to be the typical like panel format. And
so
Adam
sandbagged you. They kind of sandbagged you a little bit.
A little bit.
This is a kind of thing that I see on all these kind of channels. It's like Tim Pool seems to do this, where he's like, "Yeah, come on, we'll have an open discussion," and then he'll invite on like Sam Cedar or whatever. Or he'll invite on Emma, and then he'll have like 20 people, 20 other people around with the exact same views who are also on his payroll.
Right. The Tim Pool tour goes left and right. usually somebody who's also like big in the big in the sense that when you've never heard of this person, you've never seen this person, they're about to tell you why vaccines give you autism and how you can, cure cancer with a supplement that they sell. And you look up their Twitter and they have like 100,000 followers and it's someone you've never heard of. And it's like MAGA Patriot 1976 or whatever, like 1776, and they're huge. And they all have their tech and devices, which of course on these podcasts they take them away from you. They don't let you have your phone. The bigger guests may keep their phone. You may not keep your phone because they want you to shoot off the cuff, right? And you ask like
that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah, and so you also ask like what are the topics, and they don't want to tell you what the topics are. They keep it like we're gonna talk current events and feminism, maybe this thing, like one like broad thing, but they won't go into specifics. But they don't want you to have your phone, and you can't use it during the show at all. So, no fact checking allowed.
That indicates some level of like insecurity with the debate in general. Like, look, we gotta keep this thing really controlled, or else we're gonna just look like complete idiots. So we gotta take your phone. We're not gonna tell you anything. Oh, but we are gonna memorize like every talking point. But you can't know what we're gonna talk about. And
they get to have their iPads, their phones. They have a producer like pulling things up, or Tim Pool has like people do like they have all of their tech and they have all the guests, but they're still just looking like how can we slant it in our favor, like even more, even though it's like it's our podcast, it's our audience, we have all of our devices, we control the framing of everything because all the like you sign release papers on all of these podcasts that you will be allowed, like they're going to be allowed to like use your likeness and image. And they're going to title things as they see fit. And they're not going to tag you in any of these things. So really when they say it's going to be like great exposure and stuff, your exposure is they will introduce you. Adam will probably misspeak your name, which he did to me once when introducing me. And then give you 2 seconds to like shout yourself out and then you move on. That's your exposure or whatever. And then you're just like getting dunked on. I do it for the love of the game, but I know most women go on there because they have OnlyFans. And so they promote the OnlyFans. So it's like, okay, in exchange for this public humiliation, I get money through subscribers.
You know what? That's the thing. Like, I heard you on Matt Leck, and I was like, oh, wow, like this would be a fun guest to talk to. But these sort of like fresh and fitty things, you can just like really feel the transactional vibe.
Yeah.
On every episode, it just feels like a total like, I'm going to get this many of hits. We're going to yell at you. This is a just totally uncharismatic, just financial transaction. And to me, that always the clips that I've seen of that show that really like bleeds through. There's something like wildly inauthentic about it,
but
disingenuous.
And that was one of the reasons I got kicked off whatever, because they said she's clip farming. And it was like the Spider-Man meme, because I'm like, what are you doing here, buddy? Like, you think we're just having enlightened conversations in front of these people for the hell of it? You're here to get clips of me, of you embarrassing some woke feminist, right? And messing me up. And I'm here to attempt to do the same to you. So I felt like I got kicked off because it was like they were getting mad I wouldn't walk through their trap door. And I'm like, yeah, I know I'm like not answering these questions. I'll answer like other things. And they like kept staying on it. I just didn't expect them to stay on it. And so they thought like, I got kicked off, which is funny because I was thinking like you could have kept me on and to just berate me for not telling you. But it said they kicked me off.
Unbelievable. The Whatevers.
Yeah.
The Whatevers podcast. I watched that clip and that like, honestly, like you're doing entertainment, really. This is like, or whatever. I've seen a limited amount of that, but it's like, this is like a podcast, and like, there's a way that you could make that at least like funny or something, but like, or like, this is why I was saying, like, if you're looking for like some kind of dating information from these things, like that the way that they were acting was so like awkward and like irritating that like just that I was like, no, these guys should not be giving anybody real advice or information. I mean, if you're watching this as some kind of like spectacle, that's fine, but these guys are so awkward, like.
And I also think like I was actually surprised because they actually benefit more when you can kick somebody off, because then you can immediately change the title to put feminist kicked off, which they did in my case. And you can farm the clip itself, which also has like 1 million views, just me getting kicked off, like not really any like broader context, just me getting kicked off. And so I'm thinking like these people were genuinely mad at me, but I'm like, but you know that you do better when you can kick somebody off, and they've kicked people off for far less. So, you know, it's not too much. It's a bit like pearl clutchy to me.
Do you feel like you got something out of it? Like the people, obviously the people who are a little like too far down that kind of internet rabbit hole, they might not be able to like discern some of this stuff. But do you feel like maybe it gave you, some people were like, oh, she seems interesting, she seems like she's got something to say. Like, did you get any benefit out of that? Or how
for that one? No, because I didn't really say anything on that podcast. It was like the only highlight is like me getting kicked out because I went with other people, and then they also invited a bunch of people, so it was like a stacked cast, and they barely had enough seats for everybody because they wanted, since they were inviting so many liberals and they need to outnumber the liberals or whatever, they invited just way too many people. And I mean, you see how many mics they have. They have like 15 mics, so it's like 15 people all competing for like, or let me have a discussion, you know?
Yeah.
So
let me ask. Yeah. I wanted to ask you about the Whatevers podcast. There's a girl who sits in the background. She's got a helmet. What's her deal? She captive?
No, she's not. She gets paid to do that, and she does other things for the show. She's just, I don't even know. She's just there for clicks. She just like makes minimum wage. She sits there and like it's just to get people to comment, why is she sitting there? And because she's attractive. And she's really nice, but she doesn't really say anything. And sometimes she participates in the show. And I remember there came one time where she was like, I'm going to open OnlyFans, but it's going to be safe for work and for like cooking because people are interested in me doing that or whatever. And then she got berated by Andrew Wilson, who is like sometimes his co-host, because he was like, you're exploiting men by doing that. And it's like, okay, well, you don't have an issue with exploitation because you're doing the same thing, but you just do it not on OnlyFans, you do it on YouTube in front of other people. So I'm like, why are you, what difference does it make that she's going to go on OnlyFans and do it? So I don't think she ended up doing it. So she just gets like minimum wage. I think her name's Madison, and then she gets some like exposure through Instagram or whatever. But the only reason why the audience is nice to her is because she doesn't say anything. If she's speaking and like disagreeing, they're not going to like what she has to say. For the most part, that's how it usually goes.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to ask you, let's go, because we're talking about this kind of stuff. There was somebody came on this stream earlier, and I don't know, this like has definitely happened to me. She was talking about how she was on a date and she tried to do a joke. She tried to do a Slavoj Žižek impression. She was talking about. This is one of those moments where you got to decide, is this person going to be a friend or a romantic partner, or did they just not pass a test? Do you know that moment when you're like, okay, maybe this is not one of my people, you know what I mean? And she's going to give this guy another chance, despite the
Wait, she's giving him a chance?
She's going to give him another chance, or maybe he wants her to give.
Wait, who rejected who?
So she did a joke basically, and he didn't get it. But it sounds like she still wants to go on another date with him. So I don't know, what advice do you have for her name's Molly? Should she give this guy another chance, or if she's like into this Slavoj Žižek stuff and he didn't get it, is this a red flag?
Well, I have always said for a long time that, you know, knowing and understanding who Slavoj Žižek is a prerequisite and should be for modern women of our age. So it's an immediate red flag to me, and unfortunately, I cannot recommend that she devote any more time to this. It won't end well. You know,
it won't end well. Yeah. We got to be on the same page, Slavoj wise. People are saying, please, but I cannot get the sound right on this. Sorry, guys, you're gonna have to deal with the bad sound. Shut up, chat. Another big moment that you've had kind of these like viral moments, which I appreciate. You cross paths with Dave Rubin again. Also on the Whatevers.
That was first.
And you got him on a good one that I really appreciate, where you're like, hey, why not have a little talk with Sammy Cedar? And he kind of melted down. What was that like? That blew up.
Well, so I got kicked off, and then naturally a few months or weeks later, the host of whatever, Brian, DM'd me asking, hey, do you want to come back on? And so I said, sure. And so I go back on knowing it's going to be Dave Rubin. But not only did he not understand his politics, he didn't realize that he told me after that, he was like, I feel like I was kind of left out in the cold because I thought he was more conservative than he is, but he was like a libertarian and he was like completely cool with like sex work. I just wasn't expecting these things. So he really just didn't look further than like his sub count on YouTube and like his most recent uploads. I was like, okay, because there's like a lot of history there, obviously. I was like, how do you not realize that, like, yes, his whole thing is pretending he was like a classical liberal and calling out the regressive left. And then he left the left and now he's just a MAGA Republican, but he LARPs as like a libertarian. And so the actual discussion itself was very nice, but then it's like, because he was actually respectful to the women because he was keeping up the facade of like, oh, I'm libertarian, so live and let live. If you guys want to do OnlyFans, I don't really give a shit. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't really work for the like good cop, bad cop dynamic that Brian wants to foster, where he's the good cop and the guest is usually the bad cop that like tells these women what's what and how they're never going to have kids because they posted a photo of them on the internet for money like a couple of years ago or whatever. But it was like kind of good cop, and that throws off the dynamic. But like once it got into politics, I could see the Dave Rubin like gears were turning in his head of like, I'm starting to think that this person doesn't just do sex work and like knows who I am. Because he said that he was like joking that he was a fascist. And then I asked him like, okay, how would you describe yourself? He's like, I'm a libertarian. And I said, okay, who'd you vote for like 4 years ago? And then he said Trump. And I said, okay, who do you want to vote for now? And then he said Ron DeSantis. And I was like, okay, this doesn't sound very libertarian. Like, you know, Ron DeSantis wants to like ban abortion, right? And he was like, oh, well, that's the one thing I disagree with him on. Just that thing. And then I said, he was like, but it went back to the states so they can do what they want. And I was like, well, you know, then he promised on the debate stage for the Republican, like president, like the candidate debates, that there's going to be a federal abortion ban if he gets elected. And he was like, yeah, I disagree with him on that. Then we're just kind of like, we were just talking about like and then he went from saying he's a libertarian to, I said, he's also trying to like restrict contraception access. And he said, well, you don't have a right to contraception. So, and
I love a good libertarian.
So yeah, those classic libertarian values of if the Constitution doesn't explicitly say that you have a right to something, who's to say that you really do? Let's just assume you don't. So, but then we got moved off that quickly because Brian doesn't really want to talk about politics, even though he brought on this like political guest. I actually thought, I'm like, why did you bring me on to debate him if we're not going to actually debate the politics? I didn't really understand that. And so right before he left, because even though the show is literally like 7 hours, 6 to 7 hours straight, sometimes it goes for almost 8. I think the longest one that I did was almost 8 hours straight.
Jeez.
Which is
start to lose it. I would start to like hallucinate talking that much. Jeez, what the what do you do for it? That's insane. That's
well,
crazy.
To me, I have the stamina for it because I can stream and stuff like this for this period of time. But the average person that he's bringing on, I don't think because they find people by reaching out on, people can DM them on Instagram, or he will use Tinder and he just swipes and swipes and swipes. And then when he messages them, he actually invites them on the show. So that's how he gets a lot of women. So they literally don't know that the show, like they don't even bother looking into the show sometimes because they're surprised about the length and they don't know really about the dynamics. And he sends all these rules beforehand, like you're told not to wear like black and white, and you're also told like don't wear a jacket because we keep the studio warm. And then they recommend that you wear like costumes and bright colors. They just want to like clip farm. And they don't want you to wear a jacket because you could like cover cleavage and stuff, and then that's not as good for views. That's like why they have those rules, but they don't really enforce it. But yeah, this is
okay. This is something that's like interesting about watching videos where you come on these shows, because like there is such a thing as like, quote unquote real debate, these like classic debates where people have this like long preparation. They basically do a speech, someone responds to the speech, they respond to that, they were back and forth, and it's usually like very researched. Like I've seen a few of these, right? When you come on one of these shows, I'm like, wow, she really knows her stuff. Like she's actually curious about this stuff. But they're throwing you in these situations that are just like pervert spectacles, basically. And you're like, but maybe this is like an interesting value where hopefully somebody will say, hey, you know what? Actually, like I should look into this in some kind of meaningful, curious way, even though I'm watching like a weirdo pervert show. That's kind of an interesting a thing you're doing, I think.
Yeah, it's fun to throw a wrench in there. And like every single time that I've done it, I will get people reaching out to me. You get all sorts of types reaching out to you. It's like 33% people asking you for feet pics, like an OnlyFans, a secret OnlyFans that they think I have that I don't. There's some people that are like, you're a crazy woke feminist bitch, but he didn't have an answer to that, and I kind of respect it. I respect that you come on and like humiliate yourself. Like it'll be this I could tell it's a genuine attempt at this backhanded compliment, but it is like, well, it's either they won't praise me, but they'll say my guy didn't really have an answer to that. I didn't like it, or they said, okay, I didn't agree with what you said, but it made sense. Like I understood what you were trying to say, even if I disagreed with it. So well done. And of course, that's the most you're going to get from somebody who, again, if you're watching the show, your opinion of women is quite low. So anybody that's like, the bar is in hell. So I'm not surprised that they're like, wow, there's women that can string a sentence together. There's women that have like college educations. I didn't know this until you came on, apparently. And then the other is just hate or people harassing you. So that's pretty much the response. But, all of this was because you asked me about like the Dave Rubin experience. So I'll get us back on track with that. So like Brian like abruptly ends like okay, let's move on, because he wants to talk about whatever he wants to talk about. It's usually a repetition of the same things. He likes to debate abortion, trans rights, trans people in sports, like wokeness, like things on Twitter that trend sometimes or whatever, but they have to be really careful with terms of service because of what they're doing. Because they're like clearly skirting the line, because Fresh and Fit used to literally be one of the most super chatted channels until it was demonetized by YouTube. And so whatever doesn't want to lose that either. So they try to like keep a lid on it. They try to keep it, under control a little bit. So he's actually very like, they're very, very strict about you never saying like, sexual assault.
Be careful.
Well, they're always like, you need to say unalive. You need to say grape instead of, you need to say essay. You need to say transformer, not trans people. Like these like stupid words that they make everybody say so that they can stay monetized on top of it. So he cut off that. And then Dave Rubin wanted to cut out after like maybe 2 hours, even though it's supposed to be like 5 or 7 hours. But, it's this guest going out of their way. And that usually always happens is like, I've gotten there, because this happened with Charlie Kirk, because I've debated Charlie Kirk on whatever, and Dave Rubin, that they showed up, they shook hands, and they said, I have somewhere to be in like just a little bit because I'm getting dinner with friends, so I can only be here for like an hour or two. And then they leave, and it always makes him upset because he's like, they know that the show is 5 hours, if not sometimes like 7. Why don't they stay the whole time? And I'm like, because they don't need to. Like, they have their own huge platform. And they get some exposure, but you're getting more exposure from them. And you don't tell them like, hey, you have to stay the whole time, and you're not paying them. So why would they stick around? So, he was annoyed that he didn't understand he had me on, but he didn't want us to debate politics really. And then he didn't realize that Dave Rubin's grift is not really trying to avoid coming off like an establishment Republican, which he is at this point. He didn't understand that part. And then he left very, very quickly. So like right before he left, that's when I like snuck in and like asked him that. And then he told me I wasn't getting a book. He said I was a troll. And he also said Sam Cedar's a garbage human being. And then completely unrelated, I get invited on an episode of Saucecast, and I don't even think I was told that Dave Rubin was on it. I show up and he was there. So it was
you can't avoid this guy.
I couldn't. And then he recognized me immediately. He was not excited to see me. And we're on the show, and I can tell, like, it was harder for him to maintain the whole, like, I'm just a libertarian man, because Saucecast is more willing to talk about politics. And so when certain things come up, he has to, like, say his lines to please the people that, you know, actually keep his lights on and pay for his mansion or whatever. And so, like, I remember, I think they were, what is it? They were shitting on, like, they asked me, like, what the hell has Bernie Sanders done? He's so old. He's been there forever. He hasn't done anything. And I said, because there's no point in defending his record to these people because they don't like what he has to say. So if I say, oh, he's done this thing, they'll be like, well, that was a bad thing to do anyway. So it was stupid. Not a good answer. So I said, well, he voted against the Iraq war, so I like him for that. And Adam was like, oh, yeah, that was a disaster or whatever. And I don't think Dave Rubin was willing to, like, say that because that would not please the people at the Brookings Institute or whoever, or like a Koch brother who's, like, paying him. So he wouldn't sign on to that. And then later we were talking about, like, universal childcare, and Adam was like, I could see that. Like, kids need, you know, free lunch and stuff, especially if they're poor. And Dave Rubin's like, I don't think so. I think we need to teach, you know, like, responsibility or whatever. And you would just, like, have to say these things out of nowhere that just kind of just go against the way he's trying to portray himself as this kind of, like, free-loving dude. But then when it comes to, like, the policy discussion, he has to, like, wedge it in there, like, oh, we shouldn't do that. Or that would be bad, because whatever, you know. And that kept happening over and over and over.
It's kind of interesting, like, that these guys, you know, this is, I mean, like, it's an obvious thing, but these are, like, I think Dave Rubin, it's funny that Dave Rubin is still around. Who's watching that?
He has almost 4 million subscribers.
I know, and he does still get views. I don't know. He's also very, like, unlikable. He's just like, there's something kind of like inauthentic about just he's very. If he were talking about anything, I would be like, this is like a chat bot that I'm watching. This basically seems like AI that I'm watching. But I think his book was like a free speech thing, or
it was called don't burn this, or like burn this book or don't burn this book, one or the other. But either way, he wants you to burn the book because the whole point is that he wants you to be triggered over it, you know, and have a meltdown on social media and then farm that. That's his whole agenda. There's nothing important in that book, you know. But I was deprived of a copy, so who's to say? I was told I was not getting a book.
What a nightmare that you're not getting a copy of that.
Of Dave Rubin's book. But then, the funny part was, he called me a loser when I, like, asked him about Sam Cedar again. That was literally just to get under his skin. And he said, God, you're such a loser. And I just think, I'm like, you've been online for, like, 10 years. How is it that you really don't have any... Did you really think you were going to be sealed off in, like, a true solid echo chamber that nobody would ask you? Like, if you're so into these high-level ideas, why don't you debate certain people? Why don't you have on people outside of just, you know, your echo chamber, more like right-wing pundits to promote your shit? Like, at one point, you were willing to talk to, like, Lauren Southern and Stefan Molyneux and Larry Elder uncritically, so why not talk to Sam Cedar? Because he's a trash human being. And then after it ended, I'm saying goodbye to everybody, and I'm, like, hugging and, like, shaking hands with people, and I put my hand out to shake his, and he would not shake my hand. And he walked away, and Adam saw it, and he was like, oh, like, I'll give you a hug. And so Adam hugged me. And then after that, like, Dave, he was like, no, come on, or like whatever. And then he went over to Dave Rubin. And then I said, like, it was, I don't even know what I said to him, but he just looked at me and he was like, oh, you're thirsty, huh? And I was like, I didn't know what to make of that. I was like, aren't you gay and, like, married? Like, I don't even know why he said that. It was bizarre. And then he wouldn't hug me or shake my hand still. So I don't know.
That's another example of maybe, you know, the comedy, the stand-up career was a non-starter from the beginning with jokes like that. Maybe, you know what I mean? That's, you gotta, maybe this when the stand-up thing didn't pop, you gotta go with another way to make as much money as possible with as little effort as possible. And I guess that's where we're at. That's where we're at with a lot of these guys. But like I was watching something, I think it was, I don't know, one of these like right wingers talking about free speech. And then you look into them and they have all these like, you know, billionaire donors and all this stuff. And it's one of the saddest. I mean, we're seeing right now, like real attacks on all kinds of free speech and all this stuff.
But Tim Pool says there's always been attacks on free speech, and there never really was any free speech. So why single this out? And
I guess he supports that.
Yes.
I guess he's pro like during the Iraq War when you would get canceled and get death threats and all that he liked that, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's funny with these guys. It's like a very sad version of not having free speech, where that money's going to get cut off if you get off message at all. It's weird. I mean, they probably all have some of that.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can use to explain. I'm like, why are you so mad? Again, you have millions of subscribers. You're in a solid echo chamber. You are paid handsomely and too much by both Russian backers, apparently, as well as domestic American backers that will just dump millions into your channel and propaganda network, that you should not be this bothered over somebody asking you about Sam Cedar. He totally could have blown the winds out of my sail by just being like, oh no, I'm not interested. He could have just straight up lied when but no, instead he gets he actually gets very, very upset with me, and then takes it personally because Offset, he was continuing to be very, very terse with me and strange. So
that's so there's something wildly immature about that. I mean, you're on to have a meltdown like that is it's the one thing that is gonna make you look the worst, and to fall into that trap is it's kind of amazing. You were talking about, I'm kind of curious about this, your take on this. All these probably would call themselves libertarians are I see probably Tim Pool type guys. They're very, very upset and worked up about OnlyFans. What's going on there? Why are these guys? Why does this resonate with whoever their viewers are? What are they so worked up about OnlyFans for?
I think it's one of two things. It's that they resent that women can just they see it as women can just simply remove their clothes and put it behind a paywall, and they get all these simps and all this money, and it's unearned and it's not fair. Whereas I, Tim Pool, must toil daily in my compound in West Virginia for several hours, doing a job that is the real work. And
lunch pail, hard hat work.
And that's the thing, is that they don't like that, because the only OnlyFans models that they know about are the huge the ones that they say, I make $1 million a month. But I've drawn attention to this because I'm like, okay, there's a reason you've heard of them, because they're the exception to the rule. That's why they're notable. They are incredibly wealthy, but like everything, if there's a 1%, then there's a bottom 99%. And also, to be in the top 1% of OnlyFans is impressive, but because they have so many users, that is literally about 18,000 users. So just they should also keep that in mind. And they should also keep in mind that the median or average OnlyFans model earns about a few $100s, if not $1,200 max. I really do think it's actually not even, I think it's just a few hundred. I don't even think it's 1,200. I think it's lower than that. They're not even making what a part-time McDonald's employee would make. So it's not
the vast majority of people on there are making nothing. I looked into this, the economics of this kind of thing, and it is, you're right. It's because I mean, it's just like any other social media site where it's unless you're either favored by some algorithm or whatever, you're gonna have to constantly promote yourself to get anybody to find you. It's just like any of this stuff.
And that's the thing, is that OnlyFans doesn't really have discoverability, because it's not a platform like standard adult websites where people go and they don't really have a person in mind always. They just search things and they click from there, and then that's it. With OnlyFans, people usually venture to the website because they've found somebody has put a link directly to that person's page in front of them, but you can't really search for people.
Right.
Right. So
it's you basically already have to be famous. This is what a lot of people did, they're like, okay, I'm already notable somehow, or I got some kind of viral attention. I can then direct people to OnlyFans, but it's just like anything else. It's like you basically like statistically won the lottery somehow already.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love this idea that they've set up this like totally like fantasy story of just like any woman can just like set up an OnlyFans. Now they have infinite money and they never,
Right.
it's like
the infinite money glitch.
Yeah, infinite money glitch. They came up with a story that makes them upset without like looking into the actual like what the real story is. And then why would you even be upset about that story in the first place if it were true? You know, like the whole thing is just like such a online like brain broken thing, I think.
And no, for sure. And the other thing is that it's like, I don't understand how they're constantly accusing women of lying, but then when it comes to claims related to OnlyFans income, we're going to uncritically accept women at their word now. Social media influencers, no less. And so every single woman on OnlyFans seems to be in the top 1%. Every single one consistently. I've never heard an OnlyFans model not claim that she was like not in the top 1% or top 5%. And I'm like, I realize it's 18,000, but I don't think that you can all be in the top 1%. One. And two, I'm like, you were just doing that to get more views and like, because that helps get subscribers because they're like, oh, this person's really famous. They're making millions of dollars. I need to see what's going on there. And then they subscribe based off of that. But it's like, well, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy because you have no way of knowing if they're actually there. So you might actually be the thing that helps propel them to that spot, but they're lying, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So what are you going on? Are you going on any more of these shows? You got anything else coming up?
Oh God. I mean, at some point I'll respond to Brian. I've been meaning to because he wants me to, but it's like, it's just so I'm in Florida. I have to fly all the way across the country. There's a time change. I hate air travel. It's just like a lot just for like just this one thing. And it's also very, very long because again, they want you to do it for like 7 to 8 hours. And so it's a whole day of travel. And then you have to wake up and you have to do it. And it's several hours long. And you go to sleep at like 2 or 3 in the morning. It just depends on when it ends. Like by the time it ends and you get back to where you're staying and you sleep and then you have to wake up and get back to the airport. And it's just not super fun or easy for me to like incorporate it to my schedule. But I have done I've done whatever, and I've done Fresh and Fit, and I have done what it's like Saucecast. And yeah, like those are the ones that I've been on.
What's the whale? Like, what's the thing you want to get on that what's your most, like, what's your biggest target of shows you want to get on?
I think it would be cool to go on Tim Pool's. And he's like starting to let on like random like Twitch streamers now. So like maybe one day I would go on Tim Pool. I also think going on like the actual PBD show is better because like Saucecast is definitely like kind of the, you know, not the off-brand PBD. I mean, it is part of, you know, the value entertainment movement. I don't want to downplay its contributions to that movement, but it's not the whale like you're saying. You know, it's sort of we have PBD at home type podcast. It's where I feel like a little bit of the rejects or the people that they funnel to when they don't feel like they're big enough for PBD. Which is strange to me because I really do feel like Dave Rubin, given his platform, should be on the PBD show, but I'm not going to complain that he's not getting more exposure, you know?
Yeah, he's already paid off his mortgage or whatever. Good luck to him. Well, Straighterate, thanks for coming on. Go check out Straighterate, everybody, and come back whenever you want. This was fun.
I will. Oh wait, really, really quick. So I was remembering that I was like, how did I learn about you? And it was because of Adam from YMS. Your movie sucks. And he shouted you out in his Poor Things review. It came to me because he noted that the Poor Things, the font for Poor Things is basically the same font or style of the writing for your thumbnails. Yep. And what is more...
I'm in a very long legal battle with them about that. Wait,
who's them?
Like the poor things people for using that font. I got a whole team. We've been going after them for what, 3 years, 4 years. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
What is it? Oh, what he failed to mention though is that this is the same font as Ray Dunn. Do you know what Ray Dunn is?
Oh my god. No, who's Ray Dunn?
How do you not know who this is? Have you ever stepped foot into Home Goods?
Oh yeah. No. On all these like Hobby Lobby type things, there's a ton of that font. I see that font all over in fact, like that's one of the first ones people sent me. They were like, look, it's your font. It was some mug, like
it's a mug that says mug. Love. It's a cookie jar that says cookie jar on it. That's like her whole that's her whole thing.
That's her whole thing. Okay, I'm gonna sue her too.
Right.
We're going to court with her too. Great.
Diluting the brand.
They've done permanent harm to my brand. Absolutely. All right. Well, hey, Straight Ray, thanks. Come back soon. Have fun. Good luck getting kicked off more shows.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
What a nice guy. What a nice young man. How are we doing? There's discourse in my chat about all of these things. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Good afternoon. Kind of defeats the point. Secret OF. People like Dave Rubin are the real whores. Yeah, this is truly the point that they will not confront on these shows. Whatever is crazy long, why does he do that? Because I'm pretty sure he keeps the show running until he hits a certain number of donos. And so he's found that it's usually after 5 hours he has hit the amount of donos that he needs. But he will not stop if he feels like there's more money to be squeezed out of it. Genuine question. What's the point of going on these shows if both the hosts and their audience are immovable? One, I find it pretty fun, surprisingly. Because in some ways, these people, despite with their despicable views, they're actually more honest in this weird way, because they're willing to kind of just say the quiet part out loud, and you're not pussyfooting around what your, beliefs are with respect to like women and pornography. They just outright say, yeah, all these women are whores and they, should not expect to ever get married and they're like terrible people. So in that way, it makes it kind of fun. And also you clip farm. You should look at Farah Khalidi's Twitter page, because she's able to make it worth her time and money. But of course she already has her like huge platform. So it makes sense when she goes on, like it means something. He takes the audience and the guests hostage. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's like not too inaccurate. I'm not going to lie. All right. What is going on here? Let's see. YouTube chat. Dave rarely ever debates by himself. He always needs backup. Yeah, pretty much. These people are not... They're at a point where it's not... They know the talking points and things that they need to say, but they know it's dwindling in popularity, and it's not... Even if they know what to say, it's not going to be well received. So they need to find other ways to incorporate those, the Brookings Institute or Project 2025 into what they're saying more covertly. It's not quite as fun to just kind of come out and say these things to your audience that is under the impression that you're like a right-wing populist, if that's how you've presented yourself, But yeah, I don't understand. These people could definitely do more debates, but they don't really need to, right? Libertarians are economic. Oh wait, I lost it. Sorry, you guys, hold on. Economic conservatives and social liberals, they align with the right because economic, they give a higher place than social issues. Rubin is a libertarian. Oh, okay. I guess I had it wrong. What's gone? What are you on about? Stop spamming emotes. At Amber. You put too many emotes, apparently, and you pissed off Nightbot. Just gotta have multiple collabs with people before you plan to go again. Callie is annoying. Plus, Adam doesn't do much research. I mean, I don't know if, like, I'll go on to these shows again at some point, I imagine. I just don't know when. I'm not exactly in a rush. It's just very disruptive to your schedule. I realize it's kind of like a boutique thing or whatever. I don't know how else to describe it. But taking like just 2 days to do like all this nonstop travel, which is horrible because I hate going through the fucking airport. And then a 3-hour time change and then doing the debate and then coming all the way back. It's just not fun. It's not ideal. If it were closer, I would do it more. But okay, what are we doing today? Let me pull up my stream links. Hold on. Also going to update the title. Okay. So I'm going to watch this Some More News video, The Next Generation of MAGA, and Norman Finkelstein versus Benny Morris on Piers Morgan. Let's see. I think we'll do that next. Finkelstein versus Benny Morris on Piers Morgan. I'm hearing noises, but I don't know what's happening. I'm getting like Streamlabs alerts. Still don't know what's happening though. Okay. Tim Pool's the same way. He can't debate by himself either. He always has his team. Well, I mean, yeah. Have you seen when he, what happens when he debates people? That Adam ruins everything. Like when he goes like head to head with certain people, it just doesn't seem like a good idea for him to do that. Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, full debate. Howdy, Ants and Sugar.
But to speak up. Head injuries, amputations, some are, many are burned alive. Show me the gas chambers.
He spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist.
Fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza.
That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
We are looking at the Holocaust live on 4K screens, and our politicians, our human rights organizations will help us.
It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
A genocide is something which is carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. They may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy. That's done by the generals and, unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
At least 54 Palestinians were killed in two.
All right, let's give some context. Title, clearly an ethnic cleansing. Norman Finkelstein versus Benny Morris on Gaza. This was uploaded 1 day ago on Piers Morgan's web show exclusive. I don't think what people realize is that this is this show is not actually broadcast on any television screen anywhere. It is exclusively on the web. I think people get the impression, especially when they like started seeing more and more YouTubers, like, holy shit, these people have gone mainstream, but it's not. It's exclusively a web show. At least 54 Palestinians were killed in 2 separate Israeli strikes on Sunday night, including on a school that was sheltering displaced families. Meanwhile, last week in Washington, a young couple working for the Israeli embassy were shot dead outside a Jewish museum, with the suspected assailant telling officers he did it for Palestine. Such extremism on both sides shows why this war should end soon, but how? Piers Morgan speaks to CEO of FAJR Global. Thank you for subscribing, Jose. Who has lost... I'm like curious. Are you like video essay, Jose? Because we love you here. If that's who it is. If it's one of the many other Jose's that exist, then we love you too. Who's lost 74 members of his family to what he says is a genocide in Gaza. Then Uncensored is joined by two people with very differing views on the war. Professor Norman Finkelstein and the Israeli historian Benny Morris. All right.
2 separate Israeli strikes overnight.
And Benny Morris is an Israeli new historian. He is the author of Righteous Victims and the creation of the Palestinian refugee problem. And Norman Finkelstein, think of him, we love Norm. Think of him like he's like Jewish Jordan Peterson.
Including on a school which was sheltering displaced families. Israel says they were targeted attacks on a Hamas command center, but it's now undeniable that the civilian death toll from the latest bombardments and blockade is intolerable. The ugly ripples of this increasingly ugly war are still being felt across the whole world. A young couple was shot dead outside a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. Both were Israeli embassy staffers. Suspected gunman, Elias Rodriguez, told officers, "I did it for Palestine." There's been a big reaction to what I said last week, with many of Israel's backers attacking me with the same venom that pro-Palestinians tend to do. And they don't like what I have to say the other way around. So let me just be clear again.
Dude, I'm very distracted by his foundation. Does anybody else see this line? Anybody else seeing this? It's like he clearly has foundation on that's kind of like warm, even though he has a cool complexion because it's like pink under here and around his eyes as well. Just point that out.
I don't pick sides. I try to follow the facts and call out extremism on both sides. When facts change, so do my opinions. And if your opinions don't change when facts change, then maybe you're the problem, not me. What is clear to me is that what started as a justified war, Israel's right to defend itself against a horrific
anti-Zionist Jordan Peterson, it's probably more apt.
Terrorist attack, has become something that has crossed.
It's like saying, oh, he's like Jewish Jordan Peterson. That presupposes that Jordan Peterson is willing to like openly call himself a Christian when he's not, clearly.
Any line. And that is why this war has got to end, and it has to end very soon. In a moment, I'll talk to Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein.
I thought, didn't he just concede? I meant to watch this. He debated Mehdi Hassan, or they were talking about this, and I thought he conceded that, like, no, it's a genocide. But now he's back to it's a war.
The first 1 year after he spoke to me from the hospitals inside Gaza, I'm joined by the American medic, Dr. Mossab Nasser. Well, Dr. Nasser, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Surely this won't be depressing.
In even more appalling circumstances than the last time we spoke. Just tell me what it's like there right now in Gaza, what you're hearing, what you're seeing, what the reality is, because international journalists like me aren't allowed in. As I keep berating Prime Minister Netanyahu, if you want people to believe what you're saying about this, let the international journalists in. But they don't. So we're reliant on...
Thank you for subscribing, John.
Very scant detail, other than people like you who really know.
Well, thank you, Piers, for having me again.
Yes, he did call it a genocide. Piers probably thinks it can be both. Why the hell not? Sure. Some days it's a genocide, other days it's a war. It's just whatever the hell you're feeling like it is.
Last time was May 2024 when I was actually at the European hospital in Gaza. There was actually recently bombed, and many civilians were killed in that attack. You asked me how it is in Gaza today. The best example I can tell you, as someone who lives in Texas, is that the Israelis, unfortunately, or the Israeli army treats the Palestinians in Gaza like animals, almost like a, the game hunting in a ranch in Texas, where you have these high fenced ranches with exotic animals, where hunters go and chase these animals from one side of the fence to the other and kill these animals. And that's unfortunately how the Israeli army treats the Palestinians in Gaza today, like game. And you can actually see the gratification on their faces when they hunt a child or a woman or destroy a school or a kindergarten. So it's very sad to see that we have reached this reality that at this time in history, people are treated like animals. And, this is what we've heard at the beginning of the war, that Palestinians are human animals, and they have been treated as such for the past almost 2 years now.
That's an all-time classic from former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who said, "We're fighting human animals and we will act accordingly."
While the entire world is watching. So probably this is
as he announced a total siege, which meant no food, water, electricity. This was back on like October 8th of 2023.
Example,
maybe
someone who lives in Texas and sees how hunters go to these ranches to chase game. That's what we see in Gaza today.
You have, I know, huge amounts of family and friends in Gaza. How many have lost their lives? People that are close to you?
So far, personally, my entire family is in Gaza. I've lost 74 members so far. One of them was my mother. She died last year, almost a year ago. And I just lost my nephew, who's 20 years old, had a life ahead of him, such a handsome, intelligent, bright young man, who went, again, like game in Texas, he went to look for food for his family, and he was targeted in Israeli airstrike and died of shrapnels in the chest and the head. And in fact, he died between his father's arms. He bled to death, and by the time the ambulance arrived to take him to the hospital, he was declared dead. So this is the reality. I mean, so far, 74 members of my family have been lost in this vicious war. And I can tell you, Piers, as a Palestinian, and I lead a humanitarian organization, and we try to be as much as we can neutral and unbiased in our judgment. But we're left with no choice but to speak up. And I can tell you, watching these images coming out of Gaza on a daily basis of children being amputated, malnourished, head injuries, amputations. Some are, many are burnt alive. Until last night, we've seen those images coming out of Gaza. I can tell you, show me the gas chambers, honestly. The death in a gas chamber is 100 times more merciful than being burnt alive in an Israeli fire. That is the reality where we are today. So we are looking at a Holocaust live on 4K screens, and our politicians, our human rights organizations, our celebrities are just watching and feel helpless. I don't know if they endorse it or they can't speak up, but it's time to speak up. You cannot just sit on the sidelines watching this horrific murder take place right in front of our eyes, and then maybe 10 or 100 years from now say, well, we wish we've done something about it. This is the time.
As you know, the Israeli argument has remained that they are on a mission to take out Hamas. They say Hamas continue to operate and live amongst civilian populations, and therefore...
This dude just finished saying, like, yeah, I've lost double-digit amount of family members, and also, like, Palestinians are being treated like cattle as they, like, try to get food, and they, like, round them up into these small areas. Some would say they're concentrating them in these small areas, and they're starving. And Piers is like, yeah, well, Israel says that they're, like, just trying to get Hamas, though.
As they take out the terrorists with these strikes, they are inevitably going to kill civilians in the process, but that doesn't make it an unjust or immoral war, that they are defending themselves against a terrorist attack of enormous and horrific scale. And this is the only way that they can dismantle Hamas. What is your response to them?
Piers, I think if that is really the case, that's the most failed military operation in history. You have one of the most sophisticated armies in the world with the most sophisticated technologies. They can go and surgically get to Hamas, terrorists from Gaza or in Gaza if they want to. But that is not the case. What we see is, deliberate targeting of schools, of homes. My nephew was not a Hamas. He's not even a Hamas sympathizer. He went to look for food and he was killed, along with 24 innocent people like him who were waiting in line to get food for their families. It's a trophy hunt. It has absolutely nothing to do with Hamas today. It is basically an obvious and clear ethnic cleansing, and only someone that lives in denial or someone who's honestly completely crazy would believe otherwise.
Well, I've resisted the call from many that it's a genocide on the basis that it seemed to me that Israel, for a long time, I believed, had a fundamental right to defend itself, and that's what they were doing. I have to say, when I listened to Smotrich, one of the more right-wing of a very right-wing cabinet under Netanyahu, talking the other day, he was talking in clear genocidal language. It was unarguable. And when you look at what's happening on the ground in Gaza, I don't see any plan other than the apparent total disintegration of all infrastructure there and the killing of as many people as possible, all under the pretext that they say that they're only going after Hamas and doing so in as humane a way as possible. It just doesn't seem that what we're seeing on a daily basis and hearing on a daily basis represents that pretext at all. And I also see no end game. I don't understand what Israel's plan is here, other than what Smotrich says it is, which is to clear everybody out, which is that is genocide. If you eradicate a people...
First time Smotrich ever spoke like that. It was such a shock, I know. Piers is like, you're telling me for the first time. I'm starting to think you don't actually care about only getting Hamas.
From their home, based on ethnicity, that is a genocide. So, all those who've been calling it that, and I've been resisting, I've now been saying I find it almost impossible to disagree now, given what we're witnessing.
Well, you've come a long way, Piers, and I admire you, and I respect that you have really changed your position on what's happening in Gaza. It's as I said, it's obvious. You can't really deny the fact that what's happening is a genocide. What's happening is an ethnic cleansing of an entire population. Are you still with me?
Yes, I am.
He's like, you can't really deny that. And the state of Israel is like, yeah, well, hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's undeniable. The mass starvation of children, the malnutrition that the children of Gaza are facing. We've just evacuated 5 children out of Gaza to Texas actually for treatment, and one of them really straight to the ICU from Gaza, malnourished, broken bones, amputated arm. It's horrific. I carried those children between my arms all the way from Egypt, first evacuated from Gaza to Egypt and then to the US. It's heartbreaking to see these children having to suffer that level of suffering for absolutely no reason. This is not a war about Hamas. This is not a war about defending Israel defending itself. This is simply a clear ethnic cleansing. I'm not a lawyer or an attorney to give a label for what's happening, but many of the lawyers have basically described what's happening in Gaza as a genocide. And in fact, the food distribution plan that Israel is enforcing and forcing upon humanitarian organizations today clearly reflects that this is basically an ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. Having the Palestinian household or family members basically to go and pick their aid from a specific location that's highly fenced with checkpoints effectively. It's another reason for Israel to kidnap more Palestinians and for them to disappear forever. I still have many of my colleagues from Nasser Hospital have been kidnapped since the beginning of the war. These doctors have never come back. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, he fought, for his patients until the last second. No one knows where his whereabouts. All the news indicates that he's being tortured in Israeli jails. Many, many amazing doctors had absolutely nothing to do with Hamas. Just disappeared. The targeting of journalists, the targeting of aid workers, the targeting of children. What does that have to do with Hamas? And again, as I said, if you cannot defeat Hamas throughout all this time, almost 16, 17 months, to me, that's the most failed military operation in history.
Well, it's clearly not working because the hostages haven't been released. They should be, absolutely should be, but they haven't been, which means the military operation by Israel's forces to secure their release just isn't working. The strategy just does not work. Listen, Dr. Nasser, it's great to talk to you. Thank you.
It's not that it doesn't work. It's that they refuse these deals because it's not the only thing that they're interested in. Nothing short of total victory.
You for the work that you do. I'm so sorry about the incredible loss to your family and your mother and your nephew and all the others that you've lost from your extended family in Gaza. My heart goes out to you and to your family. It's become an utterly horrific war, this, and it has to end. But I thank you for joining me again.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, we're going to be joined now by two people with very different views about the war, Professor Norman Finkelstein and Benny Morris, Israeli historian. Well, welcome to both of you. Benny Morris, my main question right now for Benjamin Netanyahu, I put it to him on X directly. And I said, if you're doing everything by the book and everything is justified and everything is legal and you're not committing any war crimes or any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing wrong, let international journalists go in and see for themselves. And I think it is completely shameful that the Israeli government continues to stop international journalists from doing their job. And it's down to the individual risk assessment will be by the journalists and their companies. Now, it was put to me on 2-3 days ago by an IDF member that somehow this is being done for the safety of the journalists. It's not. It's complete nonsense. And that's not down to the Israeli government anyway to make that call. I mean, do you at least accept that it is wrong that journalists are not allowed in there?
I completely agree with you, Piers. The government has made a terrible mistake in not allowing journalists in, and whoever dies there dies, but they should have allowed them in. But I would like to make a comment about what your previous guest was saying. He said he spoke about objectivity or something.
Oh, they're like, I didn't realize that they're like listening into the conversation that just occurred, but right before they get into it.
The man is a total Hamas propagandist. Half the things he said were outright lies. Lots of doctors have been abducted and have disappeared is total nonsense. I know of 1 or 2 cases of doctors who were taken to an Israeli detention center. What happened to them afterwards, I don't know. I don't think they've been killed. I think they're under arrest for whatever reason. But
so they could have been abducted.
Many doctors have been. Many doctors.
You're basically agreeing with him, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who were detained. You know of 1 or 2.
I know of 1 or 2 doctors.
You're confirming his story.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest is a lie, as is a large part of what he's saying. Had Israel wanted to kill all the Palestinians, that's what genocide actually means, there would have been many, many, many more deaths.
There is no way Benny Morris doesn't know that genocide is the destruction of a group in whole or in part. It's not total destruction.
Gaza. Each time Israel launches an air raid, we hear of the Palestinians saying 24 people have died, 30 people have died, and I'm sure many of them are civilians, but I'm also sure that the Air Force going in against these targets is attacking Hamasniks. We never hear from the Hamas how many people are being killed in these strikes. All we hear about and all we see on television is dead babies and dead women. They never show grown male, army-aged males being taken out.
That's what it means. So there were no Jews alive after the Holocaust. I know. Why didn't Piers Morgan say that? You should have said something like that.
Of these ruins. And the Hamas
maybe normal
uses these things systematically. They the schools, the hospitals, various so-called safe compounds to hide in.
But out of interest, all right. But Benny Morris, when you hear someone like Smodrich last week talking about the campaign to just clear everybody out,
he's disgusting. You don't have to convince me. He's disgusting.
Right. But so my question for you, but my question for you though is this. All right, he's disgusting. What he said was disgusting.
Yes.
What he said was also genocidal. Whereas you do not believe it's genocide that's going on, he clearly is talking in a way which made me believe that.
Okay, so Benny Morris will either say he's just one person or he's not actually in charge of military affairs. So just don't worry about that.
Actually,
don't worry about that weird stuff he said.
Genocide. It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area, and that is a genocide.
No. A genocide is something which is top-down government policy and carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. He is definitely, some of his speeches are genocidal. I don't know what he means exactly. And there are other ministers who speak like him, and they shouldn't be doing that. And they may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy, and they do not control what the army is doing. That's done by the generals, and unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
Okay. Notice the heat that he had for the first guy. He's like, this dude's just repeating Hamas propaganda. He's lying. It's not true or whatever. And then he goes on to try to poke a hole in his story. And Piers is like, you're kind of confirming it with what you just said. No. And then he said, well, just a little part, not the whole thing. Even though he started off by saying he's fabricating all this info and lying. And now we're moving on to not just a random guy who's sharing his experience. We're talking about officials within the Israeli government. And suddenly it's well, people say these things. These things happen. But luckily that dude's not handing out orders. He's not a general. So just don't worry about it that much.
Yeah.
To me, that when I hear this is but they're just this one guy or whatever. It's could you imagine if, let's say Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, said some crazy shit. We need to genocide the Canadians. I think it's time. And then the defense of that from the United States government was not even to remove her or fire her from her position or get her out of government. It's well, she doesn't actually write military policy. It's other generals and stuff. So even though she's affiliated with it, don't worry about it too much.
Okay, we bring in Norman Finkelstein.
It's got nothing to do with, but it's got nothing to do with genocide.
Well, I think you're getting perilously close to agreeing with me. Norman Finkelstein, I mean, the bottom line is, if it sounds from the rhetoric like a genocide, if the actions on the ground are becoming increasingly genocidal, if there's no other plan being put out there for what happens to Palestinian people other than many more will die and the rest will be thrown out of Gaza, I don't know what else you end up calling this. And, I listened to that doctor. I didn't hear somebody that I felt was a Hamas sympathizer or propagandist. He went out of his way to say he wasn't.
He's just a liar. He's a liar.
Well, he's a liar who's lost 78 members of his family. So, I mean, Norman Finkelstein.
Maybe it's true, and I agree.
Maybe.
And I feel sorry for him, but they're caught up in the bad situation where Hamas controls the population and is willing to sacrifice as many civilians as they can to win world support.
All right, Benny.
Which is exactly what
Norm come in with the steel chair.
Finkelstein.
Well, thank you for having me on the program, and I hope that you'll hear me out. Is it a genocide? Well, as you know, Piers, from the first time I appeared on your program many months ago, I said it was a genocide. I said it was perfectly obvious when October 9th, the then Defense Minister Gallon said, we're not going to allow in any food, fuel, water, or electricity. Well, for a hermetically sealed population, that's a genocide. When the head of state, Mr. Netanyahu, compared the current situation with Amalek and invoked the biblical reference, it was clear, as the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem put it, that he was talking about genocide. Now, in the 19 months that have elapsed, there have been adjustments in Israeli policy due to external pressure. That's called politics. So when the external pressures escalated, they had to diminish the genocide. And then beginning roughly when Kamala Harris was nominated for president in the United States, and all the cameras switched to the American election, Mr. Netanyahu, who's very sensitive to and knowledgeable of the American media, he then escalated the genocidal assault on Gaza again. And then, as you remember, because I did several programs with you at that time, as you'll remember, every day there was another massacre. There were so many massacres, it was impossible to keep count, and it was impossible to remember. Now, again, there was some lessening.
The first massacre, okay, which was launched by Hamas.
Okay, I've not forgotten it. Danny, but you have to remember manners. I'll remember the massacres, and you remember manners. I'm speaking now. So there were times when Israel, as I said, escalated the genocide and then diminished the genocide. Now, let's talk about the responsibility and the mindset. You've mentioned Mr. Smotrich. I mentioned Mr. Netanyahu. There was also several others whose names have constantly come up. Obviously, Defense Minister Gallant, who was indicted along with Prime Minister Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court. But it's not just the leadership. It's not just the leadership. The most recent poll showed that fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews, we're talking now about the population, fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza. That's what the poll result showed. 82%.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
There's never been a poll about...
Benny, you're not listening to me.
You're purveying lies.
Okay, Benny.
What is that poll, Norman? What is that poll, Norman? It seems a very important poll. What is that poll you're referring to?
It was a university, if my memory is correct, it was a University of Pennsylvania poll. It was reported everywhere. Benny Morris knows about the poll. He's fully informed of the poll, but he's doing his job as an official Israeli propagandist.
I don't like his government.
All right, let's fact check Norm here. 50% of Israeli Jews are okay with genocide. University of, he said Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania. This was 5 days ago. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is the one that, okay, it's the same one. I didn't realize it was like conducted. This was the one that was conducted in Hebrew. All right, give it to me in English. Yes to transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents. 20 years ago, Rabbi Yitzhak Ginsburg, the spiritual father of the Hilltop Youth, outlined a vision for the elimination of democratic institutions and the establishment of Jewish supremacy. After October 7th, it seems that this vision is coming true precisely before our eyes. This is co-authored by 2 different people, and they give some background information. Let's see. And here's the thing. Just how appealing the apocalyptic language offered by Ginsburg is to Israeli Jews from all walks of life who are thirsty for a quote-unquote solution to the Palestinian problem is shown by a survey conducted in March, which sought to examine a series of quote-unquote impolite questions, the place of which we would not recognize in surveys that are regularly conducted in Israel. The survey was conducted by one of the HMs at the request of Penn State University among 1,005 respondents who constitute a representative sample of the Jewish population in Israel. To the question, do you support the claim that the IDF, when conquering an enemy city, should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites acted when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, that is, kill all its inhabitants? 47% of all respondents responded in the affirmative. 65% of those surveyed responded that there is a contemporary incarnation of Amalek, and of these, 93% responded that the commandment to wipe out the memory of Amalek is also relevant to that modern day. Amalek. It seems that Ginsburg and other Haredi rabbis can be especially proud of the change that has occurred in the Jewish population. 82% of those surveyed expressed support for the forced expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip, and 46% supported the forced expulsion of Arab citizens of Israel. In the 2003 survey, the positive answers to these questions were only, quote unquote, 45% and 31% respectively. Further evidence of Ginzburg's great victory can also be seen in the widespread adoption of positions supporting ethnic cleansing and genocide by the secular public, which has failed to present an alternative to Messianic Zionism in the form of an organized alternative anchored in the pursuit of human rights. 69% of secularists support the forcible expulsion of Gaza residents, and 31% of them see the extermination of Jericho residents as the precedent that the IDF should adopt. Okay. So, horrifying. Let's see if that's that. Okay. And this was a few days ago.
Benny knows about the poll. He's fully informed of the poll, but he's doing his job as an official Israeli propagandist.
I don't like this government.
Benny,
I'm not their spokesman.
You've reduced yourself. Mr. Benny, you've reduced yourself to the level of a Holocaust denier. It's a real shame that you have sunk so low. But allow me to continue. The poll showed that 82% of Israeli Jews, 82% support a forced expulsion from Gaza.
That's not
the
the same as genocide.
Population.
That may be true. That may be true, but that's not genocide. That's not genocide. What you said before about genocide is total nonsense. Total nonsense.
Piers, you're going to have to ask Benny Morris to please allow me to speak.
Well, Benny, I will let you respond to this.
You're taking up all the time, though.
Yeah, Norman, you must give him a chance to respond.
Okay, I will finish. I will finish. Then one of the leaders of the opposition in
man, he just speaks slowly.
Israel described Israeli soldiers as killing children as a hobby in Gaza. Now, yes, he took it back. He took it back after he came under ferocious attack. But he himself acknowledged, when I debated Mr. Morris about a year ago, and I said that Israel targets children, he laughed. He thought it was such a funny remark by me.
It's absolute
I'm wondering, after the foreign doctors in Gaza, after the foreign doctors in Gaza attested that the children were being shot in the head and the chest, and when one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel said that the Israeli soldiers killed children as a hobby.
I must let Benny respond, Norman. I must let Benny respond. Benny.
There has never been a poll asking Israelis whether they support genocide. This is a total lie, and the 50% figure is also something completely out of Norman Finkelstein's imagination, his twisted mind, actually. There is no targeting of children deliberately, and what this politician said, and he's actually a very clever politician and usually tells things straight and the truth, was a slip of the tongue, and he said—
Thank you for subscribing. TrevBot.exe.
I made a mistake. I said the wrong thing, and I shouldn't have used that phrase. Stupid phrase. Israeli soldiers do not target, as a rule, children. There may be, and I'm sure there are and have been, war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers and pilots, perhaps, in this war in the course of 19 months. But I don't think we should forget that Hamas is a homicidal, a homophobic, misogynist, totalitarian organization which tried to kill as many Israelis as they could, most of them civilians, on the 7th of August. And what befell Gaza as a result is revenge for that attack by the Hamas. And the Hamas said they would do the same thing again if they are revived and resuscitated as a leading organization in the Gaza Strip. And I think that's the objective of the Israeli army, to end Hamas rule and to end the Hamas as an organization in the Gaza Strip.
But Benny Morris is correct that he did say this. I can't remember what program.
Normal, who doesn't support Islamists, doesn't support anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't—
I can't show it, but he did say it.
—support homophobia, should be against Hamas, which Norman Finkelstein apparently isn't.
Yeah, but I don't hear people supporting Hamas certainly in mainstream media or anywhere else. Everyone's of a unanimity that what they did was unconscionable and they should be held to account. The problem is that the strategy that the Israeli government— Yes, I heard.
They still want to do and say they want to do.
Benny, let's just assume, because they said it themselves, in fact, the spokesman said it after October the 7th, that if they can do it again and again, they will. So they want to get rid of all the Jews in Israel. Okay, that is Hamas.
And of the state of Israel.
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay, I found it. So this guy, come on. I'm just trying to share facts here. Okay. Ghazi Hamad, a senior Hamas member. He was formerly the chairman of the Border Crossings Authority in the Gaza Strip and deputy foreign minister in the Hamas government of 2012. Sorry. Statement since the 2023 Hamas-Israel war. On the 24th of October 2023, while member of the decision-making Hamas Political Bureau, in an interview for the Lebanese Broadcasting Corporation, Hamad reiterated that Israel should be destroyed and stated that Hamas should repeat the October 7, 2023 attacks using its Hamas-given operational name. We must teach Israel a lesson, and we will do it twice and 3 times. The Al-Aqsa deluge is just the first time. He claimed that Hamas did not intend to harm civilians, but there were quote-unquote complications on the ground. Hamad also said, we are the victims of the occupation period, therefore nobody should blame us for the things we do. On October 7th, October 10th, 1 millionth October, everything we do is justified. On August 24th, 2024, Hamad said that the October 7th attack successfully disrupted Arab-Israeli normalization and led to increased recognition of Palestinian statehood. He also reiterated the group's refusal to recognize Israel, stating, we will never accept anything less than the historical Palestine. We do not believe in a two-state solution. We will never recognize Israel. And although we might accept the creation of a Palestinian state or Palestinian entity on the 67 borders with its capital as East Jerusalem, we would never recognize Israel. So he says this. Benny Morris rightly condemns him for it. But what's interesting to me is that when Smotrich makes the same sorts of deplorable statements, he resorts to saying, well, he doesn't actually control these things, so you really shouldn't be that worried, or you can't really infer genocidal intent from that just because he said it, because that is under the provision of the IDF and the generals and the people that craft their policy. But when it comes to this Hamas official, who is a deputy foreign minister, this is something that is taken to represent Hamas's motives, whether like when it comes to their militancy, terrorist actions, etc.
And of the state of Israel.
But the problem is, as I've always said from the start of this, what is a proportional response to what happened? And what is the end game? What does Israel actually want at the end of this? And I'm beginning to think they don't have any plan at all. That actually, what
by any chance was that Hamas guy in Gaza leading military forces? No, I'm pretty sure the reason why he was not only in Jordan, on Jordan television saying that is because he was in Jordan the entire time.
They're hoping is that they can pursue the line of many of the more right-wing members of that cabinet. Maybe Netanyahu himself now has been introduced into this because he has no incentive to end the war, because the moment it ends, he'll be held accountable for allowing October the 7th to happen in the first place, which was hugely unpopular for him in the polls with the Israeli people. But secondly, he's facing corruption charges in a criminal court the moment this is all over. There is no incentive for him to end it. And so this carries on and on with more and more Palestinians being killed. And all right, you might have a belief that the IDF never deliberately target children, but they are deliberately and relentlessly targeting civilian areas in their estimation, going after Hamas. But in the process, they know they are going to kill on a daily basis dozens, if not hundreds, of innocent people as well. And that's been going on now week after week, month after month. And at some point, you surely have to concede that this strategy is not working. It's making Israel global pariahs. It's making Israel global pariahs. There is no evidence that Hamas is being dismantled. In fact, the opposite appears to be happening, where for every Hamas terrorist killed, they're apparently replacing them with multiple more people who share their ideology. The hostages are not being released. God knows how many of those hostages may be killed now with these intensifying airstrikes. Israel now says it's launching. Israel now says, well, let me finish. Israel now says it's launching a massive new attack. Well, okay, bully for Israel, but actually none of this seems to be working. And so at some point, I say, enough. Yes, correct me.
Okay, I understood that. Can I correct you on one small point? The Hamas kidnapped 251 hostages, most of them Israelis, some of them Nepalese, some of them Thai, on the 7th of October 2023. Of those, 177 were actually released as a result of the Israeli counteroffensive in interim arrangements.
Well, they were released by diplomacy, actually. They were released through diplomacy.
But Israeli military pressure is what persuaded the Hamas, because they also
so why is it not working now? Why isn't it working now?
It will work. I don't know. Firstly, there's only 20 alive Israeli hostages left in Hamas hands. I do believe that the government is incompetent in...
We don't know that. We know over 50 are not accounted for.
No, we know there's 20 live ones and assume 38 dead ones. That's what...
Piers being sensible on this now is shocking. No, he says we'll get some clicks and views. It's pretty untenable to attempt to defend Israeli actions at this point. So he had to drop it. He had to drop the pretext.
Okay, nobody knows for sure. The government now, which was incompetent and I think incompetently managed this war, that's why it stretched out for so long. Though don't forget, we also had a war with Iran and with Hezbollah, and we continue to have a war with the Houthis from Yemen. So it's not just been Israel focusing only on Gaza. But
but in the war, if I may say, before I go back to Norman, with the war with Hezbollah, that was a scenario where Israel, in terms of military operation, brilliantly targeted 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists in a way that begs the question, why could they not have done a similar operation on Hamas? And I've heard all the...
Wait, is he talking about the pagers or something else?
...excuses and explanations and arguments. But in one case, Israel has now, since October the 7th, 2023, just launched endless strikes and assaults on civilian populations in Gaza, killing, we don't know how many, but we know it's many tens of thousands.
Do you think he would ever praise if, like, Palestinian militant factions did the same shit, but with, like, IDF officials, like, setting off pagers when they were, like, in their homes and shit? Do you think Piers would be like, wow, that was stunning work from them, very much precise?
Including over 20,000 children in a population with 50% under 18. And in their offensive against Hezbollah, which was incredibly successful, they targeted 3,000 terrorists with pages, which have got explosives in. You know, there's a massive difference in the way that Israel's gone about these two counter-terrorist operations, as they would put it. And I would argue the way they went after Hezbollah had global support in a way that the way they've gone after Hamas in Gaza is increasingly making Israel a global pariah. Norman, your response?
I agree with you completely, but there were two reasons for that. The first one is that the Hamas...
Norman, your response. Benny, I was like, I completely agree with you. Let me go on another diatribe.
Hidden behind civilians and in tunnels underneath civilian centers.
Are we having a monologue?
Norman.
With all due respect to you, Piers, I think there's a misunderstanding about what's been happening since October 7th. Once October 7th happened, it was a crisis for Israel. About that, there's no dispute. But it was also viewed, as the cliche had it, it was also an opportunity. And the opportunity was to once and for all solve the Gaza question. Now, from day one, it was perfectly obvious that the goal of Israel was to solve the Gaza question through three methods. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, mass killing, mass death and destruction. Now, if you look at it from that vantage point, the operation has been hugely successful. I don't know why, with all due regard, and I do respect you, I don't know why you keep saying it's been unsuccessful. They've destroyed about 90% of the housing in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the hospitals in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the universities in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the arable land in Gaza. Gaza won't be habitable anytime in the next 2 decades, according to the best estimations by the international community, international organizations, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, UNCTAD, and so forth. It's been hugely successful. Where we're at now is the final phase. And the final phase is why all the rats, like the leadership in the UK right now, and the French and the Canadians, they're trying to jump off the sinking ship because they know exactly what Israel has in mind. We're now at the apocalypse, the final phase. Mr. Morris has written a lot about 1948 in Israel. And in fact, what's happening now is very similar to what happened in October 1948. If you read his books, which I have, you see a massive escalation of atrocities during the 1948 war as they're trying to finish the job. And now Israel is trying to finish the job. If you read your own Financial Times, it described very beautifully what this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was about. They were going to set up 2 or 3 distribution points in the south of Gaza. And then everybody from the north and the middle of Gaza would have to go to the south in order to get food or water or medicine.
And this shit was so bad that the head of the organization ended up resigning. I think his name is Jake Wood. Jake Wood resigns. Gaza Humanitarian Org. Yeah, like citing a lack of independence. Copy. Yeah, Jake Wood. Head of new Gaza aid system resigns over lack of autonomy. Jake Wood quit the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, saying it was not possible to implement a new Israeli-backed aid system in the enclave while remaining neutral and independent. This was 2 days ago. The head of a group overseeing a contentious new aid program in the Gaza Strip resigned on Sunday, hours before the program was set to start operating, saying that he had found it impossible to perform the job independently. Jake Wood, the executive director of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, stepped down after reports in several news outlets, including the New York Times, raised questions about the group's independence and its connections with Israel. In a statement distributed by the foundation, Mr. Wood said, "It is clear that it is not possible to implement this plan while also strictly adhering to the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence, which I will not abandon." Mr. Wood's departure followed growing acrimony within the traditional aid sector about efforts by Israel to replace the current aid system in Gaza, with one overseen by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a new and untested group founded late last year. The foundation has hired private contractors, including one run by a former CIA officer, to secure and distribute food from 4 sites in areas of southern Gaza under Israeli military control. One site was expected to open on Monday, according to people familiar with the process. Aid agencies have warned of a looming famine since early March, while Israel implemented a blockade on food and fuel to Gaza. That blockade has only just begun to ease. The project's supporters say it will enable Palestinian civilians to access food while preventing Hamas from stealing, stockpiling, and even selling it at inflated prices. Critics, including the United Nations, say it is a dangerous plan that will force civilians to walk miles through Israeli military lines to find food and likely accelerate an Israeli goal to displace people from northern to southern Gaza. Responding to Mr. Wood's departure, the foundation said its operations would begin without him and would be feeding more than 1 million Palestinians, or roughly half of Gaza's population, by the end of the week. The group said that critics, quote, who benefit from the status quo have been more focused on tearing this apart than on getting aid in, afraid that new creative solutions to intractable problems might actually succeed. See, critics are just not thinking creatively, and that's really what they're opposed to here. It added, "We will not be deterred. Our trucks are loaded and ready to go." Until his resignation, Mr. Wood has maintained that he operated independently of Israel and its interests, and had pledged in an interview with the New York Times that he would not participate in a program that enabled the displacement of civilians. Then on Saturday, the Times and other outlets published articles that cast doubt on the project's autonomy. The Times found that the contours of the project were first conceived in late 2023, weeks after the start of the war, by a group of Israeli officials and military officers and their partners in the Israeli business sector. Through 2024, Israeli officials developed the project with private American security contractors, principally Philip F. Riley, a former senior CIA officer. By late 2024, a team led by Mr. Riley had settled on the idea of forming a foundation to fund and hire private contractors to take over aid distribution in Gaza, according to a planning document reviewed by the Times. Last November, representatives of Mr. Riley started a version of the foundation, as well as the main security company that will be securing the project within Gaza. Mr. Wood, a former U.S. Marine, was hired in early 2025 to run the project as a co-founder of Team Rubicon, an aid organization. He'd overseen humanitarian operations in scores of crisis zones over the past decade, including in Haiti, Myanmar, and Sudan.
And then
do with that what you will.
Was congregated in the South, what do you think is going to happen? Exactly what happened in October 1948. There were going to be the massacres. You know what they were going to say.
Can I say something?
There was rioting. There was rioting at the food distribution centers. The IDF felt afraid, and then it started to fire. And then they hoped
Piers,
in one fell swoop they could send the whole population over the border into Egypt.
He likes to lecture.
It's perfectly obvious what Israel is doing now. It's the last stage, or I should say, it's the final stage of the final solution. And now some of the Western leaders don't want to have to dirty their hands with it. So suddenly people like Lamy are discovering that it's intolerable, the situation in Gaza. Guess what?
It's been
intolerable since October 8th.
Okay, final word, very briefly, to you, Benny.
As far as I've understood, that firstly, at the moment, there's discussions of a prisoner exchange and a ceasefire between Israel and the Hamas, which may work out and give the Hamas a breathing space of 60 days at least in which to reorganize and whatever. But the Israeli military plan, as far as it's been published, is to take over essentially 75% and maybe by the end 100% of the Gaza Strip and root out the Hamas, kill the Hamas people or get them to surrender and leave the territory, and to supply the Palestinian population in 3 centers, not just in the south, but also in the north, with humanitarian aid, if the Hamas will allow it to come through, because the Hamas have been taking most of the humanitarian
lying,
aid
Benny.
and then selling it to merchants, and then selling it to merchants and making money with which they can hire new fighters. That's what the Hamas has been doing with the humanitarian aid.
Okay, Benny, the truth is, when you launch a 3-month blockade of aid going in, when you know kids are starving, it's unconscionable. I don't care what you try and
starving. That's incorrect. There was a lot of food stores there for this period. Now they're reaching a stage at which there is famine, and Israel has begun.
All right, I've got to leave it there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Norman, we've run out of time.
The whole world is lying. The whole world is lying. The World Food Program
except Norman
is lying.
Finkelstein. Except Norman Finkelstein. Everybody's lying.
UNICEF is lying. The whole world, which says there's a massive starvation verging on famine in Gaza, it's all made up.
Well, one thing, listen, you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be, Norman, you don't have to be. You don't have to be an expert to know if you stop food going in sufficient quantities to a population that's already been at war since October 2023, and many of them are young kids. They're going to start starving to death, and they will. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you both for
the food doesn't arrive.
Yeah, well, the food hasn't been arrived because there's been a blockade. We're going to leave it there.
No, it started again now arriving.
Well, that's very generous of Israel, isn't it? After 3.
Is Norm really pretending Hamas doesn't steal the aid? No, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think that what he's saying is that you cannot use that as the justification for creating these convoluted systems that make it extremely difficult to distribute aid to regular Palestinian civilians.
3 months of starving people.
It's not a matter of generosity. There's also international pressure.
Yeah, 3 months of starving 1 million children.
And I also don't, I think he's also saying, like, that is not the reason that there is chaos related to aid and food getting into Gaza.
Got to leave it there.
3 months of starving 1 million children.
Got to leave it there. It's unconscionable, like I said. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show...
God. Let's see. Ay. Kind of curious to see this Piers Morgan Mehdi Hassan one. Maybe we do back to back. Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, let's see this one. And this was a week ago.
A sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations.
The list of people who are responsible, Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it.
I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming.
Mehdi can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side.
So let's not play this credentials games, because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show.
Mehdi, control yourself.
You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written.
I actually don't give a shit about you.
Oh, control yourself, John.
The bombardment is totally disproportionate. The civilian death toll and suffering is intolerable. The denial of aid is unacceptable. These are not the words of democratic leaders about Putin's war on Ukraine, but those of the UK, France and Canada about Israel's ongoing offensive in Gaza. President Trump now says it's time for Netanyahu to wrap it up. Israel is allowing some aid to trickle into Gaza after an 11-week blockade, but aid workers say it's a drop in the ocean, and the US president has acknowledged that a lot of people in Gaza are starving. Shamefully, Hamas still holds 58 hostages and is watching the total destruction of Gaza and its people because it doesn't want peace and it doesn't value human life. It was increasingly difficult to argue that the exact same statement doesn't apply to Netanyahu's Israeli government. Israel's war on Hamas was not a genocide, but genocide isn't something that happens with the push of a button. A justified war can end with atrocity.
Conservatives using other atrocities to score points is so gross. Yeah, well, they don't really want to have to defend this, and they know it looks horrible to do it. So instead, they filibuster and waste time by doing literal whataboutism. And it's not to say we need to draw attention to all of this. It's always to distract and say, well, you didn't care about this one, so don't care about this one either.
that stain humanity, as many have through history. So who is going to stop this one before it does, if it hasn't already? Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hasan, the editor-in-chief and CEO of Zatea, and retired Major John Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute. Okay, let's get into this. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more.
He's already shaking his head.
We've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends. Other than, if you look at what Smotrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says we're doing something that no one's done in the world before. He bragged out loud, and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Nederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
I guess what he's going to say is, well, agree to disagree with those people.
Okay, John Spencer, you've been kind of pulling a lot of faces there. You obviously don't agree. But given that so many allies of Israel are now raising massive alarm bells about what is happening, you can't be comfortable, surely, with what is going on in Gaza, are you?
Absolutely not. I think it's horrible. I think there are people suffering. I just am not misinformed.
Katie going hard in chat. What is going on? Of course you fucking don't know Mehdi, you fucking spineless coward. And then long shot F says it's not on him to decide that. And then Katie, you fired back and you said Mehdi will not tell you he supports a military intervention, and he still asks people to vote Democrat. Spare me. I could chill. No, you're good. I tell people to vote Democrat. I'd still tell people to vote Democrat.
On who is the cause of that suffering, that it isn't Israel, that war isn't a crime. War should be avoided at all costs, and Israel did that. And this war didn't start 75 years ago. This war started on October 7th when Hamas...
I feel like I heard about Piers Morgan a lot 10 years ago, never heard about him until recently, and now he's doing all these random debates. Yeah, he was a BBC journalist and correspondent for a long time, and then I think he was a CNN one. And the thing that I knew him for was... Give me a second. What are we searching? Oh, yeah. Ben Shapiro. Piers Morgan, when he was like, you're standing on the graves of babies or whatever. I think it was this one. How do you go this long in life without knowing of Piers Morgan? I'm jealous of a person that goes this long without having to know about Piers Morgan. Because more often than not, Piers Morgan is getting under my skin.
I mean, that's Ben Shapiro, editor-at-large at Breitbart.com and the author of Bullies. Do you believe that if you had an assault weapon ban, statistics prove that you could dry up the supply of these guns and make them less accessible to criminals?
I don't know whether you could make them less accessible to criminals. Let's assume that's the case, that you could make them less accessible to criminals. Again, my question remains...
Oh my God, he sounds like a teenager.
for you, Piers, and I'm still waiting for an answer from the left on this. They say they're pro-Second Amendment. Why don't you want to ban handguns? If you really want to solve the quote-unquote gun violence problem in America, go after all the guns. Why just stop yourself at assault rifles?
Because I
He's not wrong.
believe and respect an American's right under the Second Amendment of the Constitution that you kindly brought in to defend themselves with a handgun or a pistol. What I don't understand...
But most of the murders are committed with those weapons.
What I don't... Well, as we just established, because I talked you through them, the last 4 mass shootings in America...
Adam Lanza had 2 pistols on him. Well, he didn't just have an assault rifle. If he hadn't had the assault rifle...
He didn't use them.
And Adam Lanza is the perpetrator of Sandy Hook, I believe.
As you know.
And if he hadn't had the assault rifle, he wouldn't have used them?
Explain to me this. I can't buy this. This is 6 packets of Sudafed. They're one of the many companies that make this particular ingredient, which you can't buy legally in America. There we are, 6 packets. That is illegal for me to buy in that quantity in Walmart, say. But I can buy an AR-15 military-style assault rifle. I can then, as we saw with Holmes, the shooter in Aurora, go and get 6,000 rounds of ammunition from the internet, and I can go and blow up a movie theatre. Do you think that's right?
Well, we can talk drug laws another time, but
No,
I think that the question is...
Does that make sense to you?
No, I think what would make sense is laws that are calibrated to solve a problem. So if you think that the problem is only assault rifles...
Which guns would you remove?
I think the ones that have largely been removed from the market, fully automatic weapons, would be a good start. I think that
you wouldn't remove any semi-automatics at all.
No, because semi-automatic just means that when you pull the trigger once, one bullet comes out.
Do you understand how AR-15s perform? Do you understand how an AR-15?
I'm actually surprised Ben Shapiro was willing to concede that he was okay with certain gun models being banned.
Performance when it's been modified and has a magazine with
I do. I saw it in the North Hollywood shootout. You know what? It was illegal to do that, and people did it anyway. We have 12 million illegal immigrants in this country. We're not able to stop people from coming illegally into this country over the southern border into places like California, where I live normally. I think you'd be very hard pressed to stop guns from coming across that border illegally as well. I mean, California has some of the strictest gun laws.
Would you want every
in the nation.
American to have an AR-15?
No, not every American.
Who would you stop?
I would stop anyone with a criminal background. I would stop anybody with a history of mental illness, and I would stop and I would ask, and not ask, I would require that people who have somebody who has a criminal background or a history of mental illness in the household keep that gun locked up and safe.
What about the background checks? 40% of all gun sales in America now, gun trades, are not covered by background checks.
I believe in background checks.
For everybody?
For everybody.
So there should be a database, a national register?
If it's not public.
Again, do you think I wonder if Ben Shapiro is still for background checks or like red flag laws?
News, putting out gun permits, which allows criminals to target particular homes.
When the NRA came out today after their meeting with the White House and just said we're just not prepared to entertain effectively any kind of new gun restrictions, what do you think of that?
What's astonishing to me is the left's attack on the NRA, because the NRA is they don't receive a dime of public dollars. They're an interest group. I don't see. It's funny. The left, they like to talk also about violent video games, for example.
I mean, there should be outrage about NRA being the face of gun rights in America and like pro 2A people, because it's the equivalent. They influence and shape policy, because they represent gun manufacturers more so than the gun owners. But 2, it's the equivalent of allowing a cigarette company to advise the government on how to on health policy. You know, they probably should not be the first person asked or surveyed or like interest group surveyed about gun safety.
Framing is left,
especially when haven't they lobbied for it to be illegal for the United States to even collect data on deaths related to guns? Because violence related to guns.
I'm going to vote either way.
Oh, come on, Piers. You tend to be more to the left. Right. I mean, I'll understand.
The NRA, as you know, are a very active and well-funded and powerful body. And what they do...
Why are you asking? I just want to finish the point. This is very quick, I promise. The point that I'm making is this. There's been a lot of talk by a lot of people about video game violence. I haven't seen David Gregory interviewing the head of the ACLU and saying it's your broad interpretation of the First Amendment that's responsible for this. But people are bringing on the NRA and saying it's your broad interpretation of the Second Amendment that's responsible for this. They're an interest group. If you want legislation passed, talk to legislators. Don't go to the NRA.
But where does he say, how dare you? Hold on.
On guns, my next guest has strong words for me. He says, I'm off the rails on guns in America. Ben Shapiro is editor-at-large.
Maybe it's this one. This looks like the same thing.
How the left's culture of fear and intimidation silences America. So why am I off the rails, Mr. Shapiro?
Honestly, Piers, you've kind of been a bully on this issue, because what you do, and I've seen it repeatedly on your show, I watch your show, and I've seen it repeatedly, what you tend to do is you tend to demonize people who differ from you politically by standing on the graves of the children of Sandy Hook, saying they don't seem to care enough about the dead kids. If they cared more about the kids, they would agree with you on policy. I think we can have a rational political conversation about balancing rights and risks and rewards of all of these different policies, but I don't think that what we need to do is demonize people on the other side as being unfeeling about what happened in Sandy Hook.
How dare you accuse me of standing on the graves of the children that died there? How dare you?
I've seen you do it repeatedly, Piers.
Like I say, how dare you?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but you've done it repeatedly. What you do, and I've seen you do it on the program.
How dare you, sir?
If they disagree with you politically, then somehow this is a violation of what happened in Sandy Hook. And I'd really like to hear your policy prescriptions for what we should do about guns. Because you say that you respect the Second Amendment, and I brought this here for you so that you can read it. It's the Constitution.
How dare you?
And I would really like for you to explain to me what you would do about guns that would have prevented what happened in Sandy Hook. If you want to do what you did in the UK, right, which is ban virtually all guns, that is at least a fair argument. And we can have a discussion about whether that's something that we ought to do or not.
Exactly what you've tried to do. You come in, you brandish your little book as if I don't know
my little book, that's the Constitution of the United States.
I know what's in your constitution. Like I say, how dare you?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but you've done it repeatedly. What you do, and I've seen you do it on the program.
Like I
said. Ben Shapiro is like far too angry to say this level-headed in these sorts of head-to-heads these days.
Invaded Israel and tried to destroy and actually did genocidal acts. I agree that there's a lot of suffering happening in Gaza, and it's the list of people who are responsible. Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it, and I actually have solutions. You asked Mehdi for a solution. I have solutions based on the history of war. Number one solution is to encourage Egypt to open the gate that they control and create a humanitarian zone. Let every woman, child, and elderly person out of Gaza, just like you and I have discussed in the past about Ukraine. 5 million women, children, elderly left Ukraine to escape Russia's evil and bombardments. That could be done today, and it's criminal that it hasn't happened today. Now, Mehdi uses experts, although I thought, credentialism and expert theory was a bad thing today. I've been on the ground, although I've heard that that's a bad thing as well. And what's missing here is, again, which is why I was shaking my head, is that you believe, based on statements of politicians that are not the actual government and the decision makers of the...
Just discovered you on Aaron Brown. Well, thank you for subscribing. I don't get the views yet, but once I do, I will be news.
Institution that Israel is intentionally causing this harm. That's false as well. Point the finger at Hamas, as you've said in the past, Piers, and I'm sorry we've lost you. Maybe you and I can go to Gaza because it's not true.
Well, actually, it's interesting. I mean, look, just on that, John, look, you haven't lost me. I still think Hamas is a terrorist organization which committed one of the worst terrorist crimes of the last century. And they should absolutely no longer have any power in that region. They should absolutely be dismantled as a political force and the rest of it.
They did one of the worst terrorisms.
Israel's mission statement to eradicate Hamas has worked. In fact, conversely, more and more reports are coming out that for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they're being replaced by 4 or 5 people who share that ideology. So the mission statement isn't working. And you say that Israel is not intentionally killing innocent people, but it knows it is killing a lot of innocent people. So its argument is we're going after Hamas, they're embedded in civilian populations, but they are killing a lot of innocent civilians every single day. And not just killing them, they're now starving them, which will also lead to deaths, which is a deliberate, willful act of trying to kill people. Would you accept that?
It's a war crime.
No, not at all. No, I mean,
starving people?
You can have your own opinions based on your assessment. Yeah, absolutely not starving people. So you're talking
this is a matter of opinion.
Trucks not going in because Hamas was diverting it. Although the 42 days prior to that, 25.
All right, okay, this has come up and I saw people arguing about it in chat. So this is from Middle East Eye. The claims that Hamas is stealing from Gaza aid trucks. UN Food Program Chief denies claims Hamas stealing from Gaza aid trucks. Cindy McCain, widow of hawkish Republican Senator John McCain, says any theft is because Palestinians are starving to death. And believe me, this woman ain't no humanitarian. The head of the UN World Food Program refuted on Sunday allegations that Hamas is stealing food aid going into Gaza and took issue with the use of the term looting to describe civilians who effectively steal what they can. Listen, people are desperate and they see a World Food Program truck coming in and they run for it. This doesn't have anything to do with Hamas or any kind of organized crime or anything, McCain told the U.S. network CBS. It's simply to do with the fact these people are starving to death. And I have the video of that exchange here.
Catastrophe with Israeli authorities blocking the entry of all aid from March until about May 18th. The Trump administration said Israel needs to let in food. So are your deliveries consistently now getting through?
Well, let's start with the fact that this is a catastrophe, and you're absolutely correct, and I'm very grateful that you're covering this issue. They have let a few trucks in. This is a drop in the bucket as to what's needed. Right now, we have 500,000 people inside of Gaza that are extremely food insecure and could be on the verge of famine if we don't help bring them back from that. We need to get in, and we need to get in at scale, not just a few dribble of the trucks. Right now, as I said, it's a drop in the bucket.
So how many trucks need to be getting in daily to address the scale of the need you see? And
that's John McCain's wife, right? Yeah, the widow.
And can they get into northern Gaza?
Well, prior to during the ceasefire, I should say, we were getting in 600 trucks a day. Right now, we're getting in maybe 100, something like that. So it's not nearly
100.
And it needs to be going to the correct places. So the various gates, it's inconsistent as to how the gates are open. It's inconsistent as to the roads we can use. The roads that are the better roads, the ones that can get us further along, aren't open at all. It's complicated right now. And again, I will tell anybody who will listen, we need to get in and get in at scale and be allowed to feed these people before a further catastrophe occurs.
Your organization announced at least 15 of your trucks were looted when they entered southern Gaza en route to bakeries. Israel has consistently said that the looting is being carried out by Hamas. Have you seen evidence that it is Hamas stealing the food?
No, not at all. Not in this round. Listen, these people are desperate, and they see a World Food Program truck coming in, and they run for it. This doesn't have anything to do with Hamas or any kind of organized crime or anything. It has simply to do with the fact these people are starving to death. And so we will continue to go in. We will continue to go in with food and the kinds of supplies that we need to help the bakeries operate and make sure that we can continue to do that and hopefully be able to do more of it. But again, we can't do this unless the world community puts pressure on this. We can't be allowed to sit back and watch these people starve to death with no outside diplomatic influence to help us. These poor souls are really, really, really desperate. And, having been in a food riot myself some years ago, I understand the desperation very well.
Well, 5 days ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to take control of all of Gaza.
Isn't she like hella rich? Why were you in a food riot?
Which seems to be a shift from going in, carrying out raids, and then withdrawing. We've seen the Pope speak out. We've seen the leaders of France, of Canada, of the UK calling the cutting of aid egregious. Netanyahu said criticism like that is feeding Hamas and really feeding anti-Semitism. What do you make of that pushback from him, that criticisms of the state are feeding hate?
What I do know is they're not feeding people. And the most important part of this is that's what we're supposed to be doing.
Bars. Damn.
I'm very grateful for anyone, the Pope, any of the folks that did shout out and say, listen, we need to get more in. But I can't tell you as to exactly what Netanyahu's thinking or anything else. What I do know for a fact is that we need food to get into Gaza to avoid an utter catastrophe.
The Israeli army had announced aid will be distributed under what they described as an American plan. Prime Minister Netanyahu said it'll be American companies giving food directly to Palestinian families in safe zones secured by the Israeli military. There's reporting in the Washington Post that these are armed private contractors doing logistics. Palestinians will have to submit to identity checks to be fed, and that would replace the UN coordinated network.
Oh, yeah, they started introducing like a biometric requirement to get access to aid.
Networks, presumably also the World Food Program. Do you know how much longer you will be allowed to operate in Gaza?
I've not seen a plan from anybody. We continue to operate doing what we do best, and we are the largest and the best at what we do, I might add. We've never been, a plan has never been proposed to us.
We haven't heard in the press, at least from the administration, any of the details either, but we do know that the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, announced back on May 9th that this is going to be a U.S. initiative involving only Israeli security. The Israelis are not distributing food. Secretary Rubio was just in Rome. He said he did meet with you. Did you share with him any of your concerns?
Well, we had a very frank discussion about exactly what was going on and what we could do to help alleviate a lot of this. Some of it, I'm not sure that they were completely clear on how we operate and the size that we are and the logistics ability that we have to be able to do this. So we had a very nice discussion. As you know, the Rubio family and the McCain family have been friends for a very long time. And so I was grateful that he would take the time to listen to what we had to say and let us discuss exactly how we feel we should be able to operate.
Did he assure you that the U.S. supports the UN and the World Food Program continuing to supply food in Gaza?
We didn't really discuss the U.S. Participation in any of this. He was really, really concerned with and really trying to understand how we operate and the need for exactly what we do. We will work with anybody as long as it feeds people and feeds people safely, I might add, on the ground and keeps our people and people from other agencies safe as well.
Executive Director of the World Food Program, Cindy McCain, thank you for your time this morning.
All right, lady.
Trucks went into Gaza. There is absolutely people hungry in Gaza, but Israel is not intentionally starving civilians. Is it trying to starve Hamas combatants in this war that was started on October 7th? No, the evidence doesn't show that. This is the lies, damn lies of statistics and using certain organizations that are using trusted agents. Here's a good, for instance, recently, Mehdi put on a British doctor in southern Gaza on his show. Maybe you've had him on, and he's talking about how bad the hospitals are. He's sitting in the European hospital.
She said, not this round, Hamas left evade, but it's been a consistent problem before this round, and that's why they're making sure the people get the aid this round. The thing is that there's conflicting reports because the United States and Israel consistently claim this. Palestinian authorities, obviously Hamas, dispute this. It's going to be impossible to verify these sorts of things until after the fact, after the onslaught, honestly. And even with that, they should not be making it more difficult for civilians to access it. If that's occurring, and like the types of measures that they're imposing in the name of subverting that sort of, this theft and looting that they're saying is occurring or has occurred in the past is just it's not the way to go.
In southern Gaza, where they just killed Mohammed Sinwar, who was in a tunnel underneath the hospital. This double standard about Israel, this double standard about war is problematic, Piers, and here's why. We're going to validate the practice of taking hostages. We're going to validate the use of your own population as human shields, because that's what Hamas is doing. Now, innocent civilians, of course, innocent civilians have died because Hamas does things like not let them evacuate when they're told to evacuate, like actually holding children in their arms while they shoot at the IDF. And again, we can go, and Mehdi can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side and look for it ourselves on what you think Israel is trying to do. I also have what did you want Israel to do?
What is this Al Jazeera is Hamas claim?
October 7th. And had the world not stopped...
Like, wasn't that the pretext for Israel banning Al Jazeera in Israel, that Al Jazeera's Hamas? But then when everybody tried to... I think Time tried to independently verify if there were Hamas people that had like infiltrated Al Jazeera and they couldn't confirm it.
Done things like don't go to Rafah where the hostages are, where Yahya Sinwar is.
All right,
this war would be over by now.
Okay, I'll bring Mehdi to respond. I mean, the one thing I would say is Israel's ongoing refusal to allow international journalists to operate freely in Gaza is a suppression of us uncovering the reality. You say come into Gaza.
That's
actually
not true.
Is
Fox News.
No, Israel.
Because they're Qatari and on the ground. Yeah, but it's known that they get some of their funding from the government of Qatar. And but I only hear this claim now. I've not heard it before, but maybe I'm out of the loop on this. Or it was just like fringe people that tried to claim that,
International journalists from getting anywhere near it. You know that, and I know that, and it's
I'll be there for my sixth time.
Well, it's unprecedented for international journalists to be banned in this way from a war zone. It's unprecedented, and it does beg the question, John, why? Now, Mehdi, your response to what John has said there. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy.
Hell no. Oh, hell no. Dang, that was not a short ad.
I mean, I don't know how I can respond. So much gaslighting from the very beginning. John has been on the ground in Gaza, yeah, as an embed. I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving and maiming. And you've come back and done exactly what they wanted to do. You've done their propaganda for them. Journalists have not been allowed freely into Gaza. That's why every major media organization on planet Earth has said to the Israeli government, you must allow journalists in. The Palestinian journalists who are there have been killed in record numbers. Of course, Piers, you're right. They want to hide what they're doing. That's why they're killing the journalists there and blocking the journalists from coming in. This idea that he's been on the ground. Yeah, I did interview a doctor, a British plastic surgeon, Dr. Tom Patoka. And by the way, he wasn't in the European hospital because the hospital got bombed by Israel. So he was in another hospital, and he talked to me about how he has to treat patients who have maggots in their wounds. He has to treat patients without limbs. He has to treat children. I've interviewed multiple doctors on the ground in Gaza, actually in Gaza, not hanging around with Israeli military. And they've all said the same thing. American doctors, British doctors, Canadian doctors. They've all talked about how many kids they saw with sniper bullets to the head and chest. Israel does intentionally kill civilians. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant were indicted at the International Criminal Court for precisely those charges, for willful killing of Palestinians, for murder and persecution. That's why they've been indicted. That's why every human rights group in the world says war crimes are being committed. They've killed people holding white flags. We've seen it with our own eyes. They've bombed buildings without warning with families inside, like the Al-Dos family that I often cite in October 2023. They've dropped 2,000-pound bombs on refugee camps full of hundreds of people. They have killed 7 aid workers in a clearly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy. They've bombed World Food Programme convoys, leading to Cindy McCain, the wife of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, to come out and condemn Israel for attacking aid workers. John wants you to ignore Cindy McCain and British and American doctors and human rights groups and your own lying eyes watching people with white flags being gunned down. He wants you to believe him and his Israeli military minders.
Okay, Mehdi, before we go...
Look, this was I knew it. Okay, this was an article that I was thinking of. This was in Time magazine, October 26, 2024. How international press groups are reacting to Israel labeling 6 Gaza journalists as terrorists. And in the deadliest period for journalists in modern history, at least 131 media workers have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the start of Israel's retaliation for the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023. In almost all cases, Israel has maintained that the killings journalists were unintentional. But international media groups are alarmed by Israel's naming 6 Al Jazeera journalists as terrorists. The IDF this week claimed that the 6 are fighters for Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The IDF says its allegations are based on documents seized in Gaza detailing the names, ID numbers, and ranks of members of the armed wings of the militant groups. Time could not independently confirm the authenticity of the documents. Al Jazeera has rejected the allegations and described the documents as fabricated. This is the short way of saying this is that there is no evidence for this claim.
Go back to John to respond to that.
And the funny thing is that, the IDF, Israel fucking hates, what the hell? Israel does not like Al Jazeera. They restricted their access, and circulation within Israel. But the Palestinian Authority doesn't like Al Jazeera either, because I think this was it was between 2006 and 2012, they released the Palestine Papers, and that had transcripts of negotiations that had occurred between Israeli officials and Palestinian authorities about reaching a settlement of the conflict. And it made the Palestinian Authority more unpopular because they were making deals and conceding things that Palestinians were upset about. So I'm pretty sure it's not allowed in the West Bank, right? Let me
The
see.
question that he raised, and I think I've asked you this before, but I'm still curious about, given the way this has all played out, how should, and I saw Bassem Youssef being asked this on Trigonometry last week, I think it was, and he struggled to answer. How should Israel have responded to a terrorist attack, which, just to remind viewers, over 1,200 people were murdered, nearly 7,000.
And this is what it is. Palestinian Authority shuts down several Al Jazeera digital platforms. This was earlier this year, January 6, 2025. And then by May of this year, they had reversed this. Palestinian Authority lifting ban on Al Jazeera and West Bank. The authority offered scant information about why it had issued the ban in January and maintained that that stance in announcing that it was rescinding it. So they never really said.
More were wounded. Over 250 people, including babies and Holocaust survivors, were kidnapped and taken hostage. And many of those have died. How should Israel have responded to the biggest attack on its people and its land since its existence?
So there's no easy answer to that question, Piers, and you might not like the answer I give you, which is that Israel should have responded by abiding by international law, by sticking with the rules of armed conflict, by targeting only the people they believe carried out the crime. They should have used an international coalition of countries that was fully behind them. The majority of the world was behind Israel after the tragedy of October the 7th. And by the way, I have a longer memory than maybe some people in this country. After 9/11, I got asked the same question. Well, what should we do if we don't bomb Afghanistan? What should we do if we don't go after bin Laden, etc.? How did that work out? 23 years later, your pal Donald Trump here is taking pictures with the former leader of Al-Qaeda, who's still on a globally designated terrorist wanted list, right? That's where we came. The war on terror was a complete failure. And some of us who saw that, and by the way, Joe Biden even said this in one of his more coherent moments, he said Israel should learn from our lessons. Israel did not learn from the US lessons. And actually, even if you forget about all the innocent Palestinians they killed, even if you don't give a shit about the people of Gaza, even if you only care about the people of Israel, Israel's not any safer today. Israel is not winning this war. John said on Times Radio a year ago, I went back and checked, March of last year, John said, we're very close to winning. Israel's close to victory. Over a year later, they're not close to victory. They're just starving children and denying baby formula. And the former Israeli general who ran the Gaza division said a few months ago, Hamas is winning this war. So they've not made themselves any more secure. I don't have some perfect solution for what they should have done October 7th, but I do think
I wouldn't say Hamas is winning this war.
They shouldn't have killed 50 to 100,000 people, and they should have made themselves less secure. And by the way, the Prime Minister should have resigned because he's the one who let it happen on his watch.
Well, I certainly agree with that, and I do think there'll be a day of reckoning for Netanyahu. The problem is, John, that Netanyahu is facing corruption charges in a trial, which may well lead to his imprisonment if he's convicted. So there's no motivation for him to bring this to an end anytime soon. And listen, I agree with many. You know, this was supposed to have been a war that Israel, with its massively superior military, could have ended quite quickly. My question for you, John, you're a military expert, is when you look at the way that
Katie, that Hamas is winning more than anyone else in the sense that they're still, they've not decreased in number and they still maintain authority over the Gaza Strip. Like, if that's the definition of winning, I suppose.
That Israel went after.
But Israel, given Israel's military capabilities and whatnot, getting infinite recruits, like, given Israel's military capabilities and AI intelligence being backed by, Western nations and whatnot, it is surprising that they're not able to do it. But I mean, the United States couldn't defeat the Viet Cong, so.
Hezbollah, with that extraordinary pager attack that was unleashed on 3,000 members of Hezbollah.
Extraordinary.
If you've got the capability to do that through Mossad and your other agencies. There were only 25,000 Hamas terrorists, we believe, at the start of this war. Why could they not have deployed similar sophisticated technology in a way that did not involve the mass slaughter of so many civilians in a place where the population is 50% under 18?
Sure. I mean, not to say that experts are a good thing, but Mehdi has said he doesn't know much about military affairs, but he does talk about it a lot. So in your question, it's pretty easy to answer, is that it's a clear sign.
What does he mean by not to say that experts are a good thing?
That Israel did disengage from Gaza. And the human intelligence that was required to pull off the historic pager operation against Hezbollah couldn't be replicated because Israel didn't have that level of intelligence in Gaza because it had disengaged and allowed Hamas to build this, what is a military challenge no military has faced.
That disengagement, one, did not reverse the occupation. It just made it external and it went to the perimeter instead. So it was not occupied internally. But if Israel still controls everything that goes in and goes out, and all of the people that, like, the movement of people, then they were still occupying that area, for one. And for two, the disengagement was not to help Palestinians build themselves up. Palestinian leaders were not consulted for that. Sharon said it was because of demographics. Sharon did not want there to be an existential threat to the Jewish state, and that Palestinians had a population a birthing problem or something like that, as he called it.
Based in the history of really any war. And the fact that Hezbollah did let the civilians get out of southern Lebanon as the war began against them is a telling marker of why people can't understand what's going on in Gaza. Now, you didn't ask me the question of what Israel should have done, because I actually teach urban warfare at this scale. I've actually studied the history of urban warfare from Stalingrad to Fallujah, Mosul, Mawar, you name it. And when I said those statements on Time Radio, if the world would have allowed Israel to continue, 5 divisions, going heavy against Hamas, moving civilians out of harm's way, we'd be in a different place. And this hypocrisy of the numbers, right? So there's 3 types of lies, damn lies, and statistics. There's been 85,000 children under the age of 5 who have died from starvation in Yemen since the Yemen civil war. I don't see protests and I don't see daily coverage on what's going on in Yemen, where there's 2 million people actually starving. So I actually know what is possible to achieve the goals that Israel said, and I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu myself. The goals haven't changed, and they are achievable. And if you don't achieve them, you're only going to continue the cycle of violence. And had the world not stopped Israel back when they said, don't go to Rafah, you can't use big bombs against people in tunnels. This is crazy on what we're setting the standard for. This Israeli standard for war, if it continues, any nation trying to defend itself after being an attempted actual genocide against its people won't be able to. So I'm saying that Israel has done more to protect civilians in war, even when Hamas, who uses human sacrifice, is trying to get civilians killed. And they say this isn't John Spencer's word. Israel's done more to protect civilians than any other military in any comparable situation against something that nobody has seen as this evil of Hamas.
But if you're right, John, if you're right, why are so many of Israel's allies now turning on Israel? Why is the UK calling it morally unjustifiable? Why is the UK, France, and Canada combined to say they strongly...
Okay, let's see. What's the answer going to be? Anti-Semitism, optics, far-left voters that they're pandering to. Let's see.
Expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. The level of human suffering is intolerable. They call for the release of the remaining...
Or Israel double standards. It could also be that.
Hostages. Of course they should be released. But they say this escalation by Israel is wholly disproportionate. Donald Trump didn't even visit Netanyahu when he went to the Middle East for the week, right? All these things are adding up to me to a collective view by Israel's allies that they are losing the support of the people they should normally most rely on. So, you know.
Also, this dude being like, no army does more for civilians than us. This article is more than a year old, and not only is it that, but it was also on, what date was this? This was October 10th, 2023. We're focused on maximum damage. Ground offensive into Gaza seems imminent. Surrounded by evidence of heavy fighting and with air raid sirens still sounding, Road 232 is the new front line between Israel and the enclave. This was like at the very, very start. These were the types of statements that they made going into these offensives. This was Operation Swords of Iron, I think.
You know, you're very confident everything they're doing is completely justified, but their own main allies are not.
Well, I think each ally should ask their own militaries and their experts within their country, like the UK. Why don't you ask Sir Andrew Roberts what the UK military would have done had that happened on UK soil? Because I can tell you what the United States would have done. And they would have also answered with overwhelming, you keep using disproportionate. Actually, that's not right. Proportionality against the value of the military target. And I view my survival of my country very proportional. And what we would have done in the United States had an evil organization crossed our border, killed, raped, beheaded, taken hostages, we would have responded immediately with overwhelming force to include ensure not one rocket came out of enemy territory until you made the enemy recognize that they aren't going to win and that they're going to lose. That's how you win a war.
Well, but hang on. Before I go to Mehdi, I go to Mehdi for response. I mean, Mehdi articulated earlier the problem with that theory, which is after 9/11, which was the worst attack on American mainland since anyone could remember, that after that...
I was like, is he going to say Pearl Harbor?
...launch a massive bombardment of Afghanistan. And where did that get America? Yep. In the end, it got America to a place where it left with its tail between its legs, with a load of people being killed on live television, horrific scenes, a betrayal of many people who had helped America during that war. And you cannot point to that and say there was any great victory. And this is the problem with what's going on in Gaza now. What does victory now look like? Because it's not going to lead to the removal of Hamas as an entity. And it looks like support for Hamas has grown not deteriorated. So I don't understand what victory looks like other than what Smotrich has been saying, which is actually what it looks like is all the Palestinians gone. That Israel go in, clear them out, and they take over the land. Well, that, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not, John, is actually one of the definitions of a genocide, the expulsion of a people based on its ethnicity. Mehdi, your response?
So, yeah, a lot's been said there. Thank you for coming back to me. First of all, let me just deal with this credentials game that I know John and his friend Douglas Murray love to play these days about military, who knows more about this or that.
Have you been there? Have you actually been there? Is what Douglas Murray loves to say.
John runs his mouth on a variety of topics. I've seen him talk about, in fact, just today he's talked about war crimes, international law, who's breaking international law. Last time I checked, John is not a lawyer. The International Criminal Court has indicted Netanyahu and Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The former Jewish president of the Tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda says Netanyahu should be indicted for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So let's just, we're going to play the expert game. John's not an expert on genocide. The actual genocide experts, the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars says Gaza is a genocide. The leading Israeli scholars of the Holocaust, Omar Bartov-Brown, Amos Goldberg at Hebrew University, say Gaza is a genocide. John's not an expert on targeting terrorists. The guy who led the attack on ISIS, the American Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, has said John doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's not play this credentials game because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show. Let's talk about substance. John said a year ago, we're close to winning. He talked about not being allowed into Rafah. Rafah has been destroyed. Have you looked at any pictures recently? It's flattened. You don't need to go there with the IDF to see that they flattened Rafah. They flattened most of Gaza, and they still have not won, quote unquote. It's absurd to say that Israel was held back. Is this the new stab in the back? This is the new bullshit defense. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States said recently, thank God Joe Biden was president while this was going on. He gave us everything we wanted. He never asked us to stop. He never asked for a ceasefire.
Wait, who said this?
In the back, this is the new bullshit defense. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States said recently, thank God Joe Biden was president while this was going on. He gave us...
Because I remember there was a statement, like, Bibi addressed the Knesset, and he was like, yeah, I basically have Biden wrapped around my finger or something like that, but I hadn't heard this one.
We wanted. He never asked us to stop. He never asked for a ceasefire. America gave Israel everything it wanted, and they went ahead and decided to, you talk about killing Hamas commanders, they dropped two 2,000-pound bombs on October the 31st, 2023, on the Jabalia refugee camp, killing over 100 people to kill one guy, Ibrahim Biari, who wasn't even there, a Hamas commander. They killed over 100 people with two 2,000-pound bombs, which incinerate everyone within 100 square feet and damage everyone within 1,000 square feet. That is not targeted welfare. That is not proportionate. That is not legal. And we've seen that play out now over 20 months. And as you said at the start of the show, as I said, the dam is breaking. The Spanish Prime Minister has said Israel is a genocidal state. The Brits, the French, the Canadians that have backed everything Israel done, Britain continues to arm Israel, are saying this is intolerable. Donald Trump, as you've said, Piers, wants this done, wants this over, isn't a fan of Netanyahu. Not that I have any trust in Trump to do any of the right thing. And I think the reality is, look, everyone can see with their own eyes, there's no justification ever for starving people. Since March the 2nd, to not allow baby formula and diapers in, only a sociopath would support that. And John's very smart, he's very eloquent, he comes on here, talks with stats, cites law. Back in Israel, the Israeli politicians and the Israeli journalists are saying openly genocidal things. They are saying everyone in Gaza is our enemy. They are saying we're going to get rid of everyone from Gaza. They are saying Gazan babies are not innocent. That's what they say on Israeli television, if anyone bothers to watch.
Yeah, and actually, John, there was a piece in the Jewish News in the UK published yesterday, which was without a doubt the most critical piece I have read by a mainstream Jewish newspaper in this country ever. And it was very critical of the Israeli government and its strategy. So I think this idea that what they're doing, the government, has widespread support now from Israelis or Jewish people globally, I think is actually beginning to be proven wrong. I think there's a lot of uprisings now of people saying enough, because they can see there's no end game. No one really on the Israeli government side has explained what is going to happen when this war ends, or indeed what victory looks like. And I just don't understand it. I mean, look, you're a war expert. If you don't have a victory, what happens?
So you have continued war. So this is, I mean, there was a lot there that Mehdi...
Isn't the expulsion based on their being in Gaza, period, rather than their ethnicity? I mean, are they leaving non-ethnic Palestinians in Gaza? Well, one, the Gaza Strip is at the very least nearly 100% Muslim. There are a few Christians, but there are it is like the overwhelming majority are Palestinian Arabs. There's some Bedouin, there's some foreign residents, but the overwhelming majority, Palestinian Arabs. The other thing is that, like, when you look at like other genocides, you look at the Holocaust. Yes, 6 million Jews were systematically exterminated, but 12 million is the total amount of people that were exterminated. And that wasn't just relegated to Jewish individuals. That included undesirables, that included gay and queer people, that included people that had mental afflictions. It was not like exclusively just Jewish people.
They talked about, and if you have to quote a master sergeant as your...
And the other thing is that they are not just moving them for humanitarian reasons because they're not going to allow them to return.
As you're trying to make,
you know, like, could you imagine if Russia was like, we're not doing an ethnic cleansing of Ukrainians. We are just trying to get them to leave so they can get out of the way of the fighting. But once we're done here, we're going to let them return. Like, could anyone buy that?
I'm not an expert, or the other people that you list, while you're saying...
And if they wanted them to move, they would be escorting them to the West Bank, where there's hostilities there, but there's far less than there is in Gaza. But they're also trying to evacuate people from the West Bank. Why are they trying to evacuate Palestinians in the West Bank? That should be where they're sending Palestinian Arabs if they truly felt that they need to get them out of the way of the war.
I'm not an expert.
He's the guy who literally led the effort to kill ISIS.
Yeah.
But okay.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. But you're not an expert. Fine. I'm not an expert. Fine. But history...
Right, but they're pushing everyone out. I know, but my point is that just because they're also going to include other people, like the Bedouin and other ethnicities or whatever, that doesn't mean that that's not the primary target and point of that expulsion.
The military tactics, you say, Piers, what does victory look like?
Yeah.
Exactly the standards. Every hostage brought home. Hamas not in power, both military or political power in Gaza, and there's something else. Now you have actual... Great, quote, Israeli press. That's the beauty of a free press. People can say what they want and get it published. You have people voting with their feet in Gaza right now saying, Hamas, we don't want Hamas.
The only thing that he can respond to in response to, like, that he could say in response to Mehdi Hassan pointing to deplorable statements by Israeli officials openly calling for genocide is like, well, at least we have freedom of the press, so you can hear these things.
Looks like. Now, I can tell you historically what it has ever looked like and what did it take to defeat another military. Take the Korean War. 2 million civilians died in the Korean War. 54,000 civilians a month for every month of that war. Do we call that a genocide? Do we call it illegal? No. Israel does follow the law of war and goes way beyond the legal obligation.
Wait, what did he say?
What did it take to defeat another military? Take the Korean War. 2 million civilians died in the Korean War. 54,000 civilians a month for every month of that war. Do we call that a genocide?
Okay, these people will say in one breath that genocide is not determined solely on the amount of people that die, and then they will point to other things where there had high civilian rate, like casualties, and then be like, how come that wasn't called a genocide? You just fucking said that it has to do with intention. It's not about the size and the amount of people that fucking died.
Genocide, we call it illegal? No. Israel does follow the law of war and goes way beyond the legal obligations, like feeding the enemy's population, because as of right now, trucks are rolling in, even though they've tried to figure out a plan to get the food away from Hamas. And again, point the finger at Hamas, Mehdi, control yourself. Open the gates to Egypt, create the biggest displaced person camp just on the other side of the gate and get the women, the children, and the elderly out of harm's way, and then destroy Hamas. That's victory. So
do you think he said displaced person camp so you don't say, like, one, obviously to avoid the term concentration camp, but to avoid the term refugee camp?
That it never threatens Israel again. Go to Sir Andrew Roberts on the history of when you start a war, when you lose a war, you actually do lose the right to govern your population. You do lose the right to subjugate your population because the billionaires in Qatar don't care how many people in Gaza are dying.
Okay, Mehdi, final word to you.
I mean, look, we can argue about what victory looks like. We can also argue that a victory shouldn't involve a genocide, right? That's been my consistent position from the beginning. Don't kill civilians. Don't intentionally harm civilians. When the former head of the Israeli military, the former Israeli defense minister, not some lefty, not some anti-Semite, Moshe Yaalon says last week, we're doing ethnic cleansing. We're sending our soldiers to commit war crimes. We're losing touch with our Jewish values. That's what Moshe Yaalon, a hawk, the former head of the Israeli military, said last week. There's a reason he's saying that, and there's a reason John Spencer doesn't want to engage with that, because Israeli generals are saying it themselves. We've turned killing kids into a hobby. The world can see. I thought we're not interrupting, John. The world can see what Israel is doing. Israeli generals can see. And by the way, one last point, please don't go and invoke Yemen to score your point. I think I've spoken and written more about Yemen than you ever have. People like you only ever come along and cite Yemen and Sudan to defend Israel. You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written about Yemen and Sudan.
Okay.
I actually don't give a shit about you. I care about civilians.
Oh, got him.
Thank you, gentlemen. We nearly got there without going ad hominem, but we fell at the final hurdle. But it was an interesting debate. Thank you both very much.
That man said literally nothing of substance. This, like, Spencer dude, I actually thought he would put up a better defense to Mehdi Hassan. I don't know why I thought that. Embarrassing. All right. We've been going practically 3 hours. So thank you to everybody who's watching. And if you want to continue watching without having to be interrupted by annoying ads, you could go ahead and subscribe to me on Twitch. And that way you can join the rest of my subscribers who get a completely ad-free experience. At the very least, you should follow me so you can know when I go live, and I go live practically every single day. I aim to stream about 6 out of 7 days a week. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream or subscribe to me there if you aren't already. And if you want to donate to support me, you can go ahead and follow what I think I thought was pinned in chat, but I will have to pin again, my donation link in my Twitch chat. Or you can check out my donation links in the YouTube description, where you can find my Streamlabs tip link as well as my Ko-fi link. And if you want to follow me anywhere else, I'm at Straighterate or Straighterate_. Let's see. Let's do this some more news video. The next generation of MAGA. Of MAGA influencers specifically.
Okay. Gen Z slang. Some cool Gen Z slang. Oh, listicle from Parade Magazine. That's gonna help. Hey, fam. It's me, your bussin' Chad, gooning at you in 4K. I do not think that's the correct use of gooning. Okay, so no cap, that's not gonna work. Listen, here's some news. It appears that the far right is knuckle deep in online media these days. According to this Media Matters graph, right-leaning shows have a far larger audience than left-leaning shows. I mean, we're not even on that graph. Come on, Dave Pac-Man? He doesn't even have a beard. His name sounds like the worst Atari spin-off game. I'm not mad. I've never been mad. So anyway, I was talking with Harris and Biden and all my other pet gerbils, and we were brainstorming ways to make a buck in this new online climate. I asked Grok, that's my other gerbil, and he pointed out that if you really want to make money these days, you apparently just have to say the N-word in public. He also started talking about—
Dude, this was crazy that fucking bitch got $600,000.
White genocide for some reason. Anyway, a lady called a child a slur and is now crowdfunding over $700,000 and counting. Cool world we're living in. Kind of makes you want to check out forever. Remember the movie Cool World? Fam. Anyway, fam, today we're going to talk about all of this. The racist-ass internet, the right-wing dominance of online media, and the apparent appeal of Trumpism for Gen Z men. It's all deeply connected and interwoven into insidious forces from above, just like my gerbil maze. Riz. MAGA, the next generation. Kids love 90s Star Trek references. Also, I don't actually have gerbils. I lied to make myself seem cooler, and succeeded. So, obviously, traditional media has been dead for a while now, and social media is the rat palace nesting inside its chest cavity. The social meds is now how 1 in 5 Americans get their news. This means that influencers are basically the new journalists, without all the pesky standards. And since the entire influencer—
Wait, I want to see the rest of this. Hold on. It looks like Pew data. 1 in 5 Americans regularly get news from news influencers. What the hell is a news influencer? Okay, well, they defined it in this, though. Thank God. Let's see. No. Oh, my God. There we go. In this study, we use the term news influencers to refer to individuals who regularly post about current events and civic issues on social media and have at least 100,000 followers on any of Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, formerly Twitter, or YouTube. News influencers can be journalists who are or were affiliated with a news org, or independent content creators, but they must be people and not orgs. Oh, God. So literally just posting about the news means you're like a news influencer. It's just a different way to say like opinion, like people that get like opinion journalism, quote unquote. Journalism doing a lot of work there.
Based on parasocial relationships with specific online personalities, it makes people far more susceptible to misinformation. People tend to explicitly trust the names they closely follow, as well as any lie if it's repeated enough times, even if that lie directly goes against common knowledge. In other words, influencers are uniquely effective vessels for propaganda. That isn't to say they're all propagandists, mind you, but rather they are to propaganda what Burning Man is to staph infections. If you're getting all your news on, say, TikTok, you are far more likely to be blasted with misinformation. And boy, as of 2024, 39% of young people are doing just that. On an unrelated note,
Maybe we should have banned TikTok.
Trump, the 78-year-old Republican president of the United States, is
There's something about the fucking TikTok algorithm. It's just like a dopamine drip feed. It knows exactly what to serve you up next, so you spend 30 minutes scrolling.
Popular with the youths, or rather, in the last election, Trump improved with young men and young women, the latter still very much being majority blue voters.
Jackson Hinkle, yeah, is he still wasn't he posting like war footage from the Syrian conflict and trying to pass it off as like Palestinian casualties?
This obviously depends on which poll you're reading, but the reason the media is so focused on young men is because that margin is a lot tighter. They are somewhat up for grabs, but still leaning Trump. And what was particularly shocking, at least for the mainstream media, was that Trump seemingly won over the social media generation while also spending significantly less than Harris on TV and digital ads. But of course, if you spend any time online, you probably know what happened. Just ask Dana White during Trump's victory party.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Look at that big baby man thanking that other big baby man. To be clear, we're not going to re-examine the last election or claim that this was solely why Trump won. But it's worth noting that Trump had spent a lot of effort ingratiating himself.
Honestly, I feel like these are the types of people that should be looking into like MAGA influencers. I feel like every single time legacy news outlets like the New York Times try to see and like capture and understand the online space and the liberal Joe Rogan, there's just something about it that misses the mark.
With online,
I feel like it's an examination that could only come from like another peer, truly.
Influencers, and that effort did pay off. An investigation by Bloomberg found that prominent podcast influencers like Aiden Ross, Andrew Schultz, and Sean Ryan, while presenting themselves as non-political entertainers, have been constantly repeating Trump's exact talking points over the last few years, or boosting Trump himself. One of my main theories for this is that...
I was talking... They're credulous and ignorant. Whatever he's going to say. I was literally just telling this to Matt Lech yesterday that Asmongold has said, there's a clip of him saying that he effectively resists being called a political influencer because if he does, he will be held to like a higher standard, since that's what he's like avowing himself as one. And that if he is just like a guy on the internet talking about stuff that he likes, then he can skirt responsibility surrounding that.
They're credulous and ignorant, but for example, there's the Nelk Boys, a group of 20-somethings from Canada who run a YouTube prank show. Here they are, pranking both sides right before the election.
So we have these Harris signs. We're in Trump territory here in Florida, South Florida, and we're gonna be putting these on people's lawns. We're gonna do a little social experiment today. We're gonna see what happens pretty much if we just set up a Trump house in like the Bay Area.
Sure, I guess. Okay, it's like Jackass or Tom Green or whatever us olds watched. Except here's the thing. Watch how they prank the Trump supporters.
Hi. Hello there. Hi, I work for the Harris and Waltz campaign. I'm just doing a little patrol of the neighborhood. I want to...
Take it out.
No, I'm going to leave it there because...
No, you're not going to leave it there.
Oh, why?
Because I can't stand them.
Do you not support tampons in men's bathrooms?
Wait, don't touch my sign! Get it out of my property.
That's my sign.
I don't give a shit. Get it out. And nobody told you to put it on my property.
You don't even address me by my pronouns.
There are a bunch of communists.
You didn't address me by my pronouns.
So basically, they just play out the stereotype of a cock liberal, violate these people's property, and then...
And to be clear, I'm not laughing at their fucking horrible attempts at humor. I'm laughing at this fucking woman being like, get off my lawn, you damn communists.
Let them rage on them, which again, sure, fine. Now watch what they do to the Harris supporters.
If someone tries to take the sign, we have this water bucket contraption because they got to pay the price for entering private property.
You shouldn't be touching people's shit. Yeah, you shouldn't go on someone's lawn and take it off. True. Water's harmless too.
Huh. Why didn't they just do the same prank? I know it's weird to think this hard about a YouTube prank show, but I can't help but notice that the segment where they prank conservatives involves them mocking pronoun and trans stuff and putting signs on people's lawns. And the prank on liberals is actually flipping that by baiting people to go on their property, and even talking about how you shouldn't go on people's property, the thing they did before. And so in both pranks, the non-Trump supporter is doing the bad thing, aren't they? This isn't actually a prank on both sides. Also, and I kind of buried the lead here, this entire video is a prelude to them going on Trump's plane and gushing about it.
That's Kamala's greatest achievements. That's very good. I love it. They're always working.
So yeah, the video is literally titled "Donald Trump invited us on Trump Force."
He looks like someone's grandpa in that video.
One, and it's just a campaign video for Trump. Also, I know this is subjective, but these are just dad jokes, right? Like, do better pranks, guys. Their very first hit video was them going to Venice Beach, offering people coke like the drug, and then, get this, presenting the soda. It got 50 million views. I don't know, boys. That's a joke from the 60s. Literally, a joke from the 60s.
Are they like the new, like, Paul brothers?
These guys are fucking millionaires, by the way. God, my head hurts. I keep getting these nosebleeds, and I swear my hand vanished the other day. I was looking at it, I was like, where'd my hand go? Anyway, from those humble soda prank beginnings, these guys got more and more Trumpy and conservative. Seems like getting rich does that. Their first big turn was when they got temporarily demonetized on YouTube after holding a college rager during the pandemic. Since then, the group's founder, Kyle Forgeard, has hosted multiple right-wing personalities on his Full Send podcast, including Trump, of course. Forgeard started off the episode by complaining about how bad America has gotten, citing typical right-wing grievances like trans people in sports and the open border, which, you know, we don't have. That video has over 8.8 million views. The Nelk Boys also joined Trump for his Vegas rally, where Kyle criticized Tim Walz for an apparent Minnesota...
These are people I've never even heard of. The Nelk brothers I didn't know what they did. I literally never even heard of that podcast.
...a state tax levied on Zyn, a nicotine pouch. You know, tobacco dip? It's basically that, but all .com. It's owned by Philip Morris, for Pete's sake. And while it's not officially endorsed by them, according to a lot of influencers, Zyn will free the mind, increase productivity, and
Zen-sanity.
sexual performance. Of course, all Zyn actually does is constrict blood vessels, so the only thing it enhances is erectile dysfunction. Again, it's newfangled dip. Also, Tucker Carlson loves it too. On the Nelk Boys podcast, he proudly states, quote, I use it every...
Lycan buys this shit. It used to be like $3 a canister. Now it's close to like $7 a canister.
Every second I'm awake. Great, thanks. So every time you look at Tucko, know that he is completely flaccid. I mean, we already knew that. I guess another Zyn side effect is seeing demons, or maybe you think a literal demon scratched.
It says Tucker Carlson claims he was attacked by a demon. It happened in my bed at night. And I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and physically mauled by a demon or something unseen that left claw marks on my sides.
You because you're high-wired on nicotine.
I thought he was explaining a dream.
A couple of big dogs in your bed. Also, I'm sorry, I'm spending so much time on Zyn, but Tucker would later have a falling out with Zyn after the company got upset that he kept implying that their product would make your dick bigger, which it doesn't. In response, Tucker said Zyn was run by, quote, humorless left-wing drones and started his own non-woke nicotine pouch called Alp. Those lefties at Philip Morris, my goodness. Remember when he was on TV? Anyway, when it comes to a lot of these new influencers, a similar pattern pops up. They are people naturally looking for an audience who run into some restriction or shame that doesn't exist in conservative circles. The pandemic was a huge moment for this. It, of course, helped radicalize Joe Rogan, but there's also Xavier DeRousseau, a 27-year-old MAGA influencer and member of the RNC's Youth Advisory Council. DeRousseau claims he was a woke supporter of BLM until he did his own research and red-pilled himself so hard he started criticizing COVID-19 mandates and affirmative action. DeRousseau is black, by the way, so he's filling in a role that conservatives are constantly and desperately looking for. And like anyone with a genuine or not Why I Left the Left story, he's become a prominent PragerU influencer and contributor to Fox News.
I was gonna say, hasn't this motherfucker been on like Jubilees?
Fox Business and Newsmax. His entire shtick, as he himself has said, is to present like a young liberal while pushing conservative values. The result is a man who looks like he's been Freaky Friday.
I actually saw him talk about it. It was insane. He believes a demon actually attacked him while he slept.
With Ann Coulter.
For those of you who don't really pay attention to politics, let me make this very simple for you. When it comes to our presidential election, you essentially have 2 choices. You can vote for Donald Trump. You know he's kind of an asshole, probably going to offend you and your entire community. Or we can become North Korea. The choice is yours.
So this guy's like leveled up Blair White as far as being like the go-to, like pick me gay black dude.
Oh, yeah,
that is conservative.
Thank God we didn't become North Korea. Those guys would never have a military parade to celebrate the president's birthday. Anyway, he most recently sparked controversy for posting a picture with a Make Gaza Jewish Again shirt last year. While DeRousseau admitted the shirt could be polarizing, he said it felt necessary because, quote, sometimes you have to do something very bold and borderline polarizing in order to start the conversation. All right. He was just starting the conversation. Like how whenever it's my partner's turn to do the dishes, I take a dump in the sink. It's smart.
I was gonna say, watch this fucking American comedian make a joke about shitting their pants or poop. They cannot help themselves.
You see. Never mind that Xavier didn't take on this hard-right Zionist persona until after he worked at PragerU, whose CEO is a former Israel Defense Force intelligence officer. Hey, check out Xavier's merch store where he sells a Zionism is demure shirt for $65.
Jesus Christ.
It's very undemure. Another very obvious grifter or genuine person trying to fill the MAGA
Okay, wait, I think I found the Tucker Carlson was mauled by a demon clip.
Do you think the presence of evil is kickstarting people to wonder about the good?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to you?
Oh yeah, I had a direct experience with it.
In the milieu of journalism or just?
Nope, in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled. Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So he left physical marks?
Oh, they're still there. Yeah. A year and a half ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I was going to say, did your wife do it? Did your wife have long nails? Does your wife have long fake nails?
I wasn't. I was totally...
This motherfucker was sleeping in a bed with 4 dogs.
Confused. I woke up and I couldn't breathe and I thought I was going to suffocate, and I walked around outside. And then I walked in and my wife and dogs had not woken up, and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains.
If they're light sleepers, they could have woken up and done it. And you wouldn't have seen it because you were asleep.
On my rib cage and on my shoulder. And I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms and on my left shoulder. And they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails. And they didn't fit my hands anyway, but yeah.
Oh, well, if it wasn't his dogs and it wasn't him, it must have been a fucking demon.
It happened. So I'm not from a world where things like that happen. I never heard of anything like that happening before. I had no idea what that was. I knew it was spiritual immediately.
You did? Okay, that was gonna be my question.
Yeah. I don't understand to this day. I'm not gonna put it.
You didn't try to refute the spiritual part in your own mind. You went right into the...
Well, it didn't make any sense, and it doesn't now.
Oh, no. So critical thinking? No.
Not from a, what do they call it, faith tradition that talks about things like that or even acknowledges their existence. Like, there's nothing like that. I've never heard anybody say anything like that in my whole life.
What was the next day like?
Well, the next morning I woke up and I thought, that was the weirdest dream I've ever had. And then I saw blood on my sheets and I realized that was not a dream at all. I was like, oh, my assistant, it was like the only evangelical Christian I know, well enough to call.
Do you think if like Democratic politicians went around claiming shit like this, or even just Democratic lib progressive type pundits went around saying this type of shit, do you think it would be something that was used to attack their credibility and say this person's fucking insane? They literally claim that a demon came and like clawed them up in the night. Or do you think it would actually be something that they're like, look, there's lots of valid criticisms to make of Joe Biden, but don't come for his demon story?
Always something bizarre like that, totally bizarre like that. And she said, oh yeah, no, that happens. Yeah, people are attacked in their bed by demons. What? What are you even talking about? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not leaving anything out, and I'm not pretending to understand that. I can only say what happened to me, and that did happen to me. And then I was seized with this very intense desire to read the Bible, which I then started without any...
This is like being in the backseat of an Uber with a driver that like won't shut up.
Study aids or anything. I bought a Bible that didn't have any. I'm not interested in editorializing in the Bible. I just want to read it and see what's in there myself. I have very low levels of trust for Christian pastors, most of whom, I'm just not a fan at all. And sorry to say that, but that's how I feel. And so I don't want to hear other people's opinions. I just want to see what's in there. And so I spent a year and a half reading it, and then I started rereading it. And it was just a transformative experience for me, but I'm not holding myself out as someone from whom you could get theological advice, because I'm not.
Of course.
I don't know. I don't understand any of it. But yeah, that happened.
God allowed the demon?
I have no idea what happened. All I know is I was
look, I don't know about God. I just know about my demon. My demon attack.
With my wife and dogs, and I woke up with claw marks on my rib cage underneath my arms, and it didn't even make sense. My arms would, anyway, whatever. No one has to believe me. I don't care.
Part of MAGA would claim this dem is crazy, and part would say he clearly can't be trusted. He was possessed by a demon. I mean, probably.
That happened to me, and so I just was like, wow, that's real. Whatever that is, I'm even not sure what it is.
But very real. And so then that presence of that evil,
very real,
launches something.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say to that.
Is Bryce Hall, one of them manosphere guys, and of course, an amateur fighter. Here he is hanging out with a grown man who wants people to call him.
I'm amazed RFK Jr. never had a demon story. Never say never.
Sneeko, debating tip percentages, saying the N-word, dude stuff.
Yeah, it was included and I gave another 7. You know when like it includes it and then you can press +7? I gave him like a 27% tip. I did? You're good. Appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks. Of course. You just call me What the fuck?
27% tip. Not bad. In that same stream, Sneeko thanks a commenter for giving him $15 after saying white power. But all right. Good tipper. Not great. It's fine. It's a fine tip. So these guys are like
Jesus
Nazis.
Christ.
Or at least they seem to openly and happily court Nazis. And like that other guy, Bryce got in trouble during...
I mean, social media megastar Bryce Hall joins forces with pro-Hitler influencers. I think we can call him a Nazi influencer.
They seem to openly and happily court Nazis. And like that other guy, Bryce got in trouble during the pandemic. Specifically, he was charged by the LA city attorney for holding a massive birthday party during lockdown and was banned from the playlist.
Why are so many of these fucking people? How old are you? I can't remember the last time I had like a birthday party like this.
Live influencer convention for
like even at 21, am I a party pooper? Am I just like a cheapskate? I don't fucking get it why you needed to be having like a birthday party like this during quarantine and lockdown.
Off the
or really at any point, it's like it's time to grow up, you know?
After the assassination attempt on Trump, Hall, shocker, endorsed him with a tweet of that fist-raising picture and the caption, "This is my president." A few months later, Hall gave Trump a half-assed endorsement at a rally in Las Vegas. Afterward, internet sleuths found an old photo from Hall's Instagram.
A party pooper, I guess so.
Where he compared Trump to a trash can, which Hall deleted. Because again, these guys are all looking to fill a specific slot, have soured mainstream audiences, and found the conservative...
When you confront them with stuff like that, they just say that they believe the mainstream media's lies about how evil he was, and then you went to a rally and the people were very nice, and actually Trump is super awesome.
Are far more forgiving of bad behavior, especially if they're being told what they want to hear. It of course doesn't hurt that his TikTok video bashing Kamala Harris is one of his most...
I think some people rebelliously wanted to oppose the lockdown for the sake of it. No, for sure, but I also wondered if that kicked off some of these people like starting a right-wing grift because they did this shit, not even because they were trying to bait, like rage bait and attention and whatever, but because they did it, they didn't realize they were going to get so much backlash, and then they're like, fuck it, I'm right-wing now.
Viewed. This is a symbiotic relationship for both these influencers and Trump, because one of the interesting things about Trump's shift to TikTok and podcast influencers is how well-timed and smart it actually was. After all, remember the people who boosted Trump back in 2016? Sites like InfoWars and Breitbart, The Drudge Report, and conservative radio hosts. All of those sources are now struggling. Probably in part because a lot of them got sued into oblivion. It's almost like Trump uses people up like a box of...
This is Connecticut jury orders Alex Jones to pay nearly $1 billion to Sandy Hook victims. Newsmax paid $40 million to settle defamation suit over U.S. 2020 election claims.
The point being that Trump, or let's be honest, someone working for Trump...
And that wasn't even the biggest lawsuit, like the Dominion lawsuit that Fox News had to pay out about fake election claims or whatever that they broadcasted was the biggest one.
A very good job at keeping up with a rapidly changing grifter landscape of lying idiots. He's also harnessed a very specific type of person, or a group of people. Or to be more specific and yet somehow more cryptic, he's harnessed a bunch of groups of people. Bundles of bunches of groups of people. People that we are going to talk about later, perhaps after the break. For ads, bunches of ads. Bundles of bunches of ads for products. Bunches of products. That's it. Diets are terrible. Boo! They're bad for you, and they make you feel bad. News diets, on the other hand...
I feel bad skipping through their ads, so I'm doing it at 2x speed. It's a compromise.
So why not fill your news stomach with Ground News, which you can find via the QR code on the screen. Ground News is a website and an app that we sought out to sponsor us. They gather
Any Ground News enjoyers in chat?
You can be sure you're keeping up with your nutritional goals. News such as U.S. food rations going to waste after the Trump administration's aid cuts. With Ground News, you can see that it's mostly left-leaning and down-the-middle news organizations covering this. And of the news stories from the right, well, those are mostly sources from outside the U.S. So odd how none of America's many right-leaning news outlets seem to care that 60,000 metric tons of food that could go to people around the world is going to rot in the U.S. government warehouse. Why do they care about that? They're not doing anything about that. It's weird. Anywho, you can get the headline and all the context you require over at ground.news/SMN. With that link, you will save 40% off unlimited access. Ground News gives you a factuality.
After the honey crisis, I'm worried of Ground News popping up on literally everyone's channel.
Of every major story. As Benjamin Franklin
I've never used it.
News to me. Again, go to ground.news/SMN to get 40% off unlimited access for yourself or someone you know. The link is in the description, and the meal is delicious. Oh, that was about Stephen Miller.
Summer, the season that's full of big
stadiums. Okay, I gave you one ad.
Old bus recommend fast formula. I don't know, bang. For limited, you go to best-selling hair growth supplement
Nutrafol.com. Holy shit.
Okay, shucks. We're back. We were talking about Donald Trump for a change. Trumpo, it seems, has done a very good job of pivoting from the old guard of right-wing propagandists to this new generation of influencer freaks. It's like the New Mutants in that no one wants this, but it exists. Do you remember that film? You don't have to remember the film. It's worth noting that this absolutely isn't an organic or grassroots movement, but rather a very clever and calculated political move by the exact freaks you're picturing. Those freaks being Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk, which has trained and facilitated over 400 conservative influencers since the 2016 election. T-Puss, as they...
The thing is that they weren't like quietly doing this. They were pretty loudly doing this. The difference is that I just don't think anybody actually anticipated them catching on, because for a long time it definitely this organization came off like the how do you do fellow kids. It was completely out of touch. It did not resonate with young people whatsoever. Only now is that really starting to happen. But it's been in the works for like over a decade.
Has hosted influencer...
It didn't happen overnight.
Summits all over the country to teach young conservative influencers how to post smarter and harder. They've given advice like be influencer first, conservative second, so that they appear normal or less like political pundits and more like barstool sports. You may notice that is exactly the kind of tactic those Nelk boys seem to be using. Oh, and hey, coincidentally, here's one of those Nelks hanging out with Charlie Kirk at the whitest frat party in the universe.
Who's voted already? Don't think infiltrating college worked either. No, it was just the explosion of like social media and influencer culture that really helped lift them to prominence. The college events, when you look at them, like I debated this woman named Isabella Brown, conservative influencer, on Saucecast once. Isabella Brown, TP USA, and she was like a TP USA like brand ambassador. Like again, Isabella Brown debates students, full video Q&A. This is 2 years ago, 70K views. And like, notice how empty this place is. Like, show the crowd. Hold on. At some point, they like back up and show the crowd, and it's like not much. Fuck. Maybe this first one that has got a whopping 83 views in 2 years. No, it looks like the same one. Fuck. But she was like, I watched one of these, this entire event, but most of it to like prep for talking to her to get an idea of like, what does she believe? And it's just, these events just pop up, but like no one really attends them. They look like awkward, like pep rallies, basically.
Who's already voted? Hey, this guy looks like he's a happy camper. That's right.
What's up, home slices? I'm gonna give you guys a phrase. Tell me the first thing that comes to mind, okay? Oh God. What? Illegal immigration.
Yeah, nothing cooler than the phrases happy camper and home slices. Holy moly, jeepers O'Malley! Are college kids just not cool anymore? What happened to college kids? Were they never cool? I was. Yeah. So this may look like a totally natural hangout between college kids and a 31-year-old man who never attended college. But wouldn't you know it, it's a bit more sinister. T-Puss and Charkirk have very much built a web of young internet warriors. For example, they've absolutely operated troll farms before, as in they have paid young people to mass comment right-wing talking points.
This is pro-Trump youth group enlist teens in secretive campaign likened to a troll farm, prompting rebuke by Facebook and Twitter.
And
thing that would not happen now.
To make those ideas seem more popular. According to the Washington Post, one of Puss's social media efforts led to nearly 4,500 tweets full of identical false and or partisan content. And that's just what they found. Folks associated with the organization said they were directed to post at precise increments, probably to maintain the illusion of popularity. Really can't stress how not grassroots or counterculture this is, considering that Puss's budget for its media branch was over $7.2 million. This is just such a clear propaganda machine, and I know it's really easy to laugh at how obvious it seems, but it's working. So far, there has been one turn.
Don't think infiltrating colleges worked either, except frats and sororities. They love Trump, which makes sense. Privileged white kids and parents' money. That's the thing, is that there is kind of like a superficial myth. It has there's like a grain of truth to it that like, yes, a lot of like young college students are going to be more progressive or liberal on average, But college also represents a lot of like old money interests and like legacy interests. And among that, you are obviously going to find people that are conservative and Republicans. Just because like a college campus, like Young Republicans organization has like only 6 dorks that are willing to publicly align themselves with that group does not mean that they don't actually have conservatives on campus, or that like, and to the extent that they do, they usually have money.
Turning Point influencer Anna Paulina Luna, who is now a Florida Congress member. People like Tim Pool are now there in the White House in his little citizen journalist costume and shame hat, asking the president why he's so mighty and elite. And where Tim once sat, a bunch of new freaks are vying to take that spot. There is upward mobility here for these bottom feeders. The demand for conservative influencers is so high that it spawned its own little entertainment ecosystem with spin-off groups like Today's America, a talent agency that manages over 200 conservative creators. But much like this new and improved grifter landscape, there is another evolution at play.
I wonder if they made that to like groom the next generation of conservative influencers, or if they did that because conservative influencers couldn't get signed to other brand companies. But I really doubt that's the case. Like, what talent company wouldn't want to sign the Nelk brothers just because they like Trump?
MAGA tent has very sneakily found a way to widen itself to ensure an ever-expanding base of supporters, even when the old supporters drop out. Like, do you remember QAnon? Is QAnon even a thing anymore? Or has it gone the way of Newsmax and InfoWars? When it comes to the new generation of MAGA voices, we've gone far beyond some fringe group of conspiracy freaks. Because actually, those conspiracy freaks are just like in the administration and FBI now. In some cases, the administration is in them. But what's absolutely wild is that these days, a Trump supporter can look like this.
So first of all, a bucket and a mop for this wet-ass P word. So first of all, she had to clarify whether wet-ass P word was a description of the P word or whether one of the clinical symptoms here was also diarrhea.
Or they can look like this.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? You'll be out on your own porch.
Or they can look like this.
Trump was like genuinely fascinated the whole time when Theo Von was like telling that story, especially when he said like he did fucking cocaine. He was like, because I think Trump is like a teetotaler, right? He doesn't do any drugs. Theo Von, Trump, cocaine. Where's the clip of this? Yeah, it was this.
Well, I would just do cocaine. That was really, yeah. So not just, yeah.
That's down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it was, yeah.
But you don't anymore?
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing it.
Is it too much? Too much to handle?
Some of the stuff started to get a real rattle in it, too. I don't know where we were even getting it from in this country, but yeah, it started to make me feel like I was a mechanic or something.
So the thing you go back to then is alcohol for the most part.
Right, yeah, but what I want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink, then it'll be like, okay, well, I had a drink, then I can do this.
Is cocaine a stronger up?
Yeah. Cocaine
so you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You'll be out on your own porch, you know. Yeah. You'll be your own street lamp. You're freaking.
And is that a good feeling?
No,
it's horrible. A miserable feeling.
But you do it anyway, just like the guy you're saying with the scotch. Like you.
The thing is that I didn't realize that Theo Von is 45. He looks like a lot younger than he actually is. But wonder if Kamala was like, yeah, I'm going to legalize weed on podcasts, if she would have fared better. Well, the only version of her, the closest that she got to doing something like that was going and like lying about smoking weed in college while listening to fucking Tupac, even though Tupac wasn't around at the time she was in college, so.
What not to get the love of your life for Valentine's Day? First, any of these classic little treats, they actually have food dyes which are linked to hyperactivity in children, and they also have seed oils which are inflammatory and linked to cancer.
That last one is a wellness influencer who, along with her father, is big on RFK and Candace Owens. See, this is the Elon Musk, RFK, Trump trifecta. It's why he's keeping those dudes around, despite them seeming like a total bummer to hang out with. Instead of courting one fringe group of conspiracy theorists, Trump has managed to bring together several different fringe groups that otherwise would never talk to each other.
The big umbrella.
That's how you have barstool crypto bros in the same camp as raw milk hippies in the same camp as Nazis. In every case, these are people who felt underrepresented, often because their ideas are bad or wrong or racist, and have now found a warm, welcome home under Trump. It's sort of like how there's a subreddit devoted to images of bread stapled to trees with over 300,000 members. Individually, those perverts go to school or work their jobs without getting to celebrate their love of jacking off to bread. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be sexual, but come on. Look at that. That's hot. Hold on.
That type of subreddit always came off to me like a Reddit, Epic Bacon, Keanu Reeves Chungus moment. It's just lol XD random type shit.
Yeah. Join group. What am I talking about? Bread? Probably not. Okay. My point is that the internet can be beautiful in that it defies physical constraints and brings together niche interests, which of course is why it's ugly too, because it also brings together people who think the moon is a giant microphone created by the Jews. And in every case, these groups feel shunned by mainstream society. And that's why MAGA is now a grievance party. It always has been, of course. QAnon was built on people resentful that their conspiracy theories were laughed at. During COVID, Trump validated anti-vaxxers who didn't like being told to do stuff.
Let the Redditors have their fun. Yeah, well, my fun is shitting on their fun.
Elon Musk has become the hero for unlikable edgelords with too much money. The manosphere, of course, is based on men feeling undervalued in society, and in many cases, just hating women. And here comes RFK. When RFK Jr. ended his campaign and backed Trump, Trump's social media network expanded to include health nuts, even more anti-vaxxers, and other wellness influencers who are perhaps on the fringes of mainstream.
Health nut is like doing too much work.
Thought. You know the ones, right? It's weird to lump in wellness like it's all bad, because it's good to be well. But we're talking about the raw milk and anti-vax weirdos, as opposed to people correctly pointing out that perhaps our food is overprocessed and stuffed with corn. Trump is now going whole hog on this, having just picked a completely unqualified wellness influencer named Casey Means as the Surgeon General. Here she is on Joe Rogan, because of course she was on Joe Rogan.
It's like with vaccines, it's like, yeah, I bet that
holy shit, this one fell under the radar for me.
One vaccine probably isn't causing autism. But what about the 20 that they're getting before 18 months? Like, we don't look at it in synergistic, you know?
See, the reason anti-vax...
Okay, this isn't good, given that she's, like, spouting these things, but she, at the very least, is an American medical doctor, entrepreneur, and author. Graduated from Stanford University School of Medicine in 2014, dropped out of her surgical residency, and subsequently chose to practice functional medicine, a form of alternative medicine. Her medical license has been inactive since the beginning of 2024. Wonder why. Curious. It's weird that it's not hyperlinked. Like, why was it revoked? I'm guessing it's because she made false claims about vaccines or something. She likes raw milk. Casey Means medical license revoked or inactive. Comes under scrutiny. President Donald Trump's nominee for Surgeon General has sparked scrutiny online as her Oregon medical license has been inactive since 2019. Oh, so actually this is wrong. It's not just 2024. It's 2019. Anyone watching my thing at Wikipedia, you should update that. While U.S. Surgeon Generals are not required to have an active medical license while serving in the position, Casey Means' nomination has ignited a debate about transparency and professional qualifications for the role. Nicole Shanahan, Health Secretary, RFK Jr.'s running mate. I was promised that if I supported RFK Jr. in his Senate confirmation, that means would not work under the Department of Health and Human Services. She added, I don't know if RFK was very clearly lying to me or what is going on. Yeah, what the hell is going on there? RFK Jr. telling you a lie? No way. When approached for comment, HHS pointed Newsweek to Kennedy's post on X. The health secretary wrote on Thursday, Surgeon General is a symbol of moral authority. Pretty sure they're supposed to be like a medical expert, no? Who stands against the financial and institutional gravities that tend to corporatize medicine. Casey Means was born to hold this job. She will provide our country with ethical guidance, wisdom, and gold standard medical advice, even when it challenges popular orthodoxies. Challenges popular orthodoxies means there's no evidence for it, but this crackpot's gonna act as though there is, or support it anyway. But why doesn't she have it? She co-founded a company that promoted glucose monitoring for non-diabetic users as a tool for metabolic optimization. Sounds like bullshit. According to publicly available records, it was granted in 2014 and then transitioned to inactive status 5 years later in 2019. So she can't practice medicine, but there was no disciplinary action or revocation. Well, I was wrong. I actually thought it was going to be because she promoted some shit that like undermined people's faith in public health or something. Her continued use of the doctor honorific and promotion of health interventions has prompted backlash from physicians who argue that it blurs the line between credentialed medical advice and wellness entrepreneurship. She wrote in a separate post, Surgeon General is a very interesting term. The Surgeon General is the nation's top doctor responsible for providing medical advice and leadership on public health issues. It's worth noting that Casey Means doesn't have a surgical residency and isn't a surgeon. The term Surgeon General is interesting given the fact that there is no requirement to be a surgeon to be a Surgeon General. Turns out you can be a social media influencer and become Surgeon General. This was like Laura Loomer saying this. Why is Laura Loomer going after this bitch? What is the infighting? What is the tea here? Loomer got jealous.
Beliefs were always fringe is because they're incorrect. That's it. That's the reason. This is a bit of a deviation, but the overall right-wing party has become this weird backlash to backlashes. What I mean is that...
But actually, I retracted. The social media influencer thing is more accurate than I realized.
Because Trump is now scooping up any fringe group, there's now this general solidarity where simply being canceled is enough of a signal for support, no matter what they were being canceled for or if they were even canceled in the first place. It's actually become anticipatory now, such as with the case of that lady starting a crowdfunding campaign after calling a child the N-word.
There is a video circulating on multiple social media platforms that was reportedly recorded at a park in Rochester. The video shows a woman holding a small child making racist slurs.
I'm ready to mute this. I don't think you'd show it, but...
She claims had taken something that belonged to her child.
So that video was taken on April 28th. It's hard to know exactly, but the racist in that video would post a Give, Send, Go page shortly after that incident. On that page, she claimed...
That Give, Send, Go thing is like a notorious platform for people to either crowdfund for... legal fees, because I actually don't think you're allowed to use GoFundMe to get like legal fees, but it's also led to like neo-Nazis using it. Give, Send, Go. Hold on. Yeah, an American Christian crowdfunding website launched in 2015 as an alternative to GoFundMe. The site engages in limited content moderation, citing freedom of speech. Identified as an alt-tech platform, Give, Send, Go has attracted controversy for allowing far-right extremists and hate groups to fundraise.
She was raising money for the backlash, but it's actually really hard to find any backlash before this point. Like, I'm sure there was some, but for example, listen to how Matt Walsh describes it.
There's a guy who put up on the screen who wrote a letter to CPS, which he published on his website, claiming again that Shiloh's a danger to her own child and that the child should be taken out of the home. And pretty soon, with thousands upon thousands of people whipped into a pitchfork mob, she had been identified by name, but not just her name. Her phone number was posted all over the internet, her address, her social security number, her alleged places of employment. But that is where the M. Night Shyamalan twist ending comes into play. Because Shiloh Hendricks did not
Has Ethan spoken out about this CPS call?
Apologize. Instead, she posted a crowdfunding campaign on Give, Send, Go, where she doubled down and defended her actions and asked for help to relocate and get her family to safety.
So his narrative is that this lady called a kid the N-word and then got uber harassed online and then started the crowdfunding campaign to rebuild her life. Except, did you see that tweet he gave as an example of the harassment? That tweet is after she started the crowdfunder. By the time that tweet was made on May 3rd, she had already begun to raise $250,000 and had people on X posting about her like a hero. You see what I'm getting at, right? It really seems like this lady...
Why is Matt Walsh dressed like a hipster? Can't hide who you are.
He called a kid the N-word on video, and then a day after it went viral, she started...
He's still a millennial at the end of the day, no?
...crowdfunder and was celebrated as this hero before she really got any huge backlash. There wasn't really any time for that, was there? Again, I'm kind of speculating, but it seems like the moment you're on camera being racist, there's a group of people who immediately have your back simply for being racist. You know, other racists. But to hear Matt Walsh talk about it, it's bigger than that. It's about the principle.
This is the most devastating attack on cancel culture that we have seen, possibly ever. Shiloh Hendricks has, without really trying,
whoa, man,
effectively ended cancel culture. As Mark Dice said in his video about the incident.
No way.
Shiloh is the final boss of cancel culture, or maybe rather the final boss that cancel culture has to fight. Yeah, it is unsavory. You wish that Shiloh had said or done something that we could affirmatively defend. That would be much easier. Nobody wants to affirmatively defend cussing out a 5-year-old, even though I don't think the kid's actually 5. But
is that all she did?
That is the point. The point is that the only way to put an end to this routine, the routine where the outrage mob mobilizes and assembles to destroy somebody's life, is to disincentivize the routine. And the only way to disincentivize that behavior.
First, they came for the moms that cuss out kids using racially charged slurs and I said nothing.
Is to reward the person who's being targeted.
And there it is. Exactly what I was saying. There is now a general solidarity among the right wing, not for any specific belief, but for anyone simply causing public disdain. You don't actually have to do anything of value. You can just shoot some people or kill a homeless man or say the N-word and you will be rewarded. You might even get a job at a venture capital firm if you kill someone homeless enough. Or you can start your own Give, Send, Go, a site that seemingly exists to make money off of people too despicable for other crowdfunding sites. The right has made it so that you can simply just be a racist, proudly so, and receive support on the big, quote, principle of it. There are influencers like Lily Gaddis, whose entire offer is that they are racist.
Where did she go?
They literally have nothing else.
I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do, quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Look at this. This is a stacked cast, people. We got Myron Gaines, host of the Fresh and Fit podcast on the left here. In the middle, we have Mark Lamont Hill, noted Columbia professor and public academic. Then we have, what's her name? Lily Gladstone or whatever, notable for saying the N-word. And then Ahumegalol.
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Hey, Piers. Just don't have her on. Right? Like, I know your entire thing now is spectacle and having random people just shout at each other under the guise of conversation, but
he invited that like crazy woman that the show Baby Reindeer was based off of. He ain't stopping anytime soon.
Some people aren't worth talking to. You're not getting anything out of it except, as I just said, spectacle, empty attention. In case you
wrong, clicks, likes, ad revenue. Come on, think of the upsides here.
Lily Gaddis literally rose to fame for saying the N-word on a TikTok video. That's it. There's no politics here. You might also notice that she's not even very charismatic or interesting to watch. Her heart doesn't really seem to be in it. She's just like, oh, I can say racist stuff. Let's do that. It's boring.
That original TikTok that launched her into relevancy itself was so contrived. You know a true racist when you see them. And you could tell it was so obvious that she was just being performatively racist. I mean, I don't doubt that she genuinely is racist. You kind of have to be willing to like make that the way that you try to get attention and fame and whatnot. But her heart's not in it, you know?
Juiceless, rizless. These people aren't arguing specific policies or standing up for any values. They're being boosted just because they make the right people angry. It's Jerry Springer shit, which I realize is a really cool reference for the youngs. This doesn't exclusively go one way, for the record. Not to both sides.
Put some respect on Jerry Springer's name.
There's an increasing economy around going viral for owning one particular side, as opposed to creating productive debate.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
I need him to show the moment where he's like a little baby human being or whatever, and that woman like was like, ew, your smile's gross.
Okay, we've all enjoyed our surrounded videos. For people who don't know, it's exactly what it looks like. They take a single conservative or a single liberal or lefty or anti-vaxxer or flat earther or whatever and surround them with the opposing view and they debate it out. And while that's fun to watch sometimes, there's almost nothing productive about them. They exist to create viral clips and give attention to whoever's in them. But politically speaking, they exist in the same way a rug cleaning video exists. It's filler. For starters, no matter what actually happens in the video, they will be cherry-picked to deliver whatever conclusion someone wants. This Charlie Kirk video, for example, has been endlessly shared as an example of Kirk totally owning libs and of libs totally owning Kirk. People simply see what they want to see based on their pre-existing politics. I mean, maybe some people watching have changed their minds because of it. Who knows? I'm not trying to come down too hard on these. But like, watch what happened when Sam Cedar was on one.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To be xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
This woman writes for The Blaze, her like chat GPT articles, and is just like constantly trying to get into it, like fights on Twitter and like get attention. And as soon as she gets into fights with somebody that's a little bit bigger than her, she will delete her tweets.
Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on European
culture?
and Christian values and identity. That is a dominant culture.
White Christian,
it's rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is that
has been the dominant culture.
Just to be
and
clear,
we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided. A melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
No, it doesn't
and now
mean
instead we're saying there's something wrong with
dominant
xenophobia.
Culture. No. I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this.
Right. That woman is a proud Christian nationalist. That's just what she is. Also someone who apparently doesn't understand how to make fun too. As Cedar himself realizes, there's just no point in debating her. Just like there's no point in debating Charlie Kirk, a propagandist who, as we keep discussing, has been crafting an artificial right-wing influencer network for years now. Charlie shouldn't ever be invited to any respected political stage, period. Nor should a fucking Christian nationalist. They don't care about debate, nor do they have the country's best interest in mind. They have a specific agenda based around self-interest that they are trying to inject into our national discourse. And they succeeded exactly because of videos like this. But Surrounded doesn't care. It's just about going.
She posted the clip of her getting just pummeled by Sam Cedar. Not even pummeled. She just embarrassed herself because she wouldn't stop rambling and was speaking over him. And that clip is on her Instagram, and the comment section is nothing but negative, but negative engagement is still good engagement, so he's not wrong that you can create a career off of this pretty easily.
Going viral, put one mouse in a cage with snakes, etc. It's like the Ben Shapiro Olympics, where everyone is trying to get their best talking point for TikTok so they can amass enough followers to start the real news report or the very racist streamer hour. Like, what political value does
Hey, that's my show.
Video can one woke teen
and it's several hours, not one.
Supporters have? That's Mr. Beast shit. And what is that fucking teen doing in that video in the first place? He should be out with his friends smoking bath salts and shoplifting. I'm not some old mule who thinks that young people shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Dean looks like a Who from Whoville. Hold on. Is it Horton? Here's a Who. A Who. What's the name of the kid? I don't want to just put little boy. What's his like characters? Hold on. Jojo. McDodd. Like, do you guys see this? He's like this, but like blonde.
Vote or get involved with politics. But this isn't politics. It's spectacle. It's exploitative. It's propaganda. At best, it's punditry. And what kid wants to be a pundit? You know who became a pundit when they were a teenager?
That was the thing I didn't get to talk about with Matt Lech yesterday, that like Dean Withers, Parker, Harry Sisson Jr., formerly, like these people are just, and even like, and I like Adam Mockler, I've met him, he's personally nice or whatever, but they have like nothing interesting to say. You know exactly what their opinion on every single thing is going to be. There's nothing unique about it. They're just, when they're talking politics, they're just running you down like a Democratic Party, like press release. And when they're talking about social issues, they're like, they just pay lip service to it, and I'm sure they believe it, but then they want to like get it right back to like MAGA and just back to the politics. And I just feel like they don't offer, I don't know, in some ways it's just like the worst, you know? They're like little democratic robots. And I actually don't think that like, because Matt Lech was praising them. And like, don't get me wrong, their clips look good. They can embarrass Jordan Peterson, right? Film their elder abuse, but like, I don't know that that's the antidote or answer, because it's like women that end up being attracted to those influencers.
Shapiro, is that what you want to be?
Which one was the one sending the sex? That was Harry Sisson Jr. And then he was promptly shunned by Parker and Dean for doing that.
Kids, do you want to dress up as John Adams every Halloween since you were 5? Yes, Ben did that. That is not normal behavior. Don't be Ben. Don't get into political punditry and...
Mostly it's just like, hey, we're Zoomers. It's kind of that, but like, there's something so inauthentic and disingenuous about them. It's like they were a Zoomer created in like from like a test tube. Like Dean gives off the energy that he got ripped literally just to win debates, you know?
Professional lying before you can even vote. Go to the mall and get high. Well, I guess not the mall. They bulldozed the mall. Go to the DMV parking lot and
They're fundamentally Brett Cooper producer type people. No, for sure.
High. Or get into actual politics and not debate bro politics. Because this online economy built completely on who owns who and who triggers.
Harry didn't do anything wrong. Free my boy Harry.
Who is
the first one to break out of the orthodoxy, and he's immediately canceled. What a shame.
Absolute perfect breeding ground for propaganda. And after the break, we're going to talk about...
I subscribed my mom to Adam Mockler, and she hates Trump now. See, this is why I feel bad shitting on them, because I know that they occupy like an important role in like de-radicalization, because they are an entry point for that, because people really click on those videos and they like see just how insane like regular like MAGA constituents are. But past that, like they definitely have their limitations, you know?
Why? We're going to talk about how the influencer culture and social media as a whole have been a godsend for liars and propagandists. And Cody, thanks for watching my show. Buy these products.
Ah, the toilet. It's everyone's least favorite bathroom seat. So much less luxurious than a recliner.
You think they're gonna? It's gonna be a what is it?
Definitely keep in our bathrooms.
A bidet?
Let me tell you.
A bidet attachment?
Anymore. Once you install
A tushy bidet. Oh my god.
cake to install and leaves your butt feeling like.
Look, they gave her this T-shirt. It says, "Ask me about my butthole."
Move that chase lounge out of the bathroom and into the billiards room because you see.
You need a bidet so bad. Buy it through this link.
Warm water that never runs cold, a soothing heated seat, and UV sterilization for top-notch hygiene. I love my tushy bidet, sincerely. And also, sincerely, I have moved all my other chairs out of the bathroom. Seriously, these days, I could read Ulysses on the toilet. Reclaim your comfort zone in the bathroom. For a limited time, our audience gets 10% off your first bidet order when you use code SMN at checkout. That's 10% off your first bidet order at hellotushy.com with promo code SMN. You'll be so clean that you'll be like, go ahead, ask me about my butthole.
Would you ever wear that shirt at any event? If I had that shirt, I wouldn't wear any other shirt.
It's the heart of your head. And just like you take care of your heart with, I don't know, running, you should take care of your mind as well. But your mind can't and shouldn't jog. Instead, there's Headspace, an app that helps more than 100 million people with guided meditations, mindfulness practices, breathing exercises, and more.
Oh my god, they got like a BetterHelp type advertisement, product placement going on in here.
Benefits of meditation with modern practices so you can get your prefrontal cortex jacked and your hippocampus.
What do you want to bet these types of apps are like AI therapist type things?
Get Headspace free for 60 days. Go to headspace.com/somemore-news. That's HEADSPACE.com/somemore-news to unlock all of Headspace free for 60 days. Headspace.com/somemore-news is the place to go for this product.
Starting a small business must have been hard enough back in the horse and buggy days, but in 2025,
oh my god,
the internet,
triple decker, Shopify, oh my goodness.
People say rad, you see.
News.
Hey kiddos, Cody's back and he's bearder than ever. We've been talking about the right-wing influencer culture and being generally rad while doing it. Kids still say rad, you see. And now I want to take a step back and look at the state of the internet as a whole, which, dare I say, is bad, not rad. I don't know if you've noticed this, but everything feels like a dystopia lately. And that's likely because the internet feels like a dystopia, and everyone is on the internet all the time. Or more specifically, social media, which specifically boosts politics to keep you on it. I mean, you apparently can't ask a grok a question without it bringing up white genocide right now. It feels like we're living in one long election season forever. Right? We used to have this thing called television. It's a great band. But also, it was a box in your cocaine den that sometimes had news and political programs on it. You could watch them or not. They came on at certain times, but not all the time. Then, on occasion, there were political ads pushing a specific side. Those ads would tell you who was paying for them. And yes, people still did sneaky things. The people owning these channels weren't always apolitical. But it was a lot easier to regulate misinformation and keep track of who was paying whom. Then the internet came along and was generally seen as a more authentic space where individuals could talk directly to each other and build communities. There were these things called web pages that anyone with an Angel Fire account could whip together. You could make cool moving images. Look at that! Look at it go! And for a while, we still had that separation where we could choose what pages to look at. We knew who was a political personality versus an entertainer, and we kind of knew who was paying for what. This was all condensed with social media, which drove everyone off of websites and put all the discourse into one terrible spot. Memes became useful in the sense that someone could simply post an image.
Wow, I'm too young. I don't know what Angel Fire is. No, me neither. I didn't either.
An idea that everyone would pass around. But I can't help but point out that when applied to politics, memes function almost exactly the same way as a propaganda poster. They have
I kind of hate Cody's style of humor. I like it. I think he's an acquired taste, though.
Sources or factual information are often just an image and a few words, often exploit emotions like disgust or fear, and everyone just decided to share and believe them. They are the perfect delivery system for lies. They're actually easier than propaganda posters because the liars don't even have to go around physically nailing them up. At a certain point, you don't even know where a meme came from. And so what has the appearance of authenticity could be a calculated political tactic. Now take that and put it into influencer culture.
The Biden administration recently invited the public to recommend areas in the Western Arctic to be protected from new oil and gas leasing. This open comment period just started. It's only open for 60 days. We need as many comments as possible to make it clear that the Western Arctic needs protection. The bad news is that big oil companies are putting up a fight to open up as much of the Arctic as possible to drilling. But if you want to fight for a better future and you're between the ages of 18 to 26, you've got to check out this program that'll match you with opportunities to fight climate change. AmeriCorps NCCC is a program that lets young people in the US work on climate, travel the country, and gain valuable skills. But if you're in a swing state, your vote will determine the context of the progressive political struggle over the next several years. And with that in mind, I think you should vote for Kamala Harris.
That's Michael Mezzatesta saying stuff that I don't disagree with. I'm certain he also believes what he's saying.
But who backs this motherfucker?
I have nothing against him besides that decorative plate collection he has up. Plates are for eating, Mike. Come on. But at least one of those videos you just watched was paid for as a political ad. And according to Michael, while he often marks his videos that are paid ads, he doesn't always. He also says he gets between 10 to 20% of his revenue from them. And while, from what I can tell, I generally agree with his stance on things like climate change, that's really weird. The idea of a friendly face on your screen instructing you politically while secretly being paid for by politicians used to be a dystopian concept.
See, like Farah got shit for this, and I did wonder how she was able to make political TikToks that were funded in part by, like, it wasn't the Democratic Party, but it was some sort of operative or interest group or donor class group. And apparently there really is no regulation surrounding this stuff. Let me see. Like, why was it legal again?
These days, it's just common practice as more and more influencers are just flat out funded by super PACs. How did this happen? Did you guess because of Citizens United? Easy guess. You don't get points for that. Yeah, in 2010, the Supreme Court declared that unlimited independent political spending by corporations and groups is protected by the First Amendment. These groups then pay an agency to middle manage and pay influencers to spread specific talking points. It's dark money. Even when social media sites try to regulate or ban these ads, they very often slip through. After all, what is the difference between an ad and a person just voicing their opinion? Especially since they aren't required to disclose the difference. These are influencers, they're kids, entertainers.
And I know this, but like, why don't they have to? What is the argument?
Station or large corporation. And so this is how we get the perfect loophole for the larger propaganda machine. And the money is flowing from both left and right-wing groups. Tana Mojo, an influencer with 6 million followers on Instagram, told her podcast co-host that she was offered millions of dollars to support a certain political party, just like that. The National Republican Congressional Committee spent almost $500,000 on Creator Grid Inc., whose website promises to connect Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, which just sounds like a dating app made by Elon Musk. And then, of course, there's Russia.
One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Ukraine is the enemy.
Who worked with Tenet Media were clear about who they didn't like and about who they did.
Trump, remember what they've done to you. Remember what they were trying to do to you. And please, please destroy these people once you get into office.
A U.S. federal indictment says those opinions were bought and paid for by the...
Is that a Canadian on my screen talking about American politics? She should be locked up in jail.
Kremlin, which...
For coming into this country and trying to change it.
Well, $10 million.
Yeah, that's what we do now. The Tim Pool's cool with it. People getting, torn off the street because they co-authored an op-ed in their college newspaper or whatever.
Through Roaming Millennial, a Quebec company belonging to Canadian influencer Lauren Chen and her husband Liam Donovan.
Oh, Tim. What do you got to say for yourself?
Nope. So I barely even talked to Lauren. And it's kind of crazy. I've known her for a long time.
So Tenet Media, co-founded by Lauren Chen, who Tim barely talks to but is known for a long time, was a $10 million front for Russia's effort to destabilize the United States and win the war they started by invading another country. This is one of several times Russia has been caught using the internet and social media to push propaganda. Tim's defense is that he wasn't explicitly asked to push any talking points, and that his political views just happened to align with foreign rivals rooting for the destruction of America. And you know what? I believe you, Tim. Are you gonna reflect on that?
Nope.
I believe you, Tim. Timo wasn't the only hilarious mark who got funded by Tenet Media. He's joined by Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson. And in defense of these very stupid dupes, it is quite hard to fully know where the money is coming from. I mean, if someone was offering us millions, I'd personally look into who they are, but that's just me. But being an influencer or having a YouTube show, as I personally know, means that you're always looking for funding. You try your best to vet stuff, but as we pointed out, these efforts tend to go through middleman companies. So if you're a young kid or an idiot and liar like Tim Pool, you can see how easy it would be to get tricked into serving as the propaganda arm of a political party. Or maybe you actually know you're...
I don't know that he knew that he was doing it, but I think that he heard the figure and then he deliberately decided not to ask more questions and sort of, not look the other way, but you intentionally remain in the dark, so you have plausible deniability, which is exactly what he relies on now that he's been called out for this.
You're doing it and don't care and then pretend you were tricked after. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. This is all to say that we very clearly need to fix this and can't leave it up to the individual. Some countries have started to do that, at least. In 2021, France enacted legislation aimed at protecting child influencers in the same way child actors and models are protected. And in 2023, they required influencers to have a written contract for every payment or gift of a certain value. The UK followed suit with the 2023 Online Safety Act, holding companies accountable for removing illegal content like hate speech and material promoting self-harm. But here in the US, we have positively leaned into it. Just look at this Where's Waldo of tech monsters from Trump's last inauguration. Was that pianist seriously playing What a Wonderful World? Brutal. Brutal irony. Great job. So we have gone from television having very specific and clear political content and ads, to social media trying to self-regulate political content, all the way to Elon Musk buying Twitter for the explicit purpose of turning it into a right-wing propaganda site that boosts white nationalist talking points. Remember when social media used to have political bubbles within it? Now we don't even have that. We have the lefty social media site and the Nazi social media site.
Am I missing something by not being more active on Blue Sky? Just seemed like awkward when I went on there.
So dystopian, so polarized, and so far from rational politics. And going back to why the right dominates online media and why Trump has more sway over influencers despite spending less on campaign ads, well, he doesn't really need to spend that much, does he? Other richer people are doing that for him. The reason right-wing media is bigger is because it has more money. And the reason it has more money is because right-wing media says the stuff rich people want said. They don't need to actually make money. They just need to spread the message and support their ideological project, which will end up making them more money. In fact, we're now hearing that the Democrats are realizing this way too late. And
hey, we read this article.
To bankroll their own influencers.
The next liberal Joe Rogan.
So I guess an army of people who will defend Joe Biden no matter what, thus earning people's trust. We're not going to spend.
And it's like backed by progressive orgs, but when we looked into the progressive orgs, they don't actually have any policy platforms or real commitment to progressive values, because they were promoting people from like Ro Khanna all the way to like Elisa Slotkin, who's not progressive.
Spend a lot of time on this because there might be a whole other episode about it, and it isn't what this episode's about. But there's this attempt to find or literally create this liberal Joe Rogan figure. I've seen people literally suggest that Bill Maher is that person, or claim that the success of the HUTCH podcast indicates that it's possible. Unrelated, I am willing to shave my head.
I mean, is that crazy? Bill Maher might actually be the closest you can get to a liberal Joe Rogan.
And lift a bunch of weights. But these aren't in the same category or world at all. Those are exclusively political shows for people interested in politics. Joe Rogan spent years and years being apolitical and talking about whatever, and eventually he got rich enough and dumb confident enough to go all in for Trump. You can't manufacture a person to talk about whatever and be normal for years, and then right around election time they'll be like, hey, you guys ever notice that tax credits are pretty based actually? It doesn't work that way. That being said, yes, left-wing media does need money and support. They just also need to not be on the Democrats' leash so that they can be authentic and actually point out when, for example, the president is old and dying, or we're financially supporting a genocide and how maybe that's bad without being attacked by those Democrats. They're just different ecosystems and parties. Also, not for nothing, but an alternative to pumping millions of dollars into propagandists and influencers to convince people that your party is good is just doing and believing in good things.
Jon Stewart. I feel like the late night TV. See, I said Bill Maher because Bill Maher actually has that cringy Club Random podcast and seems to be leaning into something that's in the vein of Joe Rogan. But Jon Stewart stays firmly in traditional media, and all of his ventures since he left The Daily Show and then returned have been late night TV shows or a foray into an Apple TV series that was well funded, well shot, and like clean and neat. It doesn't give that kind of off the cuff, just freewheeling impression. I don't want to say it's contrived, but it's staged. There's money behind it. And Joe Rogan, you don't get, and like even Club Random, obviously there's a fucking ton of money behind Club Random, but you don't get that impression by watching it. And it's the same with Joe Rogan.
Find your message and the messengers will follow. But again, not what this is about. I'm sure it'll go great. Just pump billions into Gavin Newsom's podcast to appeal to the youths. Can we please get a fact check on what goon means? I feel like we're off somehow. Meanwhile,
and Maher isn't. No, but like look at Club Random. But Club Random is not up to the same production scale as Jon Stewart's return to The Daily Show. Or even as somebody saying he had a podcast, but was the podcast truly just like a voice only, or did he do like a set?
fracking billionaires.
And was it the type of podcast that's like the Ezra Klein Show, New York Times type podcast where they sit down with activists and journalists, and it's this very, you don't get this, like, it's 50% conversation, 50% them talking about what their main area of focus is. It is exclusively from start to finish kind of a promo for their work or whatever it is. Joe Rogan finds that balance between an authentic back and forth conversation, and then it weaves and becomes also a platform for them to talk about what they're doing.
Like the Wilkes brothers pump millions into sites like the Daily Wire. Libertarian weirdos like Peter Thiel and his pet J.D. Vance invest millions in Rumble, the right-wing alternative to YouTube. Because again, why bother buying the media site?
Dude, they're like burning holes in their pockets by fucking investing in Rumble.
When you can just own the internet instead. And so, for the right wing specifically, there is now a direct pipeline between TikTok and Twitter influencers and the President of the United States. Trump could, if he wanted to, turn to Elon and tell him that he wants to see more posts about reopening Alcatraz. Elon could change the algorithm and have Grok talk about the movie The Rock a bunch. And then the individual influencers would follow suit. Charlie Kirk could have 1,000 commenters supporting those posts. It is, as I keep saying, a propaganda machine. And the other social media sites aren't far behind. Zuckerberg is nuzzling up to Trump to get this antitrust lawsuit off his back, and also ending Facebook's fact-checking program. Then, of course,
who needs that?
TikTok of it all.
Facts,
Trump signed an executive order to ban TikTok, claiming that China would use it to spy on us or do propaganda or because of COVID. Who cares? Because he then unbanned it because of, quote, freedom of speech, causing the site to personally thank him. Who knows what conversations led to this decision? I don't know. Maybe Trump just figured out that TikTok posts generally favored him over Biden. Maybe it's about to favor him a lot more. He saved the Gen Z site after all. Or maybe it's because one of Trump's largest...
Was it Republicans that started off calling for a ban on TikTok with its ties to the fucking CCP or whatever, and then there became like bipartisan consensus for it, and then the day finally came to fucking ban it, and they neither party wanted to own up to the fact that, like, yeah, there was consensus on this, but now we realize it's going to be massively unpopular, so we're just going to kind of like step away from that.
Largest political donors, billionaire Jeff Yass, has a trading firm with a 50% stake in TikTok's parent company and a personal stake of 7%, which works out to around $21 billion. Hey, I bet that's the one. Conveniently, Trump's 180 on TikTok came a week after a brief meeting with Yass and his wife on educational matters. Those educational matters were probably a financial lesson on how Yass's stake in TikTok means a lot more money for Trump. It should be noted that Trump has only stalled the TikTok ban, which requires the site to be purchased by an American company. Trump's latest proposal to save the app is a 50-50 split between an American company and the parent company ByteDance, rather than a full divestment.
I was about to say ByteDance is still owned by the CCP.
When asked about which...
ByteDance has, because it's a Chinese company or something, they have to sign effectively like this oath, or they have to allow the CCP to have partial ownership because of regulations within China.
Private company that might be, Trump said, every rich person has called me about TikTok. You know, because if an American company manages to acquire half of...
It was the Palestine issue that started TikTok shit. I mean, I remember Mitt Romney saying that, like, we need to get rid of it because kids are going on there and they're not coming out the right, on the right end of the side of the conflict because they're being exposed to the Palestinian narrative. But I think there was things before that, no?
TikTok, that company would become super valuable and incredibly indebted to Trump. Such potential suitors are speculated to be former Los Angeles Dodgers owner Frank McCourt, AI startup Perplexity AI, and you know it, baby, Elon Musk.
You know, I'm generally against banning things. So I probably not be in favor. I mean, it would help Twitter, I suppose, if TikTok was banned, because then people would spend more time on Twitter and less time on TikTok. But even though even if it would help Twitter, I would be generally against banning of things.
Yeah, Elon hates banning things unless they personally disagree with him on politics or use the word cisgender. For the record, Musk has maintained that he's not interested in buying TikTok. But I mean, he didn't want to buy Twitter either. He legally forced himself to do that because of the laws. What's more disturbing is that he could buy TikTok, and that Trump, the fucking president, seems to have a direct part in choosing who gets it. The extremely partisan and vindictive crime president, looking to wet his thick beak as sloppily as possible, is now lording over every social media platform, which now happens to be one of the primary ways in which Americans get their information, the youth of which specifically following individual influencers who may or may not be getting paid by political operatives working directly for that president to put out misinformation. It's like that book. You know the book. We all read it in school. No, not the K. Do kids even have to read the K these days? I don't know. It's the other.
I think I did read that book.
1984 or The Hunger Games, whatever. The new right-wing influencer is this guy. More so than ever, a smiling, personality-driven propagandist pretending to be an entertainer. Romain Tweedleclit, I think. That's his name. Do kids even still like the Hunger Games? I don't know. That came out like over 10 years ago.
What the fuck is a K? Like, it's a little bit like Huckleberry Finn. This white kid and this black guy ended up stranded on an island with a cat, and then the kid goes blind because he hits his head or something in this injury that led to them washing up on shore. And then they make it out alive somehow. I don't know. I had to read it in like 5th grade. I also read like Hatchet. I think I read it around like 4th, 5th grade.
Oh God, it came out over 10 years ago. Where is my time going? I'm just dying so fast. Give me back my time.
Okay, look. This is Trump in 2020. In the AP, Trump says he'll act to ban TikTok in U.S. as soon as Saturday, July 31st, 2020. As far as TikTok is concerned, we're banning them from the United States. I have that authority. It's going to be signed tomorrow. Where does it say that it's because of China? Yeah, but it's Chinese ownership. Has raised concerns about the censorship of videos, including those critical of the Chinese government and the potential for sharing user data with Chinese officials. U.S. national security officials have been reviewing Musical.ly acquisition. The Musical.ly, that was what TikTok was before it was TikTok, acquisition of recent months, while U.S. armed forces have banned their employees from installing TikTok on government-issued phones. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said earlier this month that the U.S. was considering banning TikTok. And then Mitt Romney, Palestine, TikTok. This was not until 2024. Senator Romney links TikTok bans to pro-Palestinian content. Senator Mitt Romney said support for a nationwide ban on TikTok is connected to the overwhelming volume of mentions of Palestinians on the popular platform. Why it matters. By suggesting Congress is motivated by the pro-Palestinian viewpoint of content, Romney triggered backlash from free speech advocates who say the proposed ban would violate the First Amendment. Supporters of the pending ban have tried to promote it as a national security measure to prevent misinfo and data collection by the Chinese-owned platform. It passed with wide majorities in the House and Senate. This is what I meant when I said there was bipartisan support for this before President Biden signed it last month. Romney replied, "Some wonder why there was so much overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts." So this was 4 years ago, Taco Canada. You were wrong.
Am I vanishing? I am. I'm vanishing. Somebody help me.
You can tell the theme's really stuck with you. Hey, the fact that I can even outline the plot of like a shitty children's novel should tell you that some of it had made an impression.
It's just like Back to the Future, which is that film. Okay, so Back to the Future is this film from the 80s with Michael J. Fox. He was from this show called Family Ties. Back to the Future, it also had this sequel where they went into the distant, fantastical future of 10 years ago. Bring me back my time! New Cody, begin. Hey everybody, here's some more news. There are 100 of me back there. Hey everybody, thank you so much for...
Okay. Dropping the link in chat if anybody wants to check out some more news. Go watch some more news. Okay. So I'm going to take a break because ads are starting in 3.5 minutes. But before I do that really quick, and it won't be long, you should subscribe to me on Twitch, and that way you don't have to deal with these fucking interruptions. If not, you should follow me. I'm at 1,101 followers, and it would be awesome if I could fucking get to like 1,200 or something before in like a week. I'll make that a goal. Just 100 more followers. That's all I'm asking. But if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream. It pushes it out to more people so they can also find me and discover me. And if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, you should go ahead and do that. If you want to support me, you can either follow the donation link in my Twitch chat, or you can go to my YouTube description and see my Ko-fi link and buy me a Ko-fi for $3 if you so choose, or the same Streamlabs link. And I'm at Straight Rate or Straight Rate _ on everything. But when I get back, we are either going to watch Hutch and Vadim, aka Creationist Cat, debate Israel-Palestine, a lib versus a leftist, or I'm going to watch PBD admit that Jordan Peterson fucked up really, really badly with the surrounded Jubilee debate. We will see, but I will be back. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. I just learned that the fucking tariffs have been struck down by federal court. And I want to see what the hell that's about. I don't know if there's any other fellow bug eaters in chat, but I buy a lot of shit off of AliExpress. I buy cheap Chinese things because they're cheap. And when they introduced these tariffs, that shit all immediately became like 200, 400% the price that it was before. So if that's going to be back, I will be very happy. I just want to buy fake jelly cats. Is that so terrible, you know? Can't a gal enjoy something? Can't an adult just buy the cheap Chinese shit without this? That's what this country is all about. I should be able to buy cheap Chinese shit without people from the government interfering. They should be encouraging this exploitation. What is going on? I'm seeing... Wait, what the hell? Arguments in chat. What is going on? Oh yeah, PBD or... I think I have to do PBD first because I will probably be so demoralized after the Hutch versus VADIM conversation for many reasons that I gotta start off with like this like conservative amuse bouche, you know what I mean? And that will be PBD. I lurk in Hutch streams to see what the libs are up to. It's generally disappointing. I watch IRI sometimes. Once he said he doesn't want to hear about the genocide crap. I like IRI. I think IRI is so funny. He came in chat the other night when I was reviewing the first week panel that we watched with Doobie. And he was like, ooh, new streamer. And I was like, oh, fuck. I wonder if he's going to like hate my coverage of this. But I like IRI. He's a good egg and he's funny. Reading this chat made you more liberal, Puppy Puncha? In my brain, I think of like Pig Puncha with your username and like punching cops. So I just assumed you're like a huge leftist or something. Guess court struck down Trump's ability to use the tariffs during wartime acting. I don't even remember what the justification was. I just know that they struck it down. Pig Puncher is Xander Hall's first username. Yes, I know his dead name. I shouldn't have worn this shirt. I want to take the shirt off. I don't know how to do it without like fucking up my makeup. I've never worn this shirt for longer than like a few hours and then taken it off. I'm like, I usually don't care about turtlenecks, but I feel like I'm being choked. Whatever, man. Okay. Trump tariffs struck the fuck down. What the hell's going on here, folks? The neck thing seems uncomfortable. It is after a while. It just is like, I don't know. This whole shirt like sits weird. This is what I get for ordering clothes online and then like you can't try it on. It's from an Australian company. I'd have to send it all the way back to the jungle in Australia. It's not worth it. I just keep it and suffer. Federal Trade Court strikes down Trump's reciprocal tariffs. Is this like a new right-wing show? My stream? Yes. We love Trump here. I love MAGA. Everything that I say is affiliated with the right. Stay here for like very conservative takes, like talking about the genocide in Palestine. $15 minimum wage. This is a conservative idea. Medicare for all. Many conservatives support this. You should stay and listen to the conservative thought that I have to offer. A federal court struck down President Trump's reciprocal tariffs in a ruling on Wednesday. A 3-judge panel on the Court of International Trade said the president exceeded, quote, any authority granted by the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Led vitamin in chat, you predicted it. The suit was brought on behalf of 5 U.S.-based businesses that rely on imports. Yeah, no shit. A federal court ruled that President Donald Trump exceeded his authority with reciprocal tariffs, dealing a blow to a major tenet of the president's economic agenda. Oh no. A three-judge panel at the Court of International Trade ruled that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, a 1977 law that Trump invoked to justify the tariffs, does not actually give the president the power to unilaterally implement the sweeping duties. The worldwide and retaliatory tariff orders exceed any authority granted to the president by IEEPA, EPA, to regulate importation by means of tariffs, the judges wrote in their ruling. The trafficking tariffs fail because they do not deal with the threats set forth in those orders, they continued. Dow futures jumped 500 points on the news of the ruling. Implementing tariffs typically requires congressional approval, but Trump chose to bypass Congress by declaring a national economic emergency. Little known life hack, little known constitutional hack. You don't want to go through Congress, just say, hey, there's fucking shit going on. We need this. Don't get in my way. And using the purported emergency as justification for invoking the tariffs on his own. The Trump administration swiftly appealed the ruling Wednesday. Foreign country, I want to do like a Trump impression so bad, but really nobody needs to hear my Trump impression. But I just read this like in his voice, even if he's not saying it. Foreign countries' non-reciprocal treatment of the United States has fueled America's historic and persistent trade deficits. White House spokesman Kush Desai said in a statement after the order. Okay, I'm racist. I need to see. What does this person look like? Are you Asian or Indian? Indian. Okay. Said in a statement after the order, these deficits have created a national emergency that has decimated American communities, left our workers behind, and weakened our defense industrial base, facts that the court did not dispute. It is not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency. When they say this like unelected judges shit, I'm like, are you just arguing against the concept of like federal courts? Because a lot of fucking judges in this country are not elected, they're appointed. Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield, one of the lead plaintiffs in the case. What the hell do you own? What's your stake in this? Because there's no way you're not like a businessman or something like that. Really? You really just did public service? I was expecting this person to be like connected to a billionaire or something. His mother was an activist and small business owner that reveled in dragging her son to events promoting progressive causes through his youth. Is this Wikipedia graffiti? His father, a retired colonel in the Air Force Reserve Command and commercial insurance executive, had more conservative views. Self-published source. Okay, very weird. So he called the ruling a victory not just for Oregon, but for working families, small businesses, and everyday Americans. Like me, who use AliExpress. I don't use Temu, though. I draw the line there. Temu is just like crap. President Trump's sweeping tariffs were unlawful, reckless, and economically devastating, Rayfield said in a statement late Wednesday. They triggered retaliatory measures, inflated prices on essential goods, and placed an unfair burden on American families, small businesses, and manufacturers. The ruling and subsequent Trump administration appeal likely sets up a bitter legal battle that could wind up at the Supreme Court. The suit was brought on behalf of... Dude, please, no. If it goes to the Supreme Court, it's gonna be overturned. The suit was brought on behalf of 5 U.S. businesses that rely on imports from the U.S. to some extent. The judges said that the Trump's tariff orders were unlawful as to all. Not just the plaintiffs, so there would be no question here of narrowly tailored relief. The judges ordered the challenge tariffs to be vacated and their operation permanently enjoined. Trump on April 2nd announced sweeping reciprocal tariffs on imports from nations around the world. This was Liberation Day, folks. Days later, on April 9th, he issued a 90-day pause, but kept in place the 10% baseline tariffs on most products entering the country. One of the issues the three-judge panel had with Trump's tariffs was that the judges did not see a clear connection between the purported emergency that Trump was using to justify tariffs and what tariffs actually do in practice. For example, the judges singled out Trump's early 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and 10% tariff on China. The tariffs were necessary, Trump had argued at the time, because the countries had failed to, quote, arrest, seize, detain, or otherwise intercept drugs and drug traffickers. But the judges found that there was no clear link between the president's stated goal, namely cutting international drug trafficking, and the method Trump was using to pursue it, charging import duties on legal trade. Customs collection of tariffs on lawful imports does not evidently relate to foreign governments' efforts to, quote, seize, arrest, detain, or otherwise intercept bad actors within their respective jurisdictions, they wrote. This is breaking news. Okay. I think politics is racist. You would be right. Usually it can be pretty fucking racist. Well, the thing is that the thing that annoyed me the most was that, what is it? They got rid of de minimis, which meant that anything, like prior to the Trump tariffs, anything that was under $800 that was imported into the United States, you didn't have to pay anything. You didn't have to pay like duty fees. It was duty free. Now there is no such thing as de minimis. So anytime you import something, especially from like China, you are having to pay an additional tariff because reasons. So that actually didn't end up affecting businesses so much because if you're ordering in bulk from China for your business, you were already used to paying that penalty, or not penalty, but the fee that's associated with orders over $800. But for individual consumers, we never paid that. So now you have to pay it. Will Trump attack both the judges and take credit for the stock market going up? I mean, for sure. Let's see. Okay, let's do PBD. Let's do PBD. As a treat, we do PBD. PBD, Jordan Peterson. Whoops. Are you a Christian? Jordan Peterson's Jubilee debate backfires on faith and marriage. This is not the usual one. I can't believe Neopets is still around. Listen. I haven't done my quests today. This page hadn't been working.
Jordan Peterson, Rob, if you got this clip, I just want to get your reaction to it. Jordan Peterson, over the last 10 years, has gotten billions of views online. He's one of the most watched influencers. He'll put events together. Thousands of people will show up and pay to watch this man speak. He's had a lot of influence over young men. Wrote 12 Rules for Life that sold millions on top of millions of copies, has been very successful, made a lot of money, but they do this Jubilee thing that he sits down with this other young man. And, you know, look, kudos to anybody that goes here because you're being targeted by 20 people that have all been researching to put you in your place and have an opportunity for a video like this that we don't know who you are and all the...
Okay, clearly he has never seen the anti-vax surrounded episode with Dr. Mike. Those people were not prepping.
Eyeballs coming, you get a bunch of attention, right? Here's him and Jordan Peterson.
Pappy would be something else, but... definitely giving like grouchy old man vibes.
Wow. What do you think about that?
I mean, if I'm being real, I'm really disappointed. We got a guy who's helped millions to see value and order, discipline, family, tradition, and then you pull back on the one foundation that you come from, okay? He's lectured on biblical stories like he's Moses, and then the guy just asks you, are you a Christian? I don't care, Catholic, Protestant, are you a Christian? Because you've been claiming and you're preaching it that you are. Why have that moment? What are you scared of? Why? So now you've confused the shit. Tommy, am I, you know what I mean? You can't talk about the power of the Bible and logos and Christianity and Jesus Christ and claim all this. And then when the moment happens, and I think that kid, whoever this kid is, won this freaking debate to where you have to say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You lose it right there. Why don't you say that you're a Christian? What are you scared of?
Well, what's funny is because originally when they uploaded this video on Jubilee, the title was One Christian versus 20 Atheists. Then they changed the title to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want me to say that one more time? So originally it was one Christian, which is who? Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists.
The contempt he has for his fucking employees. Why is he repeating this?
And they changed it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists because he said, how do you know if I'm a Christian?
Wow.
I mean, that change took place. But Adam, how did you see this between Jordan Peterson and this young kid?
Yeah, only in the modern day of the internet and sound bites can a kid who's likely done nothing with his life, probably in college so far, come in and own one of the greatest philosophers, speakers, doctors of our time, Jordan Peterson. Now, Jordan Peterson probably
one of the greatest, the GOATs, the greatest of all time, Jordan Peterson.
Had a better answer. I don't know.
If this isn't proof that Jordan Peterson is like a dumb guy's idea of a smart guy, I don't know what else is.
Religion. It's not for me to comment on. He is who he is. But this kid has gone famous now for owning Jordan Peterson. I would have loved to see the rest of the discussion. I would love to see if there was any productivity of having a conversation like this. But for Jordan Peterson's his entire career to be, stompled on by this kid who just wants to basically dunk on Jordan Peterson and say, you stand for nothing or whatever he said, is just sort of testament to where we're living today, where a kid can go famous and viral for basically dunking on a great thinker when a great thinker doesn't necessarily want to argue with a meaningless child.
But you're assuming it, Adam, because
the fall of Jordan Peterson hurt so much. He was great at convincing liberals with his language and schematics. Okay. This is not really like the fall. This is to me like Jordan Peterson's final form, because if you have ever read his book, Maps of Meaning, you will see that there was not too much to work with in the first place.
Jesus Christ didn't mince words. In Matthew, Tom, chapter 10, verse 33, he said, but whoever denies me before men will also deny him before my Father who is in heaven. It's not a riddle. It's a line in the sand. You can't play neutral when it comes to Christ. And I don't care what moment he's having or how philosophical, and yes, he's a great mind, but Jesus Christ didn't suffer and die so we could treat faith like a philosophy class, because that's not how it is, Adam. Either you're all in or you're one of these sideline poop talkers, and I'm just not a fan of it.
Tom, your thoughts?
I don't understand.
I knew there would be Christian backlash to this more than atheists being annoyed that he goes there and he won't just actually come out and say what he believes or doesn't believe.
Premise is if he's not a Christian, then
although I don't even think that Jordan Peterson would disagree with what that guy just said. I think he would just say they have different ways of going about it.
No, he is a Christian. But when you're on the spot and you're saying it, why not say it? He said,
Tom, your thoughts?
So I think Jordan Peterson missed a wonderful opportunity because, you know, what's interesting is if you're going to do a debate with people on anything, right? Anything, you know, baseball people 10 years ago debating about designated hitter, should it be in both leagues? If you go into a debate on anything at all and you hit the other person on the head, you're going to get nowhere. And when sharing about faith and when talking about faith, he missed an opportunity because this young man told him what he was thinking. He said, aren't you concerned with, are you familiar with some of the doctrines of Catholicism? And all you have to say is, yes, I'm a Christian, and I understand the teachings of Jesus Christ, and I know why I believe them. Can you share with me what your foundation is and why you believe that? That's a non-offensive question, asking the other person to level set. And then you can walk into apologetics and talk about the very beautiful message that is present. And there are many examples given in the Bible of how to debate.
Dude, it's so weird that this podcast is like filled with Christians. Like, I know that they are all Christians with the exception of, I think, Saskas, because I think he's like Jewish. But he's told me he doesn't actually believe, he doesn't really care about like the religious aspect of his religion. He's irreligious. So it's like these guys in between like leasing Lamborghinis to race them, that's like they talk about Jesus. It's funny to me.
Paul, the Apostle Paul, went to Rome, and when he was in Rome, he walked around and he found an altar, and it was the Romans at that age were very superstitious. They had Roman gods for everything, and they had gods for why there was thunder and why there was rain and all kinds of other things. And he comes up to them, and because they're superstitious, maybe they missed one, they had the thing that said to the tomb, no, to an altar to the unknown God. So they're saying, and just in case we missed one, we don't want you to be upset. Here's your altar, and here's where we are. And he said, might I tell you about one you don't know? And the people were curious, and they engaged in debate, and they said many understood and believed. So when you have an opportunity like this, I think Jordan Peterson missed the boat. What is the problem in saying, yes, I'm a Christian, and here's why I believe what I believe. I'm interested in you. Why do you believe what you believe? Let's talk through a couple of these things. Instead, you set it all up, and the curiosity I had was it set up as a kind of an internet debate roundtable to get sparks and to bring on views. I don't know what the premise of it was. I'm not the producer, and I haven't really studied it.
But he doesn't give a fuck about if people are like brought closer to God or Jesus, because to him, he just sees an opportunity to recruit into Christianity, and he feels like Jordan Peterson dropped the ball on that because he wasn't explicitly advocating that people embrace the Christian faith. He was just saying that they are not truly atheists.
But this could have been done so much better for the benefit of the young man that was sitting there, so that he could have understood.
Yeah, I have a different opinion. I mean, what did he do most of his career? He did what? He was a professor. He was a teacher. And what kind of people did he deal with? Exactly like that kid. Think about what he taught. He dealt with kids like that. And he's probably sitting there profiling this kid and is like, dude, what are you talking about? You know how many tens of thousands of conversations I've had with someone like you? However, if you got a position, take the position. Rob, is this another one clip that happened from the same episode?
Yeah, from the same two.
Okay, let's watch this one here.
God. What do you mean
go
by
back a little bit?
believe?
We didn't hear the first part.
For it, and you die for it.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case.
See, Jordan Peterson, when he was able to like dismantle that Kathy Newman woman on BBC, it was because he would say, no, that's not what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. And then he would shut up. And then the ball would be back in her court. And she would immediately say, so you're saying this, so you're saying that. And it just came off like it was an attempt at a bad faith gotcha. But with this, he is being more honest and engaging far more, but it's what got him into trouble because look.
and you die for it.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't
So he does the "so you're saying" thing.
die for it?
Not really, no.
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something.
How would you define it? And then it gives Parker the opportunity to be like, well, here's how.
You say?
Can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't
These
lie
two arguing are too smart for me. No, they're probably not. No.
to save your
Don't be
life.
so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
I can easily see this clip though. There are just some settings where you can tell right away the perspective that you're supposed to be seeing when you're reacting to, like when it's being reacted through somebody else that is of a particular ideological bent. In this case, these are like Christian conservatives for the most part. And I can actually see Jordan Peterson, this still looking compelling to people, even though to me it like falls completely flat, because they see him as remaining like ruthlessly principled, saying that, no, I'm not just going to lie to cover my ass. But Parker is obviously seizing on the excesses of that principle, which is that, no, it's not rational to say that you wouldn't lie over something trivial just to save your life or to save your life or to save your, wife and kids or family.
Is the case that
Jordan Peterson will not answer any questions or hypotheticals. Good question. According to internet math, he has failed the hypothetical test, so that should put him at like a double-digit IQ, no?
Don't play games.
Isn't that whole thing that like, oh, if you can't answer or engage with hypotheticals, you're not capable of like higher thought or whatever? That he could mean either he would have done everything to make sure that Hitler wasn't elected, or he would have done everything to have to avoid harboring a fugitive of the state.
So wait a minute. The kid is making a point, Pat, by saying, let's say you were a German person in Germany during Nazi Germany and you're harboring a Jewish family to save them. That's a very hypothetical. But Jordan Peterson's argument is, I would never put myself in that situation. No, he's missing the point completely. He's saying, what if you were that German family? If it doesn't make, he's not making any sense in that argument.
Tom, did you understand the argument he was making?
Yeah, what the kid was trying to do was basically called the sin entrapment. And he's trying to get him to admit that he would lie.
Why are we copy pasting scripture from Google into my chat?
And he's also lying is a sin, so you have to lie to do this or that. Whereas you're talking about being...
Okay, well, what is the point that I'm supposed to get from this? A prostitute in Jericho hid Israelite spies and led to the king's men about their whereabouts, saying they had left when they were still in her house. The deception saved the Savai's life, and she is later praised for her faith and actions. The text doesn't condemn her lie, but highlights her protection of God's people. So this is the biblical loophole for lying that you've linked?
Being faced with great evil. And if you read in the Old Testament, there is an example.
How is this PBD crew getting these arguments better than JP? Because JP understood what the arguments were exactly. He just didn't want to engage with it.
Of a woman who lied to Pharaoh's hitmen and sent them off in the wrong direction so that other people could proceed on God's mission over here. And so would I have lied about people being in the attic? Yeah, you have Schindler and you have Anne Frank and you have all the stories of everything, what happened over there. And the kid was, I feel like, trying to put this in a corner, but then Jordan Peterson was almost kind of losing his composure and losing his patience. And I kind of agree with what you said a few minutes ago, Pat.
Well, the thing is that this also stemmed from Jordan Peterson saying that if you believe something, then you'll die for it or whatever. And he linked it to that. And so he couldn't move off of that point without the entire argument collapsing.
It's like, I have seen, you are example number 6. And I have seen so many of you kids who are example number 6. And I'm not even going to listen to it. No, you know what? There's a great verse in the Bible, and it says how Jesus put his hand on a man, and it said Jesus sighed because he was tired. But you know what he did that day? He still did what he was intended to do, and he healed the guy. But it said he sighed. And you could
Sigma mindset from Jesus there.
Be healed. It means he was tired, and there's a lot going on in life. And what I think's going on there, it appeared that
the grind doesn't stop for Jesus Christ, you guys.
Patience. You kind of lost his composure a little bit, and at a time where you really need to call on the peace of God so that you can present these things to people who are doubters and see if you can win, not win a point. It's not about winning or losing, but maybe bring them to a level of understanding or bring something forward to them because they came in armed to kind of point you in one or two directions. And guess what? That's fine.
Adam, your thoughts?
So, Jordan Peterson, this moral question of whether you should lie to save a life, whether you're in Nazi Germany or whether you're in modern day America, preserving life and saving a life overrides all other perceived sins by far. So to me, it's not even a question. Yes, you lie, cheat, and steal to save your kid's life, to save your wife's life, to save your own life. It's a non-starter for me. Yes, you lie in that case. Just like Oskar Schindler lied thousands of times to save thousands of lives. It's a non-question to me.
But Adam,
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
as far as what Jordan Peterson is doing, I don't know if this is a good look for him or a bad look.
It's not a good look.
It's an obvious bad look for someone who's basically made a name for himself over decades to basically be dismantled by a group of young, pompous, freaking atheists. Cool. But then on the bright side, there's going to be an entire new audience of teenagers and 20-somethings.
This is more satisfying to see them like very upset over this than I thought it would be.
Who go, who is this guy? Jordan Peterson. And they're going to find out about his books. And they're going to find out about his speeches. They're going to find
Oh, come on. You're watching that. If you're watching that, you probably already know who Jordan Peterson is. You're probably not giving him a chance after that.
Out of what he believes. So he almost needs to, in my humble opinion, reinvent himself for the modern Gen Z culture. Because everyone who is in their 30s and above has heard of Jordan Peterson, in my perception. So Jordan is a very smart but also emotional man. I've seen him cry on camera too many times to mention. PBD, I know you've had an experience with this. So I don't know what he's dealing with right now, but he's one of the greats. He's one of the GOATs, especially in the modern internet.
Yeah, here's why getting owned by the libs is actually a good thing for Jesus. It's all part of the plan.
Podcast culture, and I wish him the best.
But the question was, Adam, twice, and yes, these are atheists. And number one, you know what you're getting into. You don't go to a wedgie contest and then get a wedgie and you're like, what the hell's going on? He's going to a debate
what the hell, man?
with atheists. And if you're going to claim you're a Christian, he'll say things like, I act as if God exists. I'm afraid he might exist. That's not a confession of faith. That's a hedge bet. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be preacher guy. You know what I mean? I'm not talking the talk. I'm walking the walk. And I'm trying to live that life. And I'm trying to be a better person. If you're going to be that guy, say it. Admit.
Honestly, they really shouldn't. The biggest issue, and maybe he's mad at Jubilee, they could have framed it as theist versus atheist. And then his belief in a higher power is just non-denominational. But it's framed as Christian, and so people are going in primed to think like, oh, this is going to be about Christian apologetics, right?
Admit it, okay? I'm a Christian, and that's it, Tom. There's no ifs, ands, or what's about it. I'm not as knowledge as you. I'm not as smart and philosophical as Jordan Peterson. But Adam, this isn't a sideline thing, bro. When it comes to Christ, you're either all in if you believe in him, and you're a Christian.
Bro, this isn't a sideline thing, bro. Jesus Christ ain't a fucking sideline thing, bro. You're either all in, you're all out,
or you're not. There's none of this. Oh, well, these people, I'm gonna hang out with them. I'm gonna be over here. No, I don't. It's
no,
not
bro.
like that. What do you think?
Bro, doesn't work like that, bro.
Me,
no.
He looks upset. He looks agitated. He looks annoyed. And by the way, happens to many of us when you're sitting in a place like that. You know, you're not going to be a robot. You know, even when the Trump was asking the question, saying, "Hey, so what are you going to be doing if Putin doesn't listen? You think I'm going to tell you? You think I'm going to tell you fake news? You know, nobody hears a machine and a robot. However, in a situation like that, when you're sitting with someone in your mind trying to debate an atheist, like, I don't know how long it's going to take for this guy to realize it, because typically faith is a...
Famously, no part-time Christians exist.
Experience of life.
I was going to say, has this guy ever hung out with other Christians?
Something's happening to you and going through a journey. I mean, you saw a story recently that talks about Joe Rogan.
It's not even really like a 9-to-5 thing.
Church. Oh, beautiful. What do you mean Joe Rogan's been going to church? Yeah, Joe Rogan's been going to church. You know, I think this happened after.
I haven't looked into this, but I saw some upload from Kyle Kalinske of him talking about how like Jordan Peterson was flirting with Christianity.
You know, Wes Huff, you know, you were telling me yesterday with...
Tim Pool is as well, and Russell Brand was doing this shit.
Atheist. Joe Rogan.
The domino theory, the true domino theory.
Resurgence of Christianity. How did that happen? Did that happen accidentally? Did that happen to a 22-year-old man? You think Joe's had a lot of deep conversations with a lot of powerful...
You think these people are going to church, though? Just because they go on their fucking podcast and say, oh, I'm open to the idea that Jesus Christ is real. They're not going to fucking church. They're not going to adhere to, like, the 10 Commandments. If they're Catholic, they're not going to be doing any of this shit, you know?
People around the world admit a lot of weird people.
It's going to be a thing that they pick up and believe in their heart and then drop. That's it.
Best podcast Joe Rogan's ever done are the podcasts that you've seen on Spotify or Apple or YouTube. No, the best podcasts Joe Rogan's ever done were never recorded. Were never televised. Were never put on a outfit. You don't think he's had enough people that are on the atheist side try to convince him otherwise? Why is he not looking at it at this age? He's had the most money he's ever had. It's not like he is, going through something. He's famous. He's got money. His family. Everything's good. And you're going through that. So this process of a person thinking they know it all when they're 23 years old, coming out of college, getting a tattoo that says whatever on it with the little, I don't know if you saw that little fatty that had a tattoo.
You'll ever get the impression that any of these motherfuckers were humble in their 20s?
You see these types of things that happen. And
I mean, there's certainly nothing to suggest that they'd be anything but.
Like, you know what? One day I'm going to grow out of it. I'll never forget. I'm at my army unit. I'm there at the tattoo shop about to get a tattoo of a cobra on my chest.
Yes.
And I'm like, man, I want to get this Cobra. Why do you want to get a Cobra? Because my unit at 228 Fort Jackson was called the Cobras. And it's like, it's going to cost you $200. I'm like, dude, I only got 80. I can't do it. You realize if I had an additional $120, I would have had a Cobra tattooed on my chest.
That would have been sick, Pat.
That would have not been sick. I would have been sitting here explaining myself why.
I would have slithered at you.
Yeah, but you know what the moral of the story is? When you're young, you do some dumb shit and you think you know it all.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes a life to really beat the living crap out of you to grow up and say, maybe I got to start looking at some of this stuff. Maybe you have to realize that, how
if you find God later in life, you just look like a complete idiot. I don't even think that. I think that you look like a complete idiot if you go full on like new convert and you're just really, really into it in a way that most, Christians aren't. That tends to look like cringy, but I don't know if it's idiotic. It usually just looks like a midlife crisis to me.
This is a full-on miracle. Go watch a couple deliveries and see what takes place and what God does. Go through life and experience some of the things. You realize, maybe I don't know it all, man. Maybe this, whole thing about, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. Like the more you're growing up, I think Socrates said that on his deathbed, if I'm not mistaken. We're all learning. We're all getting better, just like these people.
I believe it was Joe Rogan on episode 211.
People, as well
Joe
as
Rogan Experience.
He's also going through it as well. And who knows what he's going through. But
common mistake.
Definitely, when you do something like this, I don't know if losing your cool. By the way, you know how simple this could be? We had a rule in our office. Say you're giving a speech today to 50 people that are coming to us to do business with us. Say Adam's giving a speech. You know what the rule was?
What?
Whoever's the speaker that's speaking to guests and clients today.
God inspired PBD to start a pyramid scheme. It was divine intervention. It was fate.
No one go tell him bad news before he hits the stage. We had a basic rule. Like, let's just say something very bad happened. It's like, don't go. Why'd you give him bad news?
Yeah, it ruins the flow.
And then he gets on stage and he's pissed off. Something bad could have happened literally 30 minutes before he went in there.
You're right.
Pissed him off, and mom called him, wife called him, somebody called him, and he got pissed off. Going in there like, what the fuck? And then he puts it on those people. No one knows. Anyways, you're professional. You should be above it. Let's move to the next story. I think, Adam, you were going to ask something?
I just want to I know this, we'll go real quick, but one of the greatest things PBD's ever done to me
I thought he was going to glaze Peterson more.
is say, Adam, get closer to God. And whatever religion you are, I love what you say about, getting married is hard. Not getting married is riskier, is harder. Not having kids is risky. Not having kids is riskier. Not following God is risky. Not believing in God is riskier. My question is this, because I've moved in
Being single is harder than being married with a family.
this direction. I've seen Vinny move in this direction, and I know Tom has changed lives. For followers of Christ, my question is this. You remember when I went to the Jerusalem and I went to the Armenian church?
Yep.
And I sent you those videos, and I got you the gifts from Jerusalem, from the Armenian church. It had me thinking. I said, man, all right, what's the difference between the Armenian church and the Vatican and the Roman Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox? And I went to high school in Miami, and it was a Presbyterian high school. And then I have friends who are Mormon and Protestant.
These guys all have the same manner of talking. It's valuetainment ASMR.
Evangelical, Lutheran, Methodist, Anglican. And these are just the names I'm thinking of. Jehovah's Witness. In Egypt, there's Coptic Christians, Anglican, Baptist. Isn't it all just you have to be a follower of Christ if you're a Christian? Why are there so many different sects to Christianity?
This is not the place for this line of questioning.
You're asking me the question?
I'm asking just the general question is...
This is something you Google in your own time. It's not something you admit your ignorance to on a podcast surrounded by a bunch of Christians.
Jordan Peterson isn't a quote-unquote Christian. He's just a believer in God. So that's my question to the group. What's the difference with all these religions? And does it have to be partitioned into all these different segments?
I mean, he's not wrong that all the different denominations and sectarians of Christianity are effectively the same. And it's just a matter of different emphasis on different prophets and stuff. But
aren't you just supposed to be a follower of Christ? Isn't that the whole conversation?
I think now you're going to, we believe the baptism is under what we believe it's with the drop of the water. No, we believe it's this, and we believe it's these, changes that they make on small things that they add. Some of them have more rituals than others, and there's a very much of a high retention rate to a organization that causes their members to have rituals versus those who don't, because if it's rituals, you're thinking about it more than another faith is thinking about it. So the other faith that's not thinking about it, the other sect that's not thinking about it as much, they're not as disciplined. And if you notice Muslims, no matter what's going on, they're praying. Some of them are praying God knows how many times a day. That forces you to be more disciplined, to be thinking about your God, to be thinking about your faith. So that's a whole different topic. That's a 2-3 hour podcast that I don't
understand
think. Yeah, I don't think it's something we need to get into, but I think...
And I get that, but maybe that's what Jordan Peterson was thinking, is don't define me by a specific...
I get that, but if you're sitting with that audience, you have to sit there and, let's just say if I sat down and there's 20 of the guys and we're talking business. Well, capitalism, all they care about is this. have you ever started a business? I have. How many employees do you have? Thumbs up. Who has ever quit on you, stolen from you? Nobody ever. You haven't ever built a business yet. You're small. So you're kind of going through that a moment of conversation versus who do you have a job? Yes. Who pays you? Boom. What company is it? Boom. Who was the founder? You think they lost? Let's go look them up right now. You think that person went through a divorce? You think that person went through some challenges? I think it's got to be that giving the perspective versus automatically jumping to conclusion, losing patience to now not allow them to be sitting there saying, wow, you know what I like the way he handled me, that he got me to think about it. You know, it's like that one video. What is that one video we show where this man keeps going to this man that's talking about Jesus loves you? Shut the fuck up. Have you guys ever seen this clip?
With the black guy?
Yeah. Homeless black guy. Did we show this on the podcast a couple weeks ago? Rob, did we show this on the podcast? Oh my God, you have to see this thing. Oh, I almost don't want to even show it because he's disrespecting him the entire time. Does he use some choice words, Vinny? I think
choice words.
There's a couple, but they might have bleeped it. I'm helping. Look, so yeah,
and then all of a sudden, you see, he asks him, "Hey man, can I just pray for you? Can I just pray for you? You mind if I pray for you? Let me pray for you."
It's silent.
And then eventually, the white man is probably in his mid-50s, the mid-40s. I don't know how old he is.
He looks a little bit younger.
You showed me this clip. If you can't find it, maybe Humberto's texting us saying that he found it. Let me see if that's the one that he's texting. No. If you find it, we'll show it. You text it to me somewhere, but it was great. Anyways, the moral of the story is, at the end of it,
this video of a homeless man berating somebody who started filming the interaction to say, I'll pray for you, is awesome, dude.
The guy says, can I just pray for you? And he says, you know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that he just dropped a prayer for me. It was a great exercise. Rob, can you show us the new gear we have with Valuetainment merch for those that go to the...
Shamelessly plugging. Shamelessly plugging. Okay. Like this, I don't even know. It's like bro religion. You know? Never gets old. All right. Hutch v. Vadim. Let's see. Let's see where the hell this starts.
It's not enough to just be like, actually, guys, and be really nice about it. You know, it's not enough to be like, actually, there's not really enough proof. We can't really jump to that conclusion. Like, no, this is a coliseum. This is an arena. That's not just, you know, you can't be nice. I'll see.
Change maker. He has a vibe that we are attracted to in the current moment. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, that's actually a great point. What were the things that
reacting to the Vanguard talking shit about Hutch?
Obama ran on? Hope, change, healthcare reform, right?
Hutch, let's reform.
That was good slop. Now for some depressing IP talk. Yeah, babe, it's 10 p.m. Time for your Israel-Palestine depression.
The Gestapo. The people support concentration camps. Therefore, we should only have 50% prison camps to make everyone happy. This is stupid. This is very stupid. Okay. Mr. Mandela effect. Should the United States have a law enforcement agency that enforces immigration law? Like, should that agency exist? I'm just curious.
Sure, but it doesn't have to be ICE. ICE is new. ICE could go away. ICE could go the fuck away. We could bring back...
So you agree that we should reform ICE then, right?
The agency before, it was like the INS, right? Or it's what still exists. It's housed under the Department of Justice.
Do you mean, like, reform it and rename it, I guess, is what you're getting stuck on? Like, it just can't be ICE? You would have to... should remove it completely?
Okay, immigration and naturalization services, I think.
As the mechanism to enforce immigration law. Like, what would replace it? Rice. Or... water. Yeah, we'll have a...
Hope. I sent you messages. Like I was a little bit.
Here we go.
And yada yada yada. But now we're good.
I fucked up. I'm sorry.
I can turn on my cam if
yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, if you want to put your beautiful visage on the screen.
Yes. I just got a pretty like swanky haircut, so I'd like to show it off if I can.
I mean, you look good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I bet you're not looking bad yourself, sir.
Oh, thank you. I know that. Okay. To be honest with you, I forgot what we were arguing about. Do you want to refresh my memory?
Vadim is a ghost. He's literally white. He's literally white as paper. He needs to like up the warmth on his camera.
Sure. I mean, there's a few things that I wanted to, that I was hoping we'll see like kind of what we can cover over the course of this. Kind of.
What's wrong with ICE? Like, why would the previous organization be better? I guess what I'm wondering is why did they replace the previous organization in the first place? This little known historical event called 9/11. You ever heard of it? Then there was a backlash to how we handled national security, and they reformed all of these different apparatuses of the United States security and like federal departments, and then ICE was born.
I think the primary thing that we were, I guess, arguing about when you asked if we could chat again, that had to do with matters of like what is and isn't terrorism, and things having to do with the Houthis, Hamas.
Okay, so I haven't seen any of this, but really quick, I'll put my biases out, secrets out. I'm what people would consider pro-Palestinian, even though I don't like that label. And I'm sure I ideologically agree with Vadim far more. However, just because I agree with him does not mean that I would navigate a conversation the same way. So this is also going to be talking about like rhetoric, you know? And Hutch is a formidable debater, so it is entirely possible that I will agree with Vadim, but still overall think that Hutch came out looking better, but we will see. It depends on how weak Hutch's arguments are and how poorly they're presented.
Maybe even like Mandela and the ANC and whatnot.
Yeah.
But so that's kind of like, you know.
Do I watch Smosh? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever watched Smosh.
That's the original thing that we were talking about. But I also was hoping to kind of I'll put it out on the table now. I was hoping that maybe we could also discuss, there's some like tweets on your feed right now that are talking about like left-wing QAnon and whatnot. And I'm not even exactly sure like all the examples that you're kind of thinking of, that you're citing when you're talking about that.
I can give you specific on that one.
Sure. And, you know, I'll just say that like, you know, that sort of bullshit exists.
Wait, what the hell is this left-wing QAnon stuff? What the hell are we talking about here? Hutch, let's see. QAnon, if I just put that and put latest. I mean, there was something from February, but I don't know I don't think that's what he's talking about.
All, you know, but both the left and the right. But yeah, I have some things to say about that. And then also just trying to make sure that and then also, well, this is kind of like, there was a tweet that you put out recently that was in response to MUTAHAR.
Oh wait, I found it. Okay. So this got 2.3 thousand likes. This was him.
Who thought that he would get like Luigi Mangione level prominence off of this or something, or just a dude who thought that this was the best possible thing to do. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so crazy that it's like you could not have designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay, but it is crazy. This was legit the worst thing that could happen to the movement. No, it's not. And you guys need to stop doing that. That's another thing that I don't like either. Stop. Have some conviction. Have conviction. Assume that your fellow man is not like a brain broken child. Okay? I ask you, does this change what Israel is doing on the ground in Gaza? Does this change the dynamic of what Israel is doing on the ground, which is an ethnic cleansing campaign? If the answer to that is no, then stop leaning into a nihilistic attitude. Stop leaning into a pessimistic attitude.
Okay, so it's the clip. And Hutch is saying his chat was flooded with super sus and looks like a psyop comments. Dozens and dozens of comments flying in his chat. You don't get to do the whole just asking questions bit as your community is in real time plunging headfirst into this lefty QAnon garbage. Yeah, it was dumb for Hassan to go about that, being like, I'm not saying that it is, and then being like, later, I literally said that it's not, when obviously that sort of framing is going to lead people to, you're like leaving the door open for people to interpret or like speculate in the way that you're saying you didn't intend to, but you're just going to end up sounding like you're backtracking. Because you are.
He said something to the effect of, the more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on leadership at all. Referred to it as a ticket.
I feel like this tweet does not represent what he's trying to make it seem. Like the clip, I would need to see. I never saw more of the context of the clip, so there is something that he could say. I guess that could follow it up. Why don't I like the pro-Palestine label? Because I don't think it's like a one or the other thing, you know? It comes off like when you say, oh, I'm pro-Palestine, that you're anti-Israeli, or if you're pro-Israeli or anti-Palestinian. To me, it's not an either or, and they're not mutually exclusive. You know, the things that, especially if you're quote unquote pro-Palestinian, the things that you're going to end up advocating will be overall good for both. You, the touch in the corner of the touch. This is Vadim.
And you said that this might be necessary, and I think that sort of.
Well, he proposed something in that. He said something specific.
Okay.
I don't remember what he said in that post, but there was some proposed solution. I can't remember. I think I was joking, by the way. For that one, I think it was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the reason why that stood out to me.
Yeah, the clip. I agree with you that Hassan basically can't ever say that because it opens up that door. I feel like he said multiple times he doesn't think it was a false flag and told his chat it's not. You know, you have to decide, do you want to be authentic? And that's his authentic feeling, but there's also going to be a trade-off with that, and people are going to unfavorably clip it and point to that, and it doesn't matter how many times afterwards you say, but I was literally saying the opposite, or I wasn't trying to insinuate. They're always going to say that.
Me is because I just think that like this sort of, maybe we'll get into this more generally, but this sort of like, I think of it as a witch hunt when it comes to all this kind of just mostly Ethan / Destiny's community led, I would call it a witch hunt of people like Dan Clancy and just Twitch in general. I think that the kind of the accusations of it being some sort of like anti-Semitic hellhole. I think literally Dan Saltman's he has a website that's I think titled, but like at the top at least it says that. And I think all those allegations are not only like spurious, but I think that they are just kind of playing with fire. I think that if we pursue that sort of thing, like it might end up, how would I put it? Just kind of like feeding the fire of all of the, like, well, for one thing, the free speech, like the ways in which our free speech are being like taken away.
Well, I agree. I agree with Vadim in the sense I don't understand this whole like Twitch is anti-Semitic and all of that.
No, in the case of like the Twitch policies and the path forward, dealing with the problems that have been coming up. I mean, Twitch is a platform that gets a lot of its revenue from ad revenue, and just from a very practical sense, I think Twitch, like right now,
I do think it's funny though if it's in the context of like lefty QAnon stuff, because I felt like the extrapolations people were making from what we learned with respect to there being difficulties for residents from Israel and Palestine being able to verify Twitch accounts via mobile number or something like that was overblown.
Now has a problem that they have allowed to get too big, and they, in my mind, are very clearly like selectively enforcing their TOS, because it seems obvious at this point that the people in the decision-making process in terms of enforcement of TOS ideologically align with people like Hassan and Mike. But like, for example, like Mike from PA.
Yeah, the CEO of Twitch, you guys, is like a far left socialist, clearly.
Well, let me make my point real quick. Let me you can respond. I promise you. But like,
yeah, go for it.
So Mike from PA from a few days ago, he didn't do what Hassan did. Hassan said that I'm not saying it was a false flag, but it
like not a shred of irony or whatever. It's like these people are clearly ideologically captured by socialism and the Palestinian cause.
Looks exactly like it would look if it was a false flag, but I'm not saying it's a false. Mike came out and
again that way of characterizing it, like, do you think Hutch or any other lib would think to say that if a company's board of directors, CEOs, officials, higher ups, etc., were all Zionists or very, very pro-Israel, however you want to say it, that would ever be something that they would define as ideologically captured and biased? I mean, maybe, but that sort of is the default in America. Sympathies to Israel, and then anything that strays from that is seen as like ideological.
Basically said this was a false flag. This is one of the most prominent left-wing creators on this entire website. Do you not think that there are valid concerns in terms of like if you're a creator on Twitch and you make part of your income comes from ad revenue?
I never see the smoke for Asmund and conservative streamers. They say everything is a false flag. No, for sure, but the whole thing is like it's not as fun, right? Because they're obviously bad, but we need to police our own, I think is the argument that usually comes from this side.
Do you not agree that it's a problem potentially for Twitch to like allow this kind of extremism to like fester and reach a boiling point to the point where there could be like an adpocalypse on Twitch? We're not talking about.
Well, I mean, there already has been a little bit of an adpocalypse, and that was provoked by people like Dan Saltman and that whole like.
I was gonna say, to the extent that there has been that, I don't feel like it was because Twitch has organically identified an issue with their creators with respect to this. It was brought on because of backlash, but that was coordinated and encouraged in a lot of ways.
You know, maybe we can get into that a little bit, but kind of like the ridiculous situation with the hummus panel and stuff like that. But I think I'm kind of getting ahead of myself by saying that. First, I want to address when it comes to I did not see Mike's response. I did see Hassan's, and he made it very clear. Like he said continually, I think that this person in what they did, I think he used the term. There was a specific word.
Brain broken, I think he said. He was like saying he was crazy.
Well, he did say that he was brain broken.
He said he was genuine and brain broken.
Yes, genuine. Exactly. Yeah. There we go. There's no like that. That ends the story on whether or not he thought that was actually whether he was implying that was actually a like a false flag. Well, because
do you agree that
genuine in their actions is not going to be part of a false flag?
Do you agree that especially when you're a really big creator, you do have a certain responsibility to be responsible in your rhetoric? Would you agree? Like you don't want to
responsibility to be responsible.
So like when you look at the clip of when Hassan was talking about like, well, I'm not saying it's false flag, but it looks exactly like one. His chat was just pouring with dozens and you know how fast his chat moves. Like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people that were like, this is super sus. This looks like a psyop. This was a false flag. And I don't know, you say you watched his stream, so I don't know how much he like moderates the stream, but you know.
The weird thing is that all of this speech that we're arguing over would unambiguously be fine and not get you banned off of YouTube. It wouldn't get you banned off of YouTube. But we're arguing over whether or not it should be enough to deplatform you from Twitch is just so weird to me. And like somebody said, like they're not talking about Asmongold, who has basically double the viewers that Hassan has right now and is every other minute giving false impressions and horrible editorialization of his coverage of the news. I just don't see like the issue. I see like if Tim Pool can exist on YouTube and he's not getting shut down or whatever, I don't understand why Hassan would be banned or deplatformed.
You know, when I look at a community that is like,
and I don't think the argument is, oh, we'll ban them both. I don't think either really needs to be banned.
Like that over the line, like that when I say lefty QAnon, that's what I'm talking about. Like this
do you think that would you say the same about Destiny's community?
Because, anybody's community.
Maybe because like I mean for like Destiny's community when they were I mean I've seen lots of other examples of it, but one of the most like egregious examples was when he was discussing things having to do with the whole what they call it's really distasteful, but the Pollywood thing, you know, like the kind of the notion that. So you know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? But just in your audience. Oh, you don't?
No.
It's basically like fucking.
Surprised he doesn't know what that is.
Alex Jones InfoWars level conspiracy stuff, where the idea is that a lot of what we're seeing is actually just in some ways manufactured, like not necessarily fake.
Oh, you mean for like the pro-Palestinian stuff?
Yeah. Like so it's like stuff where no, I'm talking about like things going on in Gaza where people are dying, where like either they think that the like babies are fake or the victims are not actually like victims, they're still alive, they're just posing as victims. And in some cases, in one, because Destiny basically played with that shit a few times. And in one situation, he wasn't quite saying that the entire video that we were watching was fake. He was saying that these people were basically like gambling with their lives or basically like trying to make themselves martyrs, going into a situation where they knew that if they got shot and died, it would become like a
propaganda tool.
And it's that itself is really like wacky. I mean, wacky's the wrong word. Really gross.
Hassan is so addicted to the way chat works on Twitch, he'll never leave, even though he could possibly have more reach on YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if, Twitch continues down this path of like finding ways to temporarily ban and restrict speech that creators feel is impeding their ability to deliver their message. You could see the shift in more and more creators walking away from it. They have the leverage.
And
I don't know the particulars of what you're talking about, so I don't know how to evaluate.
Like there could come a day where like if they caught wind that Hassan was even flirting with the idea of like leaving YouTube, that could actually be like a serious conversation that Twitch would have about reevaluating the way they enforce their TOS and what their TOS even looks like to keep talent like that. Because I'm pretty sure Twitch has not been revenue. Has Twitch ever been revenue positive?
The claim,
My point is, sure, I understand, but my point is that like when I reviewed the footage of every time he talked about those things, the amount of just like everybody.
IDF versus Hamas is evil versus evil. So is Asmongold versus Hassan. Yeah, but one is more evil, and to me, it's Asmongold.
Was saying that shit was incredibly fake, and it's
can I give you?
This is the AI overview. So take with that. I see Forbes article. Forbes articles, I guess that's where it's pulling. Yeah. No, Twitch has not consistently been revenue positive. Its CEO has publicly stated that it is not profitable, and internal documents indicate that Twitch is not a profitable platform for Amazon, despite generating significant revenue, according to Forbes.
Can I give you an example? Like the Al Ahli hospital. You remember when that
Hassan eats Snickers with a fork? And never mind what I said. He's evil. He's worse than Asman.
That was in the news. So if you'll recall, Hamas, I think, like very shortly after the attack, they held a press conference, and they had I think they had like older men like holding dead babies in their hands or something like that, and they were initially reporting.
Wait, what the hell? What the hell? Hold on.
Incredibly fake, and it's
can I give you
way more?
Can I give you an example? Like the Al Ahli hospital. You remember when that was in the news? So if you'll recall, Hamas, I think, like very shortly after the attack, they held a press conference, and they had I think they had like older men like holding dead babies in their hands or something like that, and they were initially reporting that I think 400 or
a Hamas press conference where they held dead babies. Give me a second. Is this true? I feel like I would have heard about this, but it's been 2 years. You could miss things. Because what he's talking about was the incident that was initially reported by the New York Times as having been, it was like a rocket or something that either an airstrike, some sort of airborne projectile had landed in the Al Ahli Arab hospital in Gaza, and I think in Gaza City. And this was around mid-October of 2023. And the New York Times had reported that Israel was responsible and that it had killed hundreds. But then that was later revised to, I think, what was it? Let's see. Maybe 40, maybe 50, something like that. Is it true that Hamas... Okay, dead baby at a press conference discussing this, though? Because I know Hamas disputed it. There is no verified or widely documented evidence that Hamas officials held up a dead baby at a press conference related to the hospital blast. It's possible this claim circulated on social media, but major news agencies and reputable fact checkers have not confirmed it. If such an image or event occurred, it may have been misrepresented or staged, or it could be part of propaganda efforts, which are common during wartime and especially prevalent in the information battle surrounding Gaza. Okay, if this exists, I can't find it, but maybe I didn't search for the right thing.
500 people died in that attack, and then that ended up being total bullshit. I mean, the real number I think was like closer to 40, which is, I mean, bad. And then there was also a huge source of contention.
Yeah, but that's not Pallywood, because one, that actually happened. The thing that was in contention is the scale of it. And two, that was reported by reputable outlets. That was not some conspiracy or staged thing that went viral. That was something that did occur, and reputable news organizations in the United States and globally reported on it. And then the facts changed. But that's standard.
Around like where that rocket fire came from. My understanding is like we still don't really have like 100% answer like one way or the other. But like that, would you agree that that would be an example of Hamas staging an event with like clear propaganda goal?
I remember there was a press conference where the United States was asked, like, are you going to send in weapons inspectors to see what the origin of this was? And the United States said no. They're not good. They're like, no, it's Hamas's fault.
I mean, I think,
but I believe there was a Human Rights Watch report, and they concluded that it was a misfired Palestinian or Islamic Jihad rocket that had led to that blast at that particular hospital. But there were also criticisms of this particular report because they did not, either they didn't send anybody to actually go there on the ground to inspect it, or the doctor, let me see what were the criticisms? Human Watch blast criticisms, blast report. Let me see if I can find it.
I think that what happened in that situation was there was a hospital bombing, and people were, and I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that
yeah, so this is what they put out. Findings on October 17th, Al-Ahli Hospital explosion. Evidence points to misfired rocket, but full investigation needed. The explosion that killed and injured many civilians at Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza on October 17, 2023, resulted from an apparent rocket-propelled munition, such as those commonly used by Palestinian armed groups, that hit the hospital grounds, Human Rights Watch said today. While misfires are frequent, further investigation is needed to determine who launched the apparent rocket and whether the laws of war were violated. So they reviewed videos and photos. The Gaza Ministry of Health said Israel is responsible. IDF said it came from the Islamic Jihad rockets. They need both parties to cooperate so they can independently investigate. So they investigated the explosion by reviewing publicly available photos and videos, analyzing satellite imagery, interviewing 5 witnesses to the incident and its aftermath, reviewing analysis published by other organizations and consulting experts. The remote analysis assessed the explosion and the damage on site, as well as several possible trajectories of the objects visible on videos taken at the time of the attack, which also showed the moments before and after the explosion at the hospital. I think the original reason why there was contention was because Israel had initially released a video saying like, oh, this is the rocket that must have done it, like the Palestinian rocket that must have done it. But then it turned out that video happened after the blast had already occurred. So that was disregarded. Let's see. But what were the criticisms? I think it was that the main one was that they were unable to, to visit the scene, preventing conclusive identifications of the munition.
When news items are reported just very quickly before you have a moment to really
Did I go to UT? No, I didn't.
Understand completely what has occurred in that situation. It's just incredibly common for there to be misinformation.
And that was the other thing. It was so strange to me that particular blast ended up being the subject of so much controversy when Israel had already bombed that same hospital the weekend prior.
Or
like a different one. And now they've bombed every single one in Gaza.
Being true, and then it's put out there and they're just wrong about it. Well, a lot of
no, but in this case, you wouldn't
that particular hospital situation, and we can continue talking about it, but it gets under my skin a little bit because people like whether or not that situation was even if I give you that Hamas was responsible for it, and the victims were overreported and whatnot.
I think it was Islamic Jihad.
We have not a billion. I'm being hyperbolic here, but we have so many instances of Israel actually bombing hospitals and doing it in the worst way possible. So it's sort of I don't know. It just it's almost a moot point to me because
it's a moot point to point out.
Well, I mean, what I mean is that the like that particular situation is just not really indicative of most of the like one, as I said, I don't think that it was a situation where Hamas was meant.
This is like open source stuff that you've linked, Zomi. Always skeptical of looking at stuff like this because I have no way to ascertain the validity or of these sorts of like open source things.
Like deliberately like manufacturing.
But I remember Finkelstein published this whole like Substack article going like line by line on that fucking on that Human Rights Watch report because he did not like he had all these issues with the way it was conducted, but like I can't remember the specific and I don't want to get fucking what is it? Sunlocked. Geo confirmed as the gold standard? I
think it was.
According to whom?
I think it was.
Okay.
I think it was very obvious that that's what they were doing. I mean, are you aware that like Sinwar was on the record last year, I believe? Just straight up saying
the final conclusion was that the bomb was from Israel. No, according to the Human Rights Watch report, they said no. They said they believe it was a Islamic Jihad misfire or something like that. But like, where's the fucking? Hold on. Okay, this was the Finkelstein. This is his like analysis of this. Hold on. So this was December 11, 2023. Is Human Rights Watch covering up for Israel's genocide in Gaza? And then he links the article. The findings effectively exonerated Israel of culpability for the massive death toll at the hospital. On November 29th, I sent the slightly amended list of queries to Omar Shakir, Director of Israel and Palestine Affairs at Human Rights Watch. On that same day, Mr. Shakir replied, "We'll aim to get back to you by next week." On December 6th, however, I was informed by Mr. Shakir that Human Rights Watch would not be answering my queries. In a subsequent email to Mr. Shakir, I offered to correct any errors he found in my text. He did not respond. This is what he wrote. Dear Mr. Omar Shakir, per findings on October 17th Al-Ali hospital explosion, I should emphasize that at the onset that, for all I know, everything you wrote is correct. However, I wonder if you might answer a few questions. 1. In response to your letter to Gaza's Ministry of Interior, this was on November 10th, 2023, Hamas's Political and Foreign Relations Department stated that it, quote, does not object in any way to you conducting an independent investigation in this regard through a visit by an investigation team sent by your organization to Gaza Strip. Hamas is ready to provide all necessary assistance to conduct the investigation. Further, you state that your, quote, remote analysis assessed the explosion and the damage on site, and that you were, quote, unable to visit the scene, preventing conclusive identification of the munition. You also state that Hamas, quote, should release the evidence of munition remnants and other information they have regarding the Al-Ali hospital explosion to allow for a full investigation. You also state that, quote, documenting damage caused by misfired rockets is difficult because the authorities in Gaza have impeded investigations of such incidents, emphasis added. Is there a reason why you published your report before undertaking the critical on-the-spot investigation that was welcomed by Hamas? Indeed, Hamas has stated that, yes, 100%, it would allow Human Rights Watch to examine the evidence it collected at the blast site. Is there a reason why you devote 24 lines to Hamas's alleged concealment of critical evidence, yet you devote only 3 lines to just barely alluding to Hamas's explicit willingness to fully cooperate with an independent Human Rights Watch investigation? Is there a reason why you omitted mention that Israel made demonstrably false claims about its video evidence and almost certainly fabricated wiretap evidence in this incident? Is there a reason why you omitted that, whereas Hamas agreed to fully cooperate with an independent international investigation and to make available all the evidence at its disposal? The U.S., which rushed to second Israel's contention that Hamas was responsible for the explosion, stated that it, quote, did not believe that an investigation is appropriate at this time. In assessing claims and counterclaims, is it not relevant that one side welcomed and the other side opposed an independent internal investigation? And then, number 2, you report the decades-long failure of both Israeli and Palestinian authorities to credibly and impartially investigate alleged violations of international humanitarian law. Is there a reason why you omit the salient fact that, whereas Israel has never cooperated with an independent international investigation after its operations in Gaza, Hamas has repeatedly cooperated with international human rights investigations after Israeli operations in Gaza with Amnesty International, with the Goldstone Mission, and other UN missions? Thus, one such international investigatory body observed that, quote, the primary obstacle to the Commission's mandate was lack of cooperation from the government of Israel. It might further be noted that Hamas continued to cooperate with international investigations even as they repeatedly found it culpable of major transgressions of laws of war. 3. You state that you consulted experts. How many experts did you consult, and could you provide a list of their names? Did all of your weapons experts concur that it was highly unlikely that an Israeli munition was responsible? Did all of your experts concur that the sound preceding the explosion was consistent with the impact of a rocket and was quote not consistent end quote with any Israeli munition? If this wasn't a consensus opinion, how many of your munitions experts concurred with your conclusion and how many didn't? Is there a reason you didn't provide an explanation for discounting the available expert testimony that contradicted your findings? 4. You yourself have recently stated that, quote, we have been monitoring human rights abuses in the Gaza Strip for 3 decades, including several rounds of hostilities. We've generally found the data that comes out of the Ministry of Health to be reliable. Why then do you believe the Ministry of Health drastically inflated the figure in this particular incident? Is there a reason why you didn't simply request from the Ministry of Health the list of names and the casualties, which it has supplied on previous occasions? You also state that the images you viewed of the victims, quote, display between 65 and 75 body bags, rolled up carpets and bodies, end quote, and that you, quote, could not independently verify whether all of these victims were from the Al-Ali explosion, end quote. Is the reader supposed to infer that the total number of victims in the explosion was fewer than 100, which is most certainly the impression you leave in how you are now being cited? You also state that, quote, research citing data released by the Israeli military has suggested that between 10 to 20% of rockets launched from Gaza have failed, end quote. Is there a reason why a reader should credit without corroborative evidence this statement more than numberless other demonstrably false statements issuing forth from Israel? 5. You pertinently state that Israel has repeatedly attacked Gaza medical facilities, personnel, and transport. Then you go on to state that, quote, Palestinian armed groups have unlawfully launched thousands of rockets at Israeli communities, causing death, injuries, and damage. Is there a reason why you state this wholly irrelevant fact except to affect a false symmetry? You also state that Palestinian armed groups have, quote, extensively used inherently indiscriminate weapons that violate the laws of war and constitute a war crime. Is there a reason why you didn't also state, which is as irrelevant, that Israel extensively uses 1 to 2,000 pound bombs in civilian neighborhoods, which is also an indiscriminate attack and war crime? And it like goes on and on and on like this. Where he was like picking this apart, showing like all of these, they're not inconsistencies. He just felt like the report made 2 strong conclusions based off of the limited evidence they admit that they had at the time, because they weren't able to actually visit the site and conduct the investigation, even though Hamas had said they were more than welcome to actually do a full-throated international independent investigation. Strader is a better on-screen reader than Hassan. He's pretty good, to be honest, so thank you.
Saying that he thinks that like dead Palestinians like help their cause. Like, he just came out and said it. I don't know if any like, do
you can read this in Norm's voice. One of these days I need to do like the what is it, like I need to get like a Finkelstein like text to speech that I could like send this into and speed up and play it.
Do you dispute that the Hamas has this sort of like mentality about this thing?
Okay, wait. I don't know if all right, let's get back on track. What like, mentality?
I don't know. It's just it's like almost a moot point to me, because
it's a moot point to point out.
Well,
like,
I mean, what I mean is that the like that particular situation.
Queuing on Norm. Never quarrel with facts. That's what he says.
Is just not really indicative of most of the like one. As I said, I don't think that it was a situation where Hamas was deliberately like manufacturing.
Oh, I think it was. I think it was. Okay. I think it was very obvious that that's what they were doing. I mean, are you aware that like Sinwar was on the record
well, if Hutch says so
last year,
then I guess it's true.
Just straight up saying that he thinks that like dead Palestinians like help their cause. Like, he just came out and said it. I don't know if any like, do you dispute that the Hamas has this sort of like mentality about this thing?
He might have said that, but I mean, that's like,
you can look it up. I mean,
like you can find similar, like, first of all, do not get me wrong. I absolutely, you know, on any side, whether it's this conflict or another, I don't want to see people dying. So this is not like an endorsement of that, but there are lots of other, like, it just, there are lots of other liberation struggles, like the ANC included, that, you know, people who spoke about them that just kind of said similar things. Like, it's pretty.
Bro on the right looks like he's never been outside before. I said the same thing. I was like, he looks like white. He looks so white. He needs to do some like color balance. But I also know that Vadim really struggles with insomnia, so I feel bad making any comment because I know he has issues sleeping.
understandable that, like, you know, if you get the world's attention, that something is happening.
Well, okay. Let's get into that, because I think because that was something that you specifically wanted to get into. I think comparisons between the ANC and Hamas are insane. They don't make any sense. Like these are two groups with very different ideologies and very different methods of liberation. Like this is just such a horrible comparison. Like the ANC, their goal was reunification, sharing that entire country with everybody, equal rights.
Okay. Hot take. Not really. I do not care what Nelson Mandela said about this conflict. I don't care. Who looks at things this way? You know? People should read books about this conflict by trusted historians like Benny Morris, like Ilan Pape, like Avi Schleim. They should read the news. They should read human rights reports and come to their conclusions about this conflict. Why? I don't understand this whole, like, no, he's on my team. No, he's on my team. Who fucking cares?
And Hamas's stated...
You know who else Nelson Mandela liked? He was a huge ally of fucking Fidel Castro. Do you think that Hutch gives a fuck about that? Do you think I could use that as an argument that Cuba's based, actually, because Nelson Mandela agreed with me? Because he liked Fidel Castro. Like, they would never care outside of this particular conflict. I don't get why it's brought up.
Goal is, you know, the elimination of Israel and expelling and killing all the Jews from the region. Number one. Number two, Hamas
is no, like,
of course it is.
That they're according to their current charter, no.
No, come on. Like in 2017, they faced pressure from countries like UAE and Qatar to sanitize their image. They were feeling that pressure because they knew that Trump was going to take a hard stance. So they released this like sanitized version of their charter. But
they've also said that they would willingly step down if you know, certain conditions were met. Like do
you believe that?
Are not. What's that?
Do you believe they're telling the truth?
Absolutely.
What gives you that? What gives you that confidence?
And I do not think that they.
Because Hamas has moderated their position before. They've adhered to ceasefires. This is not something that's only noted by Hamas apologists or something like that. The Brookings Institute has made this observation. Does he think that the Brookings Institute is secretly like Hamas apologism or been infiltrated? This is based on the historical record of the parties to this conflict.
They're like angels or anything. Like
that's one way to put it.
But
that's one way to put it.
But yeah, but at the same time, yeah, like I don't think that they are these like kill crazy, just like they're. See, this is the thing that I should have kind of just nipped at immediately. You seem to think that their main goal is, I guess, just the extermination of Jews. Their main goal is
they want to cleanse the land of Jewish people and then rule over that land with Islamic law.
I also don't understand this whole, you can't trust a word that they say, but definitely there should be emphasis on like the charter from 1988. But then when Vadim is like, well, they updated that charter, how do you know that, like, what's true and what's not? And it's just like, well, that one's not true. Like, Wick fell into this trap when he was debating Tim Pool, because Tim Pool asked him, what do you think is the reason that Putin decided to invade Ukraine? Wick says, I take Putin at his word when he says blah, blah, blah. It was something like, he cited what he said in his Tucker Carlson interview, where he was apparently something to do with the geography or something like that. And Tim Pool was like, if you just said he's a liar, then why do you take him at it? Or how come you're cherry picking and selectively taking him at his word when it comes to this? That is really not even a good way to understand anything. You can't just take these people at their word. You have to put their words into a particular context, and you have to analyze it against their actions and see, is what they're saying consistent? Is it contradicting or anything that they've said previously? Is this like, is it consistent? Like these sorts of things. That's the way you understand, arrive at truth when you're evaluating political actors.
It's like the core of what their goals are.
I don't believe that that's the case. And there are I mean,
are they lying?
Are they lying?
Yeah, this is their stated goals. This is what they say they want to do.
Where did they state that goal?
Like in countless like public speeches, in their own charter. I mean, these are their stated goals. Like you had the mouthpiece for Hamas very shortly after October 7th say that they were going to do October 7th over and over and over again until Israel no longer existed. Like this is just the things that they say.
We have like if you're the statements of like statements
their spokesperson.
Like
That's their.
Yeah, I know, but we have thousands. Well, maybe not thousands, but we have way more of that from Israeli officials.
Sure. I mean,
and they are in a power position where they could actually enact that, and they are enacting that. You don't happen to believe that this is a genocide, do you?
No, I feel comfortable with that language if they're blocking all humanitarian aid into the region. Like before.
This is my issue with this. Is it's now a genocide now that Trump's in office. Convenient.
Before you had.
Before genocide, we don't say something is a genocide because a lot of people are dying. That's not how we determine whether or not something is a genocide.
Of course. So that's not what that's right. You understand that that's not the way that either Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International, who are basing their opinion of it being a genocide on, they're making a legal case as to why it was a genocide and why they,
I think if you're deliberately starving an entire population and to the point where.
I also feel like Vadim didn't hold him enough because he pointed out Israeli officials have made am I crazy? Did I just hallucinate this? Didn't he point out that Israeli officials have made genocidal statements? And then he was like, oh, Hamas also said they're relinquish control. Did they not say that?
I've mentioned this a lot on stream, but 80% of people in Gaza rely on humanitarian aid for food. And if you just stop that aid going in, you are going to starve 1.5 million people, 1.6 million people. So that is for sure genocidal actions. And so
I'm glad that you come to the point now that that those are genocidal actions, but the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars and legal scholars and every single worthy humanitarian group, Doctors Without Borders, people like that. I mean, I could go on and on and on for a long time, have called this a genocide and made an extraordinarily reasonable case as to why it is such. And I guess that's one of the things that I wanted to point out in terms of you kind of talking about a left-wing QAnon type thing, because it's I look at some of your genocide denial, and to me that's left-wing QAnon territory.
This is
the experts that we have out
That's
there
funny.
that established this for a very long time.
This is something that I've found
you are the true lefty QAnon.
Particularly frustrating is I can agree with you on 99% of your critiques of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with you that the Palestinian civilians have been forced to endure something that is totally unacceptable. I've the whole time conceded that there are atrocities occurring every single day. So we can line up on so many things. But if I have a particular, if I think of the word genocide and I compare it to other modern conflicts, I compare it to other previous genocides that have occurred, and I have a hard time using that particular language, you want to focus hyper specific on my verbiage. And to me, that seems such a, interesting thing to get caught up.
And depending on how you approach this, it really can just turn into a semantic argument, because if you can get the person that you're talking to agreeing to all of the underlying things, but they don't want to call it a genocide, then you're not really arguing over too much. But I think in this instance, I don't know that would really lead them to not talk past each other, because you have one person that's stating it's a genocide, it's intentional infliction of harm and mental distress made to bring about their total or partial destruction of this ethnic identity or group. And then you have someone saying, I agree all the destruction is occurring, but it's just an accident. And I think you do kind of need to resolve that tension before you can advance the conversation to a productive point.
I don't deny that Israel, the way that they have treated Palestinians, is totally unacceptable and is barbaric. And they've been doing it for decades.
Does Hutch think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a genocide? I don't know. I know Joe Biden said it was.
Okay. Two things. I don't particularly mind at the end of the day if you have some other word for what Israel had been subjecting the Palestinians to from close to day one. It's been a fucking horror show. It's been like mass industrial scale.
No, I understand that, but like we saw mass industrial scale slaughter in Darfur, in Syria, in Ukraine, and so
not in this way. They're all. If you listen to just a huge range of experts, everyone from.
I don't understand why certain messages get deleted, because I have Nightbot enabled on YouTube, and so it's too over the top with its moderation. I need to fix it. And also when I go through Restream, sometimes it has moderation tools that I forget to disable that make certain keywords not show up because it's trying to prevent spam. So sorry.
From what's her name? Francesca Albanese, who is
the UN whatever person. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many more than her, but like, just there's so many things that are extraordinary and unique about this example. This truly is worse in the just a whole range of factors. And
I mean, 250,000 Syrians died in that war. That was a lot of people dead in that war. I mean, in Iraq, hundreds of thousands of people died in that war.
Again, I just made this observation earlier in the stream. These people will say, well, it doesn't matter the body counts, it's about intent, which is true. That is entirely true. It's not just about the number of civilian casualties. But then he'll say, he's saying that like, well, why would this be a genocide? Because when you look at other conflicts, they've had higher death tolls. But you just said earlier that it's about intent. So why are you saying you can't call it a genocide because there are other conflicts that have higher death tolls?
Right.
Of course. Millions. If you're looking at it purely from a numbers standpoint, that's you could find wars that had millions, tens of millions of people who have died. Yeah. But that's not the just the amount of bodies is not the that's not the kind of sole thing. By no means is that the sole thing that they are basing the fact that it's a genocide on. Like it's very easy to kind of point to that, but it's about the just the relentless extermination constantly.
Also, he says Israel has abused Palestinians for decades, but his analysis of this seems almost completely devoid of the understanding about how brutal the blockade is, or the occupation, 60 plus years.
Targeting civilians and whatnot. But let's get back. Just we could still talk about that, but I actually have a bunch of notes having to do with like the ANC. You were talking about how that is.
Let's get into that. I'm happy to get into that because that shit is crazy to me.
Why are we getting into this? Why?
If you would be cool with it, I'd like to show. This is totally like
my civil rights daddy agrees with me. No, he agrees with me. No, he agrees with me.
Totally not.
You show porn on my stream. I'm cutting ties with you.
I'd like to show a 2-minute video. There's nothing.
Go for it.
Against POS or violent in here. Is basically fine. Like what I'm saying.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Here is an article from the Brookings Institute. I knew I did not fucking hallucinate this. The nationalist versus the religious implications for peace with Hamas. This is 2014, so this is a little over 10 years ago. The ongoing peace talks between Israel and the Palestinians were rough from the beginning, with constant media reports on spats between the two sides. Be that as it may, it goes largely unmentioned that Hamas, the second major Palestinian political entity, has not been part of these negotiations. I argue that this is both a mistake and a missed opportunity, especially because of the largely unnoticed shift in Hamas's ideology. In recent years, the movement went from holding a religious ideology to becoming a nationalist movement focusing on national rights. In this article, I highlight this crucial transformation on the Palestinian scene, discuss this shift in Hamas's ideology in the period from 2005 to 2012, and explore the implications of this transformation regarding the prospects for peace. They became a main Palestinian actor when it won the Democratic Palestinian legislative elections in 2006. Despite attempts by Palestinian and international actors to push Hamas back to the sidelines through financial pressures and military interventions, Hamas remains an actor that dominates the Palestinian scene. Both before and after 2006, Hamas has changed considerably in ways that inevitably bear on the political choices and positions that the movement may adopt regarding peace talks. These changes, however, have been completely ignored by the international community, Israel, and some regional actors who continue to view Hamas through a 15-year-old lens as a violent Islamist and terrorist organization. Contrary to this commonly held view, for example, high-ranking members of Hamas have asserted that Hamas is a constantly changing and self-transforming movement. The very fact that this movement survived for more than 25 years affirms this. Any political actor needs a degree of pragmatism and flexibility to survive the ever-dynamic politics of the Middle East. For my doctoral research in peace and conflict studies, I analyzed the discourse of Hamas and its daily Arabic communications addressed to its members and supporters between 2005 through 2012, based on selected events for each year and for 2 months after the selected event. I was interested in exploring how a movement like Hamas justifies violence in its discourse and how it legitimizes its political choices. The analysis revealed very many interesting results, a few of which I share below. So my point is not that people need to endorse this, people need to agree with this. That is not the point. The point is that it is a very one-dimensional, low-resolution, lazy view to just be like, well, the charter in 1988 said this. You are completely ignoring the history of this region and the changes that have happened over the last several decades with respect to the Hamas being the de facto governing authority of the Gaza Strip. And he's also saying, like, do you believe them? When, like, if Israel were saying, well, we can't negotiate with them because of the charter, is that serious? Would anyone be like, oh, true. You don't have to try to settle this. You don't need to have to get hostages back because of the charter, though. When just earlier this year, this is not even the first ceasefire we've had since October 7th. There have been multiple ceasefires that Israel agreed to with them by negotiating with them.
This right here is, I can't remember his name, blanking on it at the moment. This man is a Holocaust survivor who also has dedicated his life to Holocaust awareness. And he also just is kind of...
And also that the Brookings Institute, which again is no fucking far left organization, is willing to publish this, and it doesn't end up being disreputable to their organization. It's a serious matter of scholarly interest, clearly.
In general, like a human rights activist, and here it is. I found it. So in this, give me 1 second. I'm bad at multitasking. So share. Hey, can you remind me how to?
You're asking the wrong guy for tech questions here.
Okay,
I see the bottom of the screen. If you hover at the bottom, it says share your screen.
Tech issues.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. Standard definition, mix selection. Okay. Can you see my screen now, or what?
No.
Okay. This is lame. Sorry. Telling me that I have to get Nitro. Did they recently change this? Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Watch stream. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I can see it. Careful not to show DMs or whatever.
Yeah,
What's on your desktop there? Who's that? Yeah, pretty girl. What's going on there? Are we gonna do it? Is this a Vosh situation here, buddy?
My ex-girlfriend there. Oh wait.
Wait,
yeah,
I don't know if can I show this on stream, buddy?
Yes, you can. I promise you. This is as extreme in terms of like the visuals as you'll see. Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, here we go.
Wait, mute your mic. Sorry. Mute your mic while you play it because I can hear it echoing.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I will just turn my mic off.
That's it right there. Yep.
That's fine. Or your diseases, and the Israelis are very conscious of that, and they're proud. They brag about all that stuff.
You compared the Israeli siege on Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto. Can you elaborate on that?
So the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, it seemed to me like a parallel to what Hamas was doing. They were very conscious. They were going to die in the Warsaw Ghetto, and they were going to take some with them. The Warsaw Ghetto fighters were these young people. They were idealistic. They were all socialists. They were all on the left. The Jewish world has forgotten that. They were like my father. Their grandparents originally came.
This will move no one. No one listening to this in Hutch's is going to like this.
From the Nakba of 48. And they've been in these open-air concentration camp with guards all around them their whole lives. That's why I think there is a parallel. And the other issue I think that's really significant about Hamas, when you study the African-American rebellions, the Nat Turner rebellions, they were not polite, tea and cookies type thing. They were extremely violent. There were excesses, right? Because 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 the process of liberation includes that. There's so much anger built up and hatred that excesses are done and to be expected. But the abolitionists, they understood the anger and the hatred, and they did not criticize the Turner and these other rebellions. So I think you have to put Hamas in that context.
I'd like you to address this.
That's it.
Right, so then you just end sharing your screen.
Right.
There you go. And then I'm going to close that stream, and then okay, now we're back to normal.
So yeah,
I've heard the
reaction.
I've heard the comparisons to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I don't think they're great. I've heard the comparisons to the Nat Turner Rebellion. That seems a little bit more similar. I mean, I think what you're trying to say is like we should contextualize violence and try to understand why the.
I'm actually surprised that he's more willing to hear out the Nat Turner slave rebellion comparison because Palestinians are not slaves. But he won't hear out the Warsaw Ghetto comparison.
Violence happens, and I don't disagree.
Like neither Palestinians were slaves, nor are they. What is it? Nor was Hamas slaves, obviously.
I've never disagreed with the idea that we should examine the conditions that contributed to an event like October 7th. My issue with folks in the lefty spaces was that many of them were going well beyond simply trying to contextualize and understand the violence. Many of them were taking an explicitly pro-Hamas position, which is to me where the bridge becomes a bit too far. And as far as comparisons to like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, for example, even that comparison is not great because they did not attack German families. They attacked German officers during that Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Nat Turner, he killed babies. I mean, like, I think we should understand why. Like, obviously, in response to like unspeakable barbarity with chattel slavery, you know, why?
He's correct. Hutch is absolutely correct that it's entirely possible to engage in critical analysis and understand why these things happen, and you don't have to actually avow support for the acts of violence or terror.
And that would provoke something like, would lead a human being to like kill a baby in their crib. That doesn't mean that I think we should celebrate when, like, you know, that they killed babies. You know, that's the nuance that I think is totally lacking in some spaces. The ANC, don't even get me started. I mean, like, in the entirety of the apartheid struggle, ANC, I think there were between 100 and 200 civilian deaths. And it was their policy systemically to engage in acts of sabotage rather than terrorism.
Okay. Lord, give me the strength. Okay. Yes, that was their policy. But who they considered a civilian and not a civilian, they killed people that were unambiguously civilians. They killed people that they considered to be collaborators. Do you think these people got their day in court? Do you think they were given due process? Do you think that that was sometimes based on anything other than a hunch?
Because Mandela...
So, yes, they explicitly discouraged it. They disavowed it. They forbid it. They did not encourage it. But they overwhelmingly did kill civilians.
Mandela understood that if they were going to do just full-on terrorism, he thought that would lead to full-on civil war, which would make reunification impossible. So okay. He had a very different...
This is from the Nelson Mandela Foundation. ANC killed mostly civilians. This is an article from 2003. Civilians suffered the most in military attacks by the African National Congress, or ANC, in its fight against apartheid, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, said on Friday. In its final report released on Pretoria, it notes the stated objective of these different militant factions and the armed wing of the ANC was not to target civilians or white people. The TRC report says, despite these noble intentions, the majority of casualties of MK operations were civilians. A total of 71 people died in such attacks between 76 and 84. Of these, 52 were civilians and 19 were security force members. Among these civilians were people who the ANC apparently regarded as legitimate targets, says the TRC. Deliberately targeted, they included collaborators such as counselors, state witnesses at the trials of the ANC members, and suspected informers. In other words, they were deliberately targeted individuals. In attacks such as the detonation of car bombs outside buildings housing security forces, the casualties were predominantly civilian passersby. There were also a number of blasts in public spaces such as restaurants. Cadres seeking amnesty for such attacks explained that wrong intelligence had led them to believe security force members frequented these places. Then they come to a halt. So let's continue.
First of all, I don't know if you know this. Mandela was pro-PLO.
This feels like revisionist history of Mandela, just like they do with MLK. I really don't know if it's intentional, if people don't know what it is, but this seems to be a prevailing cultural myth. And there is absolutely no need to whitewash the ANC, to have critical support or find their actions just. But of course, it's always easier to support violence that led to a just outcome in retrospect, because you're not having to actually do it now. You're talking about things that have basically become uncontroversial to say, or sometimes historical, what appears to be historical consensus.
PLO, while they were
PLO is not, but the PLO is not Hamas, though.
Yeah, but they were engaging in armed terrorism. He held like an event honoring Layla Khalid, who was one of the main people who was involved in both of the high-profile hijackings that they did in the 1970s, and and also
I feel like targeting civilians and making mistakes or causality is way different, though, and shouldn't even be discussed. One, I don't want to discuss this. These motherfuckers want to discuss it because they want to bring up random historical comparisons that don't fucking matter. And two, it does not matter to me. I do not care what MLK thought about any of this. I don't care what Nelson Mandela thought about this. I don't care what anyone else thought about this, except historians and the actual historical record. That is what's important to me. The other thing, though, is that they did not specifically target civilians, but did you miss that they would say that, but then their definition of civilian was not in conformity with international law as far as how international law understands who is a civilian and who is not?
I have some...
With those hijackings, did she kill civilians?
No, but there were other armed,
that's
that she was involved with. But I have more to say in terms of both what Mandela, Mandela also. This is important. In 1986, Nelson Mandela implicitly endorsed acts like necklacing and all of the
No, he didn't.
I don't think this is true. I think his wife was the one who expressed support from it, but I don't think that he ever joined her in that opinion.
Let me see.
There was a general statement of support for violent resistance.
No.
That was smuggled out of the in around 1986 while he was still being held.
What he said that violence had become inevitable, but he never endorsed necklacing.
You're talking right now about his speech to that's something different.
No, I'm talking about the whole of his I spent so much time looking into what Nelson Mandela said. I could not find a single example of him implicitly or explicitly endorsing acts of terrorism. And the necklacing that was a source of tension.
I hate using the AI overview. Fuck. So while Nelson Mandela himself did not support necklacing, his then wife, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, controversially endorsed the practice during the apartheid era in South Africa. Here's a breakdown. Nelson Mandela's stance: was imprisoned during the height of necklacing, did not publicly support it, and the ANC, the political party he led, officially opposed necklacing, according to Wikipedia. But his wife did. Winnie Mandela said, "With our boxes of matches and our necklaces, we shall liberate this country," was interpreted as a call to use necklacing against those seen as collaborators with the apartheid regime. This endorsement created a rift between her and the ANC, who distanced themselves from her stance.
Between he and his wife. It was actually noted at the time that he didn't endorse what she was calling for, which is to punish collaborators with methods like necklacing, which, Chad, if you don't know, it's you put a tire around their neck and you fucking light them on fire. And the fact that he didn't come out and endorse what she was saying, people took note of it at that time. He very much did not, and he could have made.
There was a smuggled message,
and his wife was like, "I don't give a fuck."
In 1986,
I support it.
He endorsed the ANC of the violent measures that the ANC were.
What is necklacing? It sounds bad. Isn't it when you douse? Maybe they just said it. I got distracted, but it's like when you douse a fucking rubber tire in lighter fluid, you stick it around someone's neck and you light it on fire. I think. In a video game.
That time. So we can just
but you're not listening. They were
no
wait, hold on. But he was I never said that he said that people shouldn't do violence. He endorsed acts of sabotage, targeted sabotage against government and military targets.
He endorsed the actions that the ANC were currently engaged in And he knew about the necklacing. He knew about those things. He gave, well, like, I'm not saying like trying to paint the portrait of him like enjoying that, like being like, you know, actually thinking like, yeah, that's awesome. But he endorsed it. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why that's important.
I don't think there's any evidence that he endorsed it. I can't see that, but I'm reading this article somebody said.
In general, like, I think you already like know this, but it's just like there are going to in resistance struggles, there's going to be that guy said, things get very like messy, and there's going like most of the violence that they did. I'm sure you know this if you know about the necklacing.
Okay, it was like, so the title of this is a Washington Post article. ANC admits crimes of apartheid era. This was in 1997. South Africa's governing ANC admitted today it committed bombings, murders, and torture in its fight against apartheid, sometimes killing civilians. The admissions were made in a detailed 139 report to South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is offering amnesty to people who confess to political crimes of the apartheid era. Most of the attention so far is focused on allegations between government officials of the time. And then for the ANC, that episode is emblematic of its members' belief that they were at war against apartheid forces and that sometimes brutal actions were warranted. With the increasingly indiscriminate attacks on neighboring states and the viciousness of attacks on South African civilians by the security forces, it was decided by Special Ops Command to attack military personnel, the ANC said. In all, the ANC report detailed 550 armed actions carried out by its armed wing, Spear of the Nation, and another 100 incidents that may have been committed by its operatives. It seemed to put the attacks in a political context, saying civilians were never targeted, but the ANC gradually accepted that such casualties were unavoidable. And I think this is a little bit closer to what VADIM is trying to say, which is that it's not an explicit endorsement, but you know it's occurring and you believe it's overall righteous because it's in the pursuit of a just goal. We have not attempted to argue that because our struggle was just, this fact justified unacceptable methods of struggle, Becky said. Officials said because of the ANC's loose secret structure at the time, field operatives were often were not in direct communication with their commanders and were susceptible to committing abuses in the heat of battle. This included necklacing, in which attackers would put a gasoline-soaked tire around someone's neck and set it afire. The ANC said the circumstances under which such attacks occurred had to be considered: rampant state repression and government use of hundreds of informers.
Was against people that they thought were like acting against the ANC itself.
Collaborators, collaborators.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so there's like, when it comes to the ANC, like, you know, in 1985, there were 156 bomb attacks in South Africa, and the ANC claimed responsibility for the overwhelming majority of them. And you know about Winnie Mandela.
Yeah.
Totally.
He was much more radical.
In 1986, there was this thing called Radio Freedom.
I wouldn't say Winnie is more radical. I just think she was less pragmatic than Nelson Mandela, from the little that I know about it.
Which was basically like their propaganda tool, the ANC, and there were many broadcasts where they said things to the effect of this. I mean, this is an exact quote: "Let us take our weapons, both rudimentary and sophisticated, our necklaces, our grenades, our machine guns, our AK-47s, and everything we can get us to fight the vigilantes together with the police and the army." There was the Secretary General, Alfred, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, I'm sorry, Nzo, told the Sunday Times that collaborators with the enemy had to be eliminated.
There was a lot going on outside of Mandela's.
Wait, Tanisha Moore, are you still in chat? Because you put, they had their own label. I agree. Like, with respect to civilians, it is a bit iffy, but they had their label. It wasn't targeting civilians, even if they were wrong to do it. Yeah, but the label, it's not enough to just say, we don't kill civilians. We only kill informers, combatants, etc., or people that we feel are collaborators. If when you actually look at that definition, if it's going to involve civilians, this is why people don't give a pass to Hamas, that just because they say we're not killing innocent civilians, we're only killing Zionist collaborators, that's not given a pass just because they say we're not trying to target civilians or whatever. You can't only look at the way that they define things.
Prison walls that he had no control over, but again,
Tambo, this is something new. Okay, Oliver Tambo, the president of the ANC for like a few decades, said that killing white people will have a beneficial effect of getting white people used to bleeding and dying. And he also said we've achieved a good deal of progress in making. Yeah. Okay. So that's the most important one right there.
There are like gradients of like violence. There, you know, the way that Mandela described it was like there were 4 types of violence. There was terrorism. There was I don't know, I can't remember what they are, but it ended with a war. You know, like it was.
We were speed running through these two, trying like stumbling their way through this messy historical debate.
Sorry, it started with like targeted acts of sabotage, and then terrorism, and then one other one I'm not remembering, and then like revolution, like war, like full-on civil war. And he very specifically endorsed a policy of sabotage. And again, you keep.
That is true, but this is the point. This is the point. Like, do you actually like that was not like he had already made it clear that he was previously willing to do other types of violence.
You don't think it's notable to point to the discrepancy?
He realized that was necessary for the particular situation.
Can we just focus on? Can we just like can I get you to acknowledge that the discrepancy in the kill count alone should clue you in that the ANC had a different philosophy? Like if the ANC was open to the kind of if the ANC was open to the kind of violence that Hamas was capable of doing on October 7th, the kill count in South Africa would have been in the fucking millions over the course of several decades.
Do you honestly think that if the ANC, if things had not gone the way that they did, that like, and by the way, if like you understand that there was lots of warfare that occurred in conjunction with the in general. Like fucking what's the word? Sorry, I'm like a little like cracked out today. Apartheid fell like mostly because of like battle. Like there was a lot of bloodshed that went into.
No, but we're talking about the ANC specifically. We're talking about them specifically.
I know, but do you honestly think that the ANC would not have engaged in those methods if like you know like apartheid did not fall? If like they were not like lucky enough for those circumstances to come into place? No, of course they would. They people will resist. Like you know, if like they're going to use the methods that are available to them.
I forgot Hamas was part of that. It's turned into a debate on like the history of the ANC for some reason.
And so it's just like that's why I think it's very important to note that someone like Mandela was totally fine with the PLO when they were doing armed resistance. He also
the PLO was a leftist organization. They were a leftist. I mean, you're also aware of the fact that Mandela. He wouldn't have described himself as a Zionist, but he fits that definition in the original sense of the word.
And that is
wait, hold on.
What's your definition of Zionist?
My definition of
he fits the definition of Zionist in the original sense of the word.
Like you're going obviously off the like very like reductive.
The original definition of the word is what
who believes that like Israel should exist.
The original definition of the word. That's what you know colloquially now.
Not the original definition of the word.
Of course it is. What do you mean? It means the Zionist project was about establishing a sovereign country for Jewish people to have the right to like self-determination.
No, it wasn't just self-determination. The Jewish people anywhere. It was specifically in British Mandate Palestine.
Determination.
It was colonial from the very start. Like fucking what's his name? The godfather of the whole thing. I'm sure
Theodore Herzl.
It escapes me, but I mean, a lot of the original Zionists, you know, were leftists, right? Like they were socialists.
Yeah, personally, I yes, they definitely were socialists, but I think that true leftism involved.
And now the Israeli government is populated with a bunch of far right religious fanaticists. But what is their consensus opinion on?
Like human rights, and they were not like concerned with human rights.
I was going to say also this is like when we're looking at political ideologies of different people now, we usually disaggregate their social beliefs from their economic beliefs. It's possible that you can hold economic value, like economically populist and progressive values, but have socially regressive, racist or bigoted views. And then you have to ask yourself, is that enough to, like, are those backward social views enough to basically overwhelm the purported leftist economic values? In the case of MAGA, there are these like MAGA populists, right? You get the Steve Bannon types that are basically like, I'm pro-labor, I'm pro-union, I'm for some like Medicare for all, I'm for like Medicaid or whatever, but they have all of these reactionary social views. Do we count them as people that are like legitimately left? We always disaggregate it as like, well, no, they're like left economically, but they're not socially progressive. So you really can't meaningfully or neatly say that they're on the left. This reminds me also like, it's like you had like left-wing Nazis and like right-wing Nazis, you know, the Nationalist Socialist Party. I mean, they were pro-union, they were pro-state-run Medicare, so you had ideological diversity or something of this argument. It's like, okay, but the ethno-nationalist aspect of Nazi ideology and Nazism is going to overwhelm any leftist economic principles, and it makes it a right-wing movement.
Well, let me ask you: do you think that Jewish people had a rational reason to want their own country at the turn of the 19th century and into the 20th century?
I don't think that they had a right to.
Oh, he should just answer that because it's going to come off like he's avoiding it. But Vadim is just like, can we just skip to the part where I'm obviously fine with Jewish self-determination, but what I'm not okay with is the expulsion of people in order to an indigenous population in order to do that.
No. And that's not what I mean. That wasn't my question though. My question is, do you think that they had a rational desire to have their own country?
I think that the kind of like yearning for something like that, it's understandable.
Okay.
However, I don't think, like, at the end of the day, rational, I wouldn't put it that way, because I think that unless they found some sort of area that was uninhabited and, you know, they didn't have to go.
Well, they were negotiating with like the British.
Then it was going, it was set up to fail from the beginning because of the fact.
I think you're right about that.
In that area.
I mean, I think you're right about that. But I'm just trying to get at.
I can't look at that as being like rational. You know what I'm saying?
They were engaged. They were negotiating with Arab landowners. They were purchasing land. They were negotiating with the British. I mean, the British were promising them, because Palestine at that time was British.
Yes, they were purchasing land, but for the eventual project of dispossession, that was not something that was made clear until later.
And the British were telling them, like, you know, hey, listen, we'll set you up over there. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you were a European Jew in 1946 and you're being told, like, hey, the British are, you know, allowing massive immigration to, you know, potentially establish a country here, like, you would have gotten on that boat 100%.
From the very beginning of Zionism, and again, like, I feel like I should just throw this out here. I assume, you know, I'm sure you know that this is where I'm coming from, but just for your audience and any bad actors that like might, you know, clip me, Zionism is completely separate from Judaism. Like, you know, these are two entirely different things. One is a political system that is built on colonialism and is dependent on
irrational fear. Irrational fear. I mean, come on. I mean, like 6 million Jews died. You know, like, it was an entirely rational fear that these people felt totally unsafe in Europe.
I don't get why Vadim says it's not rational. It's perfectly rational, but doesn't make it right. Yeah, because I think he's afraid to kind of cede ground on that without his whole argument, but it's just, you just acknowledge that and then move on, you know, and say, like, yes, of course, there are multiple compelling cases to this land.
And, you know,
or for the desire for Jewish self-determination, but there is a difference between the theoretical concept of what that would look like versus the practical manifestation of that type of self-determination realized in the real world is how it played out.
You were offered that same thing back then, you would have gotten on that boat. I'm not saying everything that followed was like justified or good. You know, obviously I mean, I think you're right. I think it was set up to be this cauldron, and I blame the British honestly more than anybody else. But this idea that it was founded on this like settler.
No. As far as I know, no serious historian says that Britain is like the main. What did he say? Like, what language did he use specifically?
Then you would have got on that boat. I'm not saying everything that followed was like justified or good. You know, obviously I mean, I think you're right. I think it was set up to be this cauldron, and I blame the British honestly more than anybody else. But this idea that it was
I mean, like most historians, they don't view it as like a single. One person is to blame or whatever. That's not how any historian really looks at it. But two, there's a difference between Britain enabling tensions that existed between Zionist factions and Arab factions versus them bearing the most amount of responsibility.
Founded on this like settler colonial like ethno-supremacist project, to me, I think just ignores the very real like persecution, murder.
That's exactly what it was from the beginning. They like before long before.
I think he also was under the impression that Zionism preceded the Holocaust by a long shot.
Or World War II or the Holocaust was ever in the picture. That's how it was.
Because they were being persecuted.
It accelerated it, obviously, but.
In Europe.
Vladimir Jabotinsky, who were saying things like, we have to get rid of all of these Palestinians because they're going to resist.
Yeah.
They're going.
I mean, look, I told you, I think the project itself was always going to be the outcome. And I put most of that blame on the British because they were making promises to both sides. Like the British were fanning the flames of pan-Arab nationalism in the wake of World War I. And so they were instilling, like, you know, that was one of the ways that they got a lot of Arab states to fight alongside them to take on like the Ottomans. And they were also making promises to Jewish people in Europe that, you know, they would allow like massive immigration and like potentially.
And this is true, but they were kind of enabling it. They were not the primary instigator. Like they played a key role, but like Zionist planning and ideology bears more responsibility than the British does, you know.
They allow a state there. And so, you know,
as well as like
but we were talking about
Arab leaders at the time.
If you don't like the word Zionist, fine. But there's a clip of Mandela in 1996 addressing the fact that the fact that Israel was occupying part of Lebanon and or Egypt and Syria at the time, the Golan Heights, and he said that Israel has a right to exist secure within its borders. He was a stalwart supporter of the PLO and the cause of Palestinian liberation for sure, but he also recognized that Israel wasn't going to go away, and so he never.
He was a statesman, and he recognized the political reality of the moment. Absolutely. But
I mean, they also identified a lot with Jewish persecution. By the way, it wasn't just about like political realities. People like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and Mandela, like they had
MLK,
for
Mandela, Rosa Parks,
victims of Jewish persecution.
Martin Luther King, that like yes, he said a certain thing, but that's like kind
of. He said Israel was the most important democracy in the Middle East. I mean, he was like a pretty.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that there were a whole ton of things that occurred with Israel after his death,
for sure. For sure.
And there, in general, there was a huge reassessment in the Black leftist community or left-wing community of Israel, pretty much like right after he died. And the thing is, it's sort of like to me when people kind of speak of MLK as a Zionist. It's sort of like taking someone who I can't think of someone.
I mean, this was well into. I mean, when did MLK get assassinated? I mean, didn't he get assassinated after the '67 war? I mean, like. There were plenty of like really.
Yes, but there was a lot. There was a lot.
Okay, no. Vadim is closer to being one. The West really didn't understand the extent to which Palestinians even existed and were indigenous to that region. That's for one, right? And two, Benny Morris is effectively credited for exposing the extent to which there were Zionist expulsions during the Nakba of Palestinians. And he didn't actually come out with that until like the 80s. Like long after MLK, you know? And this is, again, Israel's like preeminent historian on the conflict.
About Israel that he did not realize was going on at the time. And it's to me, it's sort of like if you had somebody in the 90s.
And same with like the birth of the Palestinian refugees. That I think is also maybe like published in the 90s.
Died before like 93, who was considered like a very just, you know, a humanitarian, a really wonderful person.
No, but I mean, but MLK certainly.
I love O.J. Simpson.
Like the founding narratives that existed at this point, that populated discourse surrounding the formation of Israel in the West, it hadn't been like as in depth or expanded as it is now, what we know now.
O.J. Simpson is great.
MLK certainly endorsed the establishment.
This O.J. comparison, though.
Clearly.
But the thing is that like, okay, I actually have some notes here because I thought maybe we might get into this. I did see that like you had kind of mentioned him.
Oh my God, more bickering over what MLK thought. This is just, again, it's more like trying to use civil rights heroes and you're propping them up and you're ventriloquizing your own thoughts through their memory. I don't see the point of doing this.
Context. So first of all, one thing that he was noted as saying is that colonialism and segregation are nearly synonymous because their common end is economic exploitation, political domination, and the debasing of human personality. Mm-hmm. Now, it was a colonial project at the point that he was alive, but he just didn't realize it. If he had realized...
Wait, no, come on.
No, it was, though. It was a colonial project.
No, but I mean, he knew what happened in 1948 in terms of like the establishment of the state and the previous decades of massive Jewish immigration. I mean, he supported Israel having their own country in that region. Like
he thought that there was an actual democracy going on there, and there wasn't. He's also
but I can't speak to the specifics of what MLK knew or didn't know. But if it was anywhere in line with the education level of people's understanding of this conflict at that time, it was going to be highly propagandized and warped.
Israel there was, right?
Not for Palestinians. Like, I don't think of democracy as being democracy if you're excluding huge groups of people.
Are you talking about Palestinians in Israel?
That's like, I mean, would you say that the United States was a democracy when we had like chattel slavery, or would you say it was a democracy when we had Jim Crow laws? You know, you're getting into like major contradictions in what a democracy really means if those types of human rights abuses exist and persist in a country.
Proper? Or are you talking about Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza?
I'm talking about, like, yes, there were some Palestinians there that were allowed to like live. They were treated. They were treated horribly. They continue to be. But he also said, just to kind of
like, yeah, it was a democracy for Israelis. Israeli Jews, they were treated very well. Same way that in the United States during Jim Crow, white people were treated very, very well.
In terms of
but if you asked a black person in 1950s America, are we living in a democracy? What answer do you think they'd give? Like, maybe on paper this is supposed to be a democracy, but in practice it's not really how it is.
He said, I don't have any faith in whites in power responding in the right way. They'll treat us like they did our Japanese brothers and sisters in World War II. They'll throw us into concentration camps and blah, 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 blah. I'm sure that's not surprising to hear, but the point is, he did not realize the
I'm still laughing at the OJ thing.
He was a pretty smart guy. I mean,
segregated there.
You don't think he was a pretty smart guy, MLK? You don't think he was aware of like the dynamics?
A lot of the dynamics were not like out in the open. There were a lot of aspects of the way that the Israel project was functioning that most people didn't know about at the time, and it started coming out again, like more after MLK was assasssassinated.
Things escalated. They started escalating like internally, like after he died. You know, I mean, they had already been pretty like incendiary, the conditions there. But you know, the emergence of I feel like you're having trouble wrapping your head around the idea that he could simultaneously support the establishment of the state of Israel in that particular region, and also and also advocate for dispossessed Palestinians. Like, it's
I can see why you'd think that, but really,
no. But that's what he said, though. I think that because that's what he said.
In the fact that when I read his statements about Israel, his positive statements about Israel, I'm not denying that he made them. He is characterizing Israel in a way that was not true to what was going on at the time, and I by no means think he was lying. I think he just,
let's move for let's fast forward several decades. What side do you think MLK would be on today? That is a more relevant question if we're going to engage in this sort of bullshit. Do you think MLK would be championing the Palestinians in this moment, or Israelis? More so. Obviously, MLK was a humanitarian. There would be humanity in all sides. But who would he see as the primary victim that needs the most help?
I don't think he would lie. I don't think he was that kind of person. So just by process of
surely you're not implying MLK was dumb, are you? I know. Why he was a smart guy. It's like, I think Vadim is not saying that he obviously believes that he's smart. That's why he was giving this historical figure the benefit of the doubt.
Elimination. I come to the conclusion that he did not know how everything happened to be working, and to the extent of all of that. So, and that's honestly.
Well, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's switch gears a little bit. Like, obviously, we disagree about MLK and Mandela. I mean, I think they're pretty clear about the things that they said. You seem to think that there's some hidden subtext.
MLK was cool with apartheid, you guys.
But this is the thing, okay? It's like, and
MLK would have totally been cool with decades-long illegal occupation. Totally would have been cool with Palestinians never being granted citizenship or statehood.
Here's kind of like maybe
that definitely. What I know about MLK, that just sounds just like him.
I responded to you. It was in response to
talking about terrorism.
And basically, you had posted a definition of terrorism, which many people, that's a sort of like a word with not wiggle room is the right way to put it.
I mean, most people think about terrorism as attack, like targeting civilians. That's what most people assume. Like colloquially, that's what people assume.
That is not, but that is not true, because the ANC, if you like one thing that I have been doing a lot of lately, I'm hoping that down the line I can make a good video about this, but we'll see, because I have a lot on my plate. But basically, I watch a lot of, as much as I can find, it's hard to get, but propaganda made by like South Africa. I mean, I'm talking about the not the ANC, but the Afrikaners. That were basically anti-ANC. And if you look at that stuff, if you look at things that like Reagan was saying about the ANC at the time, and really just anyone who is vaguely opposed to it, they absolutely referred to the ANC
right, both of those
as terrorists. And so terrorism is this like malleable word that a lot of people use to describe what they like. It's a way to, sometimes terrorists are legitimately like, what we
would you call Hamas terrorists? Would you call Hamas terrorists? Would you call Hamas terrorists?
I think Hamas.
This is not to do with the quality of Vadim's arguments. This is only an evaluation of his rhetoric right now. What I'm about to say, but Vadim is, his argumentation comes off as convoluted at a lot of points. He's long-winded. He loses the thread quickly, and he has this general tone where he sounds like he's pleading and almost unsure in what he's saying. But I believe it comes from a place of like exasperation, because he feels like what he's seeing is so cut and dry that it's very, very hard for him to put himself in the mindset of somebody who would disagree with him. So he's working back from, he is trying to recognize priors that he's incapable of holding at this point, and never really held. So it can be really hard to bridge the gap of communication when it's like what he sees again is like unambiguously a genocide, and he sees that reaffirmed by Human Rights Watch and by Amnesty International and genocide scholars and just the footage alone. And he's talking to someone that just does not hold that opinion of the same set of facts, really.
Hamas is a group that has engaged in terrorist activities, I think.
And I think he can be indirect because he gets worried that his point is going to be derailed by answering Hutch's question, but he should engage with it, answer it, and explain why it doesn't detract from his broader point, or it actually works with it.
Definitely, like I would not have a problem.
I would argue it's baked into their tactics.
To do a lot of what happened on October 7th as
That's not what it means, though, isn't it? Specifically, violence in pursuit of... Oh, yeah, he was like, violence is targeting civilians. That's like, or terrorism is targeting civilians. And my understanding was like, is that by any means necessary, specifically including violence, to shock people to bring about certain political outcomes as an act of terrorism.
Fundamentally terrorism, but I do not think of them overall as a terrorist group.
Really?
What's that?
Really? I mean, we're like firing rockets indiscriminately into...
go back.
I have a problem.
I would argue it's baked into their tactics.
To do a lot of what happened on October 7th as fundamentally terrorism, but I do not think of them overall as a terrorist group.
Really?
What's that?
Really? I mean, we're like firing rockets indiscriminately into Israeli civilian like where like homes are.
So if indiscriminate is the only standard, why isn't the IDF a terrorist organization? When they drop 2,000-pound bombs on refugee camps, what is that? If you're saying it's targeted, then you're admitting that they're targeting civilians. If you're saying it's not, or it's not intended to hit those civilians, that it is indiscriminate at that point, because it's accepting that there are going to be mass civilian casualties to accomplish a military aim or objective.
And they are just like what else do you like? They are they have very limited means in terms of like the ways that they...
MUTAHAR comes into this? Okay, I haven't seen that.
They had to try to decapitate a Thai foreign student.
Also, the thing with the what is it? With the rockets. See, this is an argument made by Nora Arakat, who is I believe she's a international legal scholar, Palestinian American. She wrote this book called Justice for Some. And within that book, she makes the argument that the rockets are under international law ought to be considered legal, because people that are fighting for a people or a group of people that are fighting for their self-determination and are fighting illegal or unjust occupations have the right to use any means necessary, including violence, to end their unjust or illegal occupation. But every single weapon that Palestinian militants will use is going to be considered indiscriminate by virtue of the poverty place. Like Palestinian militants have access to primitive weaponry, to say the least. And so these rockets are unguided. They're like made from pipes sometimes. Now they're more advanced, but for the majority of the time that they have been launched, they are using household objects. They use pipes. They're indiscriminate. Therefore, they cannot adhere to the principle of distinction, and therefore they are indiscriminate attacks, which can injure civilians, and they're illegal under international law. But the idea of what constitutes a precise weapon is a relative concept. Because, in effect, what you were saying is that poor people don't have the ability to resist their occupation because they're not going to have access to the types of precision-guided missiles and munitions that wealthier nations like Israel or the United States or Europe has access to because they have money. So, you know, it's international law that you have the right to use violence and force to end your unjust occupation. That's international law. But then every weapon is going to be illegal. How does that make sense? And that's the argument that she lays out for why the international humanitarian law is actually skewed in favor of wealthier nations and against poor and impoverished people.
With a garden hoe?
Why are you holding them to a standard? Like they are in a.
So they had to murder 300 people at a rave?
They are inside this like.
Let's go back a little bit then.
They just like what else do you like? They are.
But I think this. What else are they supposed to do? I don't think this. I feel like this always falls on deaf ears because there are examples, and like the ANC, these things come to mind, of other resistance movements that have had more success with the tactics that they use to resist their oppressors and occupiers, etc., and better political strategy and military tactics, and ultimately won. So this whole what were they supposed to do? It's like, well, we have other rubrics for what resistance, like post-colonial resistance, can look like, and it doesn't have to look like the way Hamas goes about conducting it or Palestinian militants do. There are other ways to do it.
Have very limited means in terms.
But if he wants to say like they have limited means, he should probably lay out a more robust case for why it's actually it should be considered legal and it should not be considered an indiscriminate attack for them to use the rockets.
Of like the ways that they can resist.
So they had to try to decapitate a Thai foreign student with a garden hoe.
Why are you holding them to a standard like they are in a.
So they had to murder 300 people at a rave?
They are inside this like.
So they had to murder.
Wait, did he say something about somebody being beheaded?
Group that has
Sorry, one more time.
I think definitely like I would not have a problem.
I would argue it's baked into their tactics.
To do a lot of what happened on October 7th as fundamentally terrorism, but I do not think of them over.
Hi, Progressive, you said in Loner. Does Loner say that the rockets are legal or they should be legal?
Overall, as
really?
terrorist.
Really?
What's that?
Really? I mean, we're like firing rockets indiscriminately into Israeli civilian like where like homes are.
I mean, they are just like.
And this also ignores that Israel has the Iron Dome. That obviously doesn't change the intention, but they have the Iron Dome.
What else do you like? They are. They have very limited means in terms of like the ways that they can resist.
So they had to try to decapitate a Thai foreign student with a garden hoe.
They had to try to decapitate a Thai foreign student with a garden hoe. So to my understanding, I'm going to look this up. There are no documented or independently verified instances of Hamas or Palestinian militants beheading anybody. At the very least, Hamas. Garden hoe of a Thai student. So this incident was highlighted by Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan, who presented a video at the UN General Assembly depicting the attack. The footage shows a severely injured Thai worker on the ground while a Hamas militant repeatedly strikes his neck with a garden hoe in an apparent attempt to decapitate him. Okay, I'm gonna watch that. I'm not gonna watch the video on stream. Let's see, but you guys can hear it.
Hamas carried out atrocities, the likes of which we have not seen since the Holocaust. Yet, unlike the Holocaust, where the evidence we have is mostly black and white photographs and soundless footage, here the proof is in high definition. Because some of it is from, yes, security footage, but much of it is from the cell phones and GoPro cameras belonging to the Hamas Nazis themselves. Many may be asking, why did they film their sadistic violence? Well, I'll tell you why. Very simple. They filmed it in order to terrorize the Israeli public, to release these videos and put fear in the hearts of the citizens of Israel. By the way, this is what terrorists do. They terrorize. I have seen much footage over the past weeks that will be seared into my mind forever, but there is one sight that I keep on seeing when I try to sleep. In the video, one can see a terrible injured civilian, bloodied yet alive, laying on the ground as a Hamas savage screaming, Allahu Akbar, repeatedly pummels the man's neck with a garden hoe in order to decapitate him. The man on the ground is an agricultural worker from Thailand. He's not Israeli, he's not Jewish, he was merely alive trying to make a living for his family. But he was decapitated with a blunt gardening tool. Horrifying. Israel is not at war with human beings. We are at war with monsters. Here's the video.
Well, it's completely blurred, so I can't even see it.
My mission distributed and will continue to distribute QR codes with a direct link to files where you can see this horror and many other Hamas atrocities. What you
Okay, what's this? What was so was this independently verified by a journalist, the UN, Human Rights Watch, or Amnesty International? The specific incident involving a Hamas militant attempting to decapitate a Thai agricultural worker with a garden hoe during the October 7, 2023 attacks have been publicly presented by Israeli officials. However, as of now, there is no independent verification of this particular event by major human rights organizations or international bodies such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, or the United Nations. Presented by Israeli officials on October 26, 2023, Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, showcased a brief video during a UN General Assembly session. He described the footage as depicting a Hamas militant attempting to decapitate a Thai worker with a garden hoe during the October 7th attacks. The video was part of Israel's effort to highlight the brutality of the attacks and to garner international support against Hamas. The Thai Foreign Ministry expressed deep concern over the public display of the video, stating it was extremely disturbing and showed a lack of respect for the deceased and his family. Independent verifications, while Human Rights Watch has verified several videos from the October 7th attack showing deliberate killings by Hamas-led gunmen, there is no specific mention or independent verification of the incident involving the Thai worker and the garden hoe. Similarly, Amnesty International and the United Nations have not independently confirmed this particular event in their reports. This was presented to argue against a ceasefire. Crazy. That's the thing, is that Human Rights Watch published an over 234-page report detailing war crimes and crimes against humanity that Palestinian militant factions led by Hamas engaged in on October 7th. I have read a lot of that report. There were no instances of beheadings. I really think that Hutch was just repeating Israeli propaganda here, because whatever they showed, it was never independently verified, even though they had access to these videos because it was publicly available.
Why are you holding them to a standard like they are in a
so they had to murder 300 people at a rave?
They are inside this like
so they had to murder 300 people at a rave? They had no other choice? They had to murder 300 people at a rave?
I already said that I think that I regard that as being terrorist activity.
Okay. We agree.
Definitely, but that like the reason why any of that occurred to begin with was because of just like that. None of that would have happened if the Palestinian people hadn't been treated like.
They argue over whether or not LONERBOX is paid as foreign propagandists.
Absolute trash.
Okay.
For years, and that's the thing.
I think you're right about that. But also
the reason why I have a problem with the way that you speak about like the ANC and whatnot is because it almost presupposes like you have to do this. You like because you didn't do this. you deserve what's happening to you. And
I never said anything. I never said anything close.
Well, I'm saying a lot of people may.
I don't care. I didn't say that. I understand that people are so ideologically dogmatic that they draw these totally unreasonable inferences from the things that I say. That's not my problem. That's the problem I'm addressing when I talk about this stuff. I think it's crazy to say that I think that every Palestinian person that died since October 7th had it coming. I've never said that.
I would be surprised if you said that. But I think that because if you look at your feed, the overwhelming majority, or maybe like at least,
it's because I interact with left-wingers more than I interact with MAGA. That's why. It's a proximity thing. Like, I don't think I'm morally obligated to tweet a certain percentage of the time about this issue and then that issue and then this issue and then that issue. I don't think that I think that's a silly way to judge someone's morals.
Well, I agree with you to like an extent there.
I mean, it's a silly way to judge their morals, but it will give you insight into what their priorities are, no?
Like, it is definitely like, what am I trying to say? Like, I understand responding to people like,
I think there's a toxic element in the left-wing space.
Okay.
Really
Same.
toxic element.
True.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But there's so many. I mean, like,
real.
I've seen.
I agree.
Like, I'm trying to think of some examples. I've seen you.
Correct. Correct, Hutch.
Maybe not full on defend, but like, yeah, kind of defend the attack of hospitals, saying that making like basically doing apologetics for Ethan when he was talking about like do you know the like specifically what I'm talking about? Because
there was a clip going around where I mentioned nothing.
I'm surprised he didn't bring up the hospital bombings clip where he was like, you can do this, guys, technically under international law, even though he leaves out that just because a safe area or a safe zone loses its protected status, including a hospital, which it can lose, that doesn't release the other party from its obligations to adhere to the principle of distinction or proportionality. Vadim's argument getting muddied? Yeah, for sure.
About any particular Israeli strike. I was watching a debate between Hassan and Ethan, and
I mean, the simple point that he should be making is like, if at this point you are not calling it a genocide or you are not calling for a ceasefire, then there is no like the most reasonable conclusion is that you tacitly accept you are accepting like the death and destruction that is going on and ongoing.
Hassan,
and you think it's more justified than not.
Said something at some point. He said,
even if you don't think it's good.
Something like, they're bombing hospitals, which is a war crime. And I think what I said at the time was, no, it's not. What I should have said is, it's not inherently a war crime. And I think that's where people got hung up. But my point was that in Article 18 and 19 of the Geneva Convention, they describe when a building like a hospital loses its protected status. So it is the case. It's just, this is just what international law says. It wasn't me.
Okay, it loses its protected status, but it doesn't. The civilians don't lose protection under international law. That's the thing that he leaves out.
It wasn't me saying I think Israel has every single bomb they've ever dropped on every hospital has been justified. I am highly skeptical that that's the case.
That they've dropped on.
Okay, but like there is not even good evidence that the hospitals that they have bombed have been valid military targets. So he says, "Oh, it's a tall order," but it's like, what evidence are you even basing that off of?
A hospital that has been justified.
How do you know that?
Because they've never substantiated any of their claims of these things.
Wait, did he just say?
I think Israel has every single bomb they've ever dropped on every hospital has been justified. I am highly skeptical that that's the case.
That they've dropped on a hospital that has been justified.
How do you know that?
Because they've never.
Because you can know this is not like secret information. Because there are human rights orgs that verify and have already investigated this. How do you know that, Hutch? Because you're saying you don't give them the benefit of the doubt, but then when Vadim is saying that, I agree, I don't give them the benefit of the doubt, none of it's been justified, he's saying, well, how do you know that? When a hospital is bombed, the presumption should not be there was probably something in that. There was probably a terrorist or whatever. This is the other, hold on. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Let's see. So this Wikipedia article just documents the timeline of the Gaza Strip healthcare collapse from October 14th to now. And everywhere you stop, it is just wanton death and destruction. October 31st, this is 2023, the health ministry announced the generators at 2 key Gaza hospitals were hours from shutting down. November 6th, Israel bombs Al-Shifa's hospital solar panels. November 20th, Israel launched an offensive on Indonesia hospital with an airstrike that reportedly killed 12 people. Following the strike, Israeli tanks surrounded the hospital. Staff at the hospital reported Israeli soldiers shooting inside the hospital indiscriminately. December 6th, Doctors Without Borders stated fuel and medical supplies at Al-Aqsa Hospital were critically low. December 25th, Gaza Health Ministry reported 800,000 people in northern Gaza had no access to healthcare. There's a point where they finally get a case of polio was reported. The first case of polio was reported. February 12th, a doctor at the Gaza European Hospital stated conditions at the hospital were a total disaster and that the health system in Gaza has collapsed. And then there's other, what is it? There's an article just talking about Al-Shifa. Let's see. Like being used as a command and control center. Hold on. Control. Alleged military use of Al-Shifa. This is a government-run hospital in Gaza City, Palestine. And it just talks about it. There's a reason why it says alleged military use. Because Israel has claimed time and time again, there is a command and control center beneath Al-Shifa Hospital. This is Human Rights Watch, November 9, 2023. The Israeli military claims that Hamas has its headquarters underneath Al-Shifa Hospital and that Hamas military officials are inside the hospital. Human Rights Watch cannot corroborate this allegation. Links to the idf.israel.gov website, and it's gone. And then this is an Amnesty report talking about it. Amnesty 2015 Al-Shifa Hospital report. Reports have been circulating regarding a 2015. I went to Zoom. 2015 Amnesty International report regarding Al-Shifa Hospital serving as a Hamas interrogation and torture center. This framing is misleading. The 2015 report, entitled Strangling Necks, documented incidents of torture and other ill treatment of Palestinians documented by Amnesty International relating solely to the 2014 conflict and specifically in abandoned areas of the hospital grounds, including a disused outpatients clinic. Amnesty International has no evidence to indicate that Al-Shifa Hospital has been used for anything other than treating patients during the current conflict in 2023. Amnesty International has so far not seen any credible evidence to support Israel's claim that Al-Shifa is housing a military command center, and indeed Israel has repeatedly failed to produce any evidence to substantiate this claim, which it has promoted since at least 2008-9 Operation Cast Lead. Even if Al-Shifa or any other hospital is being used for military purposes, which again, the Israeli military has so far failed to provide credible evidence for, and therefore lost its special protected status under international humanitarian law, this does not absolve Israeli forces from their legal obligation to minimize harm to civilians in carrying out attacks, particularly the obligations to abide by the principles of distinction and proportionality. So, and this is like the big one. You know, I realize that they're talking about different hospital strikes or whatever being justified, some not. If a command and control center repeated attempts to verify cannot find this, does that not raise doubt about the veracity or authenticity of the claims for every other single hospital? Obviously it does. The most that they have are the tunnels have been verified under the hospitals. Shifa, the New York Times. This. and it shows Israel says that a tunnel found beneath Al-Shifa running from the surgery building to a shack was proof Hamas operates from hospitals. This is... The Times created a 3D model of the portion of the tunnel that was visible in a video released by the Israeli military. But this is just a 3D rendering. They don't have actual footage to verify. So this. Israeli military, however, has struggled to prove that Hamas maintained a command and control center under the facility. So there's tunnels, but that's it.
Any of their claims of these things, and like they lie up the ass.
So when when Hamas says that, when they openly say that they've built 300 to 400 miles of tunnels underneath Gaza, you don't think that
they have never said that yes, they obviously have built tunnels. They've never said 300 to 400 miles.
They absolutely have. Here, I'll bring it up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, if they've said that, that's still like they're lying, because that's like more tunnels than like exist in the New York subway system, and they're just kind of like if they did say it, fine. But I mean, like that was used.
I'll send you a
in Vietnam. Like in Vietnam, they have
an article here,
but there's not anything like that's just the way that resistance fighting is done.
Wait, no, hold on, no. If you put military, like healthy military age man, if you house them in a hospital, or if you store weapons in a hospital, or if you launch attacks from a hospital, that is a war crime. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but you don't have the fucking right to bomb that hospital. Are you fucking kidding me? All those civilians there to get to a tunnel, which you'd have to use like fucking 6,000-pound bunker busters in order to like get at? Like, give me a break. They've never found, like, the only time that they have ever like published images of supposed munitions that were being kept there, it was a really paltry amount. And just like they've
This chat, war sucks. All the civilians like making fun of you. Legally, you do. That's the point. Yes, you do. You literally do. That is the point. I mean, like, this is why him say, like, we're talking about being responsible with rhetoric or whatever, and it's like leading people to think that you find evidence of co-location or whatever, and that you can just fucking do whatever you want.
never, like, they made huge claims. Like, they had that like ridiculous CGI like thing that looked like it was out of fucking
I remember.
show.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like, which was nonsense. That there was nothing there of the sort underneath.
No, they did find
IDK, if you remember that, they released their own 3D rendering. It was like the back. Yes, I remember this.
Munitions in that they invited the press in and showed that they did find munitions. They found that Hamas was storing weapons there.
Was that when they like found that I mean, first of all, like,
wait, Dirk, I just saw this. Hold on. Oh, look. Okay. Where is this? Can you link where this is from? Or like tell me so I can search it up. At least 68 foreign nationals were killed on October 7th. The commission documented the torture, attempted beheadings, and killing of Thai workers in Near Oz, and the killing of 19 Nepalese and Thai exchange students in Alum. Oh, he was right then. Where did you find this? That's what I get for using AI overviews.
I think that there was something suspicious about that. Like, I think I remember, like,
but it had linked what is it, the Human Rights Watch report, and I didn't see it in there.
There being like
you do this thing where it's like, that doesn't sound like the Hamas I know. The Hamas I know, they would never store weapons in a hospital. And I just like
I think it would be actually like perfectly fine for like a like a Hamas for someone from Hamas to like put like a small amount of munitions
in a hospital
in like random places. I mean,
underneath a civilian, like there's been like eyewitness testimonials from Palestinians in Gaza who had Hamas show up at their house and build an underground bunker under their home. Like
I don't know about that. Like I'd have to like review that. I'm saying that.
But where's your where does the skepticism come from?
But first of all, I want to
the skepticism comes from the tens of thousands of dead Palestinians.
Track a second. I think when I said that, like, I would be fine with them. I didn't mean that. What I mean is that like they obviously, by the nature of the like the fact that they are like, what would you call it? Is it guerrilla warfare technically if it's in a like a city setting? I just mean that they.
Yes, yeah, but it is, I mean, you acknowledge it is a war crime to store weapons in a hospital, right? And that would be a good rule to have, right? Because you don't want governments or militaries.
But Hutch, there has never been like the only images that we have ever seen of like of supposed munitions that were stored in, it has been just a very small amount of weaponry. That amount of weaponry does not justify the insane amount of violence that they have perpetrated on all these hospitals.
Here, I agree with you. I just want to say that I agree with you. I am not defending the totality of everything that Israel has done. I think clearly they have a wanton disregard for civilian death. I don't think anybody rational would dispute that. The footage yesterday was horrifying, like a 3-year-old crawling out of a building that's on fire. It's just unthinkable kind of like death and destruction. The point of the clip that you're responding to about me talking about hospitals, I was talking about international law in a general sense. And I said that on the stream. I said I'm not, this is not me co-signing everything that Israel has done. However, if someone stores munitions or soldiers or launches attacks from a hospital and then the hospital gets bombed, it's the people who stored the munitions that did the war crime in that spot, not the people who dropped the bomb.
There would have to be an extreme amount.
The true enemy of the Palestinians is Hamas. Stands near. No one here is a fan of Hamas.
Of munitions stored, and every
this is called proportion. This is called proportionality. This is where
there's so many doctors. Like if you don't believe the doctors who basically were born in Gaza and happen to work at these hospitals, there are so many other I'm sure doctors who come in from other countries and whatnot. Yeah. There's not been a single doctor who has worked in any of these hospitals who has ever said anything to the effect of there is something even remotely fishy going on.
Well, I mean, Amnesty International. I think back in 2014, they reported on Hamas
that was back in 2014. That was back in 2014, not now. And also, it's one thing. And also, it's one thing to have you have to, if there is a huge bunker with tons of a nuke or something, then maybe you're talking about the amount of just munitions and just all that stuff.
You're talking about proportionality. You're talking about
where bombing.
That's correct. Okay, so thank you to who is this? Dirk in chat. This is in the UN. I'd been checking Amnesty and Human Rights Watch. I didn't check this one. So this is from the UN General Assembly, June 14th, 2024, report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, talking about the October 7th attacks. And when you search attempted, this is in section B, killing, mistreatment, and abduction in civilian locations. At paragraph 21, it says at least 68 foreign nationals were killed on October 7th. The commission documented the torture, attempted beheadings, and killings of Thai worker in Near Oz and the killing of 19 Nepalese and Thai exchange student in Alumim.
A hospital has been justified.
Well, I think you're assuming that.
Show me the evidence. Then there's no compelling evidence. I look for it, and there's and then on top of that, we know that Israel just lies up the ass with this stuff. They have fabricated evidence when it comes to things going on in hospitals.
I mean, we also know here. I think the difference between you and me is when I look at the things that Israel does, it horrifies me. And I also look at how Hamas has contributed to these horrible circumstances for Palestinians living in Gaza, and that pisses me off too. When I look at that, I think these people would be so much better off if they were not ruled by this group. They had one election. They had one election in 2004. Then they got into an all-out civil war with PLO. They pushed the PA. They pushed the PA out of power and just usurped all authority. And they haven't had elections since. And it's just, I think they've been a disaster for Palestinians. And what I question is how come people like you don't have any smoke? You always want to contextualize everything and understand. Well, we need to understand why they're doing the things. Fine.
I mean, is this not an anti-intellectual argument? Why do you always want to contextualize and understand things? What? To have a more robust and informed opinion, no?
And fair, that's good. Yes, we should understand. Also, this is a group of religious extremists who you would never in a million years volunteer to live under their government.
Dude, I don't waste my time. I mean, we know that in every.
Well, I understand, literally.
Indigenous Americans.
So because I don't want to live under the brutality of Hamas rule, that means that I should relinquish what, like extending empathy to Palestinians? I don't understand this.
To like slave revolts, to all sorts of things. There have been like these situations breed desperation, obviously, and horrible violence is perpetrated.
They torture dissidents
by the people.
They torture political. Hamas tortures political dissidents. Wait, Vadim, they torture political dissidents. They will torture you if you speak out.
Did that? What the fuck do you think the necklacing was? That was like the main thing that they did. The IRA. The reason why they call that band is called Kneecap is because they would shoot people that they thought were like collaborators.
Again, if we're going back to the
and that's the thing. This is the reason why I brought up that ANC, the propaganda that I was telling you about, is because the way that people always, and by people I mean people who are fundamentally against like liberation groups, the way that they always frame them is as like fucking horrible terrorists. And there are a million things that like.
Would you want to live with Hamas as your government?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, then you understand what I'm getting at.
But you're not.
These are not people interested in the type of liberation that you're talking about. That's not liberation.
No. I'm just realistic about the fact that.
Again, what is that? I don't understand what that question is trying to like get at the heart at. Like, would I rather be a black person during Jim Crow America or a white person? Like, what's in my immediate self-interest is, I guess, to say I'd rather be a white person. I'd rather be benefiting from the unjust apartheid system, sure. But, like, would I rather be... If I were a black person, I would have an objectively shittier and harder life. But at least I would not I wouldn't carry like moral guilt for being complicit in a system like that.
In desperate
or like benefiting from it at the expense of somebody else.
The people that are going to like be there for you are not like for instance, the fucking in World War II, what our like one of our biggest allies was Russia. They were a fucking horrible government at the time. They were responsible for tons of deaths and shit. I mean, it was like one of the worst regimes that they've had over the course of their entire existence.
We were fighting.
World War II is a bit different. See, then I don't understand where he's like, okay, like let me make a historical comparison where there was a strategic military alliance between two nation states that were diametrically opposed to each other in significant ways, and yet in this one objective, they were able to come together for that. But it was not an endorsement of the internal governance or like anything else of the other's country. And then it's like, well, it's different. It's like obvious. Every single historical comparison is not going to be one-to-one. There are going to be differences, but you have to look and see like, is there anything that makes it analogous in this situation? Why wouldn't it be? Or like, why couldn't you compare this conflict to World War II?
Fighting fascism and Nazism. I mean, that's a very different thing than what we're seeing in Israel. Wouldn't you agree?
Israel is fascism, and Israel
you would compare it to the Third Reich.
What?
You would compare it to the Third Reich? Hitler had aspirations to take over the entirety of Europe.
Like we have at this point,
is he arguing that Israel is an expansionist? Do they have the aspiration to take over Europe? No, but
we have polls that basically like recent.
It's like again, he was like, fucking. Did he not all but say that like Hamas wants to establish like a global Islamic caliphate, but then he's talking about like Israeli expansion, and it's like, oh well, come on, they don't want to do all of Europe.
Polls that put like I think as much as like 47% of the Israeli population are okay with just killing all of the Palestinians once certain like areas are
I would be curious to see that, because I think recent polls show that most Israelis favor an end to the conflict. I don't know what poll you're looking at.
It was just published in Haaretz the other day.
Yeah, and like listen, like after 9/11, like
that's another thing that like Vadim doesn't seize on. He's like, I don't know what poll you're talking about. It's like, yes, that was my point. You don't interface with these news sources or polls or information that contradict your understanding of how it is now. It feeds into it.
I'm sure we would have seen a crazy amount of people in this country.
And I'm not saying that Vadim is innocent of this. Obviously, all of us have a timeline that is manicured and tailored to generate more of what we're already consuming. But if they're trying to have a conversation, you're trying to reach the other person. You're trying to illustrate that, yes, you acknowledge that your understanding of this is limited in several ways. And when he introduces a piece of information that is not really jiving with the kind of picture that Hutch has laid out, he's like, well, I haven't seen that. And he's defensive. And it's the same way that Vadim got defensive when he was talking about particular military actions that Israel has undertaken that may have been justified, right?
Have been in favor of literally just nuking the entire Middle East. I mean, I'm not saying that this is like, I'm saying like after a country experiences the kind of attack like they do on October, like this is me contextualizing something, right? Like you want to contextualize everything as far as like
absolutely fucking bloodthirsty. You have.
But would you compare it to the Third Reich? Would you say that they're comparable to Nazi Germany or fascist Italy or Imperial Japan?
Again, if he's saying it's a genocide, then he would just say yes.
Is Lebanon at risk? Is Lebanon at risk for a similar kind of event as like the rape of Van King, like right now?
I can't answer that. When it comes to what is happening in Gaza and all
I don't know enough about the conflict that he just outlined. It wouldn't be like an aversion to biting some bullet. It would literally be that I'm just uninformed to make the comparison.
Also, to a certain degree, what is happening, what is starting to get, I mean, it's been going on for decades, but like we're starting to see dominoes fall in the West Bank as well, and just the level of like just the obliteration, just how they like I mean, that they're completely like what's the word, ethnically cleansing the entire area right now. There's been
300K slaughtered in Nanking by the Japanese of Chinese civilian. I was a biology major and I was educated in a Texas public school. So apologies for my shortcomings, but I do sort of blame Texas for that.
Yeah,
like just you have.
I voted for the person that wanted a two-state solution, not like this guy that wants to annex the entire region. I'm against ethnic cleansing.
Trump introduced a two-state solution in 2020.
I'm gonna be on the record and saying
never going to like that. I mean, like I would be in theory all for a two-state solution if that was achievable, but it just hasn't been for like over 20 years, and but I
mean longer than that, or a lot longer than that.
What's that?
Yeah, a lot longer than that. Like we're talking about 75 plus years of.
Well, he was saying that there were serious diplomatic discussions pertaining to the establishment of a Palestinian state and there being what is understood as a two-state solution 25 years ago, and that's not a conversation that's occurring now. He's not saying that he's not speaking for the entirety of it.
I'm talking about due to like the amount of settlements that have been like.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Yeah. So, can I ask you, do you think that Palestinians in Gaza would be better off now if instead Hamas had never won that election and taken power? Do you think maybe they'd be better off now?
I think that there's
better off from a domestic perspective, obviously, but as far as changing the dynamic that exists between occupied Palestinian territories and Israel, no.
A good chance that down the line, they would have
like Israeli leaders have done everything to prevent a Palestinian state from Sharon to Netanyahu, and they brag about this. If there is the last thing that they want in a lot of ways, or have wanted, is a reasonable Palestinian governing authority, because if they're being reasonable, then international pressure mounts for them to resolve the conflict, because it's like, well, they're not engaging in terrorism, they're not engaging in acts of violence. Don't you have this partner for peace that you say you're looking for?
Suffered this fate. But again, like you could say the same thing about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. You could say like, because you probably know that ended with all of them being exterminated. They basically like sealed the whole area off, and just about everybody got slaughtered inside of it. Do you agree?
Let me phrase it in a different way. Do you agree that Hamas knew that Israel's reaction was going to be catastrophic?
I do not think that they thought it was going to be like this. No one could have predicted this. Yes, they thought it was, but they went in to.
Again, I don't understand why people think that this is like such a great bar. It's like this. It's this huge indictment of the IDF to me.
To capture, capture hostages in order to barter, like they
took babies.
Okay, in World War II, what was his name? Nazi officer Heydrich, I believe. Reinhard Heydrich. He was assassinated by, he was like a Nazi command officer. Yeah, German high-ranking SS and police official during the Nazi era. And a principal architect of the Holocaust. Well, resistance groups killed him. Do you know what ended up happening? They razed the village of Lidice, and they killed every boy over the age of 14. Both villages were razed. The men and boys aged 14 and above were shot, and most of the women and children were deported and murdered in Nazi concentration camps. Mortally wounded in Prague as a result of Operation Anthropoid. Ambushed by a team of Czech and Slovak soldiers who had been sent by the Czech government in exile to kill him. So could you imagine like Hutch saying to these resistance partisans that, what did you expect to do? What did you expect the Nazis to do? You know, you think that they didn't realize that they didn't know that there was going to be this sort of retribution in return for any resistance. And we're not talking about civilians. We are talking about, again, a principal architect of the Holocaust. We are talking about a valid military target.
Took babies.
What's that?
So just because you would expect them to do it, that doesn't make it right.
Yeah, they took babies. I mean, like that sucks. Like I don't sign off on that, but like Israel fucking kills babies all the time. I mean, it's just like they took two babies, and that is that's a war crime. That is really awful. But again,
did the PLO kidnap babies? Did the PLO did the ANC kidnap babies?
The ANC was responsible for child deaths. I don't think they kidnapped babies. But like again, maybe we didn't kind of properly pursue this. But one reason why it's ridiculous to kind of it's funny that you hold the Hamas.
There were people in the resistance who questioned the act before it was carried out, so it isn't like this is a cut and dried thing. What part of it though? Like, what point do you think I'm illustrating by bringing that up? It's only in conjunction with Hutch's arguments of what did they expect or whatever. And really, again, they say the rockets can't be justified. They don't want incendiary balloons. They don't like stones. They don't like, obviously, suicide bombings. But it just seems like violent resistance or peaceful resistance, Israel is going to have a response. And you could always back up and justify, what did you expect?
Or other liberation organizations to the ANC's actions when the ANC, there were just so many things circumstantially that were different. Do you actually think?
Because whether or not there were some people that disagreed with it doesn't undermine the dynamic that's at play there, which is that you are trying to go about strategic military resistance and your enemy is the Nazis. What are you doing, The Soviets had to kill how many, in fighting World War II, I think 27 million, maybe 30 million Soviet civilians, I believe, died.
That if they did not achieve, if apartheid did not fall and things continued getting worse and worse over time, and they were moved gradually into smaller and smaller Bantustans, do you actually think that the ANC and someone like even Mandela would not be okay with whatever sort of resistance they could achieve?
I don't think Mandela would have been okay with trying to decapitate foreign students with a garden hoe while live streaming it and murdering 300 people at a rave and kidnapping babies. I don't think Mandela would have ever gotten to a point where he would have thought that was an acceptable form of liberation or resistance, whatever. I don't.
You're doing the same exact. That's why I keep on going back to the propaganda. You're doing the same thing that people did to the ANC back.
50's point is completely lost at this point.
No, I'm saying Hamas is worse than the ANC. That's the difference. I'm saying Hamas is just so much worse than the ANC. I don't think Hamas is interested in the kind of.
But it doesn't matter because that's.
Of course it matters. Of course it matters.
No, it doesn't matter from the terms from the point of view of how like destructive it was.
I suppose it's just a value difference. Some people are axiomatic cowards and consider submission righteous. No, but the thing is that the people who bring up these examples are clearly okay with armed and violent resistance because they refer to the ongoing genocide as a war between two conflicts, and they say it's all in self-defense. So it's like, okay, if you believe that this is Israel acting in self-defense against Hamas, then you are granting that it is possible for there to be violent resistance in the name of self-defense against an enemy combatant or militant group. So then it's just a matter of which causes do you find righteous and which don't.
Like back in the day, people who were criticizing like Reagan and of course the white government that was in that was in charge in South Africa at the time, I forget their name, and countless others, they referred to like they made them out to be bloodthirsty savages. They pointed out so many of the things that we point out today, like their use of like children in warfare.
There's no question that the ANC and Hamas just operate on completely different frequencies. Like the leaders of Hamas regularly talk about civilian deaths as like glorious martyrs in their struggle. Like they take their violence to a level that the ANC, despite everything
it's tough believing they believe it's self-defense. Do not underestimate the human capacity for self-deception. It is a bottomless pit.
Saying you're not painting
being Israel.
Like, the comparison between these two.
If you're saying if Israel really believes that, then yeah, I agree.
Organizations could not be more like contrasted.
The only difference is just the circumstances that they are in. If the ANC was or any like resistance group that you do respect,
I think like a better question would be like, again, the question that's always asked is he's basically saying, what did you expect Israel to do? What did they expect Israel to do? Vadim should have asked, what did you expect the people of Gaza to do? What did you expect occupied Palestinians to do? And he could go through the list of here's every single thing that they should do. And I promise you, every single thing that Hutch could bring up of they ought to do this. It's like, believe me, these people have had no shortage of time to think about it. They have done those things. It was still met with violence. So what do you do after that?
If they were in certain circumstances, they would do what they need to in order to kind of resist. And they could very well end up doing things that were fucking horrible. And that's not, and those things should be punished. Those things should not be overlooked. But you don't, like, I don't sit around wasting time saying like, oh, those fucking Native Americans really fuck things up for themselves by like killing children and raping women. Like too bad for them that they engaged in that stuff because they could still be alive right now. It's just like people will do what they do when they are desperate and they are pushed to it. You would too.
I don't think that we should.
Only fact you are late to this. You're late to this because we already looked into like, did Mandela support the necklacing? He didn't, but his wife did. But who the ANC considered civilians and not civilians, like who they considered to be civilians versus like collaborators or whatever, objectively encompassed civilians. So they mostly killed civilians, even if they said we are opposed to killing civilians and whatever indiscriminately, they still did that.
Should hand wave an organization like Hamas radicalizing people in desperate circumstances with extreme religious ideology? I don't think that that's like something that we should just ignore.
I am fine with them being like, I've always said that I think that they should be just like Israel should be taken to The Hague. They should too, and they should be asked to.
All right, we agree then.
So yeah, but the thing is that you spend all this time on the internet. The majority of your your input on this matter is putting like both Hamas and Hezbollah, other groups in their place way more than you're ever like acknowledging just the extent to which Israel is completely fucked up. I mean, it just took you until very.
He's just saying, like, again, it's a very long-winded way of saying this, and I believe the point is probably lost on both Hutch and the audience. But he is saying that if you do not recognize the asymmetry of this conflict, you are not going to have a very good understanding of it. you focusing on the things that you do demonstrates what your priorities are, and it's just a bit strange that these sorts of things are not also on your radar as a priority, meaning the lives of Palestinians, to the extent that there is concerned about other things, you know, ways that Israelis or Jews have been oppressed, abused, instances of anti-Semitism, etc.
Very recently to like somewhat acknowledge.
It's just like there's violence and then there's a reaction to the violence, and we only look at the reaction to the violence.
That there's been a genocide. And
this would, I think this would be like me if I went to your feed and I looked up climate change and I only saw like 2 posts. Well, climate change.
You should debate Hutch next time. Well, I'm going on Live and Learn soon, and maybe this will come up. I don't know, because now I've reviewed like 2 of the debates, and like I think in this one, I felt like in the Cinemarxism one, Cinemarxism looked and came out a lot better for the most part on that one. With this one, I think Hutch is like dominating, but it's not because he's more correct. Even if again, like I don't truly disagree with a lot of what Hutch is saying. It's just like framing. It's a framing thing. And I don't think Vadim is making his points as clearly as he could be.
And poses an existential threat to the entire world. Like, I think it's irresponsible for you, if you have a platform, to not speak more about climate change.
It would only be like that if what I was doing was basically like spreading what's the word?
What did Hutch say?
Poses an existential threat to the entire world. I think this would be like me if I went to your feed and I looked up climate change and I only saw like 2 posts. Well, climate change poses an existential threat to the entire world. Like, I think it's irresponsible for you, if you have a platform, to not speak more about climate change.
It would only be like that if what I was doing was basically like spreading what's the word? Just like misinformation about.
I actually think this is a better counter argument than what I would have had, which is that, you know, you're talking climate change is this invisible force. It happens rapidly and slowly, simultaneously, as far as how people experience it. It's not something like a military conflict or ongoing political conflict that the United States has a direct stake in and far more control over, as opposed to something like climate change, which is that you are really, at this point, you cannot really reverse the effects of climate change. You can just kind of try to like stave off the worst excesses of it.
Climate change.
But I do think what he's saying is like, no, it would be more akin to like, you go on my feed and you say that you don't see me outright denying it, but you see me like, because most people now, like what climate change denial looks like in 2025 is they'll say it exists, but every single instance that you try to point to of like, see this like strange weather event that occurred in this region that hasn't occurred in like hundreds of years, or these are like record high temperatures, the people that try to undermine things related to climate change will be like, well, you can't know for sure it was related to climate change.
What misinformation have I posted?
And I was either misinformation or...
What misinformation have I posted?
What's that?
What misinformation have I posted?
I feel like climate change is far more difficult to understand too, whereas butchering children seems easy to understand. Yeah, exactly. It's the other thing.
Misinformation, or maybe misinformation. You probably have. I don't, but I don't have the ability.
Wait, did he claim that he's posted? He said it would be more akin to misinformation than Hutch said misinformation. What have I posted? And you should say, no, I'm not saying that you posted it. I'm saying that, unless he did, I might have missed it for sure. But I thought he was saying that, like, in your analogy, that's what it would be more like.
I don't think I have examples here, but
but if he doesn't have an example, you should give him the benefit of the doubt that he hasn't.
Misinformation implies that I would be deliberately lying about something.
Yeah.
No, disinformation is what it means to deliberately and intentionally spread a lie when it comes to news and information. Misinformation is the unknowing or unwitting repetition or dissemination of it, but you didn't actually realize you were propagating a lie.
I'll amend what I was trying to say here. It would only be like that if I was spending my time putting like basically with what's her name, Greta Thunberg or somebody, like basically like trying. What's the word when you're like trying to manage people's like actions, like tone policing.
Like tone police, yeah.
If I was saying something like the climate movement is just so just like they're just sorry, I need some water.
I mean, I would say that stuff like, you know, when people like throw paint on paintings or whatever, I think that's stupid advocacy. I probably have tweeted about that.
There are people out there who like say that they're, and I'm totally not saying you do this, but there are people out there who lie and say that they are pro, like
debates are really a test of quick memory access, huh? I mean, yeah, a lot of it is that, and rhetoric.
You know, that they support efforts to address climate change, but they will spend their time.
I understand what you're saying
about stuff like that. So if
I understand what you're saying,
then it would be the same. Okay,
can I explain why I spar so much with these people? And maybe it would help you understand.
Also, like, he's also missing like the broader criticism, which is that this reminds me of Tim Pool being like, let's pretend Tim Pool doesn't spread any misinformation or disinformation. Let's pretend that. And you approach Tim Pool and you say, I believe that your channel is unhelpful as far as helping people understand American politics domestically and like international events. Because when I look at your channel, you have an exclusive focus on only covering certain aspects of the American domestic agenda that over like each individual story can be true, but overall paints a misleading photo for your viewers. And they are less informed by watching your channel than if they had not engaged with it whatsoever. Because it's sometimes better to remain ignorant than it is to get a skewed perspective of a conflict or ongoing news that you then argue passionately from or for as priors without realizing that there is mitigating circumstances or information that would recontextualize and have you view something that you previously thought you understood very, very simply as like, oh, that's very, very different.
Understand? I believe that the threat of fascism in the United States is real. And when I say fascism, I understand that things are bad now, but things are not nearly as bad as they could be. I mean, we could, if the stars...
We are on the same...
But I also, this, like him being like, oh, we're at fascism or whatever, when he was like, he seems reluctant to call it a genocide, but why did he say in his conversation with Lonerbox that he thinks it's a genocide?
Great. 1,000%.
Great.
And I think, I will say this, okay?
But hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Like, why call it if you're only going to call it a genocide when you feel like you're speaking to an ally, then do you really even think it's a genocide?
I just want you to know that I think you're very sincere about this particular issue, and so go on.
Okay, so as such, when I envision a Third Reich adjacent, I know bad, I mean like fully Third Reich adjacent movement in the United States, I'm talking about like, this is like the end of the world, you know? Like, so I think the stakes are literally that high. When we have nuclear weapons and we have people like Donald Trump ascending to power, you know, these are very real concerns that I have. And so as such, I believe that the opposition to that party needs to be disciplined in its messaging, needs to be effective. And when I look at a lot of these left...
Okay. So he said this here.
No idea.
And who did...
No idea what actually...
And they had to do a strike right next to a hospital. Like, if what they said was true, he was hiding underneath the hospital. So, I mean, like, I guess to balance things out...
Oh God, are we justifying the bombing hospitals here?
Lately, I find myself more sympathetic to using the word genocide because of the blockade, because of the humanitarian aid blockade. What are your thoughts about that?
I think if they don't, so based on what they're saying about, again, you can even hear this from within the IDF now, like even the chief of staff has said we only have a matter of weeks before it's like an irreversible path to humanitarian crisis, like full on. So I think if they don't let aid in before the end of this month, I'm not going to care if anyone calls it genocide. I wouldn't split hairs on that, regardless of what they're intending to get out of it.
It's pretty, I mean, and I think this is a really good example to point to of like why the election mattered and the people that didn't.
Like, so he said, I'm sympathetic to those who would. And then Lonerbox said I wouldn't split hairs with it. And he said like, yep. And then he moved on. But then in this conversation, he made the emphatic case that, no, I don't think it's a genocide. So why did you say this here?
Left-wing creators that have like dominated the left-wing space
Lonerbox
for years now with like crazy rhetoric.
I feel like Stephen Miller's more disconcerting than Trump 100%. Stephen Miller is the like human version of fucking Randall from Monsters Inc. There's just something about Stephen Miller that like gives me these vibes. Like, is that just me? Like it's a vibe. Like he's like smarmy in the same way that like Randall is, you know? Am I crazy?
I see these people as really toxic. I see these people as turning people off from the only opposition party that can actually prevent the kind of dystopian nightmare that I'm talking about. Like the Democratic Party is not perfect, but they are the opposition party that can stop the Republican Party. And when I see lefties spending 90% of their time shitting on Democrats and blaming Democrats when Republicans do shit, like the permanent extension of the child tax credit was on the table. Every single Republican voted against it, along with Joe Manchin. That's 50 Republicans who voted against making this tax cut permanent, and 1 Democrat serving in West Virginia. And what was all the lefties were talking about for like weeks?
Who's Pauly Shore?
They were talking about how shitty the Democratic Party is. Like there are many such cases of this happening. It's like their entire framework is all about just shitting on the Democratic Party with all of its imperfections or whatever, with a lot of critiques that I find to be...
What the hell? Hutch was saying earlier in this that he was like, I feel like I shouldn't have to reach certain, you know, like amounts of posting about certain things. I just want to talk about whatever I want to talk about. But now he's complaining about people that prioritize different things and making assumptions. He was like, that shouldn't be the judgment. Like people shouldn't judge my morals based off what I post and prioritize posting. But now he's saying this, and it's like, you're making assumptions and judgments about people that shit on Democrats, but why do you think that you're making the assumption that they also don't have that heat for Republicans just because they don't show it based on the logic that you laid out? Isn't it rational to assume that if they don't like what Democrats are doing, they probably definitely don't like what Republicans are doing?
Fucking absurd. And so I think it's important for like more reasonable people to step in and challenge these ideas. And so like that's what I focus on, because I think they are hurting their own cause, and they're certainly hurting the anti-fascist cause.
Is Pauly Shore? I feel old. Don't. It's like, okay, I just looked him up and he's a comedian. And I don't really watch comedy like ever. So that's why I watch a shit ton of, I've probably watched more movies than anybody who is watching me right now. I promise you that. But I almost never watch comedy. I find comedic moments in like the dramas and action movies and other things that I watch, but I can't. The last comedy that I watched was because it wasn't my turn. It was Lycan's turn to pick the movie, and he put on Beer Fest. That was fucking a snooze fest and not very funny at all.
Well, I certainly think that
it was against my will.
More earnest than and intelligent than the person that I'm about to bring up, but what you have to say somewhat reminds me of things that Chew on Head would say when she was kind of doing more of her, like basically trying to appeal to the left. She did it in a different way, but she basically like would always say things that were similar to what you're saying.
She appeals to the right, though. She obviously is cultivating a...
With LONERBOX, Hutch didn't call it a genocide because Loner didn't readily declare it a genocide, but he said he wouldn't split hairs over it. So if you're saying, well, I wouldn't fight anybody on it, but when it came down to it, he was fighting him on it. And he was like, yeah, and I'm sympathetic to that. So I thought...
Audience. I do not try to... I fight with MAGA constantly, okay? I've critiqued her videos on my stream and gotten a ton of flack because she reacted to it or whatever. Like,
You do. You are more...
Don't put me in the same camp as like Anna Kasparian and Chew on Head. Like I loathe those people.
Good. I'm glad that we're both on the same. Like I don't think you are. I saw your discussion with. Actually, I guess this isn't relevant. I was about to start talking about the crystal ball thing. I saw it on the Vanguard rather than you covering it just earlier. But also, like, I don't know if you even recall, like there were like 2 or 3 times that you and I were on the same hippy dippy debate panel thingy.
Yeah. Things have changed.
I have heard you. I mean, this is one reason why
things have changed.
What's that?
Things have changed. Like since back in 2018, things have changed.
Things have changed a great deal. But I guess I bring it up because.
Was Hippy Dippy back in 2018? Because I watched Hippy Dippy live super early on, and I don't remember it being that early. Maybe it was. Also,
you do remember that before we ever like argued about anything. This is my 3rd time here.
Yeah, you did a Tim Pool video, and we talked about it, and yeah,
good. So you remember that. And basically, what I'm saying is that like one of the reasons why I like have come to visit you a second time and maybe even a third, I feel like we could have another productive conversation, is because I think you're a very skilled speaker. I think you've got passion. I think you look at this stuff and I think you do care. But at the same time, I think that, to speak to what you were saying before, I think that you are often making an enemy of people, and
these people hate me, bro. These people have hated me for years.
I think it's definitely reciprocal, and I wouldn't say that Hutch is the only one making enemies of people. It's like Hutch's very existence to some online leftists is going to be antagonistic, obviously.
Okay. Sure. I tried, believe me, chat, you long-term viewers, they'll back me up. I fucking genuinely tried to build bridges with people like, well to my left, with people like Hassan and Mike, and they will inevitably,
well to my left, Hassan and Mike, okay,
rip anyone to shreds who doesn't. So they're like,
I'm only laughing at that because that's not the ceiling for what constitutes far leftism to
line
me.
of orthodoxy. They will rip you to shreds. And so after so many bad experiences with these people, I've finally come to the conclusion.
Is that ripping? I mean, but he rips them to shreds. Is this not just both people thinking that they're being principled?
Conclusion. I don't want to build coalitions with these people. In fact, I think we should actively avoid these people. We should push them out of the movement. We should signal to the rest of the country that these people have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. We don't want them in this.
Hutch has tried to build bridges with Hassan. Interesting. I mean, he makes it seem like Hassan's anti-Semitism or something should be this red line for people, and that it's telling that you're willing to work with Hassan even despite that. But he would not. Somebody could have abhorrent views on Palestinian rights and just outright dehumanize Palestinians, and I just don't think that's a red line for him. It's a double standard that Vadim could point out, and he would ask, well, why is that not a red line for you?
Coalition, yeah, I'm at that point. They're so
or why are crazy trans activists the line, but why are quote unquote reasonable transphobes not the line?
Destructive and corrosive to the discourse.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with you on that for a whole variety.
I've legit never heard or seen this guy before today. Do you mean Hutch? Hutch has been around for a decade, but he mostly did COD. He started doing politics only a few years ago.
Of reasons. I mean, it depends on the person. Specifically Hassan. Not that I'm some sort of.
He refused to endorse Kamala.
What he's doing, but
he refused to endorse Kamala, and he had to be dragged kicking and screaming by Ethan to finally admit that he voted for Kamala. For an election with this high stakes, for him to not endorse Kamala is fucking insane. With the prospect of Trump.
Dude, a couple things. One, he interviewed lots of candidates that he thought were genuinely worth people's time, and he also, if you watch his stuff, he was always making it incredibly clear that Trump was 20,000 times worse than Kamala.
I put this more on the Democratic Party needs to be the one that makes it easy for people to support them and have genuine enthusiasm for them. I would take what Hassan did, which is an obvious signaling that anyone but Trump, do not vote for Trump. Shitting on him and Republicans relentlessly over a palpably disingenuous support and enthusiasm for Kamala Harris. That's just me.
And the fact of the matter is,
I think him rolling his eyes.
This is the first time that I would ever say this within an election, with the conviction that I do. I did vote for her, and I told people to vote for her. I was not shy.
Yeah, Kamala lost because Hassan didn't emphatically endorse her. This makes the most logical sense. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think what he's saying is that it calls into he questions the judgment of people that are well versed in American politics and purportedly are on the left or progressive, liberal, etc., but didn't endorse Kamala Harris, at the very least recognizing that when you're faced with two choices and the only alternative to Trump is Harris, then you obviously endorse that. And I think he's saying, if you can't see that, then I don't know what the fuck we're going to agree on.
About that myself, but there is a huge segment of the population that was completely not just fucked, but just betrayed by Kamala and I mean really Biden, but to a smaller degree, Kamala not having anyone from at the DNC.
Okay, see, this is not good. Betrayed fucking how? Betrayed, huh? Question mark. It's like you are criticizing him for being out of touch. The Democratic Party is at record low favorability. And when you poll Americans on how they and Democrats as well, how they feel about the state of the Democratic Party and Americans brought like their opinions of the Democratic Party in general, it is not high. It does not inspire confidence. And this sort of defiance and unwillingness to recognize or try to understand, like, why is that, is not good to me.
Not the DNC.
Yeah, that was the DNC. So you're talking about. Can we unpack that for a second? Because the uncommitted movement showed up with the intention. They were signaling. They were like doing online flyers saying there's going to be 10,000 people there protesting for Kamala, and then like 500 people showed up. And so like they had originally billed themselves. They wanted to be agitators on the level of the '68 convention, which was fucking chaos for the party. And like 500 people showed up, or like 200 people showed up. It was like a paltry amount. And then after that, they went to Kamala and they're like, can we get a speaking slot? Like, come on. Like, dude, if you're Kamala in that spot, are you going to be...
Why is that crazy? The uncommitted movement had 700,000 people behind them who showed up to a ballot box to express their disdain for Biden's handling and policy towards Gaza, for one. And for two, they did not mobilize the amount of people that they probably needed to, obviously, to really exert that pressure in person once they were at the DNC. But those activists and those constituents are not wrong to feel betrayed by the Democratic Party, because space and room was made for anti-Trump Republicans at the DNC, literally people that are not even in the Democratic Party, but Palestinian American Democrats were excluded from speaking. How does that make sense?
Like they absolutely that was such a
it's like why aren't it's like just shut up and be grateful. Why aren't you grateful enough for like what Kamala Harris has done for you? Or what Biden has done for you? You know, these people work for us. That's the other thing. It's not our job as the voters and citizens of this country to do their PR for them. If Americans have issues with leadership, not only do they not need anyone's permission to express it, not Hutch, not VADIM's, not the Democratic Party, because they will do it. But they should feel empowered to do that, to voice their disagreement. This is how you extract concessions and get political power. It's not by groveling.
Just from the point of view of like purely, like they fucked themselves by not having that representation there. Like it, there were. I mean, you know that the now that the sorry, I'm like starting to get a little cracked out because I haven't eaten. But the election, you know that the election, that was like one of the, big things that kind of turned it in Trump's favor. And they did not feel spoken to. And yes, of course.
And this is like Trump was able to get Michigan. Kamala Harris's idea of reaching out to Michigan was rolling out Bill Clinton to go lecture Michigan voters in Dearborn about Judea and Samaria and religious claims to occupied Palestinian territory. And Trump's idea of doing that was meeting with Muslim and Arab leaders and mayors and saying that he was going to end the war. Which pitch do you think lands better with voters that are undecided and are not bought into it like everybody here is?
I wanted every single one of those people to vote for Biden, but at the same time, when I see how much they were betrayed, and especially since like we now know that Biden wasn't like actually attempting to get to Israel to do anything like
that's
just
that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about that I don't think is helpful. Because this idea that the Biden administration
do anything, they were betrayed, and especially since like we now know that Biden wasn't like actually attempting to get to Israel to do anything like
that's
just
that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about.
Okay, he's being sloppy. It's not that he wasn't exerting pressure to get them to do anything, but he was not taking the steps that he said publicly he was. This whole I'm working tirelessly day and night for a ceasefire is not true. And then rolled out fucking Cheney. Well, Hutch defends that. Hutch defends rolling out the Cheneys.
About that I don't think is helpful. Because this idea that the Biden administration didn't do anything is just like patently false. It's just not true. Like this idea that they didn't do anything is crazy. Like the Biden administration is literally the reason why.
Far less than they were saying they were doing behind the scenes.
But this idea that they didn't do anything is just, that's the kind of rhetoric that I think led to, in part, maybe, that contributed to the outcome in November. I just don't think that rhetoric is helpful. Like, Biden is a
Vadim repeating that Biden wasn't doing anything lie. It is a lie to say that Biden wasn't doing anything, but the people that usually make this criticism, I'm not saying that you're doing it, Dirk, but the people that usually bring it up tend to they're also lying because they overstate the extent to which Biden was attempting to broker a ceasefire or move towards a lasting solution.
Reason why humanitarian aid got into Gaza in the first place. Their administration was the reason that happened. Israel had no intention to allow humanitarian aid in, and the Biden administration insisted that they do that.
I think that you guys hinge on this whole like this idea that leftists, people like Hassan and like a few others, kind of it's like you talk about it as though it was like the downfall of the election. And this is like the first time that I don't think if you look even on my Twitter feed, you'll see something like this. But I thought this since before the election results came out. I thought there was a good chance we were going to lose. And like it's just as easy for us to say like you guys were the ones who fucked it up by not.
I didn't. I thought Kamala Harris was just going to pull it out. I thought it was going to be like, I was like 51% in favor, 49 Trump because she was screwing up towards the end. But I was, wrong.
Actually doing what, like taking the measures that needed to be taken when in this whole fucking genocide that has been taking place.
I'm not saying that
I'm not like trying to throw this back at you, but I'm just saying that like that's the way that I think there's an excellent case to be made that if certain things were done differently, that absolutely should have been on Biden's part, that Kamala would have won it. So it's just like I don't know. It's just like
I mean, first and foremost, Biden should have stepped aside.
I think it's a waste of time to kind of assign blame like that, especially like when
like if Vadim were more on top of this, he'd be talking about how we now know that there were efforts to obscure Biden's true mental and physical state.
Well, I just want to clarify.
So culpable as well.
I want to clarify here. I have never entirely blamed the left on the election. In 2016, fuck yeah, I blame them. Like there's just a different. The margins were tighter, the circumstances were different. Yeah, I think the burn your bus, like these type of like dirtbag lefty people fucked us. They fucked the entire country.
What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck?
But the Trump's win in 2024, the margins were.
This is like again, Nader is the reason why Al Gore lost type shit.
A bit bigger, and so you can't blame one particular thing or the other. I'm just saying it couldn't have hurt. It couldn't have hurt to have the largest left-wing streamer on Twitch take a firm stance instead of this cowardly audience-captured nonsense. He personally voted for Kamala.
It was anything.
He knew that if he endorsed Kamala, his own audience would have ripped him to shreds. He knew that for sure. And I'm fully confident that that's the reason why he didn't do it. And to me, that's like putting.
And I genuinely think that that it was more about that he felt like in his heart that was just.
He voted for her.
He too felt.
He voted for her.
Yes. He voted for her, but at the same time, I think that he just like recognized the I don't know. You know what? I don't want to speak on his behalf. It's not my place.
Let me give you another example of a way that I think Hassan is like bad for left-wing politics. So like,
okay, because one thing that I want to throw out there real quick is that you have heaped a lot of praise on. I
really don't think Hassan has any measurable impact in democratic politics. I'll be honest.
Ethan's video about Hassan, and that video is filled with like a billion bits of misinformation and so like
I think Ethan, for someone who does not consume politics at the level that Hassan does, made.
Thank you for subscribing.
Made Hassan look extremely silly in their debate.
Yeah, but not based on facts. Well, you know what? We'll resume that conversation another time because that's a whole thing. But go on. What were you about to say?
I mean, you don't think that Hassan saying that Arab Israeli Jews could go back to Iraq was unbelievably silly?
Oh wait, you're talking about
in their debate. The debate. Yeah. That is a profoundly silly thing to say.
Hear that?
Oh wait, I mean, you don't think that Hassan saying that Arab Israeli Jews could go back to Iraq was unbelievably silly?
Oh wait, you're talking about the
debate. The
debate.
Yeah.
This keeps being brought up, but the context of this was that Hassan was talking about Arab and Israeli initiatives to institute the right of return in Arab and Middle Eastern countries that Jews had been expelled from.
Is a profoundly silly thing to say.
But like internal organizations that Israel chose to dismantle instead of pursue.
That I would have to
sound. If you're hearing my alert box, there's something with my alerts where it plays late for some reason sometimes.
Really be reminded of the context and see.
They were talking about the Jewish exodus from the neighboring Arab states concurrently after the Nakba happened. This is a process that took place over the course of decades, right? It's not like a singular event, but it is the case that Jewish people faced abject anti-Semitism in the neighboring Arab states and found refuge in Israel. And it was like pulling teeth trying to get Hassan to acknowledge this, acknowledge that trauma.
What Hassan was trying to do over the course of that conversation is that what I do remember, like I don't remember that specific Iraq statement, but I actually like have a post on Twitter about all of this because it was really funny, or if you want to call it that. Basically, like Ethan, he played footage from Avi Schleim, right? Who is this?
Yeah, I've seen this critique. Yeah,
right. And basically, the entire time he was just trying to inject the other aspect of Avi Schleim's argument, which
the whole thing is based on a single quote from Israeli ambassador that is then extrapolated out to Biden, put no pressure on Israel, period. I couldn't agree with OR more myself. My feeling is not just that, my perspectives were based on the continuous funding, army, intelligence support, actively taking part. Yeah.
Kind of discusses how
but Ethan was not justified.
The Nakba contributed to the way in which it contributed to that. And Ethan actually, like, Hassan was trying to communicate two major things in that the entire time, and they were in the interview that he was pulling from with Avi Schleim in the same exact interview. And he didn't, I don't know if.
But Ethan was never. I think one of the things that you guys struggle with is that Ethan was not suggesting that everything that happened during the Nakba was justified. His point was generally that you guys are so eager to contextualize violence on one side and attribute it to trauma. And there's no similar effort whatsoever to contextualize like anti-Jewish violence or anti-Jewish persecution and like dig into their reasons.
But that's not true because again, the information that that is Hassan was trying to inject into the discussion, which, he was basically trying to fill out what Avi Schleim has to say about all of that. It contains the acknowledgement of the trauma that they went through that, but it kind of like puts it into perspective. It kind of, I can show you I'm looking for.
What's your big disagreement? What's your top-down disagreement with Ethan? Like, what do you actually disagree about?
I mean, first of all, Ethan was someone who I really dug for an extremely long time. He's been really nice to me, by the way. Like he tweeted out a few of my videos, which was really fucking cool. Like he really didn't do that very often with other people, and I found that like to be like super flattering. So I've never come at a place of like, I think
sure.
I may, like, if you look at my posts about him on Twitter, I will I could see how somebody could look at them and be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, I'm not even familiar with all that. I just want to know, like, from a top level perspective, what are the big things that you disagree about?
It's about, hold on, I'm looking because I thought this might come up. And again, this whole conversation is something that I think that like I would love to talk to you about like more in depth sometime. But yeah, so this is just a small list of things that I think he's done that are really reprehensible and show kind of like bad faith on his part. May not be bad faith. It might just be due to him like literally having some sort of mental illness and not like.
I hate it when you guys do that. I hate it when you guys do that.
I mean, I usually hate that too, but I actually feel like by saying.
I was just saying this when I was reviewing the Taylor Lorenz versus like Ethan Klein back and forth, their beef. Ethan on his Instagram stories and Taylor, that it's like it is the passive aggressive like. I'll pray for you. I hope you get better. You need to log off. You're having a mental health issue. Are you crazy? Is like far more frustrating and worse than just being overtly aggressive to someone in a lot of ways. It's more frustrating.
That I am being generous with Ethan because I would rather this behavior be explainable through something like that than
it's because Hassan's community viciously savaged him and his wife.
No.
That's what happened.
I've come to that. If
this is yet another example of like, oh, it was just Hassan being mean. You know, we're going to ignore that Ethan has been threatening YouTubers and other creators with frivolous defamation lawsuits or slander lawsuits because of YouTube videos about him that he doesn't like. We're going to ignore that. We're going to ignore that, like, in those he's saying, and he's sending cease and desist letters to like Reddit snark mods, telling them they need to turn over any personal information they have about the identities of other snark moderators, you know,
who's living in a vacuum. And I like just saw purely his behavior on his show. I'm positive I would come to the same decision or
you know how this all started, right? The rift between them, like the original sin. Like it started because Second Thought. Are you familiar with him? You're familiar with him.
Yes.
Second Thought did a podcast. He has a podcast that he does called Deprogram. And shortly after October 7th, him and his podcast host said that there are no such thing as Israeli civilians. They're all targets. They're all valid military targets. And Ethan watched other people in the left-wing space like embrace that kind of rhetoric. And he was trying to get Hassan to condemn that kind of rhetoric. And Hassan, it was like pulling teeth. Hassan was doing the thing that you're kind of doing, where it's like, well, no, you kind of have to understand, like, this is the reason. And you get into these like
I never saw this what is it? This episode that he's talking about. I remember vaguely what he is talking about, but I don't remember it.
Oracle context.
But I will say that, like, if he's like, you know, Hassan's mean old community is the one that's just endlessly harassing this innocent creator named Ethan Klein and his wife for the sin of being Israeli, I gotta say I'm not too inclined to just accept his editorializing of it. Yeah, this is how it all started. I don't care if you remember the whole baby settlers meme. Okay, so I don't understand why does Ethan say I'm cool with settlers being military targets, but then is mad about that? How do you reconcile that?
But he wasn't making any space for the fact that, like, a Jewish man who is a fucking Israeli citizen might be kind of alarmed when they see it, and like a pretty big left-wing creator, you know, basically suggest that Ethan is a valid military target.
Yeah, he was.
That's how it started.
By a lot of things, and that's a completely natural, understandable reaction.
Okay.
But, you know, I mean, but there are so many. I mean, like I can't speak to that specifically because, and I'd be totally, like I mentioned that this would be a good thing to talk about another time. I would totally talk about that specifically when we do.
I was saying that's what started this whole thing. That's what started this whole thing.
Because I would have to like look at it.
Baby settlers is in the context of calling all Israeli valid targets, not just settlers. All Israelis. Oh, gotcha.
More closely to like really speak at it about it definitively, but I do want me to give you more.
Oh, sure, yeah. Like, what is he said that you say is reprehensible?
I mean, like if you look, first of all, he's launched a lot of campaigns against.
Are you gonna say Frogan?
But both Arab and not Palestinian. Well, maybe some Palestinian.
You attack them because they're Arab.
Yeah, I think he is extremely racist.
Hang on, Frogan said leftists foam and preach at the mouth at the thought of revolution, but when it happens in the Middle East, people they clutch their pearls. That's a pretty. I mean, to that kind of reaction to 1,200 Israeli Jewish people murdered, not even just Israeli Jewish people, you know, for her to say, guys, this is just revolution.
She tweeted that. I'm not co-signing it, but she tweeted that like literally minutes after. Like she woke up right when it was happening. This is way before.
No, people knew that. No, hold on. It had already been widely reported that it was civilians that were being targeted. Like the kibbutzim were being targeted.
It was not. This was like literally within like the first 30 minutes. There was not like any I mean, according to like what she said, and also I've looked at the timestamps, and they all, you know, it fits. But again, like these are things that I came into this conversation like I go over my notes. And
you're saying he attacked her because she's Arab, and he attacked her because she said certain things.
He has said so many things in relation to.
I remember in response to that, Frogan immediately was like, "Oh, he unfollowed me. I'm so sad. Like, Ethan, I love the IDF, LMAO." And like maybe she's coping with it by like just laughing it off or whatever. But I remember thinking like, really, you say this thing that you should know is going to be incendiary, and instead of either disavowing it or just standing by it, it's just immediately like, oh, what's the matter? We're all just like joking around. To me, I'm like, why are you going to say it if that's your reaction to pushback?
To her that are so fucking Islamophobic and racist.
Like what?
Well, that's why I'm fucking saying. Okay. I'm just giving you an overview of what the problem that I have with him right now. And if I knew that we were going to get way into this, I would have all of those. Like next time, I'll give you the answers to every single question you're asking right now.
This idea that he's Islamophobic is pretty wild to me.
He absolutely is. I mean, it's.
Do I need to play the clip of Ethan being like, it was the fucking Arabs?
It's difficult not to be when you lean into something like Zionism, because the fact of the matter is that one, or any like political philosophy that at its heart kind of like.
He called it a genocide, like fucking like
he's
day 7.
He's also gone back and forth on that so many times. He said things.
He was certainly willing to concede that Israel has been barbaric in their application of violence and subjugation against Palestinians. He's never indicated anything otherwise.
Listen. Let me just go through some other things, and I am. I wish I hadn't brought this up because again, I would be able to counter everything that you're saying if I just had.
Why did she leave the tweet up? Why wouldn't she delete that tweet?
Because the fact that she I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Don't you think that's reprehensible though? She's straight up glorifying killing families on the kibbutzim. And
you really want to look at if you really want to go through this, we can take a look at it. I will get it for you right now.
Isn't that reprehensible?
Wait, hold on. Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay. So Rogan. By the way, one thing that a lot of people think,
he called Ramallah a terrorist city. Yeah, but that was not something that led to their to the dissolution of their podcast or whatever. I really don't think Hassan began to like recontextualize or reevaluate things that he may or may not have known about, or even if it came to his attention, I don't think that was something that meaningfully contributed to it. Yes, make sure you fund your streamers. If you're watching and you're interested in supporting the stream, you should go ahead and donate. You can follow the donation link in chat, in my Twitch chat, or you can go into my YouTube description. You will find my Streamlabs tip link or my Ko-fi link, and you can buy me a Ko-fi for $3.
that she posted. Commonly, when that tweet is reposted, there's a picture that accompanies it that shows like a field, and it's basically like, you know, the field where the rave took place, and it just looks like there's no violence in it, but there's like trash everywhere, and you can tell that some like crazy shit has gone down. Someone like added that to the retweet that gets put out.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
It makes it.
Oh no, I'm just using it as an example of Ethan's Islamophobia. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Terrorist city.
It looked like she was looking at that, and she
and checks notes. A Palestinian city, you mean?
That. So I'm trying to find. I have all of these tweets. Like I have extensive notes on all this, but
why wouldn't she delete the tweet though?
But let's look at the tweet. She said something to the effect of.
Let's look at it then. Yeah, let's look at it. I just read it word for word. It's leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. So she is obviously saying, this is what revolution looks like, and this is good. That is what she's saying, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, yes, but she said that before, what she was advocating for there, because do you have the...
Look, she even... Wait, hold on. But wait, there's more to the tweet. It's actually a thread. She replied to that own tweet by putting in quotation marks, civilian deaths. Okay, still, where was this energy for Palestinians all these years? So she knew that these were civilian, like the civilians were dying.
That was after, exactly, look at that. How much after, like there's, like at least...
What Freudians? Did I miss something?
Like there's more time that passed after that.
Fucking Vadim is a more principled and better person than me. I would be like, fuck Frogan. I'm throwing her under the bus. I do not give a fuck what Frogan tweeted or whatever. Like, my criticisms of Ethan don't relate to how he responded to a Frogan tweet, and I'm not interested in defending that either.
He posted that one at 12:39 p.m. Wait, hold on.
There's another one that is more clarifying, where she says something to the effect of, like, a statement that is very close to what that...
Oh, yeah, that is, yeah. Wasn't that when they were talking about her changing her desktop for something more exciting? Yeah, she was in a different part. She was stationed somewhere else in Israel for her mandatory conscription, and then she asked to be reassigned. She didn't get to pick where she was reassigned to, and she was reassigned to Ramallah. I mean, calling it a terrorist city instead of a Palestinian one, for sure. For sure.
World War II, that Holocaust survivor said about the actions, like basically... And look, man, I feel like this is unfair, because this is, again, something that I would...
No, but you were insinuating that Ethan was attacking her because she was Arab and Muslim. Let me just ask you, if you hold on, let me just...
I mean, Ethan assumes everybody's attacking him because he's Jewish and Israeli. This is why it's like, where, like, when Ethan's at war and like beefing with Hassan, with Denims, with Frogan, with Capri Sun Poppy, with Matt Lieb or whatever, is like, okay, so he's at war with an anti-Zionist Jew. If we're gonna let's just do a pure id poll with with a Muslim man, Hassan, with Denims, who I believe is Denims Syrian or Arab, Muslim woman. I'm assuming that I thought I'm under the impression that Denims is Muslim. With Frogan, a Muslim woman, Capri Sun Poppy, a Muslim man. Like you could do this as well, back and forth all day.
Let's ask you a question. If you were
and say, like, don't you think it's strange that Moroccan, I think, like, don't you think it's strange that the people that Ethan is beefed with the most vehemently are all like Arabs or Muslims? Is that not indicative of something? When these people will, and by these people I mean people that are just uncritically defend Ethan, see it as like, oh, it's just an Israeli Jewish man being attacked, you know?
Citizen, United States, Israeli. You had family in Israel. And you woke up at 4 a.m. to news that they were killing people indiscriminately on the kibbutzim. You were witness to the abject barbarity of what happened that day. And then you saw someone post that exact same tweet that Frogan said. I'm asking you, like, how would you feel? I'm trying to get you to empathize with Ethan. Like, how would you feel?
Yeah. Like, I totally understand his gut reaction there. I'm talking, when I'm saying that, like, I'm talking about, like, a prolonged, just like fucking, he has targeted her in such a vicious way.
Have you seen her post about him?
After she has clarified things in a way that I think is very acceptable.
Have you seen her post about him? She has been viciously attacking him.
This is not like, what's that?
He quietly unfollowed her, like before anything. And she had a reaction. She's been viciously attacking Ethan and his wife since this.
But she didn't viciously attack him for unfollowing her. She like made a joke of it.
Part of this conflict.
He has been like
the true conflict, the Twitch
again,
civil war, not the Israel-Palestine shit.
This makes it look like I am defending things that I don't, because I don't sign off onto the way that you're putting this, but I can't like kind of counter because
I'm just repeating what she said word for word. I mean,
has to kind of like.
No way. Okay, but what is streamer Denim's ethnicity? Look at the fucking AI overview. Hold on, let's see if it'll do it again. Denim's is of Jewish ethnicity. Okay, try again. Let's see. No, it was showing something else for me. It was saying Denim's is of American ethnicity. Her real name is Jean. Like Jean Denims.
Have I promise you that if you allow me to move on, we can resume the conversation about Frogan, and there's not a single thing that I will have a problem with you bringing up to me that you brought up here. Okay, like I like.
But you guys call Ethan crazy, and you say he's just like lost his marbles, and his reactions are so intense. And I don't think you're considering what he was looking at when he opened up like Twitter,
like this.
Social media, and he was getting
Her real name is Jean.
Hila murdering Palestinian kids. Like that would affect you. You would be pissed. You would have an extreme reaction. Anybody would in that spot.
You gotta listen to me. You gotta listen to me. I told you that I gave him, like around the time, I wasn't aware of everything that he had done and said, but we used to kind of exchange messages and whatnot. I have a message where around that time I was actually applauding him for how he was reacting to everything. And the fact of the matter is that there were things that I saw him do that I thought were really cringe is probably an understatement, but that were just shitty. But I did realize kind of like everything, the emotional weight of having like a your family tied to Israel and so many things. And then another thing that I'll say is that like personally in my own personal life,
Google AI is whack. I saw one the other day saying LeBron James was king of America in 1800 or something. LMAO. Tell me where's the lie?
I had someone who is actually like kind of
just true
as well, who was publicly freaking out, just like saying, in my opinion, I mean, this is someone who is one of my best friends over the course of my entire life. We're no longer best friends, but he was my best friend for like 15, 20 years. And closer to 20. But my point is that he was really freaking out publicly, kind of like just.
I opened my Discord DMs and there's a death threat from Lycan. All because I said Beer Fest is a shitty movie, I bet.
Saying things that, like, I saw a side of him that I had never seen before, and I don't think it existed before. Basically, like, he was not like very like hardcore Israel back when we were very good friends. But seeing
is he Jewish?
Yes, he is. And I don't want to say who he is because this is not because I am unwilling to talk about it, but this is actually a subject that I want to discuss in a video. And
I mean, do you understand why a lot of Jewish people saw the reaction to October 7th and thought to themselves, what the fuck?
Yes, and my point is that when, especially with my other friend as a like reference point, he was really, I think you'd agree, he was doing some shitty things. In comparison, I thought like, wow, even though that there are these things that he's doing right now that I think are counterproductive and in some ways like sort of shitty, I think overall for
calling attention to lefty creators that are saying this unhinged shit about October 7th, I think he would do the same thing. He would do the exact.
Okay, doing that like once, twice, couple of times or whatever is one thing. Is this not like his entire podcast now?
Exact same thing. Do the same thing, but I'm not. Look. By the way, I am not. None of this.
Like, I don't watch the H3 podcast. As if somebody who's watching me can tell me, like, they watch the H3 podcast. Like, has there been a single episode where he didn't bring up like personal beef with people?
Very little about this has to do with his initial reaction to October 7th. This has to do with just a.
No, I understand. It evolved and it got more aggressive, but you understand that, like, for example, Hassan had to nuke his entire Discord because his Discord was saying. Like when I say like the height of unhinged, like rhetoric directed at Ethan and Hila, and it got so bad that Hassan had to nuke his own Discord. And then when Ethan brought it up to Hassan,
wait, is it that it's so bad, or that you realize that there's people now watching your community and you just do it not because you think you have something to hide, but because you realize if people are being hyper vigilant about reporting, you're at risk of losing your Discord. Like, tell me if I'm being too charitable to Hassan. That's the assumption I make when people do that, not necessarily that they're guilty in covering their tracks.
Hassan played this game where he's just like, well, you know, it's just there's so many people and there's only so much I can do. And honestly, what do you expect them to say when you're saying the things that you're saying? That to me was reprehensible because
what was my favorite movie of 2024? I'm looking through a list of movies that came out in 2024 because nothing's coming to mind right away, but I'm sure that when I see it, I'll know it.
Him, like, hey, I'm seeing like people are posting animations of my wife killing Palestinian kids. They're calling me a genocidal war pig. They're telling me they're accusing me of supporting war crimes. And these are people in your community. Can you do something about it? And Hassan played this fucking game when there's the footage of him asking XQC to moderate his own community. I mean, it was such bullshit. Like, to me, when I look at that, I see Hassan making no effort to understand like why Ethan was getting alarmed.
If Hassan did not, if this played out the way that Hutch said, yeah, I think that Hassan being like, what am I supposed to do? I can't moderate it is like lame. He obviously could have done a lot more than.
It's him just being like,
what's you're talking about a lot of things that I would be more than happy to kind of address. Just like I'm the kind of person who has to look at things freshly in order to kind of like really speak to them substantially. Maybe there are some things that as I go on, because I'd like to go on and explain more things that, you asked me like the problems that I have with Ethan, and I really only got to say like one thing, and I didn't say any more since.
All right, fine. But what are some other examples of like you said he said reprehensible things? Like, can you give me more examples of that?
Well, he's called Jewish Voice for Peace, disgusting propaganda. Pretty much every single Jewish like if activist who is actually like fighting for, or maybe fighting isn't the right word, but is advocating for Israel, he often denigrates their Jewishness. Sometimes he just like Matt Lieb from the Bad Hasbra
that guy,
podcast, the co-host of the Arabs podcast. Like that.
What you're telling me that he criticized people? What did they say that he criticized? That seems pretty important, because if we're going to determine if he attacked them because they're Arab or pro-Palestinian, like I should at least know like what the context was. I like if you're telling me that Ethan attacked them because they're Arab, that I've never seen Ethan attack someone because they were Arab.
No, I'm saying that the that the podcast that it's called the Arabs podcast, and that one of those podcasters was Jewish, right? He's a Jewish Arab. And he basically has from the beginning talked about this guy as though he's like the Jewish equivalent of Candace Owens or something like that. And it's,
I mean, I would have to look at what the guy.
This is the first thing that came to mind as well. This whole like, these are pick-me Jews. They can be ignored and disregarded because he'll say they don't represent like the average Jewish or Israeli American. But then I just feel like that's just a convenient way to dismiss ideological diversity that exists within like among American Jews and Israelis.
I said that Ethan was reacting to. That seems like
it was partially the
and like I don't think that there's prerequisites to like, as far as what people usually get mad about, it's like there's not going to be fine. They're not going to be fine with it just because like, oh well, if he said that or whatever, like they don't want to hear people being delegitimized on the basis of their Jewishness.
The Twitch panel that they did, and
that panel was a bit crazy.
Their reaction to that, and that entire like kind of reaction to that podcast is literally one of the. It's probably the most racist thing that I've ever seen a great deal of people who ostensibly call themselves leftists engage in. Like that was such a fucking witch hunt. The idea that was. It definitely wasn't deliberately, it wasn't even mistakenly anti-Semitic, but deliberately so. That's like even more insane of an allegation. Those people.
Why'd they put Ben Shapiro on the thumbnail?
Because Ben Shapiro is like a Zionist.
Because he's a Zionist, yeah.
And he's like super pro-Israel, and he's like the last person ever.
And there's a lot of Zionists.
Because he's racist against Arabs.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of like non-Jew Zionists. Like, why'd they pick Ben Shapiro?
Because they wanted to pick someone.
Why didn't they do like Dan Bilzerian or something?
I mean, is that it? Is that like your like?
Would that have been? You think Ethan would have been happy to be put next to it like a fucking notable anti-Semite? That would have made him like not get mad.
Like what you're resting it on, just the fact that they picked one. Like,
I don't know what they intended.
It's not like who he put it next to. It's like he doesn't want to be on the bottom of that tier list whatsoever.
I mean, I don't know what they intended to be, but at the very least, I think most reasonable people would come to the conclusion that was very problematic for like
no
obvious reasons. Obvious reasons. And
there are a million reasons that Ben Shapiro could have been put on there, and it's reductive to assume it's because they're both Jewish.
Are you talking about beyond the thumbnail? I mean, the whole thing was it's like such a nothing burger to get like bent out of shape over, especially when you like look at like it makes no sense. Like at the end,
I don't know. I mean, I just
overwhelming. You had like I think like 75% of the people who ended up in the bottom tier were not Jewish at all. A few, like 2 or 3 very close friends of theirs were in that same tier along with Ethan. And
I did not see it being this like racial tier list. It just seemed absurd. Like fucking Pokimane is literally Moroccan. And she didn't have, like, she was put in the, like, asks for permission to, like, say Habibi or whatever, and then XQC was given the Habibi pass. Like, it didn't seem like it genuinely corresponded to any sort of, like, weird racial essentialism, but I'm going off memory of a thing that I saw once or twice months and months ago.
Stand possibly at a time when the rhetoric was dialed up to, like, 110, like, why Jewish people might feel a certain way about like certain rhetoric.
Then you just remark about it, and then you act like a normal fucking human being and listen to like.
But they weren't. No, hang on. These were not just like. This was not just your.
It's literally just cringe at worst. True. It's Is it now immoral to be cringe?
You're treating this panel as though it happened in a vacuum. The context is that.
Well, don't criticize it for being racist. Just criticize it for being cringe and not funny. And the fact that it's like, you guys are not Kick streamers, you're fucking Twitch streamers. What did you expect?
Was being like savaged by these people's communities. They were accusing him and his wife of supporting genocide, supporting babies being bombed. They were taking it to like, do I need to bring up the fact that they call
pro clutching about that was nuts. I know the fucking Sabra means Israeli or Jew or whatever. It's like, dude, I thought Sabra meant cactus until that. I didn't know that that's what it meant.
Called CPS on his fucking kids,
and I knew that they were referring to the fucking hummus.
Like, obviously,
dude, they were not. You're talking like people in general. Yes, they were doing that. But how can you like why are you tying together the Arabs podcast with all of that?
I'm talking about people's communities.
Why should they be like the scapegoat of all that? Which is exactly what they became. They like some of those people don't even. One of them just left the podcast because all of the all the harassment that they've received.
Now you want to talk about harassment? You have not at any point conceded that Ethan and his wife were savagely harassed.
They've been harassed. Like they have been harassed.
Not just being intentionally dishonest with this pro clutching here. I don't think he's being dishonest. It seems very genuine to me.
But they have like that is like blowback for the way that they have. I mean, I don't sign on to any sort of harassment that they get.
Did you see what you're doing though?
No, okay, like he's like shaking his head at him, being like, "But that's blowback." But earlier he was like saying like. I'm not going to condemn Ethan going after these people until I know the context. It's not enough for you to just tell me the insult that he lobbed at them. I also need to know the context and what preceded it and like why he did it. And then here's him shaking his head at the same thing.
Oh, you're doing the same thing though. You want to get into the nuance when it comes to like people that you ostensibly ideologically align with, but you don't want to grant any of that nuance when it comes to people like Ethan.
It's funny because he thinks that he took the opposite point away from me. Opposite point that I just said.
The thing is that Ethan is fucking like he is like just
a human being. He's a human being.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's acting like the biggest fucking bully I've ever seen. Like certainly for someone who claims to be.
Why though? Why did he have that harsh reaction? You don't want to like really get into that.
It doesn't matter. His actions are irrational, and what he's doing is so fucking destructive in a million different ways. He's going after people who, like, first of all, like, do you think?
Also, didn't he call for the deplatforming of Hassan? Like, what goodwill is going to come when you're at that point where you're saying that Hassan needs to be deplatformed? Like, does Ethan expect that Hassan's gonna have like kid gloves for him after that? Wasn't that in the content nuke?
Like, well, like, I mean, like, truthfully, you say that you like hate that conversation, but like he exhibits all this behavior that is like completely like it's just not the way that someone would act if they
went through trauma. Who went through trauma?
Yeah, everybody's going through trauma right now. Like you think that these Arab
wait, what?
What?
I don't understand that Like, would you acknowledge that it would have been traumatic for you if you were in that spot to open up your phone and just be inundated with thousands of replies from people calling you a war criminal, and a baby killer, and accusing your wife of
turning into some sort of like fucking like crazy thug who just like is threatening to sue people, like nobody's left and right. He is like taken random people, like nobody's, just people who replied to him on Instagram and like shouted them out, like basically like doxed them. And
he doxed people?
Yeah.
What did he dox?
That guy who told him and Gila to go to hell. Let me see.
You wouldn't use your platform to like stick up for your wife if somebody went.
Okay, Dirk, I don't know if you're still in chat. My favorite movie of 2024. I had to go through everything to verify it, but The Substance and Anora were probably at the top for me. I haven't seen The Brutalist. If I saw The Brutalist, I wouldn't be surprised if that would be my top movie.
Went after your wife?
Not like
really?
I'll show you.
You're talking about the guy who called in a fake FBI call? Are you talking about that guy? A fraudulent FBI call?
Wait.
Went after your wife?
Are we in Bad Banana?
Him and Gila to go to hell. Let me see.
You wouldn't use your platform to like stick up for your wife if somebody went after your wife?
Not like
really?
this. I'll show you.
You're talking about the guy who called in a fake FBI call? Are you talking about that guy? A fraudulent FBI call?
No, I don't know what you're talking
about. The guy he highlighted recently and showed his face called in an put in an FBI claim on someone that Ethan interviewed. He committed a fucking felony.
A whole folder of Ethan harassment, I think it's called. Okay, is this it? Ethan doxing and brigading. All right.
Brigading.
Neither of them really seem to want to acknowledge that the people on their ideological side can do or say something wrong. No, 100%. 100%.
Want to talk about brigading?
Yeah, we aren't going to talk about that right now because
but you
made a video about that, and I don't really want to kind of like.
Do you think Hassan regularly brigades people?
No, not in a.
He doesn't pull up their tweets and he doesn't pull up their tweets on stream.
Although I don't think VADIM is articulating his claims well. No, not at all.
He doesn't pull up their tweets on stream and engage in arguments. Like he very clearly understands.
That's different than actually like pointing someone out and telling your audience
Wait a second.
to go fuck with people.
Hold on. You would acknowledge that Hassan is fully aware that whenever he pulls someone's tweet on stream and interacts with that tweet, he knows for sure that a huge portion of those viewers are going to hop in those comments. That is textbook brigading. And Hassan does it literally fucking every.
You like he has never like Ethan actually says things like go fuck with this person or he says like oh I would hate it if you.
I think he was talking about when the instance that I always see circulated is that Ethan was on Instagram and underneath I think Hila got like a blue Star of David tattoo, a small one on her arm, and then underneath he saw a comment. I don't remember what the comment said. Sorry, like. You're a gross Zionist. I don't know what it was. And he like clicked on the profile and then he was like reading it or something like that out loud on his stream and like showing it. And this was to like 26,000 people. And then that like live, and that's not even factoring in who sees it after. And then what is it? That person made a TikTok saying that like, well, thanks. Cause like now your fans are like harassing my dad and my mom and my little sister or whatever, because you like showed my Instagram thing. And to me, you're getting into weird territory of like good, better, best type of behavior. And yes, he made that comment. That person made that comment, and I'm sure they didn't expect that it would be broadcast there. And I think that's kind of a reasonable expectation or thought to think like this is not going to be put. Like he probably wasn't even thinking, oh, what if this gets shown on the podcast? But I also don't think that there's anything wrong with looking at the profiles and shit of like, I don't think it's enough that it should be banned or necessarily constitute doxing if you go and show people's Instagrams when you like click their Instagram profiles once they've made a public comment. Because to me, what's the difference between doing that and looking at like clicking on someone's Twitter profile once they replied to you in a tweet? Yeah, I could be changed on this, but I guess I don't really see the difference between that. So,
or if your mother found out what you
like, I agree that like the best behavior would be, even though you can do it, should you do it? No, like I wouldn't do that. But if somebody else does it, I kind of like shrug.
You've been up to, and
in response to what?
In response to some random ass person on Instagram telling him and Gila to go to hell.
There.
No, what if they took it further? What if they were making threats? What if they were?
That's all they did. That's all they did. I'm trying to find the
I don't think that person made threats.
Video of this. I have the video of it, but it's kind of like explained by a third party, and I'm looking for the Ethan claims snark-doxing, forced journalists.
The substance is not long. The average movie at this point is like 2 hours, and it's 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Matt Lee firing. Okay, here we go. I think. Oh. See, this with all this, man. If we talk next time, I will have all these things at the ready. But I guess here I'll let this play. This is like blurred out. This is the best I can do it at the.
He should also bring up that like Ethan was saying that Denims was like specific people were directly responsible for the CPS call, even though he later admitted to Hassan he didn't actually have evidence of who did it.
You know, the spur of the moment. This version of the video. Make selection.
I guess you could make a good argument given the size of the audience and prevalence of antisocial crazy people. It's at best irresponsible. 100%. It's like, it's not my style. Like I wouldn't do it. Like, but, you know, if somebody, like, if I went through my Instagram right now and I, like, pulled up fucking, like, hate comments or whatever, and I opened up their Instagram profile, I'm like, who the fuck is that guy or whatever? Would anybody really begrudge me? Maybe it's a matter, like, it really has to be bad for people to be fine with it.
Sharing the screen. Oh, here we go. I hope that this has it.
Oh, the Brutalist, yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, isn't the Brutalist like 3 hours?
Oh, right.
Yeah, 3.5 hours. But this is like, I love a long movie, so.
It's a random dude to hundreds of thousands of viewers. And Ethan is literally gonna be like, I hope your employee, look at this. Wait, it doesn't travel now?
Yeah, like, I mean, it used to in the 60s unless there's multiple. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. No? That's Joe?
I also just don't think it's cool for Ethan to like pearl clutch over what he considers harassment and then do stuff like this and try to argue that this is defensive and should not be considered harassment, but then the things that come his way definitely should be. When it's like, okay, you should at least acknowledge like the impact that this is probably going to have if you broadcast this to 26,000 people. Like if I were doing that, I would stand by it. I would be like, I know what it's going to do, but then don't leave shitty comments to me publicly if you don't want that to happen.
No, it is. Here, let me show you. That's
What did this person say? Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you. You're muted. I can't hear you. Remember. I don't know any of the context here.
Right. The context is...
but like maybe that's not a line for Hutch. Like regardless of what he says, he's like, yeah, you can just pull up people's Instagram profiles.
Remember, Keela posted a tattoo that was a Star of David, a blue Star of David.
You want to put it back on your camera and
oh, sorry.
Otherwise, it's just stop streaming. Yeah. You had it a second ago. There was an option to stop streaming. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so she posted a tattoo that was Star of David from the, you know, like it was blue, and people and he just said something to the effect of like I loved watching you for so many years, but you guys have just like lost the plot. Go to hell, something like that.
I have a feeling it was a bit worse than that.
Well,
my spidey sense is tingling.
I wish I could find it. Hold on one second.
My spidey sense is tingling here. I feel like there's more to the story than just go to hell.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sure I can find it.
Like, let's imagine a different scenario. You have like Russian creators, and not long after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they're posting a photo of a tattoo of like the Russian flag or something like that. And you have somebody underneath commenting like, go to hell. And they broadcast that and they say they hate me because I'm Russian.
If you're patient and I Google it,
like I think suddenly we'd be able to disaggregate bigotry from like a stark disagreement over like a national conflict.
Instagram, go to hell. Okay, so here we go. All right, I think this is it. Unblurred.
The post that Ethan's responding to?
I think it shows the entire context. This is 2.5 minutes. This is here we go. So, all right, next time I'll have that faster. I'm just kind of like realizing how to do this. So you see this now? I will mute my microphone, but do you see this?
Ethan pulls up haters Instagram live on air and starts looking through his family friends' pictures. Okay. Oh, wait, where'd it go?
Yeah, I'm just.
Other thing coming to mind, the fact that on the H3H3 subreddit, somebody reminded me like, oh, they encouraged like to harass Dan Clancy in person. Like, the thing that reminds me of is how the post on the H3H3 subreddit had somebody posted a screenshot of Noah Sampson's Bumble profile that they stumbled across. They swiped right and they were commenting that they were trying to bait him into like going on a date with them so that they could confront him in person. And this post had over 900 upvotes in the H3H3 subreddit until the author of the post deleted it. It wasn't removed because of a moderator.
Muting my mic.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wait, unmute the video. I can't. Oh, there it is.
He said, man, I'm being obsessed with you guys when you only have 50K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said, enjoy hell.
Yeah, no, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe.
Wait, hold on.
Joe.
But what is the thread that they're like? The thread itself is also super relevant, right?
Strong entry. But not exactly the S1, but
Like that person was responding to something. He left a reply on a post.
Yeah, I told you. He left a reply on Hila posted a picture of her tattoo.
Oh, that's what he was responding to?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
It's a Star of David tattoo, and it was blue. So here we go.
You don't think enjoy hell is kind of extreme? Why would she go? Why would Hila go to hell?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you have a girlfriend, wife, or
He is obviously.
Wait, switch to stop the streaming and then put it back on your camera.
Okay. Why don't I just play it and then we can talk about it?
Okay. I mean, I think I get the gist of it, but if there's more context, then.
Well, I mean, you should see like what happens here. This like is pretty involved. I'm gonna mute myself and like.
Hell,
there's no
yikes.
context under
Mean on the internet, cringe.
That seems a bit extreme.
Why would somebody go on the internet and say something mean to somebody?
So this is Joe Coop. He left a message on Hila's Star David tattoo. He said, "I'm glad that face is behind me. Enjoy hell." Joe Coop said. I'll start David. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all.
Oh shit! That weenie truck he's in front of that's in Dearborn.
Is that right? Dearborn owns Oscar Mayer truck.
I mean, that seems kind of unhinged to respond to.
I guess it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Which one's Joe? I think it's this guy.
Okay, yeah, I get the gist of it. I can see what he's doing. That seems kind of unhinged to respond to her posting a Star of David and then say enjoy hell.
Dude, there's more to it. Like it's like first of all, they doxed his address right there. I mean, not his address, but his general area by like
pulling up his public Instagram account.
That he's in Dearborn, but continue. Let's just like let it play.
I don't know. I just feel like it's a little bit obtuse to be like by pulling up his public Instagram account. When I feel like maybe it's just me. There's kind of this understanding that Instagram is a more, I don't know, private. Not private because it's public, obviously, but on Instagram you're far more likely to find personal information than you are on people's Twitter profiles or Reddit profiles, like things where there's anonymity, you know?
Play, okay? It's hard for me to unmute the mic.
Here, let me show you. That's him. That's him right there. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot
Wow, spot him from across him.
So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him or probably even his parents would be pretty disappointed to see that. Who knows? Here's his mom.
Okay, see, that's the insane thing. It's not just the showing. Certainly anybody who employed him, I'm sure his parents would be disappointed to see it. That, are you not getting into like call to action territory? You are really calling for brigading. You're not just showing it. Fine, you're showing public information on a public Instagram profile, but that the wink wink nudge nudge, like sure is his employer. It's like someone should lose their livelihood because they told you to go to hell on your wife's Instagram post. Lost the plot. That's crazy to me.
You know what? Fuck him. This is what here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media in your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe? I love it. So anyway, best.
Yeah, okay. Ethan looks like a psycho.
I'll stop it there. There's probably more crazy shit. But what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like you keep on.
Hold up, real quick. That person responded to a post where she posted a Star of David. Yes. And he responds with calling it no, the person above him called it a. He responds with enjoy hell.
Yeah.
Do you not see how that can be construed as anti-Semitic?
It's not though. I mean, it's not.
Could it potentially be? I mean, you don't know this person. Could it potentially be?
Any negative thing that anyone says to, like, if you just like so much as like look at Ethan wrong, he'll call you anti-Semitic. He calls like everybody fucking anti-Semitic. And even if that's the case, dude, give me a break. Like would you like even if this, let's say this guy was anti-Semitic, okay? Like, there's no way to know he was, but like, just, like on this like sort of evidence, immediately saying that he hates Jews, talking about how this person's parents should be like notified and maybe he should lose his job. That's what happens with these people. People like when he calls people out like this, like for instance, like he was recently feuding with Taylor Lorenz.
Like again, Hutch, ... Yeah. Give me a break, you know?
Over some like really like ridiculous shit.
Like this is so disingenuous to not be willing to entertain that it is obviously a tattoo of the emblem of the Star of David on the Israeli flag, not a mere expression of Judaism.
And she was not feuding with him. You're
not going to bat for her, are you? You want to dive into the context about that? Like pull up into
I don't want to feuding with him. Like for instance, like he was recently feuding with Taylor Lorenz over some like really like ridiculous shit, and she was not feuding with him. You're not
going to bat for her, are you? You want to dive into
don't do this. Taylor was only Taylor could fucking lose to Ethan.
Dive into the context about that. Like pull up into.
I don't want.
Well, if you did, there's some interesting context there.
In terms of
no, the comment, I didn't care about the comment that she left. The stupid thing to me was that she would leave it and then back up and be like, oh, don't come for me, I didn't know anything, and like cover her ass. And she offered to connect him to Reddit people because she didn't want him to come after her. And I'm like, okay, why did you make this comment? And then pretend like it wasn't you, and then pretend like you didn't know the context and you didn't know what you were doing, and then try to be nice to get him to back off. I was like, either stand by it or tell them to fuck off, or apologize and be like, no, I really didn't understand. That's not what I meant.
Of Ethan or what?
Yeah, she was like talking shit about this guy. Like he posted all on Instagram about like the reasoning for why he was upset. So like, let me just ask you, if somebody posted underneath, like let's say a black American posted like an image of like an outfit that is like native to their home country in Africa or something like that, and then somebody underneath that post said, enjoy hell.
Okay, so they post that while there's an ongoing genocide in that country that they're demonstrating it from. Like, come on, Hutch, you're leaving this out.
That's kind of
is much different. That is much different. Like this is similar to the Iron Cross, right? That's been associated with like.
And during World War II, this lovely German woman was just trying to show traditional German garb, and then she gets called a Nazi. It's not fair.
Point, it's like a Nazi dog whistle, right? And
she's just celebrating her heritage.
Genuinely,
a joke. Clearly.
Religious sect or whatever you want to call it that the Iron Cross corresponds to. There are people who like look at the Iron Cross and kind of like they like it for what it means to them, but most people would not get an Iron Cross tattoo because they realize that it signifies something.
How is that even at all equivalent? LOL. Because he just sees it as this just not unprovoked, but he's just trying. I feel like he's intentionally trying to divorce it from any context.
The fact that she got it, she didn't even get the just the Star of David. She got it blue, which is obviously kind of like it's a reference to Israel itself. So
you think this means that she, like, for example, like supports genocide?
I think that it was just like a fuck you. And
you get that though? I mean, I get it. I understand that. That makes sense to me. If I had people going after me the way that they were going after her, I mean, I had at one point.
If I was like a Russia just invaded, I would not be looking to embrace jingoism anytime soon. That's just me personally.
An enormous platform on the internet, and that is somewhat diminished in recent years. But so, like, I know what it's like to get a lot.
And if I did that, I wouldn't bury my head in the sand and pretend like I didn't know why I was catching a bunch of flack.
Of negative attention on the internet, but she was experiencing probably 20 times what I experienced at my peak. So I can understand feeling like, fuck you. It's like this.
But the thing is that Hila Klein absolutely is like spreading.
No. Can you answer that though? Can you answer that though? Wait, can you answer that though?
Like what?
I want you to answer that. Can you understand that impulse to be like, fuck you? When you're getting
the impulse to say fuck you.
I understand the impulse to say fuck you. I don't understand the impulse to pull up their Instagram in front of 26,000 live people and then suggest that your fans should go contact their place of employment and their family and let them know about an Instagram comment they left on your wife's post. No. That impulse I don't understand.
But to like drag them up on screen and then like start like trying.
No, I mean getting the tattoo. Getting the tattoo.
This sort of thing all the fucking time. He overreacts. He's like just. I mean, I'm so.
Every creator kind of does that, right? Like most.
To this extent, I literally have never.
I think we all do this. He said.
People's individual accounts on stream and react to them on Twitter.
Not like Ethan does.
He does it every day. He does it every day.
Dude, take a look at this, okay? This is actually like really interesting to me, and this is very indicative of the shit that I'm getting at here. I'm
just trying to get you to understand why Ethan and his wife had this reaction, because they were confronted with
and it's not
trauma.
Their reactions, dude, it doesn't justify bullying people, trying to like he's been successful at like
confronted with trauma.
Getting people like just to like actually like no longer be like content creators. And here, hold on a second. I wish next time we talk.
Like what does he mean by that?
I think he's reacting to a particularly vicious element.
Okay, hold on a second.
And I think if you were in his position, you would probably react similarly. I think you would
never. Are you kidding, man? Like you were just talking about like.
Dude, it's such a self-report that they're all like, who wouldn't do this? Who wouldn't do this crazy thing when they're hurt?
Considerable audience and whatnot. I have, it's been a while since I've uploaded, but at the height of my popularity, I was pretty popular when I was doing Creationist Cat before I was even like,
You went after content creators. You went after Tim Pool for the things that he said, right? Like,
Yeah, and I did it in ways that were like perfectly acceptable. He does it in ways. Here, wait, I'm gonna find this one, and this is very.
I think if you were confronted with the torrent of harassment that they got, like, I mean, do you agree that it's fully unhinged to accuse Ethan and Hila of like wanting Palestinian children to die? Why can't I get you to just unequivocally say yes, that's unhinged?
Things like that. Like when someone
now you.
What if that Russian was saying their own country was doing a genocide? Has Hila called it a genocide? He literally tweeted a joke about the Giardia thing. Who literally?
You want to contextualize it. This is what I'm saying. You want to contextualize the people that are harassing him, but you don't want to give him any kind of nuance whatsoever for the way that he's reacting.
I don't know why you would say that because
I can't get you to just unequivocally say that that's unhinged. You hedge. You struggle with it.
Dude, that I gave him, like, I'm not lying when I say that I gave him so much leeway with this, and it got to a point that was just absolutely like it is.
But why is it hard for me to get you?
He literally the other guy that is not Hutch. Oh, Vadim. Can you link it?
Fully unhinged to accuse him and his wife of wanting Palestinian kids to die. Why do you do this thing where you look up in the sky and you kind of go, and you just have, it's as if you physically can't.
He's doing a great deal. He is doing a great deal for those who want to, who want that to be the case. So whether or not they actually like believe that, it doesn't matter. It's sort of like, what are the consequences of your actions? What are you?
You're blaming him for the harassment. You're doing what Hassan did. You're blaming him for the harassment.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You just said a moment ago. Well, what you're basically saying. Well, look at the things that he said. That's why these people are saying these things.
Hold on. Give me a second. Harassment, tattoo, commenter. All right, here is a pretty good example. Ethan did remove this, but this is an example of just like the kind of shit that he does pretty often. So
I still can't get over that. I couldn't get you to just say, okay, yeah, that's unhinged. Why is that hard? Why is your instinct to dive into the nuance and the complexities in the context when it comes to these people who engage in fully unhinged behavior, like saying, enjoy hell under a Star of David and telling Ethan and Hila that they want Palestinian kids to die. You can't just say like, yeah, that's fucked up. And I probably would be really upset too. You have to do all this. You do these games where you.
Can I link in here? Yeah.
You dance around it. You just don't want to acknowledge that they were harassed.
That doesn't explain the level of.
Of course, it explains it though. Of course, it explains it.
It doesn't justify it.
If you felt like the whole internet was after, if you had this like podcast audience and you had been introduced to this like new kind of like more left sort of like audience through the podcast with Hassan or whatever, and then basically like on a dime, they all turn against you, and you're getting thousands of messages a day with the most.
Talking about you and I, we're both people who have been content creators. We know people aside from Ethan that are like pretty much in the same like level of success that guy has. If other people, like everybody has their fair share of trauma and shit that they're going.
Okay, someone linked this. Vadim said this. So if they didn't replace the Gerbers with Giardia infected dog feces, then all this never would have happened in the first place. Hey, Vadim, now I understand why you were defending Denim so hard. My favorite part of your debate with Hutch was you explaining how your best friend of 20 years who is Jewish no longer talks to you. Surely not a moment for self-reflection. But somehow it's... Well, he said he was going to mention the context in a video, right? Surely not a moment for self-reflection. But somehow it's every Jew is crazy and I'm the sane one and they're all liars. Anyway, yeah, so all my Jewish friends are no longer talking to me. P.S. Thank you, Hutch, for standing up in a torrent of bullshit. I cannot believe H3 watched this debate. One. But this. So. Like, to be, I get genuinely, so what? What do you mean, so? I mean, so? I don't give it, what's the issue? No more trolling on the internet or what? Only Ethan gets to troll people? Do you realize what his platform was dedicated to before? Like, not just before all of this. Like, Ethan's entire thing is just dunking on lolcows and losers.
Going through, and it doesn't, like, if you saw another creator doing what he did.
Like, like, yeah, it's not, is it fun to be on the receiving end of it? No. But Ethan's entire career has been this. He like fucking roasted Vosh for like days on end over the like taxes folder or whatever. Vosh probably wanted to kill himself, but I wouldn't be saying to Ethan like how dare you make jokes about Vosh's fucking tax and lolly folder or whatever the fuck during a time like this for Vosh.
Did like who had like a similar level of just strife within their daily life. It would not, like, I would like to think that
why is anyone bringing up his children? Good point. Why is anyone bringing up his children? What started this? Johnny Bidu? What started this?
Depend on the context. Like, if I felt like that person If I felt like that person,
like, what is the context for this joke? A CPS call. That's not the context for this joke. Here is the context for this joke. Fuck is it? I press play on this.
And had a legitimate grievance with people, like thousands of people harassing them, and I'm not going to fault another creator for taking shots back at the people. You know, it's all just
this. Okay, this is very indicative of. I'm not playing a video. I'm just showing you this. This is the sort of thing that he does constantly. This woman right here posted an 8-second TikTok video. There was nothing like it was it was the epitome, the fucking epitome of like harmless, like it was. There's no way that you could construe it.
I want to see this video, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to see that video. Like, I want to know what he's reacting to. Like, what you're okay,
you want to see the video? Fine.
Yeah, like, does she have, like, I want to know what she said.
She didn't say anything. Like, literally the entire video, see what it says there? It says, I really tried to give H3 and all associated drama in my past, but what do you mean he got his wife's face tattooed on his arm? Oh my God.
What else was she saying? What else was she saying?
She doesn't say anything. All she does is that she just goes like, oh.
Oh, he froze up.
God, and she puts her hand over her face. That's literally everything.
I'm under attack.
Now I also want to read you her, because she wrote a pretty detailed letter of what she went through after this, after she was called out by.
You want to talk about the trauma and harassment that she endured, and you don't want to fucking touch the trauma and harassment that Hila and Ethan endured.
It doesn't.
Like, that doesn't matter to you, but her trauma does.
It matters to the extent, but it's just like what you're doing here is that you're acting as though their actions are justified by what they're getting, what is being thrown at them, and it absolutely.
I understand the instinct to want to fight back when there's a massive internet pylon.
About what they're experiencing,
I understand the instinct to fight back when there's a massive internet pylon. I understand that instinct. That makes sense to me. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I co-sign like everything that Ethan has said, because I'm sure he's gone.
Okay, yeah, I found it. Are you bringing up B talking about it first? Oh my God. What was B bad and Venata responding to? That is not the context. You keep wanting to, you keep stopping before Ethan. You know what you're doing. Oops, what am I doing? This.
Ethan was dumping as per usual, having diarrhea.
Infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around, putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut. Ethan never said his children were eating dog poop. That is a really bad faith interpretation of what he was saying. His child could have contracted giardia before he got the results. He literally says he needed, one, he literally says he needed to eat his poop. And two, what you're saying, a bad faith interpretation, that's a joke. That's called an edgy joke.
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
Jeez, what can I
like,
do?
you don't have to find it funny, but that's what it is. It's a joke.
To not get it from
I'm
you.
trying
because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And although meanwhile he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas.
Because it's not a joke. Chicken crossed the road is a joke. This is, haha, your kids eat shit. Fucked up. Do you beat your dog? I'm not commenting on whether or not it's a funny joke. I'm just saying it's a dark, edgy joke. That's it. It's just a joke. You can say it's unfunny. I'm just saying it is a joke.
Fully unhinged at times. And I'm sure he would benefit from logging the fuck off from time to time. But I understand the instinct.
It's not a joke. Just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean it's not a joke.
When you have not just those creators themselves, but their entire audiences that are flooding your socials with the kind of crazy shit that he and his wife were getting. I understand.
Do you beat your dog? No, but if I, went on stream and I made it and I was like telling you that, like, yeah, my dog is injured. The only way they could have been injured is if I had, beat the shit out of him, which I did. Or something like that. If people got the impression that I beat my dog, I wouldn't be shocked.
Understand the instinct to want to punch back. Yeah.
Next
that
time,
makes
yeah, I of course, like as someone who's been fucked with, like I've had like
it's just beyond fucking with. They called CPS on his kids, bro.
Yeah, I've had people who.
Can we just marinate on that for a second? Hold on. They called CPS on his children. They involved the government in his children.
Who called CPS? Who called CPS?
So when was the CPS call made on Ethan? I don't know. Didn't he start talking about it like February?
Yes.
Do you think it was coincidence?
Beamed. I mean, there's like no point. They're just like freaking the fuck out in my chat.
A certain creator that I won't even name in denims.
Like, I don't need them to find it funny or whatever, but this whole like, how dare you, sir? How dare you make a joke? It's like, welcome to the fucking internet.
I covered this.
What do you think your boy's been up to? What do you think the H3H3 Productions channel is? What do you think the podcast is? It's them dunking on lolcows. It's edgy jokes. It's making fun of people at their worst moments, I'm sure. Like, that's the fucking internet. Yes, that's how the internet works.
On their socials, that immediately after, someone called CPS on them. You don't, that doesn't strike you as a very odd coincidence?
You mean the same denims that he had to publicly do a retraction on? The one that he...
That's a crazy way to put it. She withdrew her lawsuit, by the way. She withdrew her lawsuit.
Yeah, but he retracted before she did that. And he did that...
No, you're framing that so dishonestly because he was making he was mocking her with the way that he was egging her on. He was saying, yes, sue me, let's do it, let's go. He was straight up saying that.
No, you didn't see... Here, wait. You didn't see the retraction that he did? I'll show you that.
Everything that you're doing is on...
Find very easily.
Everything that you're doing... Wait, hold on. Everything that you're putting is on the stream right now. Just making sure you don't put any addresses or whatever.
Okay, I'm not.
Okay.
Let's see if this is... I know I have to mute this, but I just want to make sure that...
Are you really going to bat for Denims right now?
Yeah, Denims is...
Are you really defending what she did?
She didn't do anything. She watched a video.
She didn't do anything. She used her platform to tell her audience that Ethan was neglecting his children.
She did not.
She absolutely did. What are you talking about?
My issue with Denims reacting to the... It's not that, like, why are you reacting to that particular video? To me, it's like you're probably... If you are somebody who does not want to be, like, does not like internet harassment, then you should not be watching Bad Panada videos.
About
watch.
She absolutely did.
But my issue is not with her watching that specific video or anything.
What are you talking about?
If you watch, look, watch this. This completely like addresses what you're talking.
The person who would have called CPS could have legitimately believed that CPS should be called, and in that case, it's not a false call. I seriously doubt if it turns out that it really was somebody who did it from the video or whatever. I fucking doubt they genuinely thought CPS needed to intervene or whatever. They're just trying to fucking harass him or whatever.
Talking about here, I have two clips and I have to make sure which one is which.
There's something from Denim.
Okay. Yeah.
I just don't know why you would deny that that's what she did. She pulled up.
So the edgy joke was made after the CPS call fiasco. It's not the joke. It's the fact that VADIM continues to propagate the narrative that BE spread. I mean, weren't you just saying, what is it, earlier in this? You started this by saying he literally tweeted a joke about the Giardia thing. And now you're saying, well, it's not the joke, it's this other thing or whatever.
Up BE's video on her stream and was talking about the dangers of Giardia, and she's fucking smiling and laughing, and all of her chat, you know, like people in her chat are typing fucking CPS and you're going,
how does that contradict what I said? Because you're like, it's not a joke, it involves kids, or it's not funny, and now you're saying, well, they shouldn't be making jokes because it's insensitive or whatever.
Not bad for that. Like, this is okay behavior.
Dude, she was.
The point is to propagate BE's message. What is the purpose of the joke? He's making an edgy joke at Ethan's expense to dunk on him.
We're getting mad at Ethan for...
It's not on people to not make videos in response to things that we fucking publicly say. It's on people to, like, know better than to say stuff like that in the first place. This is why you don't talk, like, does it justify CPS calls or harassment? Absolutely not. But Ethan knows Ethan's been on the internet for over a decade, right? He knows how insane the internet can be. He knows how much harassment he's currently getting. Why talk about your kids? Why overshare about Giardia? Why say the way that you get this is by ingesting my poop or whatever?
Or calling attention to a guy's public Instagram profile, but you have no smoke for Denims, who was basically...
Dude, stop it, because you're getting a lot of things wrong. First of all,
Ethan... I'm not. I've seen...
I'm not asking for VADIM to be banned, but does it justify why Ethan can have vitriol for this person? Yeah. I'm not saying he can't have vitriol. I literally said it. No, it's not fun to be on the receiving end of the to be the butt end of the joke. I get that. I'm just like not offended by the joke. But I get why Ethan is annoyed. That's not lost on me.
Like chat, he like made it seem as though like every single.
He addressed that on his stream, by the way.
What?
That's not the point. It's not that everybody. She had multiple, like, several people in her chat that were talking about calling CPS. She did nothing to address that or discourage that. She absolutely.
Why are you comparing what Ethan has done to other people going after his children? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'll stop now. I don't want to hijack the stream. Too late. What do you mean by comparing what Ethan has done to other people going after his kids? Or like, what did I compare? Oh, you mean like his passive edgy jokes or whatever? I'm just saying that suddenly like H3 fans have blinders on where suddenly edgy jokes are not funny and hey, that's serious and he's going through a hard time. He's going through this. His family's on the receiving end of that or whatever. Does anyone ever ask these questions when Ethan was mindlessly dunking on stupid cringe prank YouTuber 10,001 or some other embarrassing like lolcow or something like that? No, it's only applied because they have a parasocial relationship with Ethan and you're seeing the live updates of how he feels about all of these things. So obviously you're more likely to resonate and have empathy with him because you know all of those things. But it's never even considered how many times he's dunked on like other people like, hey, what if this person's going through a really hard time? What if Ethan signal boosting all of this shit when they're already getting a ton from the internet is making their life really hard? What if it makes them want to kill themselves? Imagine if that influencer had said this harassment is making them want to kill themselves and then Ethan continued to joke about that. He's feeding into suicidal harassment. It's like you only have this sort of heat or lens for it because you like Ethan. But this exists every single time somebody is the butt end of a joke or they go viral for doing something embarrassing.
Absolutely.
And it's even more scary when you're a nobody and the whole internet fucking hates you.
Absolutely, was pushing a narrative.
This proves that you were wrong, dude. This proves that you were wrong, okay? I have two clips and maybe, I'm not sure which one is which, so just like give me 2 seconds.
You brought up Ethan bringing up someone's Instagram account. How are these comparable? Because he didn't just bring up the Instagram account, which I said you could probably defend because it's publicly posted, but he said, oh, it would be a shame if somebody contacted like this person's employer. My dog. This person's employer or their mom and let them know what they're up to. And it's like, really? We have to get someone has to lose their livelihood and be fired because they left a mean tweet on your wife's Instagram post? Someone has to be fired? No.
Seconds, but okay, this is part 2. Okay, we're gonna watch both of them.
I can't believe you're defending this, bro. Why did she pull up BE's? Why did she pull up BE's video? Why did she pull up BE's video talking about like Giardia and neglect? Why did she watch that video on her stream?
Why wouldn't she? Like
what?
I don't understand.
Why wouldn't she? Because it's fucking unhinged to accuse someone of neglecting their child like that. I can't get you to acknowledge that. You're so ideologically like...
You're trying to get me to...
Are you equating online harassment to CPS calls that threaten retaining custody of your children? What do you think I'm trying to say, Johnny Bidu? Do you think that's what I'm trying to do? Give me the Steelman version of my argument. I know it's within you. What do you think I'm trying to say? Do you think I'm saying that CPS calls are okay?
To acknowledge things that like your
that's
version
crazy.
Of what happened.
That's great. You got mad at Ethan for showing someone's public Instagram profile, and you're like and you have
dude, this
I've seen
again this framing of Hutch being like the public. He's just showing the Instagram or whatever, which is like fine. Hutch is fine with that. It's the comments that he made after that are insane to me.
What you're talking about? This is not new. Like you can show it.
Why can't we all just get along, man?
He's like mocking her.
Denhams herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denhams caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denhams had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denhams called CPS. Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good. I have never implied that Denhams called.
No, you aren't. But when you bring up Ethan's past in the context of this conversation, you are obviously equating them. That wasn't what I was doing. And why are you answering no, you aren't? If you were asking, are you equating online harassment to CPS calls that threaten retaining custody of your children? When you're admitting now you knew that's what I was not trying to do. I was only trying to point out that the only reason that you have this level of concern is because Ethan broadcasts all of it, and there is a parasocial attachment to Ethan because you like him. But it never even occurs to people to ask, what is the person that is being dunked on today by H3H3, or any online comedian or online content creator? What is going on in their lives? Is this off the back of something traumatic? Are they some oppressed minority that makes this that confounds and makes the harassment much more difficult? It only occurs to you to do that and to see it this way and be hyper emotional and personal about it because you like H3H3. I don't like Ethan. Why do you think that? I don't watch H3. Gee, Johnny B. Do what do you think would give me the impression that you like Ethan or give a shit about this?
CPS.
I don't like it when people threaten someone to the point CPS is called on them. OMG, you're still streaming? Yeah, we're going long. It's a long one. I mean, I don't like when people have CPS called on them, obviously, but I don't think that you can ask people to like moderate their like edgy jokes and stuff like that. Like if there was a call to action or something like that, I could see how that's fucking inappropriate. Obviously, that should be wrong. But like the video being made, I don't really have an issue with it. No.
Statements were interpreted as stating this. I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do.
Who amongst us has never publicly shared with tens of thousands of people fecal parasite family outbreak story?
Not think, do not state, do not believe that Denim's called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Like you say, I don't like it when someone threatens someone to the point CPS is called on them. Yeah, well, I don't like it when someone threatens somebody to the point that they're encouraging that you help get them fired because of an Instagram comment.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay.
Do you understand the context of what we're watching right now?
Just the point in the letter that I claimed Denim.
And in my case, I can actually, and like with that, I can actually directly. He said go to hell. That person said go to hell under Ethan's or Ila's Instagram post. But with that, I can actually directly show you Ethan encouraging people to and insinuating that they should get someone fired, as opposed to in this instance, they have no idea who called CPS. Ethan admits to Hassan in their debate, I do not know who did this. Yet he was saying he knew who did this. He was blaming particular content creators.
Caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denim's made a direct call to action to her.
And he had to retract it because his lawyer advised him to. I can't see why else he'd do it.
Against the contact CPS, obviously, right?
Obviously, idiotic, stupid, moronic.
Wait, do you understand what he's saying?
Let's call CPS. He's an abuser.
I understand that this was a retraction that he was legally obligated to do.
But did you hear? But did you hear what he said though? Did you hear what he actually said? He said that he was clarifying that he was not accusing her of doing a direct call to action. Can you acknowledge that someone's community, like you can find fault in someone's community, or you can?
Yeah, but he doesn't know that her community did that. He has no evidence of that.
You can have the position that somebody.
He's got a hunch, aka a hypothesis, aka maybe, but he has no proof.
That. But he had made that claim many times.
Why did she watch BE's video? Why did she watch BE's video on? I can't believe I cannot believe that you're like sticking up for that.
Why do you think it was literally only for the Instagram comment? That's not the full story. Because I don't care about Ethan the way that you do. You're like, why don't you know all of this fucking context about all of this shit or whatever? It's like, because I'm just watching this video and they're talking about it. And I only see the context here or whatever. I have not followed this drama closely at all until like the last 3 weeks. I've like started to get more stuff like filled in.
Why did she watch BE's?
Why are you commenting on it if you don't have the full context and then using that as a justification? Because there really is no Instagram comment that somebody could leave on somebody that justifies calling for them to get fired. To me. That's a report to Instagram or block on Instagram. Pick one of the two. I don't even really care that he like showed it on his thing. I have an issue with the call. Again, it was not only an Insta comment. Okay, what is it? You keep saying that there's something else, but what is it? But I'm already telling you, I'm like principally opposed to getting people fired for the shit that they say on social media for the most part. It would have to be egregious for me to even begin to consider that people's employers should be concerned about what they post off the clock in their own free time to get them fired.
Video.
What?
She watched the
video.
What was in that video? What was in that video? What was in that video?
Video where Ethan was saying over and over again, like I think that I have giardia and my kid was playing around in dog feces.
It's just weird how there are so many defenders of Ethan who don't even like Ethan, don't even watch H3. Many such cases. Me when I don't like or don't watch somebody, but, you know, at 2:22 in the morning, head into somebody's chat and are like asking them, like, did you know this? Did you know that? Did you know? Like, no, I don't know about your daddy. He was an avid poster in the Snark subreddit that were the ones who most harassed Ethan and Hila. So now posting in a Snark subreddit means you shouldn't have a job? Means you should get fired? Means you should be unemployed? Because you posted in a Reddit subreddit. In a subreddit. That's your argument. That's the context I'm missing that makes somebody deserving of having their livelihood removed.
And like, of course, he didn't say those things specifically, but he was saying that. And then, like,
So you think it was justified to call CPS?
Same thing to that effect.
So you think it was justified?
I think Redditors should get fired. Yeah, that's fine. That's too easy. A death penalty, honestly. Why stop there?
To call CPS?
No.
A Redditor? Cringe.
Well, of course not. And she said, like,
okay. So do you understand that? Do you understand that creators?
That very broadcast, like, it's stupid to call CPS. She said, like, no, don't do that.
Well, why would she watch the video? Why would she watch that video then? It was obvious.
Yeah, and now you follow a subreddit for a channel you don't watch. Okay.
Entertaining video.
Entertaining video. What do you mean? She obviously was lending credence to the video.
Me when I'm not parasocial.
Like I mean, first of all, we forgot to mention this, that when Ethan first mentioned the CPS thing, the CPS visitor told him that someone he knew had made the call.
I understand that, but you understand that anybody in either of those two's audience could have told CPS, like, oh yeah, I'm their gardener, I'm their nanny or something.
You can infer what you want, but you don't have the full knowledge, just like you admitted about this situation earlier. You gave me more knowledge, and your more knowledge that I need to know to justify mobilizing your audience and encouraging them to get somebody fired was an Instagram comment that was mean. And then when I said, oh, there's more context, what's the context? You said, oh, he said a thing on a Snark subreddit. And I said, oh, that's fucking stupid to think that I would support someone losing their livelihood over a comment on the internet in a Snark subreddit. Why would I care about that?
I think that it is fucking ridiculous to pin this on her. There's no evidence that she did it, that she was responsible for.
You don't have the full comprehensive in-depth knowledge as those who don't even like Ethan or don't even watch H3.
On top of that, the reaction that they have, people like look at the reaction and they act as though everyone was like in some sort of moment of just desperation, just like that they were dead serious. When that's the sort of, like, if you hear an adult talking about like literally like he and his wife and his kid possibly getting some sort of fecal-borne illness, and on top of that, the people who like his crew are saying like, really, like, seriously, and he's not like saying like, you are like the natural reaction is going to be,
oh my
like, if I was watching that, I'd be like, call CPS, but like totally joking around.
Oh, Vadim.
It's fucking disgusting.
Vadim.
What do you mean, oh, Vadim?
I'm trying to get you to.
Are you telling me that if you saw like,
I'm trying to get you to talk. I'm trying to talk you down off this fucking ledge that you're on, because you're taking.
I'm not on a ledge.
Yeah, you are, bro. Do you understand that, like, when you call CPS on someone's house, you're in the fucking system, man. Like, the government is showing up at your house, and there's this, now you're engaged in this like process to justify you having guardianship over your own children, and I can't get you to acknowledge that.
Like, I am okay with calling.
Yeah, but what conclusion am I supposed to jump to if you're like, well, he was talking about, his kids having GRD on stream, so it's like people are going to be concerned about that, like.
Oh no, I'm saying people will joke around about it. Like, you're being like super fucking disgusting.
The call happened. The call happened right after these two creators did this stuff. It happened right after that, and you're like, well, I think it's a stretch that somebody in their community did it. Really? It's a stretch? What about the skulls? What about the skulls?
Dude.
What about the skulls? What about
one thing at a time. He blamed Hassan for this. He blamed he blamed Noah for this. Like,
they're all to blame. They all share the blame. I agree with him.
No, they don't.
That is a crazy thing to believe.
Yes, they allowed their.
I feel like people are very, very liberal about like, this person's audience did that, this person's audience did this, until they're on the receiving end of it, and then suddenly they don't. They're like, how can you prove it? Then suddenly they're back to the like innocent until proven guilty standard when it's back on them. But when everybody else, it's like willy-nilly with like sending blame.
audiences to radicalize to such a degree where they're doing animated videos of, they did not make any serious attempt to like actually moderate this stuff and push their own audience away from this rhetoric. They allowed it to like blow up into something way bigger than what it was. Like, what about the skulls? Like, can I get you to concede that sending skulls to his house was unhinged?
Sent those skulls to himself, dude.
Oh my.
I mean, like maybe.
But Ethan, of course, deserves no blame for suggesting his kids ate dog shit on stream. No. I mean, whom amongst us hasn't shared that? You know?
Somebody sent them to him, and if so, that's fucked up.
Whom amongst us hasn't gone on our podcast before? Tens of thousands of people shared intimate details about diarrhea, shit, your wife has diarrhea, what diseases your kids have. You share their names, even though you know you're right now the subject of a harassment campaign, according to your own words. Yeah, you just share all of that.
Stupid and wrong, but it's like you know, like
How long am I going to stream today? I don't know. Last night I ended up staying up till 5:30 because I afterwards I ate dinner, and then Kidnut can help me redo my audio, and then I just ended up staying up late. And then I got up and got ready and I streamed again.
Stop talking about that completely. Like it just, there's a lot of evidence that he did not.
No, there's not.
Any, like, real
no, there's not. What do you mean? There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence he sent it to himself. This is like this. This reminds me of earlier in the conversation when I said like you were basically saying, well, that doesn't sound like the Hamas I know. Like you're doing the same thing, but with these like lefty like you really don't think in this vast swath of like millions of left-wing people that consume left-wing content, you really don't think that there was somebody extreme enough to
please stay up longer. I need shit to listen to while I edit.
For everything we've seen so far.
But the evidence that I have seen.
No, you want to believe that he sent it to himself because you have constructed a narrative in your mind about him.
I think that's extremely likely. I'm not saying that is definitely the case. But
no, you want that to be true. You want that to be true because otherwise you would have to acknowledge that certain communities have become so extreme.
Ethan is.
I don't know. Like, here's my perspective. If my partner on our stream said this shit, and then the clip of them saying all of this stuff about me having fucking diarrhea and us having giardia and our kids being sick went viral a few weeks later, yeah, I would smack my partner in the fucking head because I would be like, why the fuck did you overshare? We could have avoided all of this. Like obviously I'd have heat for people and be annoyed or whatever if they were reacting. I would be like annoyed if they were reacting to the clip and stuff like that. But ultimately I would be mad at my partner first and foremost because I'd be like, why the fuck did you overshare about that? You've talked too much about our personal life and our kids on the internet. Why are you talking about any of this stuff? This is what, like, you know, the internet's fucking insane. That's why you don't say this stuff.
Is that much of a liar, and and on top of that, he hasn't furnished any evidence that that I feel like
any evidence. He showed the fucking skulls, and you guys claim that he sent it to himself.
They are traceable. They had serial numbers on them.
Oh my god.
People like found them on the on the internet. Like it's like I think
yeah, so somebody bought skulls and sent it to his house. Like assuming, let's just assume that's true.
Skulls.com. It came straight from Skulls.com.
And what did you think? That's
I do not care about the fucking skulls thing as much.
Somebody actually went and murdered two people and got their skulls.
As in like attest it, like neither that insisting that it happened or saying that like he sent it to himself or whatever. I have no clue.
Obviously they bought it online.
I don't think. No, I'm saying that I don't think that you were saying that somebody got them and sent them. Like, it wasn't sent from like somebody's house to him. It was sent directly from Skulls.com.
And that makes it better.
No, it's just like what you said was incorrect.
I feel like we're nitpicking here. I mean, so I said somebody sent him skulls, and you're like, well, actually, it's technically Skulls.com sent them. Well, okay, who ordered them? That's the point.
That shit is traceable, and so why, like, he should be able to get to the bottom of that.
Well, he opened up. I mean, he said that he reported it, and so I mean, I'm sure you understand that there are ways that people could like mask purchase. You could pay for it in a way that would be difficult to trace or something. But who knows?
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Well,
I think what I view from you is you are just straight up jumping through hoops to acknowledge the very real trauma that I think Ethan and his wife went through. I think they were traumatized by this event, and I think that they felt targeted.
A great deal of people. They have been like just on like they spread so much toxic misinformation about Israel, and like they are like if you look at the people that they are kind of like siding with these days, it's all like 95% of it is like super right-wing people. Like he is like complimented the Quartering and Keemstar, all these people that he never in a million years would ever have.
Yeah, but this is like the perfect example. This is like the perfect example of like the left like don't have. You might want to pull up your camera, by the way, because I'm still on the screen here.
Okay, all right.
Like the left, like don't have. You might want to pull up your camera, by the way, because I'm still on the screen here.
Okay, all right.
Like the left, like don't have. You might want to pull up your camera, by the way, because I'm still on the screen here. the left, they seem to struggle with this a lot, where they like oftentimes. Now, I'm not saying it's just like it's justified to do like an on a Kasparian thing or whatever, but when you pile on in the way that they piled on with just end the stream, just hit stop streaming. Remember?
I'm trying to find Discord to begin with so that I can end the stream. Sorry. There we go. Hello?
Yeah. So when you pile on someone the way that they all piled on to Ethan, and this wasn't just like a week or 2 weeks.
What does he mean an Anna Kasparian thing?
Months and months and months of this harassment. Let's call it what it is. Would you call it harassment? Do you think Ethan and Hila were harassed?
I think Ethan has legitimately been harassed over the course of this time. He has done more.
Of course he's been harassed. He's been fucking... Oh, the why I left the left shit, yeah. It's obvious that Ethan has been harassed, but there also comes a point where, like, Keffels was harassed. But then there came a point where Keffels knew she was a target for doxing and swatting, and was posting photos of herself in a hotel room. And then didn't it come out later that she was like messages saying that she would do that shit to antagonize them? Like, I don't think Ethan's intentionally doing that, but objectively, when you keep covering it and covering it and covering it, you are feeding into it. And if you want to end it, you have to not continue to engage with it, because that is what trolls... Don't feed the trolls. Exactly. That is exactly what they want. They want to see that they got under your skin. They want to see the millionaire with the multi-millionaire with the huge YouTube channel and the tens of thousands of adoring parasocial fans spending his precious time going through snark subreddit threads and finding individual posts of people making fun of him, broadcasting it. That's what they're waiting for. They're all trying to do it because Ethan keeps putting it on his huge podcast.
Harassing. This community has done way more harassing. He's done way more lying. There is just like shitloads of insane lies that he has put out there. And if your answer and if your question is like, what? Next time we talk, I'll give you like tons of examples. Like
this person, someone in chat saying like, so it's deserved, and it's like, that's not what is being said here. It's not that it's deserved. It is just acknowledging that past a certain point, the natural consequence of continuing to fixate on it and return to it over and over and over in public is you are inflaming it rather than extinguishing it.
Like tons. There's no, and I'll be right at the ready, unlike I was today with, just because I did not know that we'd be going into this so heavily. I'll be able to substantiate every single thing I said, like I said from the beginning of it. So,
I mean, it sounds like Vadim's got like a video up his sleeve.
That's the thing. Like, I do recognize that he has been...
Which is where the fucking bread tubers and video essayists should stay. They should stay in the realm of scripted content. They should not attempt to do this shit live. It's clearly not their forte.
And in some cases, like...
But you don't recognize the responsibility of the creators whose audiences became so unhinged that they started engaging all kinds of crazy behavior like the stuff that I mentioned, which you said, now you don't even acknowledge that it happened. You think he did it to himself. It was actually, no. You said he sent a skull to himself to lie. And then you implied that it wasn't anyone in anyone's audience. It was somebody that was like close to him. You're just like, you're denying.
Yes, Ethan said that. Ethan said that
the person impersonated. No, Ethan said that
to him. That's not, he did not say that they impersonated someone. I've watched that clip several times. He did not say that.
You seem to think that I guess it was just a massive coincidence that this happened, within like a day of Denham's covering the video. I don't think you think that creators have responsibility to, curate the kind of audiences that they foster. And I'm saying in the case of these like massive.
He seems almost contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. It seems, I think he is 100% genuine. Also, there is some imbalance here. Ethan was harassed, but he can just stop looking at Reddit and relax, while people who harassed can just lose their job. I would say there's a difference in effects of both harassment. Yeah, it's true, but it's really hard and not fun to have to recognize the scale, recognize and acknowledge the scale of your platform, the disparity that exists between you as like a huge content creator and this individual shitter that's like getting under your skin, because you just feel so cucked. You're like, how come these people hide behind anonymity and they're just harassing me endlessly? But when I respond, I'm the bad guy. I totally understand the frustration of that dynamic. But nonetheless, if you don't want it to escalate, you really do have to turn the blind cheek.
Lefty
look the other way.
Creators, they knowingly radicalize their audience, and then it becomes a cycle of audience capture. So they know that if they like their audience has become radical and like beyond radical, and they know that if they don't act radical themselves, they're going to lose a good portion of their audience. So they become more radical, and then their audiences become more radical.
That all of this applies so much more to Ethan's community, because Ethan's community, by the way, has just like fused with fucking Destiny's, which I'm sure you know is a toxic ass community that does like tons of brigading and like fucking horrible shit. Their communities are basically like super intertwined at this point. So that's like when I was bringing up what's her name, the journalist, what's her name again? Remind me.
Taylor Lorenz. Yeah.
Taylor Lorenz. People were for just like this. Oh, and you don't even know what that I'll tell you about that comment that she left. For that one comment, which had one sentence where she said that like Ethan needs to clean up the dog shit on his rug, they are going to her sponsors, like the people who, like her main sponsor that she gets most of her money from.
Do you think it's irresponsible for her to do that?
Well, do you know what actually happened? She was reacting to something on the,
She knew what she was doing. She was piling on with the CPS thing. She knew what she was doing. Come on. Was it irresponsible for her to do that?
Do you know that Tom Ward?
I mean, yeah, it is irresponsible because when you're a journalist or whatever, you do have to comport yourself in like a professional way. It doesn't matter that you're independent, or you have to like establish your identity online as like, yeah, I like to meme around. I don't give a fuck.
I think his name is, who works for H3, months ago when this was when she originally put that on there.
I don't really love getting into this whole like, is that responsible? You need to moderate your speech based on that, but I accept that it's a reality. Frustration is true, but with big clout comes great responsibility. I mean, it's true. Yeah.
Then an hour or two later, he got in touch with her and said like, hey, this is like we saw this. We think that this is really lame and irresponsible of you. And she like apologized. She like heard like basically they told her they said like, Ethan has been receiving a lot of harassment here on Reddit, and basically
you agree
that they reached out to her. Yeah, but not nearly as much as
you don't. No, I don't respect how Taylor Lorenz acted in this situation. I'd say she's more of an internet personality than journalist now. She does YouTube videos. I don't think she would say that, because when people were coming after like, oh, you said you do this Free Speech Friday segment, but you don't actually, when I went to go check the playlist on your YouTube, you only get one. She's like, I'm a journalist, not a YouTuber. So she really considers that to be sort of secondary or tertiary, maybe, to her journalism.
Is it irresponsible for her to do that? Was this after CPS was called?
I think that it's.
Is this after CPS was called?
No, this is months before.
Like, the question of whether or not it's irresponsible lies solely with like, what does Taylor Lorenz want? Do you want to be able to meme around on the internet and be a journalist? Like, you are going to have to accept that doing that risks your credibility to a certain extent, because journalists online are going to be held to different standards about like what's appropriate for them to joke about and whatnot than just your typical content creator. But if she can accept that, like, yeah, in exchange for credibility, I get to like be myself and say whatever the fuck I want. I'll make that trade-off or whatever. Then yeah, she can do that.
This is like, or maybe not months before, but I think it was before.
This was before CPS?
I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter.
Of course it matters.
One reaction. She's like, the fact of the matter is that she went ahead and she helped them out, because she has had like a lot.
No, hold on. Ethan exposed this. He did an Instagram story showing like just how disingenuous that claim was. I don't use Instagram, so I can't pull it up. You're taking her at her word. And Taylor Lorenz, by the way, she's an interesting character. Yeah,
she posted the conversation that she had with Tom Ward, and her reporting is like I will never in a million years.
She claimed that she had hold on. She lied, because she claimed that Ethan and their team reached out to her and asked her for help with like Reddit. She just fully lied, and then they showed.
The thing is, and this is what I realized, because I was like, I did think that she lied about that, but when I thought about it a little bit more, there was a phone call, and it's not clear to me that when that happened. It seemed to me that Taylor said, like, oh, if he needs help with Reddit, like, I can get him in touch, but I couldn't really place the timeline of, like, okay, at one point she hopped on a call with what I think was an H3H3 producer. His name was Tom Ward, and maybe at that point, it was expressed to her like, oh, they'd love if you could help, or maybe she offered. It was unclear to me.
Showed the exchange.
But either way, regardless of whether or not, it seemed like she was doing that favor in order to get them off her back. It did not seem like something that she was doing altruistically or that she would have done out of the goodness of her heart. It seemed like she realized like, oh shit, I've gotten the attention of Ethan and his fans. I don't want this. I want to undo what I just did. And she started playing nice to get them to back off.
And that's not what happened at all. Like, they reached out to her and called her out for something, and then she was like, she offered to help, like, oh, I have connections at Reddit, I can help you maybe with snarky stuff or whatever. But this idea that they had to help her with Reddit was just a lie. She just knowingly lied. So, like, as soon as somebody gets caught,
I do not believe, like, I mean, I would have to see more evidence on both sides. She showed some of the discussions that she had, and Ethan lies. Like when we talk another time, I will show you undeniable evidence.
I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that from you.
Yeah. Well, I have to have this stuff like all together in order to like make a presentation and just kind of have it like that's the kind of that's the way.
Wait, can someone in chat, someone who's got a link to that exchange, because they posted the exchange.
This is another reason why I would never think to debate this, because you have to come armed with all of the receipts. Otherwise, it sounds like you took some fucking random person or Twitter account at their word when you shouldn't have. You didn't do your due diligence. You're just ranting and inanely, you know.
I just want to show it on the stream. Does anyone have a link to that? She just fully lied about it. Like, she said that Ethan and Hila were begging her to help with Reddit. That's what she originally said. And then they posted the exchange. It was nothing like that.
Hold on. Taylor.
Chat, do I have any Instagram savvy people? I don't use Instagram, so I don't know.
I don't understand why you. Well, I do understand, because you just think that Ethan is like an extremely honest actor. But it's like this is sort of like the like a situation where
it's just we get to a situation where it escalates to the point where CPS gets called on Ethan and Hila, and I can't get you to acknowledge it's wildly irresponsible for creators to use their platform in the way that they did, including Taylor Lorenz and Denims. Like, I can't get you to say like, okay, yeah, in retrospect, you know, maybe they shouldn't have done that because it escalated.
Wait, you're talking about Taylor Lorenz?
I think both like Taylor Lorenz and Denims knew that what they were doing when they like were using their platform to
ridiculous. She hears some sort of story, like you see in the footage.
Thank you so much.
Talking about like it was such a
here, watch, hold on.
You're like talking about this like it's like just like.
Wait, I have the post. I don't know if you have my stream open, but I have the post here. But, like it looks like. How do I do this here? Like this?
Here, I have a post. Explain this.
They reached out. They reached out to Taylor. They reached out. Wait, what do you?
From Tom Ward. I think that this negates what you're going to
I have the exchange up on my screen. Just let me say what I'm looking at. So like somebody reached out. Hey Taylor, is that your page? She says, hi. Oh God, no, not the H3 subreddit. Haha. So it's not you. And then she says, do you know what's going on with Ethan? By the way, I've only been following tangentially. It's an account that promotes work. They're claiming that she lies about that. I've just seen videos of Ethan crashing out, and he was harassing Frogan last year, and Caprice and Poppy so badly they needed help. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? And then the person responds, oh, do you have a comment? Because Ethan will talk about it today.
Oh, this is like Valley Girl Taylor Lorenz impression.
Says, talk about what? They say, that post, is it not yours? She says, no, you can say the username in the photo. They say, good. She says, please leave me out of this meltdown. I want nothing to do with this drama whatsoever. They say, there's nothing to say. It's not yours. That's all he wanted to know.
That whole story is so confusing to me. I thought she was trolling with their offer to help because it's well known that Ethan cried to Reddit head honchos and threatened to Laura Loomer, the actual Reddit HQ IRL. Well, I know that the only reason why he was in communication with Reddit in the first place, it seemed like it was because of Taylor Lorenz.
Oh, she says he needs to stop harassing people and antagonizing Redditors. It's the worst way to engage. As Ethan's lunatic fans are now brigading all my social channels and harassing, deleting me, my brand partner. This is completely insane, like I've said from the jump. What? He hasn't said anything. I just posted this on TikTok, and I guess it's some subreddit.
I also think it's fucking bizarre that Taylor Lorenz has a meme account called Taylor Lorenz 3.0. And it reads like a like farming account, because when you actually look at the captions, they're all just follow at Taylor Lorenz 3.0, at AI generated Wonka, at user mag, and then like finger emojis. And this AI generated Wonka is her backup where she posts more memes. And it's not that it takes a long time to post meme, but just like it's the product of scrolling. So I just wonder how much she's fucking scrolling a day.
Shit, sorry, I'm about to hop on a call with Brand. And then it shows her here saying, KK, I reached out to Reddit, by the way, and 2 other creators who have gotten their pages taken down. And she offers her help here. She claimed that Ethan...
I also don't understand how Miss Free Speech Friday is like, hey, I can help you get entire snark subreddits removed. If a snark subreddit is operating within Reddit TOS, why would it need to be removed? I'm sure individual posts, like on any other subreddit, run afoul of Reddit general TOS. I'm sure there have been times where there was harassment, calls to action, they revealed too much personal information about somebody, brigading, something like that. But then you report those individual posts. You don't try to get the whole subreddit banned.
And Hila had reached out to her and begged her for help.
I think it's sad she had to pretend she had a fan that devoted. I don't even know why she did that. Especially if it's like well known that that's hers. And she tried to give the impression, she was like, no, that's not me. Look at the username. And then she said, oh, it's an account that promotes my work. And then on Twitter, she basically admitted like, yeah, that's my account. But all I did was this or whatever.
I'm looking at right now, Tom Ward sent her a message. This is like when they finished talking on March 11th. Tom Ward says, good talking with you today. Ethan has calmed down and appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with that.
I just don't know why, if Taylor Lorenz knows how unhinged Ethan can be and like she'd drawn his ire at that point, I don't know that like trying to grovel and take the apologetic pathway is the way that you go. Like if you really think he's being unhinged and he needs to be put in his place, just be like, fuck you, you're weaponizing genuine hurt that you're feeling and now you're using that to hurt others. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. So that substantiates her story.
No, wait, she said that they begged her for help.
What do you like?
I'm saying she is a liar. She is a liar. She knowingly lied.
I think that like she like at worst there's some sort of like hyperbolic.
No, wait a second. She said they begged her for help.
Vadim needs to just say like, I don't know. I need to look into it, but I'm skeptical of claims that Ethan makes. Not gonna lie, just say that.
Dude, she clearly helped them. She said, what else would this mean? Good talking with you today.
It's like pulling.
Appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with them. It completely makes sense that they would have, like begged is already like a hyperbolic word. Like like.
They didn't ask her to help. She offered to help, and she said that they begged her. That is just a lie. That's not hyperbole. That's a lie.
Oh, man, it's like such a small ass thing.
It's a lie. That small detail. There's the wildly different context between the truth and what she said. We call that a lie.
He went on and like lied about her career, saying that she got like.
I have no idea what they're talking about. TBH, I covered this fucking stupid bullshit a few days ago. So Taylor Lorenz, in response to Hassan's ban, let's see. Taylor Lorenz. In response to Hassan's ban or like temporary suspension from Twitch for reading out the Elias Rodriguez manifesto, Taylor expressed that she was supporting him being Hassan, saying that like, oh, they shouldn't be doing this. God damn, this woman fucking tweets and retweets a lot. Ay, caramba. I am still scrolling. I am still fucking scrolling. God damn, girl. Apt for her to have a fucking book called Extremely Online. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We are so close. The thing that kicked it off is okay. So she put, Hassan has been banned for 24 hours for covering the shooter's manifesto, even while denouncing it. Yet another example of social media censorship of newsworthy information and coverage. Then Ethan screenshot that, put it on his Instagram story, and put, Taylor Lorenz begins the sweeping process. She is without a doubt the biggest hack loser in quote-unquote journalism. I say in quotes because any reputable org wouldn't hire her for free after her insane lying scandal. What a terrible and talentless person. Then she put, someone tell Ethan that he and his wife can stop begging for my help with their Reddit situation if he's going to post rants like this. I've been nothing but respectful to Ethan during this his entire meltdown and went out of his way to help Ethan. I think she means went out of my way. Went out of my way to help Ela/him barely a month after they asked me. But what she left out until it was revealed by Ethan's like Instagram stories and them posting receipts and going back and forth a bit more is that she only came onto their radar because on that Taylor Lorenz 3.0 account, she posted a meme of Ethan like taking a jab at Ethan. Somebody had this rug and they were like, am I crazy or am I seeing Hassan? Somebody quote tweeted and it said Ethan Klein POV. She screenshots that, puts this on the meme account, and then comments underneath it like, he needs to log off, he needs to stop feeding the trolls. If he wants to get the Snark subreddit taken down, he needs to go through the proper channels. And, you know, in the meantime, he needs to like he should be more focused on like cleaning up dog shit or dog feces in his house or something like that, instead of like spreading Zionist propaganda. She said something like that. And then Tom Ward, a producer for HCHJ, reached out to her and was like, hey, is this you? And she said, hi, OMG, Ethan, like Ethan Klein subreddit, like, do you know what's going on with him? Things are crazy. And then he was like, yeah, is this you? And she was like, oh, like, I don't know anything about this. And they're like, oh, is this you? They keep just like asking her. And she is like, no, look at the username. And then she says, it's an account that like promotes my work. It's not me. Or like she gives the impression, she doesn't say it's not me, but she says it's an account that promotes my work. And then shortly after that exchange, she's like, I can help get him in touch with like Snark or whatever. Then there was a phone call between her and this producer. And he said, oh, Ethan's doing a lot better now. He's like, calm down. And I think he was going to, if it was confirmed to be her, which is why she didn't want to do it, he was going to put her on blast on his podcast. And she was desperately trying to avoid that because she was like, please don't drag me into this. I don't know anything about it. I have nothing to do with it, which is stupid for her to be saying since she was like, she seemed to have a ton of fucking opinions until they contacted her. And then she puts up a TikTok and kind of misleads about like why they got annoyed. And it wasn't just about the meme. It was like more so the comment. And she left out the comment. She was like, well, I don't know anything about it, so sorry about that. And she like apologized for like spreading rumors or something like that with respect to like the dog poop thing or whatever. And she helped them get in touch with Reddit. Nothing came of it. It all seemed fine. And then she posts about the ban, and that sent Ethan off on this chain. Now we're back to the future. Terminally online nonsense, to say the least. But yeah, Taylor is like, I don't even know what she was thinking. I don't know why she would lie. I don't know. But he was also getting things wrong too. He said that she was fired from her job. She was officially not fired. The Washington Post said she was not fired. She resigned, and it did coincide with her being in some like alleged turmoil or something like that with Washington Post. But then she immediately started User Magazine after that. So when she said, yes, I resigned, and it brushed up against when I was like that controversy she posted a selfie of herself with Biden, and she put war criminal frowny face on a private Instagram story. And then that got leaked. And then the Washington Post saw it, and apparently it caused tension, but it seemed like she was going to leave anyway, because then User Magazine, which is her publication, got started shortly after that. So I really don't think that she was fired. It seems like she was about to go anyway.
Fired for a reason that she didn't. Repeated all these things that basically like fucking knuckle dragging, like quartering types have been saying about her for years. That are absolutely.
Was this before or after? Was this before or after she started throwing shots at him?
I don't fucking care. It's like. What do you mean? Like, she did not throw shots at him.
Really? You just told me a moment ago she posted that Ethan's kids need to stop
anything publicly.
Really? You just said just a moment ago that several months ago she said that.
To the extent that Ethan did, she didn't like fucking like scream.
The thing that he's leaving out is that Ethan didn't give a fuck. They seem to have reached a stalemate, and he knew about that comment, and he only got mad once he saw that she was saying she was defending Hassan against the ban. That's really what set Ethan off. Suddenly he hates Taylor Loren, and she's all of these bad things, and I'm like, I mean, you knew about this since March, and now it's May, and you're barely bringing it up. It seems like you're lashing out because you're annoyed that she sided with Hassan about the ban.
Screenshot shit and put it on like.
No, she just said Ethan needs to clean up the shit in his house.
Yeah, and that was back in March 11th.
Problem. Well, the problem is that Taylor didn't stand by it. If you're gonna make edgy jokes, you just gotta stand by it. Who cares?
She was replying to like one person that's like one fucking sentence, and of course.
March 11th. That's after CPS, bro. That's after CPS. If she did that on March 11th.
After CPS, bro.
Before, but like, okay,
bro.
So it's after CPS. Doesn't
bro, it's after CPS, bro.
How does that not matter? Is it irresponsible for her?
She goes on to say
that's crazy.
I'll read what she said.
That's crazy. Is it irresponsible for her to say that after CPS has already been called, after it's been escalated?
But she said in that TikTok she didn't know that CPS had been called, and that she disavowed it in the TikTok, and he leaves that out. Only Hutch could make me defend Taylor Lorenz.
it to that level? You don't think that she was obviously trying to
joke on Reddit like just like you're acting?
There were real consequences, bro. We're talking about government intervention.
Oh my god, you're like this is you're taking a molehill. You're not making a mountain out of it. You're making like
my dad used to say that.
Jupiter out of it. Like it is.
Would Hutch say it's irresponsible for people to attack Hassan after he got detained at the border? 0% chance. You could go further. Is it responsible to say that Twitch should be suspending Hassan for reading that manifesto after that happened, allegedly, right? Because you are contributing to an atmosphere that is having a chilling effect on speech. No, you could make a case that way too, but it's like only for Ethan that they think to pull out these standards.
It is just this like.
You don't think it's irresponsible for creators to after like this makes it even crazier, by the way.
Things that are like nothing burgers.
This is not nothing. He shows up at your house and threatens to take your kids away. That's not nothing. We're so far beyond nothing at that point, and I just find it so insane that I can't just get you to say, like, obviously things have gotten way out of hand. It escalated way too far.
She had already apologized to them about that remark at the time, at the point that all.
But for her, she shouldn't have done that. That's wildly irresponsible. Wildly irresponsible rhetoric.
I really
can't believe you're defending these people.
A shit about like you're just.
It's not, to me. It's not about it being wildly irresponsible rhetoric. It's about it being not in the way that he's saying it. It's either double down and defend it, or just shut up and don't comment on stuff like this. Pick one.
Like you have all this like indignation.
No, you want to live in this. You want to live in this world where Ethan and Gila are these evil bad guys, and they're doing all this stuff unprovoked, and they're just harassing people. And you have and everybody that they ever took shots at were these poor victims who weren't themselves responsible for crazy irresponsible rhetoric themselves. It's just, you know, you want to live in that world, and I don't live in that world. I think that's not reality. I think you are ideologically captured to the point where you're forced to run defense for the craziest shit. You need to disentangle yourself from that, bro. Like, come back to reality.
Read again what she said on Reddit, of all places, and like a place where like so.
I am so familiar with Taylor Lorenz. She's
burger. Like you were like kind of defending him, going after
CPS being called on their. You're saying that's a nothing burger. CPS being called on their. CPS being called on the family is a nothing burger.
What I don't want, the world that I don't want to live in, is a world where people.
Is that a nothing burger? Is CPS being called?
Can like take things.
Taylor Lorenz is not in a position of power. She's not in a position of influence.
She didn't use that position of power or influence to fuck with Ethan. Like
what?
That, like,
Vadim, pause for a second.
No, I'll be honest. I actually do agree with Vadim more. It's like Vadim more, because yes, it's technically her, but it wasn't clear until this like all started to come out that was actually Taylor Lorenz's account, for one, and two, it was like a meme post from months ago after all of this shit has already been trending for a long ass time, and it was a comment like buried that far down. She still said it, but if Ethan thinks she's like a hack journalist or whatever, how much credibility could she really be like lending to it?
Think about what you just said.
Dude, you're so fucking out of line here. He posted like.
You just said she didn't use her platform to go after Ethan moments after telling me that she posted that he needs to clean the shit up at his house after CPS was called.
What?
You just said that she didn't use her platform to fuck with him moments after telling me that she posted that Ethan needs to clean the shit up in his house after CPS had already been called. And you're saying she didn't,
you moron, on Reddit, on an account that like she's like barely attached to. Like she's not doing it on Twitter. She's not doing it on Instagram. She's not making a YouTube video. She's not
who cares? It's Taylor.
She's just making it like
it was just her Small Beans Reddit account, so it's not a big deal.
As an example, and just like.
I mean, there are gradients of scale. Like it's like a spectrum.
Make it sound like it is this like it wasn't even like an out of the like beyond the pale remark to make. Like most
like again, I didn't realize that was Taylor Lorenz until this whole thing. I don't even know if most people realize that's Taylor Lorenz's account.
Everything that she was saying was like pretty like, yeah, he does need to do that stuff.
You think that was appropriate? You think that was appropriate for her to say that after CPS had been called?
He went on, and then after all of this, he went on to tell lies about her job.
But she didn't know it was about the CPS call. This is so pointless.
About, like,
I would have been pissed if I was him. I would have gone after her. I would have taken shots for sure. For sure.
Right, well, what you are doing is that you it's like somebody giving you a Charlie horse, and you like
CPS being called on your kids.
Also, if Ethan had talked about it on her podcast, his fans would have brigaded all over social media. No, 100%. And honestly, I would be like, to Taylor, I would be like, yep, that's how it goes. You took shots at Ethan, now he's gonna take shots at you. You guys need to fucking accept it and move on. But if she like took shots at him, even if it was like, oh, but it's just on my Instagram or whatever, it was like, yeah, but it's still public. And if it's true and they found it, and he reacts in kind, then don't be annoyed.
Is a Charlie horse.
Into their brain.
CPS being called on her kids is a Charlie horse?
Taylor Lorenz didn't fucking do that, dude.
He piled on after the fact. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And also, Hutch would never argue that Ethan has no business putting her on blast, because what if it leads people to like call her sponsors or stuff like that? You know, because that is that's almost like a guarantee that stuff like this could happen when you're at a platform that size. But I don't think Hutch would ever say, yeah, he needs to basically be extra super careful about criticizing people, because it could always result in that.
after it happened. Before it happened is already bad. After is even worse.
She went on, and then she did help them, whether or not like they begged. She totally helped them.
No, she lied about that.
Oh, okay, no,
She obviously lied about that.
She didn't lie about helping them.
No, she obviously lied about like them begging her. She lied about that. That's a lie.
That is such like a like.
You don't think it matters when people lie?
Neither one of them actually know.
Like we should just like forgive when people lie. I think it's a big deal. To lie about that, that's crazy.
You can tell
but it seems like she was at least exaggerating. But
like denotes the fact that they were having a very difficult time getting.
You're not seeing the point. You're just missing the point. I just don't respect people like that lie.
Saying like we can't get in touch with.
I don't lie like that. I don't think you lie like that. I don't respect people who lie like that. That's a crazy. I don't respect people who do that. That's for internet clout. What?
Like ridiculous, kind of like just acting as though that like putting that on par with like just an egregious lie. It's not, and it's nowhere near.
That is an egregious lie. That is an egregious lie.
It is nowhere near as destructive as the lie as several lies that Ethan went on to tell about her and like talking about her career, like all this shit.
She says she resigned from WAPO. He says she got fired. Who knows? I don't know.
The shit that he does, he spreads like.
I don't know that she didn't lie. You just like you don't know about the skulls, right? Just like you don't know about the skulls. Like I don't know that she didn't get fired.
I will read what she had to say about this. So
I'm pretty sure the Washington Post has confirmed that she wasn't.
The reason why he got mad at her to begin with was because Taylor Lorenz had mentioned the fact that Hassan was banned for 24 hours, covering the shooter's manifesto, even while denouncing it. That's why.
I think the thing that's reasonable to say though is that like you wouldn't be surprised if things did not end on good terms between them. Because that I would say, I just don't see evidence that she was fired.
He originally like went after her to begin with. That's why he took this message that they had already.
Okay, wait, hold on. Can we talk about like what do you call it, stochasticism or whatever, like stochastic behavior?
Oh my god!
I want to do a thing like somebody sent me a clip. I actually haven't really been keyed in on chatter. I'm like, somebody sent me a clip of you.
Please, can we not talk about stochastic terrorism? No one knows what the fuck it is. Can we not?
To the Christchurch shooting. Does that sound like something you've done?
That's bro. We watched that video together.
Okay, so I mean, you understand the concept of.
I need a minute and a half to get more water. I've been so fucking parched, and I can't like talk another minute without it. Okay,
that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay.
You're right.
Parched.
Soy pill. Okay, I did have some supers. Drums and other from debating.
I know of them. Like I think they follow me on Twitter.
Okay, he said, I'm a big fan of you, Vadim, and I think your blind spot is playing defense for the.
You misspoke. Haha. Blind spot.
Which you are not one. You're great, and at the right takedowns, take a pause on these guys. That's his. Just he wanted me to read that. So, I think that
I appreciate that, man. And forget what it was. Like I think I saw an interview with a little bit of soy pill and this guy uninformed leftist. And yeah, you know what? Just let's move on. But hey, reach out to me, Soy Pill, because I'd love to talk with you about this stuff. I respect your point of view. But anyway, so what was the next thing you wanted to bring up?
I mean, you seem to be familiar with the idea of a certain responsibility that comes with having a platform. And
absolutely, that's like one of my big problems.
But you do not seem to understand the irresponsible nature of, for example, Denim's doing what she did. It was wildly irresponsible, and there were real world consequences to that discourse, whether it was someone in her community or the other creators' community. It happened right after they basically accused Ethan of neglecting their kids. I think in the case of one particular creator, who I will not mention, I think in the case of one particular creator, he knowingly lied about this stuff because he was trying to harass Ethan and Neela. This is like I don't know if you're running defense.
He who shall not be named.
No, this person is super toxic, so I don't even want to go there. But this person will for sure lie about whatever.
Dude, there's no way he's not going to see that.
Dox people. He will send people, I mean, and she was watching this person's content on her stream. And then like a day later, CPS shows at their house, and I can't just get you to understand that this is just wildly irresponsible.
I don't like. The reason why I'm not going to say that this is wildly irresponsible is because I don't sign off on your kind of the way that you're framing it all. And this is another topic that is there another thing that we could have the conversation of just responsibility, kind of tying it to Lauren Southern, because like for instance, we could go back to Hassan and his remarks about the.
Taylor Lorenz leaves Washington Post after rift with editor, according to NPR. We are grateful for the work Taylor has produced at the Washington Post, a corporate spokesperson said in a statement. She has resigned to pursue a career in independent journalism, and we wish her the best. The paper would not comment further.
The shooting that occurred, like you seem.
Again, you can speculate that it seems like it ended on bad terms. You can say that it was not that her decision was possibly influenced by that, if not almost entirely, something like that,
to think that that was extremely irresponsible.
It was.
And,
it was. Yeah.
I mean,
if Tim Pool,
but in my recollection, when journalists are fired from positions at different news outlets, the news outlet has no issue saying that they were fired and we decided to part due to creative differences, or they were not up to standard with our journalism standards, so we are no longer pursuing a business relationship with this employee at this time. That's it. They usually will say yes, they have been fired, because it reflects well on the company if they feel like if that person was, toxic, to say like, yeah, we were the ones that made the choice to get rid of her.
Very clear.
If Tim Pool, whatever. I mean, I get that, but if Tim Pool went live one day and said, "I'm not saying that January 6th was a Fed conspiracy. I'm not saying that, but it looks exactly like." And these were basically what Hassan said, but it looks exactly like what a Fed conspiracy would look like. But I'm not saying it is one. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Especially if you have an audience like Hassan, a lot. And if you look at his chat when he said that, everybody was like,
"This is not about like Hassan's audience. This is about just that platform size. I don't think it's responsible to be playing. It's maximally responsible to be playing around with like, oh, you couldn't do a better false flag. I'm not saying it is, but you couldn't do it, whatever. Because obviously you're gonna get shit for it.
Helosas, psyop, CIA psyop, blah blah blah. You understand? Like, this is irresponsible.
And obviously it's going to be a green light to your chat to openly speculate about that.
And I'm sure a ton of them.
What is the point of that commentary, by the way?
Let me get my sentence out. And I was about to say, and I'm sure a ton of them were 100%.
Also, but this though, I don't read too much into it. I really did. I didn't think that he was trying to like. I thought it was just a joke.
That's serious. So I'm not saying that I'm sure that exists. I do actually think what he did was responsible, because I'm someone who this cat is going to really pester me. Sorry, I know
that's a big kitty.
So
kitty.
One thing that I have dealt with a great deal online in my work, the things that I talk about, is conspiracy theories and how damaging they are to just our social fabric and so many things. It creates violence. It's something that it's a common thread within my work, even when I was doing Creationist Cat and whatnot. As a matter of fact, one of the things that kind of drew me to a lot of these topics to begin with was in like the early 2000s, I was hearing all these crazy ass conspiracy theories about 9/11, and I knew that they were horseshit, and a lot of them were also genuinely anti-Semitic as well.
Damn, you're still alive. Okay. I didn't realize how long this was. I didn't rewatch it.
And it kind of was something that drew me to what at the time I thought of like as skeptic many fucking lies that people get. I don't think that it's valid to believe conspiracy bullshit, but you can see why they're attracted to it. So my point is that I actually think it's responsible when something happens to that kind of.
Why say?
It is
food break run. I don't think I've ever done a food break on steroids. I just eat after.
It is totally actually like good to say like.
Why say? Wow, this looks exactly like a false flag. Like, why even say that?
Because it like
what commentary? What value is that commentary?
Some of it is means, but I'm telling you right now,
you're just throwing red meat at the conspiracy brain people by doing that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of acknowledging to people. Yeah, you know what? Like I can see it. This kind of does look this way. It's totally like if
we could do the same thing for Marjorie Taylor Greene though if we really wanted to play that game. Like
no, that's a completely different context. Because,
really?
Yes, because Marjorie Taylor Greene has put a million different conspiracy theories out into the world, and Hassan is like someone who just does not engage. He does not like. Spread like
he claimed in 2020 he claimed that the Iowa caucuses were
oh my god, Hutch, give me a break.
The Shadow app, and he made a point to always say the name of the app, Shadow app. Pete Buttigieg inspired with his ex-CIA friends.
Pete Buttigieg is strongest soldier
the numbers of a system that is played out in public with witnesses. You literally can't rig it even if you wanted to, and it only amounted to Pete's own victory being delayed by a couple of weeks.
So Hutch,
that's a fucking conspiracy theory.
Okay?
Don't tell me you believe this.
I agree with you this time.
Oh?
I saw that. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right?
Oh my God. I didn't have to pull teeth to
Can't we have a little conspiracy as a treat?
Wow. No, I mean, I agree, one, that, like, it's the sort of thing, like...
Me personally, Pete Buttigieg, CIA asset. That's the one I'd go with.
I saw that on your timeline, and I know nothing about it, but everything that I see of it, that looks super fucking stupid and fishy. And
what about accusing like the American intelligence of lying about Russia, getting ready to invade Ukraine, I guess ostensibly to like,
accusing the American government of lying. This is making my opinion of Hassan drop by the minute.
NATO expansionist goals or whatever. Don't you think that was wildly irresponsible too? The Biden administration, they knew that the Biden administration
I can excuse Pete Buttigieg slander, but the U.S. State Department? Okay, unacceptable.
made the really bold decision to just come out and show what their intelligence. That's a more recent example, right?
I have to be able to speak to certain things. I have to finish like the thought of the other thing that you're talking about. So yes, that one thing that you're talking about in reference to Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, he's a spook.
I'm going to err on the side of that probably was like maybe there's some sort of explanation that I would hear from him and think differently, but it sounds like total bullshit. And yes, lots of people do kind of get won over by very sensible people here and there believe stupid bullshit. So that's probably what happened with.
What about accusing LONERBOX of being a Hezbollah propagandist?
What about when it comes to the Russian example?
No, that's just mean-spirited.
You're talking about that's not like what Hassan was doing.
LONERBOX does it for the love of the game.
There, his belief, and it was a sensible one, was that he made a prediction that Russia was not going to invade due to. Yes, it was a sensible.
Russia had already at that point amassed hundreds of thousands of troops along the Ukrainian border, and the Biden administration made the decision to just share that intelligence to get ahead of them doing a false flag.
First of all, this is something that he has responded to, like kind of like the allegations that you're making about his claim. Like it's out there. You can find him kind of putting this into
his mea culpas. Whenever he does mea culpas, are very lacking. It's always like he does what you're doing, where it's like, okay, yeah, I said that thing, but I had a really good reason to believe that.
Sensible. Look, you have to allow me to explain what was sensible about what he said. Okay.
An influencer with an ego that won't just admit when they're fucking wrong and take an L. No way.
He believed, and again, this is sensible. He believed that
America bad.
He thought that Russia had way too much to lose financially and otherwise to invade. So he made a bad call. That's what it was. It was a bad prediction. But that was like not an unsensible prediction. And there wasn't any.
No, I mean, it was an incorrect position, but it wasn't. It was based on U.S. intelligence had been saying on this day they're going to invade. On this day they're going to invade. On this day they're going to invade. And like 3 or 4 times they got it wrong before it finally happened.
Thing like he didn't.
He wasn't basing it off of anything other than just like I don't trust America. That was all he was basing it off.
Also, he said he was wrong. So.
Horny, let's do it. Ride at my pony.
No,
my saddle's waiting. Come and jump on it. If you're horny, let's do it. Ride at my pony. My saddle.
Kind of mood.
What the fuck is going on?
Like he did not think.
Okay, what about fine? We can move past that one. Fine.
Would be willing to be so self-sabotaging with he knew that it was going to have all these negative repercussions, which it did have, and he just didn't think that.
Okay, what about accusing LONERBOX of being a paid Hezbollah propagandist?
First of all, that's a tricky one for me because I don't think that they I talk with LONERBOX here and there, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that they paid for, or rather had everything paid for while they were out there. I think that they paid for their tickets there and whatnot, but they had a great deal of people who were showing them around.
No, when someone says it's a paid trip, the obvious context is that you were paid to do Israeli propaganda.
I mean, it was a propaganda trip. Israel is not going. And then that's really, I guess, what I have to say about it. I don't particularly have I think that it is losing the forest for the trees to talk about whether or not it was a paid.
But that's what Hassan. He accused him of being a paid Israeli propagandist. That's what that's obviously.
It was a propaganda trip. The reason they don't allow people to go in and look at all this shit if they have any expectation.
But they were also highly critical of people when they were there too.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They talked with this
Elon Levy.
This
is that who he's gonna say? Oh no.
Yishel Fleischer. Maybe I'm fucking up his name, but he.
Wait, if
isn't that guy the face of the seller movement?
He's in the chat. He can. I don't know if you're comfortable with it, but
LONERBOX does admit.
Did you see Kyle Kalinski's insane election predictions? No, I did not. Which ones?
We could join the Discord and clarify here, but Hassan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I'm not. I did not say he was a paid.
No, I said Hassan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I don't think that it is out. First of all, if someone goes somewhere and they end up getting a lot of because there's no doubt that both LONERBOX, Destiny to a lesser degree, but they both kind of I'm sure received a real boost.
I love Kyle's crazy predictions. You need a little bit of Kyle Kalinske energy type predictions every now and then in the lefty space.
In there.
Come on. We're talking about you're jumping through hoops to try to explain what Hassan said. What Hassan said, he was clearly saying that LONERBOX was paid to go to Israel to do Hezbollah propaganda.
I actually didn't get that. I thought he was just saying oh, the trip was paid for. But I can also see how it read this way to people. But it wasn't my first impression until somebody pointed it out.
And you're like, okay, I can explain it by taking this angle and that angle. That's a crazy thing to say. I mean, I feel like you should just be able to.
Crazy thing to
that
say,
is, bro.
No,
that
is.
Because
Dude. Why is it? Why? Like, do you think that there are not?
Because he's not a paid propagandist. It's not true. That's why I think it's bad.
But yes, but they would have paid them to go out there. They didn't take. This is my understanding. They did not take payment because they didn't want it to sort of like look like there's something that looks super phony in a situation like that.
Wait, would you be okay with LONERBOX like hopping in the call to explain what he did, or is that too confrontational for you?
That's fine.
I don't know Loner, if you're watching, yeah.
I'm totally fine with that. But before he comes in, I want to clarify a couple of things because I think he's going to maybe clarify some other things that I spoke about. And
damn, Vadim, fearless. Is fearless the right word for a 2v1 on this when he's struggling?
I just want to make sure that in terms of his conversation with that West Bank person that I mentioned, that within that conversation, he, or rather when he was discussing it on his channel, he said he did admit that was the most extreme person that he spoke to while he was out there. And there was what he thinks of as being a bit of like pushback over the course of the conversations that they had. I did not look at it that way, but he did say one or two things about while they were at a certain place.
Woo! Hi guys, we're watching. We're on our I don't fucking know what of this shit show between Hutch and Hey It's Vadim, aka Creationist Cat. Over who the fuck knows? But welcome.
Mass shooting event years ago, and he did bring that up. So in that small way, he was kind of maybe challenging that person in that moment. So wanted to get that all out there. Maybe there's one or two other things that I'm not like remembering about it, but I don't want him to come in here and just kind of think that like I deny that.
Well, you can tell him. This isn't supposed to be a gotcha. I just want him to be able to like explain. Do you mind if I pull him up?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. LONERBOX, are you there?
Yeah, I heard people were talking about me.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey. Okay. So first of all, we think that we already all know, and I know that you know that Yishai Fleischer was really angry with my coverage of that trip.
We are on hour 10, but I haven't been covering this specific thing for 10 hours, maybe like 5.
Right.
I mean, he wasn't angry enough that he didn't, he used it as propaganda on his own channel. I don't think
with my coverage of the trip, the thing that I uploaded to my channel, you acknowledge that you know this because we've spoken about it. You know that he was angry with what I commented on that interview from my channel, right?
Of course, because it's his job to be like, to like basically like put a good face forward and like whether like people like that are like I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think it really matters that much that he was offended by that. Like if you were countering in the way that I think anyone should in that situation, he never would have wanted to use your footage on his channel to begin with.
Well, he used like B-roll that was not on my channel. I did not put that on my channel. He used B-roll. Like he used just raw footage. Yeah, of course you can do that. If you're a seller and you do like an interview with Louis Theroux, you can clip out the parts of you talking and the bits that you like and just leave out the rest. But would that be Louis Theroux's fault that they got to do that?
Wait, what is the contention here? Who misused what clip or what?
Contacted you and I asked you what is the most substantial pushback that you did with that guy, and then you sent me what you commented on. Mm-hmm. So are you telling me that's the most did you not show me the most substantial pushback that you did with him?
I showed you my coverage of it, yeah, where I called him an insane settler who wants to conquer all the land, where he basically has this like equivocation about wanting to deport anyone he considers a jihadist, which let's face it would be pretty much all of them. I also spoke about how he was lying about Baruch Goldstein treating Arab doctors when he had in fact refused to treat Arab doctors. I also mentioned how he lied about Baruch Goldstein getting radicalized by the violence.
While you were talking to him. You didn't do any of these things while you were talking to him.
Wait,
or hanging out with him.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter if I'm going to do commentary for it afterwards?
He used it as like he used it as like he presented you guys, like obviously he's not going to post anything on his channel that he thinks makes him look remotely bad, and so like you gave him like propaganda basically, like that's.
Oh wait, who posted it? So we put the idea that LONERBOX content was used for Zionist propaganda.
How did I give him propaganda? He was the one who was filming himself saying these things.
And not like I don't know, man. Like if I was hanging out with somebody who is the like spokesperson for Ben Gvir, I would be like way more on their ass than either of you guys were. But
okay,
if you weren't on their ass, you wouldn't have been invited out there to begin with.
Hey, you tell me what. So you think I am not allowed then to just interview someone, let them speak free?
Could you imagine after this showing? Could you imagine Vadim trying to go head to head with a fucking Israeli settler?
Really, because I'm planning on editing content and doing something with it different from just the raw footage afterwards that pushes my opinion forward.
I think that.
How do I legitimize it? I'm fucking nobody. What are you talking about?
I think with someone like that, because I watched other clips that you guys did. That's why I came to you. I saw like a bunch of clips, some that were on his channel, and I think a couple of others that were, uploaded to the guy who followed you guys around with the camera. I was frankly shocked when I was watching those at like just how much there was of you guys just like sitting back and just letting this guy just act like really fucking friendly with you guys, and that's his job. He wants to put like a kind face onto settler violence to begin with. Now, look, do I think that
I don't think that it needs to be, for it to be overall critical, that you need to be confrontational directly the entire time with the subject of your interview. I agree with LONERBOX that it's possible to come in after and give your full-fledged commentary and like, yeah.
And into it thinking like, I'm gonna.
But I haven't seen this clip that they're talking about.
Get this guy a layup. Like, I'm totally like going to make this guy look great. No, I don't think you did, but I think you did fail at something that you should have done. I mean, morally, I look at it like you should have, you had a moral obligation, given how fucking horrible what he is represents, to not challenge him more. Like the fact that at the end of it all, he like took selfies with you numerous times and whatnot. I like, for someone like that, I think that the way that you guys should end things is just like him thinking that you're a dick. And
so I should have just fucking fought with him and maybe canceled it and ended up canceling the fucking trip like
yeah, maybe
half
I
a day
don't know.
earlier. Or
Like,
why? So by your logic, just to be clear, by your logic, because Louis Theroux is not massively confrontational with people he talks to. So if Louis Theroux does an interview with a settler and that settler just grabs a few of the clips of
Wait, he said he's not massively confrontational? That's not true. That is not true. Hold on. Like, literally, it was like, you're a sociopath or something like that to this woman. Website, but because I'm not actually located in the UK, it's not available to me. So I need to get a VPN that will verify that my location is in the UK, and I will watch it on Kick with you guys.
I'm talking, but they just leave out the bits of the documentary that they don't like and put it on their channel and say, look, here's my conversation with Louis Theroux, and then they add some commentary afterwards. Does that mean Louis Theroux did propaganda for them?
Dude, we've already.
The answer is no. The answer is clearly a fucking no. So no, I did not do propaganda for your side pleasure. Yeah,
I came to you, and in that Louis Theroux documentary, there are questions that he asked.
And you just planned.
You watched it on Twitter? What the hell? I saved a live stream of somebody that had streamed it on YouTube, and by the time I went to go watch it, the BBC had already copyright claimed it.
And you just used the exact same answer that you were always going to use, which is the interpretation of the new crowd that you are beholden to. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because again, the only content that I've ever used on my channel with Yishai is me shitting on him. That's my content. That's my product. That's it. He can clip. By the way, he can actually. So even with my commentary, if that was the only thing that was up, he could have actually still just clipped all the raw footage and just taken out my commentary. And apparently, I still would have been helping him do propaganda. Like, I understand.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't even think that the extent to which you quote unquote shat on him on your channel, like yes, you definitely went at him way harder than you did when you were talking to him. But like, I still don't think, given like what you represent, I was pleased to see you shit on him to the extent that you did. But given who he is, in my opinion, I feel like you never explained that he is like, you know, kind of part of the Ben Gvir squad. You didn't put that into perspective. I mean, like, I'm saying that like
he's a settler who wants to conquer the West Bank and kick out all the Arabs. But because of you, I should have been. Oh, by the way, but he also is a Ben Gvir person. What the fuck?
Yes. That's pretty relevant information.
It's disappointing to not throw that. Well, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I think I understand. You're looking for anything. I think that. I mean, like, look. My general point here is that I don't think that you were kind of like, you know, either definitely when you were talking to him, but when in your
you've already considered this is like a nothing. This is a nothing objection. We can just move on. This is a nothing objection. Like by saying by the way, he's also affiliated with Ben Gvir, even though he supports all the things that Ben Gvir supports and all the things on top of that.
This is not a nothing objection.
It is. It's absolutely nothing objection. It's because every detail. So what if you said that? I could have just been like, oh, but you didn't mention that he lied about treating Arabs, because again, like we both know that. I know.
Is he a Hassan simp? I mean, he's defended all of them. I don't know that he watches them. He's defended Taylor Lorenz, Frogan, Hassan.
It's in everything. It's in everything.
More a white knight, I would say.
But it's like saying that it's not substantial. No, that's an extremely substantial. Like the fact that you like. If people like this, I believe that we have a duty to not make them look good in these situations and not have conversations that basically, because they want to present themselves to the public as just like the reasonable, rational. That's like why at the end of your conversations, like, you know, you guys, I'm not talking about that particular clip that you played, but the last
Frogan playing Fortnite right now. LOL. She's straight chilling.
Shoot that you guys did. You did another selfie together, and you know, and you shook on it, and he was like, well, I'm glad we could agree to disagree. He says something to that effect, and you make this like this fucking murderous, bloodthirsty motherfucker look pretty like tame and like just like friendly and like somebody that you can like vibe with. It's the same problem that I have with often like a lot of the hangouts that Destiny did with Nick Fuentes. So yeah, it's not you can disagree with it, but it's not an unsubstantial to say that. I think you're just dodging. I think you're deflecting, and it's weak.
Nothing you said there says anything I did was dodging or deflecting or weak. We both agree that he was angry with my content, with the way that I covered that content.
Does somebody have the clip? I don't even know what the fuck to search to find this clip of LONERBOX that was apparently taken out of context.
He was angry with my commentary on that interaction. And that's the only use related content that I've put up on my channel. That's my content. The raw footage, the B-roll, the stuff that he could have easily clipped out from my commentary that he can use himself, that's his content. My content made him angry, okay?
We disagree on this heavily.
It's also just as well that like at least with me commenting on people like him, like there are at least like some people in my audience who could be like...
All right. Time for the real take. Let's see.
2,000-year-old building, and you see that people come here, all kinds of Jews. It's an important site.
Okay. Jewish and Muslim side are really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you look at her?
Dr. Goldstein. He didn't go to doctor school for you to call him Mr., but he was...
but this dude is fun.
You have to understand what the situation there was, and I'm in no way am I justifying his act. We completely abhor that act and have no justification for it. That being said, to understand the milieu of what was happening there, there was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But there was a lot of terrorism. A lot of his friends died in his hands. And the army told him that on Purim of that year, there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready. And he snapped or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim worshippers, and after that they separated this building so that Jews and Muslims would not kind of have friction between them. Okay, and we also have a deal, as I said to you, 10 days a year they take full control, 10 days a year we get full control of the building.
I was asking because if he was using grenades, would Jewish people not got hurt as well?
He was not using grenades. He came early in the morning, and at the very early prayer. He was using his gun, but I just...
And some pushback.
I want to tell you something about that, which is the Goldstein incident is regrettable, but I want you to know that what we also regret is that Hebron has a humongous history before Goldstein and an important history after Goldstein, and therefore we a little bit resent sometimes that it always gets painted with that brush. We are armed. We live with Arabs all the time.
He is angry at LONERBOX because he just talked to the Zionist monster, quote unquote, as a human and a person and dared to show more deep than Israel bad. Okay. This person is like a West Bank settlement spokesperson. If there is anybody to demonize in Israel, it would be this motherfucker. These people are fucking not cool, to say the least.
And yet this doesn't happen. This is a a one-time incident. We do not encourage that kind of act or thinking. And it happened, and there's no way to deny that. And I can talk about it, but it's important for us to just say, look, that's an event, but it can't paint the whole history of this place.
Why the 10 days a year thing?
Because there are days where the Muslims want to pray big on the Eids, on the holidays, on the festivals, and on the 4 Fridays of Ramadan. And there are days that we have tens of thousands of people that come here and connect to this place.
When you say the walk, that's the same one, that the Jordanian one that
it's not a...
Why does Loner look so nervous? He's like, his body language being like closed off. It's just a very... They really should be sitting, and I'm surprised the camera works out better.
Jordanian walk, it's a local Hebron walk.
Oh.
Okay. And this says, during his paid Hasbara tour with the legal West Bank settlement spokesperson and Ben-Gvir political advisor Yishai Fleischer, LONERBOX helped Fleischer rehabilitate the memory of mass murderer Baruch Goldstein. LONERBOX's only question on the subject was about how Goldstein managed to avoid harming Jews who were present the day of the massacre. I think that was not the impression that I got from that clip. I got the impression that he's like, if this is really the way that if this incident involved grenades, how the fuck was their differentiation between different factions or whatever?
Swayed by that away from positions that they might sympathize with, because I actually know how to talk to these people and you guys don't.
Loner, can you...
In any case, you're also aware though, you keep calling this like a propaganda tour. You think meeting Nabil al-Kurd to talk about his situation in Sheikh Jarrah, that would be an Israeli propaganda tour?
That's one moment where you guys were...
It's not one moment. That was like 2 or 3 days we were in the West Bank, and that was just West Bank related stuff. So
I've looked, unless there is a great deal of stuff that, because I've looked at pretty much everything that is on that channel that guy posted, who shot your trip. There's nothing that I've seen there that does not lead me to believe that overall it was a propaganda trip. And the thing is,
propaganda for who? Propaganda for who? The government?
So it's better not to show him and never tell people about him and the subject. Danny, you are fighting ghosts. That is not what I said, and you are not listening if that's what you think.
Saying that you went into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to do propaganda for Israel.
Yeah, you think about
Israel
Mussolini,
looked at it that way. Israel wouldn't let you in to begin with. They would not let you do that to begin with if they did not go in thinking like, we're going to get something pretty good out of this.
They would really? You think the Israeli government wouldn't have let us in if they didn't think they could get something good out of it?
Yes, they blocked all sorts of people from coming.
My good friend, I love you. Thank you for confirming that you do not know absolute dick about this country that you've been talking about for the last 20 months. What a fucking unbelievably brain-dead, tone-deaf, disconnected way to approach this entire fucking country. Do you know that, like, I can go to Israel tomorrow and...
I'm cringing at this.
With fucking
LONERBOX epic rant PM.
And I can go to the West Bank with them and talk to fucking Hamas supporters tomorrow if I want to. I can go to fucking Jenin and speak to people who say that they want Israel fucking destroyed and the Jews pushed into the sea, and I could publish all that, and I could go to Beit Salem and talk about how it's apartheid and there's a genocide in Gaza. I could do all that tomorrow if I wanted to. The Israeli government is not going to fucking only let me in. The Israeli government is not only going to let me in because they think they can get something out of me. What the fucking mental thing to say? You don't know anything about that country. Why are you even talking about it if that's your assumption? Fuck me.
I mean, I would expect you to say all this horse shit, dude. Like, I mean, you've like said a lot of things that are really combination of either like out of touch or lead me to sometimes to think like you just, you know what? Again, I've had like a lot of conversations here that I was not prepared to get into, but like, yeah, I just, bro, like would I be able to get into Israel to do all these things? Do you think it would be that I could do that very easily?
Based on your Twitter history, yeah. What the fuck do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if you went to Israel?
You think that I would be killed by the IDF? I don't know. What are you? No,
I'm asking you what you think, because I know that you don't know anything about this country. But yeah.
Well, I mean, he was asking him like, could I be let in? And then he said, based on your Twitter history, and I was like, well, what does he mean?
I want to see what you think.
I don't think that I would be allowed into Israel to begin with.
Why not?
Because of the fact that I post things that are very like anti-government. Like I'm completely opposed to their genocide, and like I constantly call out how, you know, like what insane liars they are. I mean, like
okay, so look at my so this is, I can tell you what this, so you can look at my main channel, because this is what the security guy looked at when he was interviewing me. Like one of my videos on my main channel, like, and the more recent ones when I got there, was about traveling Israel being full of shit about the about denying the Nakba. There was another one about Netanyahu being insanely dishonest when his interview with Lex.
Dude, that traveling Israel motherfucker is so annoying.
There's a Gaza history video that's literally covered in Palestinian flags. There's a video that he would have scrolled past that was about apartheid in Israel and Palestine. So you think they don't let people in because they criticize the country?
I think that they look at you and they recognize that overall, in spite of any sort of criticisms that you might have, that you overall are like.
I do not think that the state of Israel does background checks as intense on like random tourists.
Helpful to their project. That overall,
how much do you think they saw of my content? Do you mean the government or the nation as a whole? When you say their project, or they get something out of it?
Yeah,
demanding phones to be unlocked in social media history search is standard operating procedure. Do you have a source?
I don't think that you would. Either of you would have been invited to Israel.
Who invited us?
I don't know.
You don't know who invited us. You don't know how the trip started. It's probably still on one of Mere Destiny's channels. The whole trip started because we were invited by Sev. It was.
Has all of the footage been released for this? For all of the discussion that surrounds it, I feel like there would be a lot less ambiguity about what the purpose of it was if all of it was released.
A Palestinian who lives in Israel was the one who spurred the idea. And then we just started to make connections from there. We just like people came in and said, "Oh, I know a guy," because everyone in that region knows a guy. That's also why we met Isawi Frage, who was whose father was murdered in the Kfar Qasim massacre, the Israeli-Palestinian Knesset member. That's why he was one of the interviewees. That's why we met Mustafa Barghouti, you know, a guy who is very radically against Israel. But you think like the government allowed this to happen because it benefits them? You think Israel would let someone in to interview Mustafa Barghouti?
After watching Destiny's interview with fucking what's his name, Ilan Levy, where the disagreements that they had were so fucking tittling, and he like basically like was just like yes-anding him the entire fucking time. Yes, I think that was their outlook on it. Whether or not you guys went into it thinking like that's exactly what you were, I don't know. I kind of think maybe you guys were like in the dark about it. And
well, you don't know. So why don't you wait? So you don't know. So why don't you ask? Why don't you just ask some questions? It feels
because I don't completely like, for one, I don't trust everything you have to say. I also
when have I ever lied to you, Vadim? When have I ever lied to you? Probably.
I don't know, but you say some like really crazy things when it comes to Israel and
you can think I say things that are wrong and you disagree with, or you think I'm losing my way or whatever. When have I ever lied to you?
I don't think you've lied to me, but
I don't think somebody has to personally lie to you for you to be suspect of their how honest or forthcoming they're being, especially when you're probing about somebody's motivations, a thing that you literally cannot verify by any other way except contrasting it against their actions and other things that they've said.
there's always a first time. I don't know.
So why don't you ask to make up your mind? Is there, surely, okay, because clearly I've had like this unique access to the fucking devil themselves.
You also would not necessarily know, like I just said, I just entered into this saying like, you very well may not have gone to Israel thinking like, oh, this is how I'm perceived and this, like this, that, and the other thing. But
his editor is taking forever. Didn't this trip happen like a year ago?
Genuinely do not believe from everything that I have read about, they don't, there's so many, there's so many investigators or rather like news people that are not allowed to certain areas and certain I personally would fucking love to go to Israel to look at all this stuff, but I know that I would be like, just like most people that you and I both know in like we just wouldn't be.
As an American citizen, I
was not here to debate you, and I'm not prepared to have any conversations with you right now. You've come in, you've like made yourself clear about this stuff. And I still absolutely hold to the fact that I think that you really did drop the ball with your coverage with fucking Michelle Fleischer, and I don't like I did not know I was going to be like roped into this.
Well, you made a claim, so I wanted to give LONERBOX a chance to respond.
It's the fact that you said it was like not far out for Hassan to believe that I was a paid Hasbara propagandist. When you know, my assumption was like you've seen enough of this to know full well that's an insane thing. That's completely indefensible. But yeah,
the reason why I said to begin with that I thought that it was not a is because we know that people are paid for like that. That's just not a secret.
Yeah, you haven't seen those paid propaganda. Like you haven't seen like people who have actually done propaganda content on Israel.
Okay, this is from Ynet. Hold on. This is what UK lawmakers had to get denied entry to Israel. Outrage in UK after members of parliament are deported from Israel for condemning Gaza war and advocating boycott. That's not the best example though, because they're like politicians.
And compared it to mine, because if you had, you would have no fucking idea. I understand that it's like you guys, like I understand that to you guys, like there's very like to you, like there's not really all that much difference between a two-state solution, like a two-state solution is person and fucking Ben-Gvir, but like for most people there is.
Do you realize that the reason why I said from the get-go that I don't think that that this was
from Democracy Now? This is, when the fuck was this? February 20th, 2025. New Israeli law expands visa restrictions on BDS supporters and critics of war crimes. Israel's Knesset has approved a bill to further restrict entry to critics of Israel and its policies. Under the new law, people who deny or minimize the October 7th Hamas attacks will be refused visas. So too will people who've called for the prosecution of Israeli soldiers for war crimes or who are affiliated with groups calling to boycott, divest, or sanction Israel. But this was February 20th of this year. This wouldn't have been the policy then.
Was a paid, like that you guys were paid to come here is because, I actually do know, like I have a friend who was paid, or an old friend, an ex-friend who was paid to do one of those propaganda trips. So I do know what that looks like. I don't know. That's not to say that every single one is going to look exactly the same, but I actually did not think that you were paid to do this. However,
BDS denial has been a policy for a while. Yeah, that's what I was seeing here.
I think that it is like all I was saying when I was saying that like it's not crazy to think that is because no, it's not crazy because
yes, if you know anything about the conflict, it's fucking insane. Yeah. So if you knew anything about the conflict and you actually in good faith watched the phrase this up already, you would know. Yeah. You would know full fucking well.
Do you think that people are not paid by Israel to do propaganda?
Not to do what we did. No. 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
No. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. I'm saying that's why I am confident in saying that I don't think yours was a paid propaganda trip.
That's also why it's insane to believe it was.
But to most people, I can understand why they would assume that, and it wouldn't be necessarily like this. Like agree. Why? Because we know that that Israel does pay people for propaganda trips.
But you also know that they don't pay for what we did. They don't pay for people going to see people who No, we're not going in circles. It's because you're saying something that doesn't connect. First of all, it's not insane to think that. You're very confident saying that I wasn't paid.
I think other people, why it would be reasonable for people to assume that what you did was a paid propaganda trip. I think that they're wrong. But why? Why again? Like, oh my God, we're going in this fucking circle.
Yeah, but you're saying two things at once. One on the one hand.
Well, because people have only seen clips, no?
No, I'm not. Dude, we're just going to go. I've made myself plain about this. I'm not going to say the same thing over and over and over again. If you want to go to like one more thing that you want to get out there before we wrap this up, I'll hear one more thing out. Each thing kind of seems to take like 5 to 20 minutes. So is there anything else?
No, I think I'm fine.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, great talking to you, man. I'll speak to you another time.
Okay. Hello. Are you? I'm not trying to do any kind of like pileups or whatever. Are you familiar with Mutahar? Some Ordinary Gamers?
I'm not trying to do any pileups anyway. Do you know who Mutahar is? Okay.
He's in the waiting room as well. He wanted to share some thoughts. Well, I'm asking you. If you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it.
What if you want to talk about? I'd be happy to talk with him another time. If like now, I'd like sort of to wrap things up with you. Okay. Maybe you can invite him on, because I would like to speak with you about things related to Ethan Klein when I have just because I'm the kind of person, basically, like the overwhelming majority of the first half or more of our conversation, I was very prepared for. Once we got to Ethan, not so much. And I'm the kind of guy who has to basically, because I'm fucking ADD and I sleep really terribly all the time, really does a number on just my ability to.
Yeah, if you want to gather more particular examples of things that you consider to be, in your words, reprehensible, then I would be fine to whatever. But
to revisit some of the things that we talked about. You know what? Bring Mutahar in here if he has. We'll just have a very preliminary conversation. And I'll just see because hopefully I can have this conversation with him again. But is Mutahar still there?
Yeah, I can bring him in. Yeah. Muta, you're muted, but I brought him up.
Sorry, what's up?
Hey man, so I didn't bring you up at all. What is this about?
No. I was just asking about your thoughts on that harassment of Ethan Klein. I'm also somebody who is a somewhat decent-sized public figure that also faced the same level of unhinged harassment. It's just weird to me that when I'm watching you talk with Hutch, it's always it's always interesting to me that, Ethan is the big aggressor and, he should just kind of take it, as opposed to the people that have, covered him graciously, not even disowned the idea of the CPS call to his house, right? Anything of that nature. Or have outright pretty much insinuated that he's been fucking, delinquent towards taking care of his children, right? Which is a pretty huge claim to make. I mean, Hutch didn't cover this, but saying that Ethan Klein is, into drugs, for instance, right? You do realize how that could really go against you in a court of law. Now that the CPS has a file on you, they probably think.
Who said what about drugs? You talking about me now?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that Denham's, Hassan.
I guess I just don't see how this is related to this.
On S community on Twitter, right? That have been pushing the idea of Ethan's on drugs. He's on this cocaine. I mean, that alone can probably have to say
in regards to. I have the same thing that I have to say to Hutch. Is that in terms of all of the harassment that he has received, some of it.
Jesus fucking Christ! Them saying call CPS. These people are on Earth too.
It is totally beyond the pale, and
or they don't care because they have decided to place blame on certain people they don't like.
Don't like. I'm
okay, if somebody involved the CPS on my family,
everybody whether you're
VADIM on trial is not a trial. This is an execution.
You're a piece of shit or you're a great guy on YouTube. I assigned.
What do you mean? Am I a piece of shit or a great guy on YouTube? What?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that regardless of one's character, I think that people should be treated the same. But when it comes to Ethan, it's just not even comparable. The amount of targeted harassment that he and his community has done to others, compared to what he has received, and there's just an insane.
Yeah, but where did it begin? What was the timeline? I'm sure you're familiar with the timeline. Where did it begin? Was it him initiating it, or was it him unfollowing somebody from?
But the point was not where did it begin. The point was that yes, it occurred, but there were some things that he was doing that you cannot, in good faith, say, oh well, that's just a natural response to harassment and backlash, insinuating that people should be fired because they left a mean tweet or a mean comment underneath your wife's Instagram post.
From that community that started to push the snowball.
How things started is just I think a little.
I think how things begin is important.
Really reductive and baby brain way to look at things.
How things begin is how you can understand the context of where things have led.
Yeah. Well, at the beginning of things, he was also putting out stuff out there that people legitimately had good reason to think was. It was Islamophobic stuff. Some of the things that he said. Now, I kind of.
What was Islamophobic?
His reaction to
the fucking Arabs.
From the river to the sea.
I'd say what is so weird about it? I'm a Muslim, by the way, too, a practicing one, a pretty devout Muslim.
I understand. Yeah. It's just
it's funny because everyone in this community of yours calls me Uncle Tom.
When did I call you an Uncle Tom?
Not you, but from that community, that denim side of community, I'm just this weird Uncle Tom that is a weird Zionist. My wife's a Nazi, so you can imagine why I'm a little heated about this.
Well, you got to let me. If you ask me a question, you got to let me.
Sure. Okay.
So when it comes to from the river to the sea, that is absolutely a very benign call for peace.
Is it a benign call?
Wait. Right now, we are at a place where, and actually, we were at this place from the beginning, where people like the ADL and fucking Stop Anti-Semitism and whatnot, they are talking about just saying free Palestine in itself is this.
Oh, Mayo, dude, are we for real? I'm telling you, the majority of people watching the stream do not believe that From the River to the Sea is anti-Semitic.
Call to I think fucking Netanyahu said it as well. Said that
can it be anti-Semitic? Sure, it would depend on the context, but as a general rule, no.
basically like the new Heil Hitler. Well, the same people who are obsessing and kind of like trying to like what's the word, tone police people with the whole from the river to the sea thing. It's the same thing. It's just kind of like basically people draw a line at they will mistake something that is totally 100% like just a well, maybe like I understand the I'm sorry, I'm getting a little like a little cracked out here. Sorry, I'm but my point is that it is, there's nothing wrong with that. And
okay, but do you agree that things have context, right? Do you agree that
I've never talked on stream this long, and so
that's fair.
I mean, but you understand context is the thing, right?
Real quick, Mutahar, if I continue to kind of like because there is a point sometimes where I just like tap out of conversations, and meaning like I cannot.
Would you say it's problematic? Fuck no.
Have I just started.
I don't think people should say it because it distracts from. It just turns into this conversation about litigating whether or not it's anti-Semitic or not. But if you're asking me if I personally have an issue with it, no. Like, would I advocate for people to do it? No, I think there's better slogans.
Stuttering like that. So if that's the way it's going to be for me, like we'll talk a little bit longer. But if that's the way it is for me, I'm going to have to bow out, and I'd love to talk to you again in the future. Can we do that? If like I kind of if that's the case, because I want to have this conversation when I am capable of like giving you.
I mean, I just don't know what conversation we could really have. It's like, okay, I asked you, it's like, what does context make any sense? You brought up the river to the sea, right? Like, yeah, sure, obviously.
I'm saying that's one thing where...
okay, well, let's focus on that one thing. Let's just focus on that one thing really quickly, okay? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, I have personally never been against the freedom of Palestinians. In fact, if you ask me, I think that as Hamas is a designated terror organization, and I believe they should be, as should the IDF. As a Canadian, I don't know why we don't designate both of them. That makes no sense to me.
Canadian cringe.
Far more in aggression to the Palestinian people in this response to whatever they want to call it, counterterrorism or fighting against the Hamas individuals. It makes no fucking sense to me. But let's be real. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Where does this chant originate? Who is kind of pushing this, right? If we're looking at the broader context, no. If we're looking at the broader context,
Jewish Voice for Peace, basically what you're doing by kind of.
Wait, hold on. I let you speak. I let you speak. Let me speak here. I let you speak. What is this? What is this phrase?
Why is it always about slogans in the end? Because people say crazy things like they think it's anti-Semitic.
Does it mean the complete?
And that we have a stupid debate over this.
Like disestablishment of the Israeli people. Where are those Jews going to go? What's going to happen to them?
Dude, it means that from the river to the sea, that Palestine will be free. That's free for everybody. That's that's like.
Now, what about the history of Jews in that area, Middle Eastern Jews? How about how they've been dealing? How they've been dealt with this? Have they felt the same freedoms?
Look. This conversation is the exact same as fucking like white just. Like,
by the way, this is a phrase that even Norm Finkelstein was.
Who have a problem with Black Lives Matter, thinking that.
Yeah, but Norm Finkelstein didn't say it was anti-Semitic. He just said that it should be tweaked.
Black Lives Matter is it's exactly that. And
it's not even equivalent at all. We're not looking at the broader context of anything. We're not looking at the broader context.
What you're doing,
if you dissolve the Jewish people, are they able to go home?
Let me just say this, okay, Mutahar. Every person.
What is the lore behind Aaron's hatred for Canada? Because they give me they have. My interfacing with Canada started with Jordan Peterson, Stephen Crowder, Lauren Southern. Isn't Gavin McInnes a fucking Canadian? I could be wrong about that.
Who is like genuinely an activist on behalf of Palestine? People who are not just activists, but extremely influential.
Why did he suggest it could be tweaked so it could be more effective?
Voices like your Avi Schleims, like all of you name it. If you talk about someone who is central to who is a voice who is out there either in America or beyond, who is advocating for the cause, they are using that term. So what you are doing is that you are saying all of these people who there's no fucking way that you can tell me that these people are like actually trying to like suck Hamas's dick or whatever. That the entire pretty much the entire the entire sorry, this is like where my brain is kind of tapping out. But
I think what Mutahar
is doing it, the entire movement is doing it wrong. But you've got it right. But these people who have all these other
no. Do you think that the people online on like the Hassan side are the entire movement? Do you think like anytime we criticize people for having shitty?
I'm saying like if you go to there's not a rally that you could go to from Europe to Australia to South America to here that you will not see versions of that.
And, okay, so what is your end goal with this? What is your end goal with this? What do you want? What do you want to happen in the Middle East right now? What is your perfect goal? What do you want to happen? Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its borders?
I did not know that this is like so like going all over the place. I thought that you were.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? Do you want their borders to be gone, the government gone, all of it just suddenly become Palestine? Do you want that to be?
I want whatever elements of the Israel.
This is like asking, do you want the world to be made of pudding?
Israeli government,
like we're talking about things that have no chance of happening.
Whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of enforce. You know what, dude? Like, you gotta understand. Like, I have like. How
many wars has Israel went against with Arab countries in the area?
I will totally have. Let's pick up this conversation.
I want to pick up the conversation. You're not answering the most basic question. What is your goal? Like, okay, if you believe in this cause so much, what is your solution?
I'm not. Look, dude. Listen to me, okay? I'm someone who has I've been battling a fucked up.
You know what my solution is? Do you know what my solution is? I can answer this right off. Why? Oh, so you don't care about solutions? You don't care about the solution? You know what my solution is? My solution is
I think he doesn't care about Mutahar's some ordinary gamer's prescription on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Muslim countries that have the capacity to deal with it should entertain working with the Israeli government and dealing with these actual errant behaviors, dealing with bad parties, making it safer.
Look, dude, this is serious, okay?
I know it's serious. There are people dying. This is not a game to me, okay? There are children, there are fucking men, there are women dying. That is a serious case to me.
He sounds like irrelevant a little bit, but this is so performative for Mutahar.
I can hear any solutions from your side.
Again, if you want to talk to me, because you're just taking a really, compared to the bullshit that you put out on.
What is the point that Mutahar is trying to make? Layup centrist, I call out both sides.
On the internet, the sort
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me. What is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea?
About this shit when I am like...
No. If you should have a basic understanding, I'm a fucking computer engineer, you gotta still know. What is the most popular faction in Palestine that says from the river to the sea?
Bro, we're done.
What is the most popular?
I told you.
What is the most popular faction? It's a simple answer. Okay, we're going down a name calling. Great, okay. I'm the asshole, but I'm asking you a simple question. What is it?
I told you. I went into this, you fucking idiot.
Do you not know the most basic fucking answer?
I went into this saying that I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion. And the thing is that, that's a real thing with me. Because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either? What the fuck?
Dude,
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea?
Can you just fucking terminate this so I can explain? Like, if you want to talk another time, I'm fine to talk to you, but it has to be at a time when I'm like...
No, you can't answer the most basic questions. Why the fuck do you think I want to waste my time talking to you?
When I am someone who has
It's Hamas, by the way. It's Hamas, by the way. That's the answer, okay?
Yeah, well, I haven't heard...
So what does Hamas mean when they say it?
Hutch, what
You've seen their flag.
Can you please terminate this?
I'm asking a basic...
Listen, I don't want to force the conversation if both parties don't want to do it. But
I'm more than happy to talk to you another time, Mutahar. But the thing is that I have to do it when I have
Okay. I'm just gonna ask you. Before we end this, obviously you're tired. Do you think I was asking you a really difficult question there? Do you think I was trying to do a gotcha to you? Do you honestly think so?
I don't even know what question you're talking about because I was speaking.
Okay. Hold on. Can you listen to my question? Just in peace. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna say it very slowly.
All right. Go ahead. I'll chill out and
ready?
Just say my final.
All right. Let's redo it. Let's bring it on. Okay. What is the most popular Palestinian faction currently that says from the river to the sea?
Okay, it is not Hamas. Like people all over.
I wonder if Mutahar's brain would actually break if you asked him what was in the Likud charter.
Fucking Earth say that, and so look. This is.
Well, I asked who in Palestine says that. I didn't say the world.
Stop this bullshit of continuing to ram through. I shouldn't have even started this to begin with. This is what I have to say.
I don't want to force the conversation. Let's the conversation continue. He really doesn't want to. This is hurting Hutch.
Okay, I genuinely have health issues. Okay, like health issues.
I do too, bro. It's part of life.
That make talking at this length. I thought that this was going to be a 2 to 3 hour conversation with Hutch, which I was prepared to talk about.
To be fair,
and this is the thing. What we're talking about is very important, and I'm not going to have a conversation. I'm not in a place where I can do the conversation we're having.
We can pick it. We can listen. You haven't eaten any food. I get it. I'm fucking hungry too. We can pick this conversation up another time. I didn't want to force anything. I did ask you for permission if you wanted to speak to both people. I didn't mean to dump anything on you. Just to be clear. But if you want to break and call it there, we can do that.
Totally fine. I asked you to bring him in. So I'm not saying that you I don't think that you were kind of
He would say he doesn't know enough about Likud to have an opinion. Curious.
Just
of course not.
By letting these people in, I said let's go ahead and do it. But
let's just pick it up another time.
Conversation that I had with Mutahar and other things. I mean, it's exactly like I was telling you. In general, I should have just kind of ducked out after about 4 hours because basically. Yeah,
it's okay. Let's call it there. Let's both go get some food. It's all good.
So and I will talk about Ethan at another point in time.
Okay.
And if Mutahar wants to have a conversation about that, I will resume it with him at a time when my brain is not just.
I got you. I understand.
It's Swiss cheese.
It's okay. Yeah. Okay. Mood, I don't know if you wanted to stick around and talk a little bit longer, but yeah, it's fine.
I just think it's insane. Okay, I asked the most basic questions. I got to dip out, bro. I'm easy to dunk on Twitter. I've seen you try to do that to me. I've seen you fucking actually have a conversation. I asked one simple question, and now it's delay it. What the fuck, dude? This is why nobody takes this fucking side seriously at all. Honest to God, this whole thing is a fucking show.
Dude.
What?
do you like? Obviously, this is like you just a moment ago were talking about how important the situation is. I want to have a conversation of this gravity.
Okay, do you think I would have a better time talking to you or a brick wall? Honestly, do you think I'd have a better conversation with you or ChatGPT?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Honest to God, I think I would probably have a better chance talking to ChatGPT. I think talking to you is like talking to a
so now
fucking
you're
child.
ducking out. Okay, so am I right?
Am I ducking out really? Am I ducking out?
Conversation with me,
bro. You haven't presented yourself. You haven't presented. I didn't ask you an unprepared question. I'm just saying this is not worth my time. Okay, maybe if you were like a Hassan Piker, I might consider it. But honestly, this is just such a waste. Like you're not doing anything to really fucking. You're not bringing the intellectual like capacity here. You know, like at all.
That's why I'm saying that I can't fucking talk.
Isn't Mutahar the one that wanted to talk to him? Now, why is he saying this is not worth my time or whatever?
Right now, like that's why I want to talk to you at another time, because I would be able to bring that. I am not having this conversation with you because I can't bring that.
So hold on. I have a bit of time out of my day. I talk to you and then you duck out, and now I have to be fucking pursuant to this conversation later.
I said, dude, I said to you from the beginning, I will continue this. Like before you even fucking came in, you like,
I mean, like Mutahar ambushed this conversation on VADIM. He accepted it, and he's like, "Well, we could have a more productive one later." And he's like, "No," but yeah, he's just trolling.
Dipshit, you manipulative asshole!
I'm manipulative. What did I do? Hold on. What did I do?
Bring you in, but that, like I probably was tapped out, and then I would not. And then when you got here, fucking got here, I said, like, look, if this is the way that it goes, I'm gonna have.
How long have you been talking about Israel and Palestine for before me? Was it how many months was it? How many months were you talking about this?
Like from the get-go, dude. Like,
okay, so from the get-go, but you can't spend an extra 20 minutes talking to me on those basic questions.
No, because again,
now Mutahar is fighting ghosts. No, I mean VADIM is just a proxy for every for Hassan or any person on Twitter that annoyed him or Noah Sampson.
I want to talk. What you want to do here is that you want a conversation when my brain.
I asked you basic questions and you couldn't answer that.
Advantage of that. You already have
taken advantage.
If you yes, like I've told you.
Man, I'm sorry. I asked you a basic question. That's taken advantage.
Do you actually understand that sometimes people I have a disability.
I understand when people are disingenuous like you, and when they're caught in lies, they have to stammer like bitches and then fucking back out of a conversation. That's why I understand. I understand when somebody can't understand the word retraction.
You don't know shit.
When you don't understand, when you don't know the definition of what a retraction is, I can figure out your intellectual capacity
on this guy, dude. And so I can say, go fuck yourself, dude. If you if you want to have a conversation with me at a time when I'm prepared to have it, you'll fucking lose. I promise.
All right, now. Oh my god, the Jedi mind tricks. I'm so fucking scared of them.
Let's just call Hard out. VADIM, it's all good. Go get some food.
Say something. I need you to get rid of him, and then I'm going to say something, and then we'll do that.
Yeah, Hutch, don't worry, Hutch. I'll leave. Okay, he needs a hug box. Okay.
All right,
I'll leave.
I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for having me on, brother. Later.
All right. Yeah, let's give you the final. We need.
Okay, after all of that, I do not think you can say that all VADIM looks for is a hug box. He's been arguing for 7 hours here.
You get some food in your brother, because.
Yeah. No. I
To be clear, I just want to say,
Why does he keep pulling the disability card? What does he have? He suffers from severe insomnia, and he's a lot of difficulty sleeping.
I'm conscious about not springing shit on people. I was very
if you don't have any experience, one night of bad sleep or bad rest is fucking horrible. That's VADIM's life.
Deliberate when I asked you to bring people on. I would not have insisted. If you said no, I would have been fine.
A lot of things that you said over the course of this conversation.
Clearly,
zero problem with you bringing those people in.
Okay, all right.
I asked for it. I know that it kind of probably looks really fucking bad because my brain is spent. But I just want to say this. When it comes to what Mutahar, I don't know. I should not have allowed the guy in because it was just my point is that, man, I get really frazzled when I am. If you go to my YouTube page, you can see I have multiple videos. In fact, the last video that I did was 2 years ago, talking about an insane, it's not really even a sleep problem. It's kind of like a cross between insomnia and I get
God. Do you have insurance? Do you have insurance?
Yeah, I do, but it hasn't been helpful.
I would be sleep-based to help you with that.
Difficult time getting it addressed. It's basically been 20 years, and I have
Thank you, Hutch. I'm sure you're here.
It's not actual seizures, but it's they feel sort of like seizures. It's basically
ask your doctor about Seroquel, man, because I take a drug called Seroquel, and that shit will knock you the fuck out. I'm not a drug licensed pharmacist, disclaimer, but yeah.
I've tried everything, including Seroquel. Lunesta is what I take, but it only helps a certain amount. But the point is that
take Benadryl. I'll take Benadryl.
Here, let's pick it
up. This is something that I want to say.
Okay.
As poorly as I was functioning through certain portions of this discussion, I have days where I can barely string a sentence together.
Okay.
So this is the last thing that I'm going to say. The reason why I would not
Mutahar and Hutch are being ableist by allowing this conversation to continue.
Have that conversation with Mutahar. He's trying to make it sound like I was some sort of fucking.
VADIM never takes a breath. It is a little bit sped up. I'm at 1.5 speed, but still.
I'm about to use the R slur, but I don't like using that word too. It literally is that I do not want to have conversations like this that are important when I know that I can't do justice to those conversations. As it stands, I'm sure that there's shit that's going to be clipped out of this that is the reason why I try not to do that stuff. But that's exactly why I was ducking out at the time I did, and I would love to have a conversation about him. About that stuff with him when I'm just like mentally there.
All right, so let's set up another time. You go get some food, go get some rest, whatever you got to do. But I do appreciate you talking to me, and we'll talk again.
Yeah, we'll talk again. All right, have a good one.
Bye bye.
Oh God. Oh thank God that does not happen.
What a doozy of a day. What a doozy. LONERBOX. He's deafened. Someone. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey, man.
I think we're just a bit behind, but it seemed like he was saying bye.
Yeah. We wrapped up. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have some more thoughts, or?
I don't know. I just wanted to jump in on the river to the sea shit, but it's okay. I think.
You know a lot about. Talk about that. What are your thoughts?
It's like. When Western activists say it, they're envisioning like a one state where both groups have equal rights, and it's like post-apartheid South Africa, and they get along and they have coffee together and shit like that. But it's like no one in the region wants this. No one. It's like you can look at polls. I can show you polls that will say like less than 10% of Palestinians want this. They'd rather a state where Jews have unequal rights, and Jews would rather a one state where Arabs have equal rights, as opposed to a democratic one state. Yeah. So, and obviously it's their opinions that matter, right? And same with river to the sea. So when people say from the river to the sea, like, yeah, you might be meaning a peaceful, like harmonious one state solution, but if you're Israeli and if you're Jewish, like, and you have connections to Israel, you're going to think about the people in the region who say that. And the people in the region who say that do not mean one state for two people. They mean one state for the Palestinians and the Jews going to the sea or live as second-class citizens.
What I hear a lot, tell me if you agree, but what I hear a lot is, the common retort that I hear is something like, oh, you just think that these are like barbarian, savage Arabs who are just naturally racist and violent, and therefore, they can't get along. But that's not what it is. It's just a historical context.
You need to stretch. I'm going to end it soon after I finish this. I'll sign off.
Of a struggle that's been going on for, over 100 years at this point. And there's like plenty of historical context to be extremely skeptical of the notion that Palestinians and Israelis can share a single state, and it will just be, I guess, like a liberal democracy? Like, who's going to be in charge of that state? Like, right now, the number one representative for Palestinians is Hamas. Like, are they going to be in charge? Like, what does that actually look like in practice? And when you try to dissect that and dive into what it actually looks like, it just completely falls apart. That's why people like Nelson Mandela understood. Like,
there's like no point in talking about statehood or these solutions or whatever. We're so far off from this.
He was not pushing for a one-state solution. He understood that the Israeli state wasn't going anywhere, and the best option would be to, live as neighbors, not actually share a state. But there's this.
Oh, this person who I banned from my chat yesterday, who is like, are they literally asking me, is there going to be a Jewish person in the Palestinian state's Supreme Court? And it's like, okay, we'll talk about that, and then we can decide. When Palestine goes to the Olympics, are the tracksuits going to be like red, green, black, and white, or are they just going to do like one solid color? Like, let's talk about some other fucking thing that's like just way far off.
Insistence.
Isn't this just a white supremacy of like fearing equality, Hutch?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like the whites in South Africa, even though, but unfortunately, like anti-white racism is not a valid concern so much as anti-Semitism is. Like, these are not equally valid concerns. Like, why would a leftist ever suggest that they are? It's insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, it's just the thing that
I don't think they're suggesting it's the same. I think the point is that they're calling it a double standard, that if you've already accepted that this is an ethno-state is not appropriate or acceptable for one group of people, persecution or whatever wouldn't justify it for another.
Forget about it is like you might as well be saying that in the last 100 years, Palestine will be the first Arab/Muslim country that treats its Jewish minority well, as equals or safely.
Right.
Like, they'll be the first ones. It's like, I'm sorry, it's just Palestinians have more of an excuse to be anti-Semitic than anyone else in the fucking world.
Right.
They're not going to be the first ones to treat a Jewish minority equally.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just mental.
I mean, I just
yeah. What kind of buttons will the uniforms have? What in the Palestinian state for their HOAs? What length do you think they want to keep the grass cut at? Do you think they'll keep it, say, like no higher than like 3 inches?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just found it very, very telling that as soon as he was asked what he wants the Israeli government to actually do right now in terms of the conflict, he got stuck.
Yeah.
It's so funny that after like 20 months of talking about this, and Hassam was the same when Ethan asked them, they don't actually know what they want the Israelis to do. They don't know what they want to happen. It's just so bizarre.
Well, Hassan stated what he wants is, he said that Israel should dissolve its own government and, absorb the West Bank and Gaza, and it would just be one state, full right of return, and then...
Yeah, like on October 8th, yeah. It's like, but I just think it's so telling that like the hesitation, because like Vadim's like, I guess like he had like a sleep issue when he was asked that question, but then when people started insulting him, he suddenly found his words again. So it's like, I just find it, I'm kind of noticing this more and more, and I've never really thought about it in this way, but I kind of noticed that I've always hated this, are you pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? Because to me, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, pro-Israel, people who generally get labeled as pro-Israel, people who even want a Palestinian state to exist. And if you go to Israel, even supporting a two-state solution, like most Israeli right-wingers, which is most of the population right now, they think that's like treachery. They think that you might as well be destroying the Jewish state, by making them vulnerable, by giving the West Bank sovereignty, right? So that's like, it's just very telling that And the same with being pro-Palestinian. Like, what does that mean? It was apparently 2 states isn't pro-Palestinian. Apparently, like being anti-Hamas might not even be
I agree with LONERBOX that the labels are fucking stupid.
Palestinian because people say that you have to support all the resistance groups. That's why I never really identified with either of those labels. But when people talk about like the pro-Palestine movement, the thing I've noticed about them more and more is that it's not really about helping Palestinians. Like for most of these guys, it's just about attacking Israel. Like I feel like they're very, very good at shitting on Israel and shitting on anyone who they think is even marginally friendly to Israel. But in terms of what they want that would actually help Palestinians that's realistic in the moment, they have nothing, you know? And I think there's like a really, that's why they like the Houthis and what they did. What did the Houthis do for Gaza? Nothing. They did, you know, they bankrupted a port in Eilat. And that's somehow an achievement. It's like, well, hurting Israel doesn't necessarily, you can hurt Israel as much as you want and Palestinians can reap no benefits at all. You can do what Trump, people celebrating when fucking Trump was, what do you call it? When he was snubbing Netanyahu. It's like, well, yeah, okay, he's annoying Israel, but he could annoy Israel today and then fuck Palestine twice as hard tomorrow. But for some reason, I think people just view it in this like destructive manner.
Or like, I don't even care about the like, oh, he and Bibi are feuding. It's like, dude, look at their fucking record. Look at how he treated him in his first administration and as soon as he got into office. Those two are not beefing long term. Bibi's like sleeping on the couch for now, but he'll be back.
That it's just automatically assuming a zero-sum game that doesn't actually exist. Like you can shit in Israel all you want, but like that doesn't necessarily translate to helping Palestinians at all.
It's about I think it's about just a constant friction. Like I think some people are just kind of addicted to, or they sort of shape their identity around like a constant state of tension and friction with what they perceive to be like the, you know, the major power players. So it's like in their minds they have these noble intentions and these virtuous goals, and they're, you know, standing up to power and they're challenging power. But when the rubber hits the road and you actually ask these people like what, and this applies to so many different things. Like I was having an immigration debate a few days ago with someone who was saying some pretty outrageous things that sort of like clammed up when you actually ask them like, okay, let's do your system. Like, what does it actually look like? I think like a lot of these people really struggle to articulate a coherent, practical solution. And they just settle on what they think is like the most moral solution. So like, you know, eliminating police and prisons and things like that. Like it sounds like the moral thing to do. If you have this ideology that's centered around just like constantly rejecting like state power or whatever. And it's the same thing with this, like, you know, like what is it actually?
But I don't think that's just leftist. I feel like the only reason why liberals aren't made to explain the nuances of their policy goals or justify them is because it's already the status quo. But if we were in this a far more right-wing society or a far more left-wing society, any politics that are not adhering to basically around the status quo, the people that are envisioning something new and pushing for new things are probably not going to be able to articulate it very well. No. But I don't think that's a matter of ideology or just leftist or whatever. This is literally like most people.
Really look like when you force these two.
Most people form their opinion as they're like opening their mouth and talking about it.
People to live under one country. You know, it doesn't look great when you think about it.
It's like a common rule, right? Like it's all destructive. It's like when you ask about housing, it's like they're very quick to say, you know, get rid of the landlords and take their property, or maybe even kill them. But it's like, okay, what's the housing
eat the landlords? Thank you.
Yeah, right. But then it's like, okay, what system do you want to replace it? And it's like, like what model, like what studies or like what examples? It's just there's nothing.
I just wanted to touch upon the thing that like I said, like you're picking up on, Loner, where it's like these people don't really have a solution when they're pressed, and it's like, look, I don't have a solution either. I tried to present one the best way that I could in that like debate, I guess, with him.
We know.
I was like, you know, maybe we need to get like the surrounding Islamic countries involved. Maybe have some normalization, some cooperation and military like action against the bad actors, right? Like people like Hamas.
Imagine trying to sell capitalism to socialists. Exactly, it would be fucking ridiculous.
Because you know, I really think that an organization like that is what makes it so stinky to align, you know, with the pro-Palestinian side, because it'll always be used as a crutch against the Palestinian people, you know, because like without an organization like that would just be responsible for attacking Israel constantly. It's like you wouldn't really be able to have the enemy or the justification to constantly be the most insane. Like the IDF wouldn't have the justification, I would say, to constantly be, you know, attacking the Palestinian people that way. That's just what I think, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it's not a perfect solution either, but at least it's thinking towards something, right? Versus stammering when asked about what the government should do. I don't know. I feel like after 20 months, it would have been something, especially, you know, given by these people.
I mean, this has more to do with the fact that VADIM is very rhetorically weak on this, and also has more superficial understanding of other aspects of it, but he kind of freely admitted that, no?
Muta, can you describe, because you barely talk about politics, and I think you did one video, and you were sort of the talk of the town in leftist spaces for, you know, a couple weeks there. What did that actually look like when you like picked up your phone and looked at your social channels? Like, how did that manifest?
I mean, my social channels were messy because it was like, oh, you're a genocide supporter, you're yada, yada, yada. But I actually like stopped going to my mosque because of it. Like I stopped going to my primary place of worship just because it was not, I don't know, you start getting like weird lecture community. Like, cause there's a lot of young kids who had already known that I was a content creator. And so, you know, when they start looking at me being painted as a guy that's against Muslims, you know, it's not a welcome place anymore. So that to me was probably one of the biggest hits that I've ever had on a real mental level. You know, it's to the point where I'll be real, like I had one of those crisis of faith moment where I was like, man, I don't even know if I should even be part of this faith, but I don't know. My wife's great. She kept me in the loop. She kept me in the head. But yeah, it wasn't good. It was like, it's funny because, you know, I'm somebody that wants the ultimate peace. And when I made that video, I made a pretty like evident point and said, this conflict between Judaism and Islam is not something that is even one-sided. You know, if you go and look at the most conservative parts of Islam, as you look at the most conservative parts of Jews, I'm sure LONERBOX knows exactly what I'm talking about, there's a great amount of, you know, there's a great amount of hatred that both sides really do have. And I've always just said, it's like the only way to get past this is if we find a way to get past this, you know, hundreds of years of holy war that we've had, because if we can't get past that one simple, I'm sorry to say that, if we can't get past that one point, then we will never, ever see peace in the Middle East, especially between these two people who should just be brothers and sisters in their Abrahamic faith, but they're not. But yeah, I'm sorry, I pivoted a lot there, but generally speaking, the biggest pain for this has been in my personal and private life. Like, I'll be real, like, I have moved away from mom and dad.
This is really about, how does this becoming a thing about, why are we talking about MUTAHAR's personal life? I'm so lost.
I don't really even see them as much anymore just because the unhinged shit on social media, I don't want any of my family.
Me, when I get in a conversation, just immediately hijack it and start talking about myself.
Associated with that at all, you know? Like anyone. So I've kept them deliberately away. I live in I live 2 cities over at this point. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing internet stuff for 16 years, and I've sparred with toxic gamers and MAGA and just all types of different people. And like just a couple of weeks ago, they were like passing around a clip from me, and they were lying about what I was saying. They were telling, there was like these big like left-wing channels.
Also, like when people aren't able to articulate like what solution do you want to see, it's like, dude, it's a conflict that's been going on for 100 fucking years, and far smarter minds than me or the person that you're asking have been not only party to it, but the architects and thought about these things, and it's still not resolved. It's clearly more complicated than just, do you have a plan or not? Like, lots of people have plans. It's a matter of like working out the practical solution that ends up being the difficult thing, and political realities.
To get pretty good engagement. And just all in one day, they started posting this one clip, and they were claiming that I said that.
Because like they could lay it all out, and then all it takes to shut it down from people that disagree is like, well, that's not realistic. And then it's like, is it really about a lack of schematics or what we're going to do next, when it's just, if you principally disagree or think it's unrealistic already? Like, I could explain to Hutch in depth, here's how we move towards the abolition of like prisons and police in the United States. I could lay it all out. I could give him like 100-page book that I wrote on it, especially for him. And I think he would read it and still just disagree with it, which is fine. But
like, I approve of every time that Israel has ever hit a hospital, and it was just a lie. And the torrent that I got.
I don't think Israel and Palestine is an example of a holy war. It's not a serious assessment of it. I know. I was thinking that too. It's like, it's very reductive to say it's that.
It was enough for me to like, it takes a lot to upset me after like 16 years, but that was like, for a few days, I was definitely pretty black-pilled. This crowd, like, if you don't go along with their dogma, you don't go along with their like very specific solutions that they propose, which are oftentimes, I think, totally incoherent. If you challenge that in any way, they are like just as vicious as the worst like MAGA crowds, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
this is every crowd, though. This is not unique to any political faction. Every single political faction online is toxic and has toxic strains. Yes.
And that's where like the thing that
has lions as dogma.
I think he said it earlier too when it came to
like Kyle Rittenhouse criticizes Trump, and then like what like he's got people on the right being like, the only reason why you're not a fucking murderer locked up in jail is because of us. Fucking stop disagreeing.
Harassment, like, you brought up the fact that like he brought up like, oh, quartering and Keemstar, and a lot of these people are like friendly with him, right, or whatever. And it's just one of those things where it's like, even in like an optic situation, right? If you're coming,
sure, part of Israelis thought about it as a holy war, but that's not enough to call it that. Well, I think people that their understanding of it is like, their introduction to it is just post October 7th. They see Hamas, which is this understood as this like radical fundamentalist Islamic terrorist group, and then they see Israel, and they know that it's dominated by far-right Orthodox Israeli settlers. Like, that's who ends up having a lot of input in the agenda, and so they see the religion aspect like lens first.
Across as the most unhinged, we will not condone the tiniest bit of harassment. But the other side, who's probably, let's be honest, feigning their fucking care, but at least in the public sense, they do care. They show empathy, which these people are not able to do. What is a normal person?
Okay, now it just became group therapy and safe space for Twitter victims. Literally.
They'll look at both sides and think, wow, which one is more
the woke mob?
Is it the fucking right-wing MAGA types that are saying, oh my God, you shouldn't have had CPS called your house, versus the people that are just laughing about it like it's nothing, you know? I mean, it's insane. Like, these people don't understand that their internet, like, this is beyond the internet at this point, right? Like, you said it great. When the CPS was involved, you know, that's a file on record, right? It's like when the cops show up to your house for a domestic, you're on the fucking system for everybody. Like, good luck getting rid of that. So it's just, these people don't, it's just insane to me that this is like the discourse and the hoops they jumped through to not condemn just the slightest problem is what I don't understand. And that's going to be the reason why none of these people build any bridges or inroads in any community or any action they do, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that was what kicked it off with Ethan. Is he was alarmed that like he just couldn't get his podcast co-host to condemn stuff that was just so clearly unhinged. Like, that was the genesis of their like big split, was this guy's second thought, who was like literally saying that there were baby settlers, like literally like babies, or valid military targets.
He said that every Israeli civilian was a military target. Like there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian.
Yeah.
Which I think, yeah, it's like for all the clips that they ever find of people like you or me or Mutahar, it's like literally this other side thinks it's acceptable, or even an acceptable disagreement if they don't go that far, but still like, well, we still like them. We just don't think that one is like quite there. That's like calling 7 million Jews military targets. It's fucking mental. That's like, it's like half the world's Jews. Just like you can kill them. It's fucking crazy. It's insane.
It's like, look, you know, there might have been one point where we could have probably been like, okay, maybe we should like control Z, like the whole Israel thing, right? Like when it was first made, maybe you could have done that. But when you have decades upon decades of history and like, you know, there's people that are now being born into the country for generations, how do you like undo that? You know, like I asked him a blatant question, like what would be your future? Is it going to be like the country dissolves its borders? And then he didn't have an answer for that.
Like what this is reminding me, hold on, where is it? Where did he say it? Where did he say it? Oh yeah, this. I'd like to add a caveat to my post. Actually, I don't actually believe there is such a thing as a civilian in Gaza. There is IDF and there is Hamas. I'd like to caveat my caveat to my post. There are no people in Gaza. There is light and there is darkness. Okay, moving on.
I was like, he wanted it to be completely free for Palestinians. And I'm like, but what about the Jews that live there? What about the tons of Jews that moved from Islamic countries and they face persecution, right? It's like, there's no answer to that. And anytime you bring this shit up, it's always like, they ignore what you said, like blatantly. Like I remember when it was Hassan and he was talking about like how, I think it was Iraq that had like the right to return law. But then you LONERBOX, you were just like, did you read the law? Because it explicitly says Jews aren't allowed. So it's like, how are you not going to engage in this in a good faith manner and like try to at least see that this pain that is being caused, you know, there's a history to it. There's levels of it. Like I asked him, like how many times has Israel and or like Arab countries been at war? Because this discontent didn't start out of nowhere. The land grabs didn't start out of nowhere. Correct me if I'm wrong, LONERBOX. I don't know entirely the history on this stuff one to one, but the land grab started because of the Israeli-Arab conflicts, like the wars, and then the Arabs lost and the Israelis gained ground, which is something that happens in a war, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't understand. It's like these people, like they completely ignore the context of what has happened. It's like, and you know what? I'm not here to.
He's ignoring the context because he's like, there's no mention of like Plan Dalit or any of that.
Relitigate the past. I'm here to look to the future. So it's like, what do we do in the present to clean things up in the region and prevent more children, men and women dying? Because for me, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and like pussyfoot around the definition of a genocide. It is a genocide, in my opinion, right? When people are systemically dying, when people are dying outright constantly, and there is just a death toll that keeps piling up, when there is a October 7th or 9/11, as some people say, every single day in that region, I don't take that lightly. So what do we do going forward? That's my fucking goal. That's where I want to reach with the discourse. Because I don't think arguing like this about it and these people fucking turning Ethan Klein into like the lightning rod for this whole situation is the answer at all.
I mean, it is like there's a whole thing like I don't know if people call it like the narcissism of small differences or whatever, but the fact that like Ethan actually, if he was in Israel, they'd call him a traitor. Like most of them would call him a traitor for saying that settlers are military targets, for calling it genocide, for
he's literally just repeating shit from the Ethan content nuke almost verbatim. I haven't watched it, so I didn't know that.
Or like even some forms of BDS, for even saying that there were some actions that Houthis could do in the Red Sea that would be justified. It's like, yeah, that would get you being up.
There is a moratorium on bringing up Mandela or MLK or any of their fucking opinions on this. I do not care about it. Do not argue about it in this chat. I will ban you. We already did this earlier. I don't care about it, and they fucking VADIM and HUTCH beefed on that way too much.
In some parts of Israel, or maybe even killed. So it's just kind of weird that like it's quite bizarre to think that like but I guess that is quite a common thing for those types. Is like I feel like if people like Ethan or me or anyone else just went like full right-wing panic, we probably get left alone, right? It's just that
true.
I just find it so bizarre. I find it so bizarre that like that was
you gotta watch that next. What, the content nuke?
The lightning rod of their attention.
And he didn't learn about the spread of communism in the United States.
When apparently in the middle of a genocide, you know, like
dude, I'm wishing for the spread of communism in the United States.
The way you think
it's like there are tons of people that spread actual anti-Semitism. Like I think it was Aunt Candace Owens who was like fucking bringing up the Jews and dinosaurs. There's tons of people that fucking do not like. There's tons of people that are vapid IDF supporters, right? Like I'm sure if you go onto like Twitter or like any fucking shithole like social media, you'll find tons of people. It's like, yeah, squad wiping, dude. Go ahead, IDF fucking. They would say the most unhinged shit. But it's like, why are you going after Ethan Klein? Whereas like as somebody that has Israeli like citizenship alongside American has been the most conceding person in this entire situation, right? Like. And this goes beyond like public stuff. Like even privately when I talk to Ethan, it's like he really genuinely does care a lot about Palestinian people, him and Hila. Like I don't see any vitriol from them against a group of people. So it's like, why target people that give a shit, all right, and concede ground versus people that just don't, people that are far larger in the political sphere and people that spread really dangerous like Hasbras, they would want to call it, right, like the propaganda for Israelis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had to invent a fiction about him to make him their villain, because to LONERBOX's point, I mean, he was like the day after October 7th was speaking to the plight of Palestinians, addressing their suffering and their trauma and what they've been forced to endure for decades. Like he went so far in his rhetoric, like way farther than I thought he would go. I mean, he called it a genocide really early on, and But because he, as a Jewish man who had dual citizenship, started to see some really alarming rhetoric, like he felt like unnerved by that or upset by that. And when he tried to address that, they accused him of like centering the conflict around himself and distracting from the real problem. So even if they're not like intentionally being anti-Semitic, you're kind of like walking right up to the line of anti-Semitism if you're telling like a Jewish man like, oh, you're just being crazy. Like you have no reason to be concerned. You're just blowing this out of proportion. In fact, you're making this about yourself. It's actually kind of narcissistic. You're kind of crazy. Are you on drugs? It just escalates and escalates, you know? And
oh my God, this is the equivalent of like, you're Islamophobic if you fucking disagree with Frogan on her leftist foam and preach at the revolution, at the thought of a revolution tweet.
It was, yeah, it's,
how come you're not listening to her experience as a Muslim woman? Don't you know that she has families that are blah, 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 blah. Disagreeing with her is actually Islamophobic. Like, please miss me with this, please.
Dual citizen who was willing to condemn Netanyahu the way that he was. And they just ripped him to shreds over, you know, what ultimately amounted to minor differences. You know, one state versus two state.
The thing is, like, I tried to explain this to Ethan as well, though. But it's like, well, first of all, I don't think the differences are all that minor, like, because these other guys.
Right. Yeah. That's fair. Yes.
Like, yeah, but it's also just like, but the way I tried to explain it to Ethan before was just like, it was never about a lack of empathy for Palestinians. It was about a lack of appropriate hatred for Israel. And it's all like, that's why I think there's a distinction between these people who call themselves pro-Palestine and actually supporting Palestinians. Because if these guys were pro-Palestinian, why the fuck did they not support the anti-Hamas protesters? Like half of Gaza does. We know that if they got their way, then there would be a lot less. We wouldn't have had the fucking airstrikes that have been going on for the last couple of weeks or even months, because they started in like March, I think. You notice that whole movement has taken place under like an iron boot, basically. Like the fact that they're protesting at all is like insane. And those people who call themselves the pro-Palestine movement just don't talk about them. They're not interested in them, which is really interesting, which is quite strange, because you would think that those people like rising up against the people who they now blame for getting them into that situation in the first place would be a really big deal, but they don't care, because again, that's not the narrative. That might be Palestinian people who are out there protesting against Hamas, but that's not like the pro-Palestine narrative. And these are two different things. Like what, and I can predict this right now as well, like with a lot of these like Western pro-Palestine activists, is like the people in Gaza will turn on Hamas faster than the people in the West will. Like that's going to happen. It's already kind of happened so far. And I think that's probably why you have this issue right now, where you have like probably one of the most popular social movements in the world since BLM, and they've achieved absolutely nothing. Like they can raise money for UNRWA and things like that every now and then, which is great. But like besides that, for all the toxicity and the vitriol that goes along with it, like you'd think there'd be
Didn't Noah Samson just raise like over $500,000 for Palestinians?
A lot more to show for it, but there's nothing. Like maybe a few.
I don't know. I don't want to like just, that's like oh sure, they raised some money for UNRWA. It's like, dude, he raised like so much fucking money.
People set themselves on fire, maybe a couple more shootings will happen, but that's all they're going to achieve, because they haven't really focused anything on what they want as a positive outcome. It's all just about like, who do you hate appropriately and how much are you willing to toe a certain narrative?
Yeah, that was
failed narrative.
That was Noah's logic when he said the protests haven't worked. And so we have, in his words, he said, we are in close physical proximity with these creators and politicians who support the genocide, and we need to escalate.
Yeah, what the fuck's that going to do? What if you shoot like a Republican? Okay.
Right.
I mean, if anything, all that violence just leads to you guys looking like, it just leads to the movement looking terrible, right? I mean, we just saw that happen with the Israeli embassy stuff, right? Like none of the violence is going to solve anything. Like coming to
like, see, this is like the way LONERBOX frames the Hamas protests, I feel like is a little bit oversimplistic. This is from this month, I think, or like last month. We want to stop the killing. Family elders from Beit Lahia expressed support for the protests against Israel's renewed offensive and its tightened blockade on all supplies into Gaza. Their statements that the community fully supports armed resistance against Israel. The protest was not about politics, it was about people's lives, said Mohammed Abu Sakar, a father of 3 from the nearby town of Beit Hanan who joined a demonstration Tuesday. We want to stop the killing and displacement, no matter the price. We can't stop Israel from killing us, but we can press Hamas to give concessions, he said. A similar protest occurred in the heavily destroyed areas of Jabalia on Tuesday, according to witnesses. One protester in Jabalia, who spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of retribution, said they joined the demonstration because everyone failed us. They said they chanted against Israel, Hamas, the Western-backed Palestinian Authority, and Arab mediators. They said there were no Hamas security forces at the protest, but scuffles broke out between supporters and opponents of the group. Later, they said they regretted participating because of Israeli media coverage, which emphasized the opposition to Hamas. Like, yeah, of course I support them, but I always dislike how I just feel like the story ends up being exploited.
My house and shooting me, like if Noah was like implying that, I don't know if he was or not, allegedly. That was
he was 100%.
I don't know. Yeah, legally speaking, of course.
Did you see him talking about the people who died? Because someone called them peace activists or the pro-peace.
Yeah, no, he giggled at it.
And then he followed up by saying, yeah, I think it's we need to escalate. Protesting's not enough. So it's like, Jesus. Yeah.
It's just like, and for my personal growth, like as a Muslim person who was born back home, but I was very raised over here. Post 9/11, things were definitely a little bit, kind of hairy for Muslims growing up in North America. So it's like when I see these like Hassan types who are just like kind of like cheering on and like treating these people as resistance groups, like these people that have besmirched, like I would say Muslims around the world. It feels like there's a regression. It feels like we're gonna take a step back socially. We're gonna get back into that fucking like pile of hate and division. And all of the progress that we've made since 2001 is just going to be reversed. Like, that's what I personally feel is going to happen. And it's disgusting to see, right? Like, it's like all the efforts that I have done as an immigrant in this country is slowly just being reversed. You know, when you've got, Hutch, let me tell you the most insane shit. When you've got people in this camp going up and calling my wife a neo-Nazi, I've already like completely like just lost the plot. Like, I don't even know where to go from here, you know?
Like IRL, somebody walked up and said that?
No, like on the online front, right?
Oh, yeah.
My wife a neo-Nazi. So I'm like, bro, I'm sorry to say, like, if this is how far gone the discourse is, like, you guys have just regressed to an insane level. And it's almost like black.
Wait, if who's a neo-Nazi, Ethan or Mutahar is getting called that?
That is how far it's gone, and it is there. We are at that moment. So I think that ship has sailed. Like, we're already there. Yeah.
And it's like, that's why I like when I see you, talk about like building bridges or like trying to build like a coalition, because it's like, even as much as these people don't want to, it's like there's nothing you're able to do if you're constantly giving ground out to like right-wing Republicans who like, how is it good when right now the current state of things is they're talking about fucking like wiping Gaza and possibly like turning it into like a U.S. state or like, I don't know, putting Disneyland on it at this point.
Well, they say it would have been they say that it would have been that bad with Kamala. That's their cope. Like, they think that Kamala and Biden were maximally evil and therefore on the same plane as Trump, and it's obvious like nonsense. But that's what they say. It's like things are already bad. It's like, really? Okay, I feel like it could get a lot worse if we continue to allow Republicans to keep winning elections.
It's like, because what happens after this election, right? Like, what happens when you get somebody even more unhinged? And that person pushes the country more to it. Because like you said, right, like America's a great country. It has a lot of checks and balances, but those checks and balances don't really mean shit when the current person is already ignoring those checks and balances. Who's to say it sticks, 4 years down the road later, right? Like, who's to say anything changes?
Well, I mean, if we let them have big enough majorities to pass constitutional amendments, then they can just craft the system to be what they want it to be. Yeah, anyways, it could get, the idea that it couldn't get much worse than now is just so myopic, just so uncreative, unimaginative.
Yeah, it can always get worse.
It's letting yourself see.
It always get worse.
Like, these people see themselves as like revolutionaries holding AK-47s fighting against the government when they'd be the last people to fucking stick a magazine in a rifle and fucking take it to the government. You know what I mean?
I've enjoyed this conversation, guys, but I have to get some food too. I'm having, good chatting with you guys. Thanks for coming on.
Take care, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, well, I have not enjoyed this conversation. Oh, okay. To the 36 people that are still watching me, if you're not subscribed on Twitch, you should, because I'm an affiliate now. And if you subscribe, you don't have to deal with annoying ass advertisements. You could also follow me so you can know when I go live. And if you're on YouTube, please go ahead and give this VOD a like. I was live for like 11 hours today, covering all of this bullshit, and enjoying every second of it as much as I sound like I'm complaining about it. If you want to follow me, I'm at StraightRaid or StraightRaid_ on absolutely everything. And if you want to donate or support me for putting myself through this torture, you can follow the donation link that is pinned in my Twitch chat, or you can go into my description, my YouTube video description, and it will be there. You can also buy me a Ko-fi for $3 on Ko-fi. Buy me a coffee on Ko-fi. But I told you the ending of that stream was like clogged toilets set on fire. I was warned. I can't say that I wasn't. All right, we're going to Kid Not Kin. To those that don't want to go to sleep just yet, go watch Kid, because he helped me set up my audio last night at this exact time. We were up for like 2.5 hours doing it. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.